party that someone was bound to arrange for him. It was in that spirit that he now viewed his visit to the irritable old country gentleman and his rich, ugly heiress of a daughter. As he saw it, he might be in for a very jolly and amusing time. Well, why not get married if she's got all that money? Never comes amiss, does it? Thought Anatoly. He shaved and perfumed himself with the scrupulous elegance that was now second nature to him, and with his natural look of disarming good humour, he strolled into his father's room, with his head held high. 2 valets were busy dressing Prince Vasily. He glanced around eagerly, and when his son came in, nodded cheerfully, as if to say, "Yes, that's just what I wanted you to look like." "Come on, father, joking apart. Is she really as ugly as all that?" Anatoly asked in French, as though halfway through a subject much discussed on the way there. "Don't be silly. The great thing is for you to try and be nice and polite to the old prince." "If he gets nasty, I'm off," said Anatoly. "I can't stand old men like him, can you?" "Don't forget, as far as you're concerned, everything depends on this." Meanwhile, in the maid's room, not only the arrival of the minister and his son, but their physical appearance was known and described in detail. Princess Maria was sitting alone in her room, struggling to control her emotions.
Why did they write? Why did Lisa tell me about it? It's quite impossible, she thought, glancing at the mirror. How am I to go into the drawing-room? Even if I like him, I could never be my normal self with him now. The very thought of her father's look reduced her to terror.
The little princess and Mademoiselle Bourienne had by now obtained all the necessary intelligence from the maid Masha. They knew what a dashing fellow the minister's son was, with his rosy face and black eyebrows. They knew that whereas his father had struggled up the steps, he had flown up them 3 at a time like a young eagle. Furnished with this intelligence, the little princess and Mademoiselle Bourienne, whose eager voices had reached her from the hallway, went into Princess Maria's room.
"They're here, Marie. Didn't you know?"
said the little princess, waddling in and sinking heavily into an armchair. She was wearing a different gown, not the one she had had on that morning, but one of her finest dresses. Her hair had been beautifully done, and her face was excited, though it still looked wasted and drawn. Dressed in the fine clothes which she used to wear in Petersburg society, she showed the loss of her good looks all the more noticeably. Mademoiselle Bourienne, too, had added 1 or 2 nice finishing touches, which made her sweet, fresh face look even prettier.
"So, you're staying like that, are you, Princess? They'll be here in a minute to tell us the gentlemen are in the drawing-room," she began. "We'll have to go down, and you haven't done anything to yourself."
The little princess got up from her chair, rang for the maid, scurrying to work out what Princess Maria should wear, and then eagerly getting it all done. Princess Maria's self-respect had been offended by her own agitation at the arrival of a prospective suitor, and she was even more offended by the fact that her 2 companions couldn't conceive of anything different. To speak of the embarrassment she felt on her own account and theirs would have been to admit just how agitated she was, and to refuse to be dolled up as they were proposing would have led to no end of ridicule and to further persuasion. She flushed. The light went out of her lovely eyes, her face went blotchy, resuming its all too familiar and unpleasant look of victimization, and she gave herself up to Mademoiselle Bourienne and Lisa. Both women strove with the utmost sincerity to beautify her. She was so plain that the idea of her being a rival could never have entered their heads. So they were genuinely sincere in their efforts at fixing her up, which they went about with the simple-minded womanly certainty that good toilette can make any face beautiful.
"No, no, dear, that dress won't do," said Lisa, backing off and looking obliquely at Princess Maria.
get her to fetch your maroon velvet. I mean it. You do realise this could decide your whole future. No, this one's too light. It won't do at all. It wasn't the dress that wouldn't do, but the princess's face and her figure. But this didn't occur to Mademoiselle Bourienne and the little princess. They still imagined that if they just swept her hair up, and put a blue ribbon in it, and arranged the blue sash down a little on her maroon dress, and so on, then all would be well. They were forgetting that nothing could change Princess Maria's frightened face and her figure, and however much they tinkered with its setting and adornment, the face itself would still look pathetically unattractive. Princess Maria submitted like a lamb, and after 2 or 3 failed attempts, her hair was scraped up on top of her head, which changed her completely and ruined her looks, and on went the best maroon velvet dress with the blue sash. The little princess walked around her a couple of times, straightened a fold here and eased the sash down there, and then looked at her, tilting her head first on one side and then the other. "No, it's still not right," she said firmly, throwing up her hands. "No, Marie, it just doesn't suit you. I like you better in your everyday frock, the little grey one. No, please, do it for me. Katya," she said to the maid, "bring the princess her grey dress, and, Mademoiselle Bourienne, you watch me arrange it," she said, smiling as she looked forward to an artistic pleasure. But when Katya brought the dress, Princess Maria was still sitting stolidly before the mirror, looking at her face, and in the mirror she could see her eyes brimming with tears and her mouth trembling. She was on the verge of breaking down and sobbing. "Come on, dear princess," said Mademoiselle Bourienne. "Just one more little try." The little princess took the dress from the maid and went over to Princess Maria. "Now we're going to do something nice and straightforward," she said. And the 3 voices, hers, Mademoiselle Bourienne's, and the giggling Katya's, blended into a kind of happy babble, like birds twittering. "No, leave me alone," said the princess, and there was so much urgency and suffering in her voice that the twittering stopped abruptly. They looked at the big, beautiful eyes, full of tears and of thoughts, looking back at them imploringly, and they saw that resistance would be useless, even cruel. "Please change your hairstyle," said the little princess. "I told you," she said reproachfully to Mademoiselle Bourienne, "that Marie has the kind of face that this style doesn't suit. It really doesn't. Change it, please." "Just leave me alone, I tell you. None of this makes any difference," said a voice near to tears. Mademoiselle Bourienne and the little princess had to admit to themselves that Princess Maria looked awful dolled up like this, far worse than usual. But it was too late. She was looking at them with an expression they knew all too well, one that was thoughtful and sad. The expression wasn't frightening. She was incapable of frightening anyone, but they knew that when that expression came over her face, she was going to be mute and immovable in anything she decided. "You will alter it, won't you?" asked Lisa, and when Princess Maria refused to reply, Lisa went out of the room. Princess Maria was left alone. She didn't do what Lisa had wanted. She didn't rearrange her hair. She didn't even glance at the mirror. With her eyes and hands drooping helplessly, she sat there daydreaming in silence. She dreamed of a husband, a man strong and masterful, an unimaginably attractive creature come to bear her off into an entirely different world of his own, a world of happiness. She dreamt of a child, her own baby, like the one she had seen with her old nurse's daughter only the day before, and saw it at her own breast, the husband standing there gazing tenderly at her and the child. But no, it's impossible. I'm too ugly, she thought. "Tea is served. The prince will be going in immediately," came the maid's voice through the door. She gave a start. horrified at what she had been thinking. And before going downstairs, she rose, went to her icons, fixed her eyes on one gently illuminated black countenance, a large image of the Saviour, and stood before it for several minutes with her hands together. Princess Maria's soul was racked with doubt. Could she ever know the joy of love, earthly love for a man? In her thoughts about marriage, Princess Maria dreamt of family happiness, a home with children, but her first, her strongest, her most secret desire was for earthly love. This feeling was at its strongest when she was trying hardest to conceal it from others, and even from herself.
"Oh, Lord God," she said, "how am I to subdue in my heart these thoughts that come from the devil? How am I to renounce for ever all evil thinking, so as to live at peace and fulfill thy will?"
And the moment she formed this question, God's answer came to her in her own heart. Desire nothing for thyself, seek for nothing, be not disturbed, envy not. Man's future and thy destiny shall be unknown to thee, but live in readiness for anything. If it be God's will to prove thee in the duties of marriage, be prepared to do his will. With this soothing thought in mind, though also hoping that her forbidden earthly dream still might come true, Princess Maria crossed herself with a sigh and went downstairs, with no thought for her dress, or how her hair was done, or how she would go in, or what she would find to say. What could all of this signify beside the predestined will of God, without whom not a hair falls from the head of man? Chapter 4. When Princess Maria came into the drawing-room, Prince Vasily and his son were already there, talking to the little princess and Mademoiselle Bourienne. She clomped in, heavily on her heels, and the gentleman and Mademoiselle Bourienne rose, while the little princess gestured towards her for the gentleman's sake and said, "This is Marie." Princess Maria saw them all and saw them in detail. She saw Prince Vasily falter at the sight of her and take on a serious look for a moment, though it soon turned into a smile. And she took in the little princess's face, watching the guests to see what they would make of her. Marie. She saw Mademoiselle Bourienne, too, with her ribbon, turning her pretty face towards him with a keener look than she had ever shown before. But him she could not see, only something big, bright and handsome that had moved towards her as she entered the room. Prince Vasily was the first to approach her, and she kissed his bald pate as he bent to kiss her hand, replying to a question from him. Yes, she remembered him very well. Then Anatoly came up to her. She still couldn't see him. All she felt was a strong, soft hand taking hers, and she allowed her lips to brush a white forehead beneath beautiful fair hair smelling of pomade. When she did glance at him, she was struck by his handsome looks. Anatoly was standing with his right thumb crooked around a button on his uniform, chest out and spine back, swinging one foot with his weight on the other leg, his head gently tilted as he glanced at the princess in breezy silence, obviously not taking her in at all. Anatoly was not a quick-witted or eloquent conversationalist, but he did have one attribute that is invaluable in society: composure, stemming from total self-confidence. If a man lacking in confidence says nothing when introduced, and lets people see that he knows his silence is wrong and he is struggling for something to say, the effect will be bad. But Anatoly said nothing as he swung his leg and cheerfully observed the princess's hairstyle. It was clear that he was capable of serenely saying nothing for a very long time. Anybody who finds silence embarrassing can always start talking, he seemed to imply. I'm not that way inclined. Besides that, in his dealings with the fair sex, Anatoly had mastered the special attitude that most effectively arouses a woman's curiosity, awe, and even love, an attitude of disdainful awareness of his own superiority. His manner seemed to say to them, "I know you, yes, I do, but why should I make the effort? That's just what you'd like me to do." He may not have actually thought this on meeting women, and probably didn't, because he was no great thinker at the best of times. But that was the impression created by his manner and attitude. Princess Maria sensed this, and, as if to show that she didn't expect to interest him, she turned away to his father. The conversation ranged widely, and was very animated, largely because of the little princess with her tiny voice and the little downy lip that kept popping up and down over her white teeth. She met Prince Vasily with the bantering tone so often adopted by outgoing, chatty people, seemingly based on a long-established fund of amusing stories, mutual jokes, and shared memories, some of them private, existing between two conversationalists, whereas there aren't really any shared memories at all, as in the case of Prince Vasily and the little princess. Prince Vasily was only too pleased to fall in with this tone, and the little princess managed to involve Anatoly in the non-existent amusing stories from their past, though she scarcely knew him. Mademoiselle Bourienne soon caught on, and even Princess Maria was pleased to feel herself being drawn into the fun of reminiscing. "Now, we're going to make the most of you, dear prince," said the little princess, in French, of course, to Prince Vasily. "Not like those evenings at Annette's when you were always running away. You do remember our dear Annette?" "Ah, yes, but you won't make me talk politics like Annette." "And our little tea table?" "Oh, yes." "Why were you never at Annette's?" the little princess asked Anatoly. "Oh, yes, I know," she said with a wink. "Your brother Hippolyte told me all about you." "Oh," she wagged a tiny finger at him, "and I know what you got up to in Paris." "But there's one thing Hippolyte didn't tell you," said Prince Vasily to his son, taking the little princess by the arm, as if she was trying to run away from him, and he had just managed to catch her. "He didn't tell you that he was eating his heart out for our sweet princess, and she showed him the door. She really is a pearl among women," he said, turning to Princess Maria. At the mention of Paris, Mademoiselle Bourienne was not going to miss the opportunity of joining them in their shared memories. She ventured to ask how long Anatoly had been away from Paris, and whether he liked the city. Anatoly, delighted to respond to the French girl, smiled, and stared at her as they talked about her homeland. The moment he had set eyes on the pretty mademoiselle, Anatoly had decided that even here at Bald Hills he might be in for a good time. Easy on the eye, he thought as he examined her. Quite something to look at, this lady's companion. I do hope Maria will bring her along when we're married, he mused. She's a nice little thing. Up in his room, the old prince was taking his time dressing, scowling as he wondered what to do. The visitors annoyed him. "Prince Vasily and his son? They're nothing to me. The old man is a stupid windbag, and his son can't be much better," he growled to himself. What annoyed him was that this visit raised in his mind a secret unanswered question that he was always running away from. Could he ever bear to part with his daughter and give her to a husband? The prince always avoided this direct question, because he knew in advance that any answer would involve the truth, and the truth would undermine not just his feelings, but the meaning of his whole life. Little as he appeared to value her, for the old prince, life without Princess Maria was unthinkable. "What would marriage do for her?" he thought. "Make her unhappy, that's for sure. Look at Lisa.
married to Andrei, and I don't think you'd find a better husband these days. She's not happy with her situation, and who would marry her for love? She's a plain girl and so gauche. They'd want her for her connections and her money. Old maids don't do too badly, do they? I think they're happier."
These were Prince Nikolai's thoughts as he dressed. But the long-deferred question now had to be resolved. It was obvious that Prince Vasily had brought his son to make a proposal, and within a day or two he would ask for a straight answer. The family name and their social standing were immaculate.
"Well, I'm not against it," the prince kept saying to himself. "I just hope he's worthy of her. One day we shall see," he said out loud. "One day we shall. One day."
And with his usual briskness he strode into the drawing-room and took in the whole scene at a single rapid glance. The little princess had changed her dress, Mademoiselle Bourienne was wearing a ribbon, Princess Maria's hair looked hideous, and the French girl and Anatoly were smiling at each other while his daughter was being left out of the conversation.
"She's dolled herself up like a fool," he thought, glaring furiously at his daughter. "Has she no shame? And he doesn't want to have anything to do with her."
He went over to Prince Vasily.
"Well, how'd you do? How'd you do? Glad to see you."
"Friendship smiles at 100 miles, said Prince Vasily, as always rapid, confident, and familiar in his speech. "This is my younger son. I hope he will win your favour and sympathy." Prince Nikolai examined Anatoly.
"Yes, a splendid young man," he said. "Well, come and give me a kiss," he added, offering a cheek.
Anatoly kissed the old man, and watched him with composure and curiosity, waiting for one of the idiosyncrasies his father had told him to expect. The old prince sat down in his usual place at one end of the sofa, pulled up an armchair for Prince Vasily, pointed to it, and began to ask him about political developments and the latest news. He pretended to be listening closely to what Prince Vasily was saying, but his eyes kept turning to Princess Maria.
"So, letters are coming from Potsdam now, are they?"
he repeated Prince Vasily's last words. Then he suddenly got up and went over to his daughter.
"So you've got yourself all dressed up like this for the visitors, have you?" he said. "You look very nice, I'm sure. A new hairstyle for the visitors. Well, in front of the visitors, I'm telling you this. In future, don't even change your dress without consulting me."
"Father, it was my fault,"
the little princess interceded, blushing.
"You may do whatever you want," said the old prince, with a mocking bow to his daughter-in-law, "but she has no need to disfigure herself. She's ugly enough as it is."
And he sat down again in his place, ignoring his daughter, who had by now been reduced to tears. "Oh, no, that hairstyle suits the princess very well," said Prince Vasily.
"Well, sir, this young prince, what's his name?" said the old prince, turning to Anatoly. "Come over here, let's have a talk and get to know each other."
"This is where the fun begins," thought Anatoly, and he smiled as he sat down by the old prince.
"Good, there we are. Now, my dear boy, they tell me you were educated abroad, not like your father and me, taught to read and write by the local deacon. Tell me, are you in the Horse Guards?" asked the old man, looking closely and insistently at Anatoly.
"No, I have transferred into the line," answered Anatoly, finding it hard not to laugh.
"Ah, a splendid thing. So you want to serve your Tsar and your country? These are times of war. A fine young man like you ought to be a serving soldier. Yes, a serving soldier, ordered to the front, eh?"
"No, Prince, our regiment has gone to the front, but I'm attached— What is it I'm attached to, Papa?" Anatoly turned to his father with a laugh.
"He's a credit to the service indeed. What am I attached to? Ha ha ha!"
laughed the old prince, and Anatoly laughed louder. Suddenly the old prince frowned.
"Off you go, then,"
he said to Anatoly. Smiling broadly, Anatoly returned to the ladies.
"So, you had them educated abroad, Prince Vasily, eh?" said the old prince.
"One did what one could. I must say the education there is much better than ours."
"Yes, it's all different now. Newfangled. A splendid boy, splendid. Well, let's go to my room."
He took Prince Vasily by the arm and led him away to his study. Alone with Bolkonsky, Prince Vasily lost no time in making known his hopes and his desires.
"What do you think?" said the old prince angrily. "I'm hanging on to her. I can't let go of her. The very idea!" he protested furiously. "I'd do it tomorrow. But I will say this, I want to know my future son-in-law better. You know my golden rule, everything out in the open. Tomorrow I shall ask her in your presence. If she says yes, let him stay on, and I'll see," the prince snorted. "Let her get married, I don't care," he screamed with the same piercing shriek as when he had said goodbye to his son.
"I'll be quite candid," said Prince Vasily, sounding like a crafty man who sees it's no use being crafty with such a sharp mind. "I know you can see right through people. Anatoly is no genius, but he's a good, honest boy, a fine son, and a family man."
Yes, we'll see about that."
As always, with lonely women, long deprived of male company, the moment Anatoly appeared on the scene, all three women in Prince Nikolai's house felt as one that they had not been living a real life until then. Suddenly, their thought processes, feelings, and powers of observation were 10 times sharper. It was as if lives spent in darkness had suddenly been flooded with a bright light, full of new meaning. Princess Maria forgot all about her face and hairstyle. The handsome, open face of the man who might turn out to be her husband absorbed her whole attention. He seemed so kind, brave, strong, manly, and noble. She was sure of it. Dreams of a future married life rose in her imagination by the thousand. She drove them away and tried to conceal them.
"But perhaps I'm being too cold with him," thought Princess Maria. "I'm trying to control myself because at the bottom of my heart I can feel myself getting too close to him. But still, he doesn't know what I think of him. He might even think I don't like him."
She tried to be nice to him, and didn't know how. "Poor girl, she is terribly ugly," Anatoly was thinking. Mademoiselle Bourienne had also been roused by Anatoly's arrival into a state of high excitement, but her thoughts were of a different order. Naturally, a beautiful young girl with no fixed position in society, with no friends or relations, not even a country of her own, was not looking forward to a life spent waiting on Prince Nikolai Bolkonsky, reading to him, and being a good friend to Princess Maria. Mademoiselle Bourienne had long been looking forward to the day when a Russian prince, sensitive enough to see her as superior to all those ugly, dowdy, clumsy Russian princesses, would fall in love with her and carry her off. Now he had come. Mademoiselle Bourienne remembered a favourite story of her aunt's, which she had adapted and loved to run over in her imagination. It was about a young girl who had been seduced, and her poor mother had appeared to her and reproached her for giving herself to a man without getting married. Mademoiselle was often moved to tears when she imagined herself telling him, her would-be seducer, this story. Now he was here, a real Russian prince. He would carry her off. Then my poor mother would come on the scene, and they would be married. This future history of hers had been unfolding in Mademoiselle Bourienne's mind all the time they were talking about Paris. Mademoiselle Bourienne was not a scheming woman. She certainly never planned ahead. But everything had been prepared within her long before this, and it had suddenly focused on Anatoly the moment he appeared, after which she longed to please him, and tried as hard as she could. As for the little princess, she was like an old war-horse hearing a trumpet blast, ready to gallop off into yet another flirtation, instinctively oblivious to her present situation, without a backward glance or the slightest qualm, her fun-loving heart full of nothing but simple gaiety. In female company, Anatoly usually adopted the pose of a man weary of being chased by women, but his vanity was pleasantly tickled by the effect he was having on these three women. More than that, he was beginning to feel towards the pretty and seductive Mademoiselle Bourienne the kind of animal passion that sometimes swept over him with amazing speed and urged him to indulge in the most reckless and boorish behaviour. After tea, the party moved into the sitting-room, and Princess Maria was asked to play the clavichord. Anatoly leant on one elbow opposite her, and close to Mademoiselle Bourienne. His eyes, full of fun and laughter, were fixed on Princess Maria. She was agonized and delighted to feel his eyes upon her. Her favourite sonata bore her away to a world of soulful poetry, and the feeling of his eyes upon her brought even more poetry into that world. But the look in Anatoly's eyes, which seemed to be directed at her, had rather more to do with the writhing of Mademoiselle's little foot, entwined with his under the piano. Mademoiselle Bourienne was also gazing at Princess Maria, and her lovely eyes also shone with a mixture of alarm, joy, and longing that was new to the princess.
"Oh, she does love me," Princess Maria was thinking. "How happy I am now, and shall be in the future with such a friend and such a husband. Dare I say husband?" she thought, not bold enough to glance at his face, but still sensing his eyes fixed upon her. When the party broke up after supper, Anatoly kissed Princess Maria's hand. Where she got the strength from she would never know, but as the handsome face came close to her, she managed to squint straight at it with her short-sighted eyes. After the princess, he went to kiss the hand of Mademoiselle Bourienne. This was discourteous, but he acted with composure and simplicity, and Mademoiselle Bourienne coloured, glancing in dismay at the princess. "She's so sensitive," thought Princess Maria. "How could Amélie, Mademoiselle's name, possibly imagine I might be jealous of her, and not value her tenderness and devotion to me?" She went over to Mademoiselle Bourienne and gave her a particularly warm kiss. Anatoly moved towards the little princess. "Oh, no, you don't, sir. When your father writes and tells me that you're being a good boy, then I shall give you my hand to kiss, but not before." And wagging her tiny finger at him, she left the room, smiling.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook, so please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program. This is Audible.
Chapter 5. They went to their rooms, and everyone, except Anatoly, who dropped off the moment he got into bed, took a long time to get to sleep that night.
"Is he really going to be my husband, that stranger, that good, handsome man? He is good, that's the most important thing," thought Princess Maria, and she was struck by the kind of terror she had scarcely ever felt before. She was afraid to turn her head. Was that someone standing there, behind the screen in the corner? It might be the devil, and he might be that man with the white forehead, black eyebrows, and red lips. She rang for her maid, and asked her to sleep in her room. Mademoiselle Bourienne strolled about the winter garden for a long time that evening,
waiting in vain for someone, smiling at someone, or else weepy at the thought of her poor mother, reproaching her for her fall. The little princess was uncomfortable in bed, and complained to her maid. She couldn't lie on her side or on her front. She felt weighed down and awkward in every position. Her big lump got in the way. Got in the way more than ever that night, because Anatoly's presence had transported her vividly back to another time when she didn't have it and had been light and carefree. She went and sat in a low chair in her dressing jacket and nightcap. Katya, sleepy and with dishevelled hair, turned the heavy feather bed and plumped it up for the third time, grumbling as she did so.
"I told you it was all bumps and hollows," the little princess insisted. "I want to get to sleep, so it can't be my fault." She spoke with a quavering voice, like a child on the verge of tears. The old prince also found sleep difficult. Tikhon, half asleep, could hear him stamping about and snorting in his anger. The old prince felt as though his daughter had been used to insult him. The insult was all the more hurtful for being levelled not at him, but at someone else, his daughter, whom he loved more than himself. He told himself to reconsider the whole business and decide what was right and what must be done. But instead of that, all he did was work himself up more and more.
"The first man that happens along, she forgets her father and everything else. She runs upstairs and has her hair all scraped up, then goes all coy. She's not the same woman, only too glad to drop her old father. And she knew I was bound to notice. Grr, grr, grr. They must think I'm blind. That fool has eyes for no one but that Boleyn girl. Must get rid of her. How can she have so little pride that she can't see it? If she can't show any pride for herself, can't she show some for me? I must show her that that young idiot isn't thinking about her. His eyes are on Boleyn. She has no pride, but I'll show her."
But the old prince knew that by telling his daughter she was making a mistake, and that Anatoly was busy flirting with Mademoiselle Bourienne, he would undermine her self-respect, and his cause, to avoid being parted from his daughter, would be lost. So eventually he began to calm down. He summoned Tikhon and began undressing.
"Damn them for coming here,"
he thought, as Tikhon slipped a nightshirt over his desiccated old body and his chest covered with grey hair.
"I didn't invite them. They come here and turn my life upside down, and there's not much of it left. Damn them," he mumbled, while his head was hidden in the nightshirt.
Tikhon was used to the prince's habit of sometimes thinking aloud, and his face didn't change when he encountered an inquiring, angry glare emerging from the nightshirt.
"In bed?" asked the prince.
Like any good valet, Tikhon had a flair for following his master's thoughts. He guessed that the question referred to Prince Vasily and his son.
"Their honours have retired and put out their lights, sir."
"They had no reason at all," the prince gabbled,
shuffling his feet into his slippers and his arms into his dressing gown before going over to the couch where he slept. Although nothing had been said between Anatoly and Mademoiselle Bourienne, they had a perfect understanding over the first part of their affair, up to the poor mother episode. Knowing they had much to say to each other in private, they watched from early morning for the first opportunity of meeting alone. As soon as the princess went in for the usual hour with her father, Mademoiselle Bourienne and Anatoly met in the winter garden. That morning, Princess Maria went to the study door even more flustered than usual. She could only imagine that everybody knew her fate would be settled today, and everybody knew what she thought of it all. She read this on Tikhon's face and on the face of Prince Vasily's valet, who met her in the corridor carrying hot water and bowed low to her. The old prince's attitude to his daughter that morning was extremely affectionate and forbearing. This look of forbearance on her father's face was only too well known to Princess Maria. It was the same look that came over his face when his withered hands were clenched with vexation at her failure to understand some arithmetical problem, after which he would get up and walk away, repeating the same words in a low voice over and over again. He began talking, rather formally, and came straight to the point.
"A proposal has been made to me on your behalf," he said with a forced smile. "I'm sure you must have guessed," he went on, "that Prince Vasily has not come here with his ward," inexplicably this was how the old prince referred to Anatoly, "to look at my beautiful eyes. Yesterday they made me a proposal on your behalf. You know my principles. I refer the matter to you."
"I don't think I understand you, father,"
said the princess, turning pale and red in turn.
"There's nothing to understand," cried her father angrily. "Prince Vasily finds you to his taste as a daughter-in-law and is proposing to you on behalf of his ward. That's all there is to it. How can you not understand? Well, come on, I'm waiting."
"I don't know about you, father," the princess whispered.
Me? Me? What's it got to do with me? Leave me out of it. I'm not the one getting married. What do you say? That is what it would be desirable to know."
The princess could see that her father was bitterly against it, but it suddenly occurred to her that now or never her life's destiny would be decided. She looked down to avoid the gaze which rendered her incapable of thought, incapable of anything but her usual deference.
"My only wish is to do your will," she said. "But if I had to express my own desire—"
Before she could finish, the prince cut her short.
"Well, that's splendid then," he shouted. "He'll go off with you and your dowry and take Mademoiselle Bourrienne along too. She'll be his wife, and you—"
The prince stopped. He could see the effect of these words on his daughter. She had lowered her head and was on the verge of tears.
"Now, listen, I was only joking," he said. "Remember this, Princess, I stick to the rule that a girl has every right to choose, and I give you complete freedom. Remember this, your happiness in life depends on your decision. No need to worry about me."
"But I don't know, father."
"There's nothing to talk about. He'll do what he's told, whether it's marrying you or anybody else, but you are at liberty to choose. Now, go to your room, think it over, come back in an hour's time, and say yes or no in his presence. I know you will pray for guidance. Well, pray if you like, only you'd be better off thinking. Off you go. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no?"
He kept on shouting, long after the princess had tottered out of the room, as if she was groping her way through a fog. Her fate had been decided, and her happiness was now secure. But what had her father said about Mademoiselle Bourrienne? That had been a horrible jibe. Of course it wasn't true, but it was still horrible, and she couldn't get it out of her mind. She walked straight on through the winter garden, seeing and hearing nothing, when she was suddenly brought to her senses by a familiar voice whispering. It was Mademoiselle Bourrienne. She looked up, and not 2 paces away saw Anatoly, with his arms round the French girl, whispering to her. Anatoly whipped round and looked at Princess Maria with a horrified expression on his handsome face, but he was in no hurry to let go of Mademoiselle Bourrienne's waist, who hadn't yet seen her.
"Who's that? What do you want?
Wait a minute," was the message on Anatoly's face. Princess Maria gazed blankly at them. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Then at last, Mademoiselle Bourienne gave a cry and fled. Anatoly bowed to Princess Maria with a sweet smile, as if inviting her to share his amusement at this strange turn of events, and then, with a shrug, he went in through the door leading to his room. Within the hour, Tikhon came to summon Princess Maria to the old prince, adding that Prince Vasily was with him. When Tikhon came, Princess Maria was sitting on the sofa in her room with her arms around a weeping Mademoiselle Bourienne. Princess Maria was softly stroking her hair. Her lovely eyes shone with the serenity of old as she gazed with warm love and commiseration into Mademoiselle Bourienne's pretty little face.
"Oh, Princess, I have lost your art forever,"
Mademoiselle Bourienne was saying.
"Why, I love you more than ever,"
said Princess Maria,
"and I shall try to do everything in my power to make you happy. But you must despise me. You are so pure. You could never understand a passionate longing like this. Oh, only my poor mother. I understand everything,"
said Princess Maria with the saddest of smiles.
"Now, you calm down, my dear. I'm going to see father,"
she said, and went out. Prince Vasily was sitting there with one leg crossed high over the other, snuff-box in hand, his face suffused with emotion so extreme that he seemed ruefully embarrassed by his own sensitivity. When she came in, he took a hasty pinch of snuff.
"Ah, my dear girl,
he said, rising to take hold of both her hands. He heaved a sigh and went on.
My son's destiny is in your hands. Make your decision, good, dear, sweet Marie, whom I have always loved like my own daughter."
He stood back. There were real tears in his eyes.
"Rumph!"
snorted the old prince.
"On behalf of his ward, his son, the prince is making a proposal to you. Do you or do you not wish to be the wife of Prince Anatoly Kuragin? Yes or no?" he shouted. "After which I reserve the right to express an opinion of my own. Yes, my own opinion, and nobody else's."
This to Prince Vasily in response to a beseeching look.
"Yes or no? What have you to say?"
"My wish, father, is never to leave you, never to separate my life from yours. I do not wish to marry,"
she said with certainty, turning her lovely eyes on Prince Vasily and her father.
"Nonsense! Fiddlesticks, stuff, and nonsense!"
roared the old prince with a great scowl. He took his daughter's hand, pulled her towards him, bent over without kissing her to place his forehead against hers so they were just touching, and squeezed her hand so violently that she winced and cried out. Prince Vasily rose to his feet.
"My dear girl, I must say this is a moment I shall never forget. Never. But you are so kind. Can you not leave us some small hope of touching such a good and generous heart? Say that perhaps one day, the future is so vast, perhaps one day—"
"Prince, I have told you all that is in my heart. You do me honour, and I thank you. But I shall never be your son's wife."
"Well, that's it, my dear fellow. It's been so nice to see you, so nice to see you. Go to your room, Princess. Go along now," said the old prince. "It's been so nice to see you," he kept repeating as he embraced Prince Vasily.
"My vocation is different," Princess Maria was telling herself. "My happiness will be in other people's happiness, the happiness of love and self-sacrifice. Whatever it costs, I must make poor Amélie happy. She is so passionately in love with him. She is so passionately penitent. I shall do all I can to arrange for them to be married. If he's not rich, I shall give her some money. I shall ask Father, I shall ask Andrei. I'll be so happy when she is his wife. She's so unhappy now, a stranger all alone and helpless. Oh, Lord, how passionately she must love him to be able to forget herself like that. Who knows? I might have done the same thing, thought Princess Maria.
Chapter 6. It had been some time since the Rostovs had had any news of their little Nikolai. It was midwinter before one day a letter was handed to Count Rostov with what he recognized as his son's handwriting on the envelope. Letter in hand, and dreading the worst, the Count tiptoed rapidly off to his room, trying not to be noticed, shut himself in, and began to read. Anna Mikhailovna soon found out about the letter. Nothing escaped her in that house, and stole silently in to see the Count. She caught him, still holding the letter, and simultaneously sobbing and laughing. She still lived with the Rostovs despite the upturn in her fortune.
My dear friend,
Anna Mikhailovna inquired gravely, ready to offer any kind of sympathy. This made the Count sob more violently.
Little Nikolai. The letter. Wounded. He was. My dear friend. My darling boy. Wounded. My little Countess. Commissioned. How can I tell my little Countess?
Anna Mikhailovna sat down beside him, used her own handkerchief to wipe his eyes, and then the tear-stained letter, dried her own tears, read the letter through, reassured the Count, and decided she would spend the afternoon preparing the Countess, and after tea, with God's help, she would tell her everything. Over dinner, Anna Mikhailovna talked about the rumours from the war front and dear little Nikolai. Twice she asked when they had last heard from him, though she knew perfectly well, and then she thought they might well get a letter from him soon, perhaps this very day. Whenever these hints looked as if they were disturbing the Countess, and she began to direct worried looks, first at the Count and then Anna Mikhailovna, Anna adroitly turned the conversation to something trivial. Natasha, who was more sensitive to subtleties of intonation, meaningful glances, and facial expressions than anyone else in the family, immediately pricked up her ears and sensed something between her father and Anna Mikhailovna, something to do with her brother, and she knew that Anna Mikhailovna was preparing the ground. For all her boldness, Natasha knew how touchy her mother was over anything to do with their dear Nikolai, so she decided it was best not to ask any questions over dinner. Not that she could eat anything. She was too excited to eat. She just kept wriggling on her chair, ignoring the protests of her governess. Once dinner was over, she hurtled after Anna Mikhailovna, raced across the sitting room, and flung herself on her neck.
Auntie, darling, do tell me what's happening. Nothing, my dear. Oh, no. You darling, sweet, lovely angel, I won't stop. I know you know something.
Anna Mikhailovna shook her head.
You are a sharp little thing, she said. Is it a letter from dear Nikolai? It is, cried Natasha, reading an affirmative signal on Anna Mikhailovna's face. Shh, for heaven's sake, be careful. You know it could be a real shock for your mother. I will, but tell me about it. You won't? All right, I'll go and tell her now.
Anna Mikhailovna told Natasha roughly what was in the letter, on condition that she wouldn't tell anyone.
On my honour, said Natasha, crossing herself, I won't tell anyone.
And she rushed off to tell Sonia. She broke the news with triumphant delight.
It's Nikolai, wounded, a letter. Nikolai,
was all Sonia could manage, her face instantly drained of colour. Seeing Sonia so badly affected by the news that her brother had been wounded, Natasha suddenly became aware of the sad side of it all. She rushed over to Sonia, hugged her,
and began to cry. "Lightly wounded, but commissioned as an officer, and now he's all right. He says so himself," she forced out through her tears. "Oh, I can see you women are all cry-babies," said Petya, marching boldly up and down the room. "Me, I'm just glad, very, very glad that my brother has distinguished himself. All you can do is blubber about it. You don't understand the first thing about it." Natasha smiled through her tears. "You didn't read the letter, did you?" asked Sonia. "No, but she said it's all over and he's an officer." "Thank God for that," said Sonia, crossing herself. "But she might not have been telling the truth. Let's go and see Mamma." Petya was still marching around the room in silence. "If I'd been where Nikolai was, I'd have killed a lot more Frenchmen," he said. "They're a lot of savages. I'd have kept on killing them till they were lying around in heaps," Petya went on. "Don't talk like that, Petya. You're being silly." "I'm not being silly. Silly people cry when there's nothing to cry about," said Petya. "Can you still remember him?" Natasha asked suddenly, after a moment's silence. Sonia smiled. "Who? Nikolai?" "No, Sonia, not just remember him, really remember him. Everything about him," said Natasha with an eager gesture, as if wanting to put real strength behind her words. "I can remember Nikolai, remember him quite well," she said. "But I can't remember Boris. I can't remember him at all." "What do you mean, you can't remember Boris?" Sonia asked in some surprise. "No, I don't really mean I can't remember him. I know what he's like, but I remember Nikolai much better. I only have to close my eyes, and I can see him, but not Boris." She closed her eyes. "No, there's nothing there." "Oh, Natasha," said Sonia, looking away all solemn and serious, as if she thought Natasha was unworthy of what she was now going to say, or as if she was saying it to a different person who was not someone to joke with. "I have fallen in love with your brother, and whatever happens to him or me, I shall never stop loving him for the rest of my life." Natasha gazed at Sonia, too surprised and puzzled to speak. She sensed that what Sonia was talking about was true, that such love did exist, only she had never known anything like it. She believed it might happen, but she couldn't understand it. "Are you going to write to him?" she asked. Sonia sank into thought. The question of how she should write to Nikolai, or whether she should write at all, was worrying her. Now that he was an officer and a wounded hero, was this the right time for her to remind him that she existed, and that he had undertaken certain obligations towards her? "I really don't know. I suppose if he writes to me, I'll write back," she said, blushing. "You won't be too embarrassed to write to him?" Sonia smiled. "No." "Oh, I'd be too embarrassed to write to Boris. I'm not going to." "Why should you be?" "I don't know. I just feel awkward and embarrassed." "I know why," said Petya, still stinging from Natasha's earlier comment. "Because she fell in love with that fat man with the glasses." This was what Petya called his namesake, now Count Bezukhov. "And now she's in love with that there singer," meaning Natasha's Italian singing master. "That's why she's embarrassed." "Petya, you are stupid," said Natasha. "No stupider than you, ma'am," said 9-year-old Petya, for all the world like an elderly brigadier. The Countess had been prepared by Anna Mikhailovna's hints over dinner. Back in her room,
She sat down in an armchair to gaze long and hard at the miniature of her son painted on her snuff-box lid, and her eyes were watering. Anna Mikhailovna now tiptoed over to the Countess's room with the letter and stopped at the door.
"Don't you come in," she said to the old Count, who was following her. "You can come in later."
And she closed the door after her. The Count put his ear to the keyhole and listened. At first he could hear them talking about this and that, but then there was only Anna Mikhailovna's voice speaking, and she went on and on until she was interrupted by a little shriek, followed by a short silence, and then both voices were talking in tones of delight. Then he heard footsteps approaching, and there was Anna Mikhailovna opening the door. She wore a proud look, like a surgeon who has performed a tricky amputation and now invites the public in to admire his skill.
"It is done,"
she announced triumphantly, motioning the Count in to see the Countess, who, with the snuff-box and portrait in one hand and the letter in the other, was pressing her lips first to one and then to the other. On seeing the Count, she held out both arms to him, embraced his bald head, looked over it at the letter and the portrait, and then pushed the bald head slightly to one side so she could press them to her lips again. Vera, Natasha, Sonia, and Petya came into the room, and the reading of the letter began. It contained a brief description of the march, the 2 battles in which their dear Nikolai had taken part, and his promotion, and it said that he kissed the hands of his mamma and papa, asking for their blessing, and sent kisses to Vera, Natasha, and Petya. Greetings also to Monsieur Schelling, Madame Schoss, and his old nurse, and a special kiss from him to his darling Sonia, whom he still loved and remembered as always. This made Sonia blush till her eyes watered. To get away from the staring eyes, she ran out into the hall, chased about, whirled round, and then sank to the floor, her skirts ballooning, her face flushed and beaming. The Countess was weeping.
"What can you be crying about, Mamma?" asked Vera. "From what he writes, we ought to be celebrating, not crying."
This was true, of course, but the Count and the Countess and Natasha all looked at her reproachfully.
"Who does she think she is?"
thought the Countess. Nikolai's letter was read out hundreds of times, and anyone considered worthy of hearing it had to come in to see the Countess, who never let go of it. The tutors went in, the nurses, Mitenka, and several acquaintances. Every time the Countess read the letter, she did so with renewed enjoyment, and every time she discovered new virtues in her dear son Nikolai. How strange it seemed, how extraordinary, and how delightful to think that her son, the little baby whose tiny limbs had stirred within her 20 years ago, the subject of many a row with the Count for spoiling him, that son, whose first little words she remembered so well, that son was now far away in a foreign land, in strange surroundings, a war hero, all on his own, with no help or guidance, doing a man's job. The age-old experience of people the world over, which tells us that babies in their cradles grow up bit by bit into men, meant nothing to the Countess. Every stage in Nikolai's ascent to manhood had come as a shock to her. It was as if there had never been millions and millions of other men growing up the same way. 20 years before, she couldn't believe that the little creature lying somewhere under her heart would one day cry out and suck her breast and learn to talk, and now she couldn't believe that the same little creature could have turned into such a strong, brave man, an example to all, if his letter was anything to go by.
"Oh, his descriptions! He writes with such style," she said, rereading the descriptive passages. "And such a dear soul, not a word about himself, not a word. There's a lot about a man called Denisov, though I wouldn't be surprised if he himself was the bravest of them all. He doesn't say anything about his suffering. Such a kind heart. How like him it is. He's thought of everyone. No one forgotten. I've always said it, always. When he was that high, I always used to say—" It took them more than a week of hard work on rough drafts and fair copies to compose letters to Nikolai from all the household. Under the eagle eye of the Countess, and with the Count's careful assistance, cash to cover the outfit of a young officer and various necessary items were put together. The pragmatic Anna Mikhailovna had succeeded in obtaining special patronage for herself and her son while he was in the army, and this even extended to correspondence. Any letters from her could be addressed to the Grand Duke Constantin, who was in command of the Guards. The Rostovs assumed that "the Russian Guards serving abroad" was an adequate address, and if a letter reached the Grand Duke in command of the Guards, there was no reason why it shouldn't get through to the Pavlograd regiment, which must surely be serving somewhere not too far away. And so it was decided to send the letters and the money to Boris via the Grand Duke's special messenger, and it would be up to Boris to have them forwarded to Nikolai. There were letters from the Count, the Countess, Petya, Vera, Natasha, and Sonia. 6,000 roubles for his kitting out, and a few other bits and pieces that the Count wanted his son to have. Chapter 7. On the 12th of November, Kutuzov's fighting forces were camped near Olmütz, getting ready to be inspected the following day by the two emperors of Russia and Austria. The Guards, who had only just marched in from Russia, had spent the night 10 miles outside Olmütz, and by 10 o'clock the next morning they stood ready for inspection in the town square. That day, Nikolai Rostov had received a note from Boris, informing him that the Izmailov regiment was bivouacked for the night 10 miles outside Olmütz, and he hoped to see him so he could hand over a letter and some money. The money would be particularly welcome just now, with the troops back from the front garrisoned near Olmütz, and the camp swarming with well-stocked hawkers and Austrian Jews offering tempting wares of every kind. The Pavlograd Hussars had held a string of good dinners celebrating honours received in the field, and not a few trips into Olmütz, where a certain Hungarian lady, by the name of Caroline, had recently opened a restaurant with girls as waitresses. Rostov was fresh from celebrating his commission as a cornet. He had also bought Denisov's horse Bedouin, and borrowed extensively from comrades and camp hawkers. On receiving Boris's note, Rostov rode to Olmütz with a friend, had dinner, drank a bottle of wine, and then rode on alone to the Guards' camp to seek out his childhood friend. Rostov had not yet got his uniform. He was wearing a shabby cadet's jacket with a private's cross, equally shabby riding breeches lined with worn leather, and an officer's sword with the usual ribbon. The Don horse he was riding had been bought from a Cossack during the campaign. He wore a crumpled hussar's cap, rakishly shoved back and to one side. As he rode towards the Izmailov camp, he was thinking of the fine figure he would cut for Boris and his friends by looking every inch the hussar recently under fire at the front. The Guards had treated their march like a pleasant excursion, flaunting their smartness and discipline. They had come by easy stages, their knapsacks being carried for them in wagons, and at every halt the Austrian government had ensured that the officers dined well. The regiments paraded into and out of every town to the music of a military band, and the Guards prided themselves on having followed the Grand Duke's order to the letter by having the men march in step every inch of the way, with the officers also on foot and properly spaced. Throughout the march, Boris had walked and bivouacked beside Berg, now a captain. Berg, who had been promoted during the march, had ingratiated himself with his superior officers by hard work and a punctilious attitude, and had set up financial arrangements much to his advantage.
Boris, meanwhile, had made a number of useful contacts, and had used a reference from Pierre to make the acquaintance of Prince Andrei Bolkonsky, through whom he aspired to a post on the staff of the Commander-in-Chief. Well rested from the previous day's march, Berg and Boris were playing chess at a round table in their spotless quarters, nicely turned out in their smart uniforms. Berg had a hooker gripped between his knees. It was Berg's move, and without taking his eyes off his opponent's face, Boris was building a neat little pyramid of draftsmen with his slender white fingers. Totally absorbed in the game, he was, as always, concentrating on the thing in hand. "Well, how are you going to get out of that?" he said. "We'll do what we can," answered Berg, touching a pawn and immediately taking away his hand. At that instant the door opened.
"Found you at last!" shouted Rostov. "And Berg too! Hey, you, petits enfants allez coucher dormir!" he cried, mimicking the French of their old nurse, a joke that he had once shared with Boris. "My, how you've changed!" Boris got up to welcome Rostov, and as he rose, he held on to the board and put back some pieces that had been knocked over. He was about to embrace his friend, but Nikolai drew back. With a young person's dislike of well-trodden ways, the urge to avoid imitation, to express oneself in a personal and original way, not to do the conventional things that older people did, often hypocritically, Nikolai felt like doing something special on meeting his friend. He wanted somehow to pinch his arm or give him a little shove, anything rather than kiss him, which was what people always did on these occasions. Boris was quite the opposite. He embraced Rostov in an easy, friendly manner and gave him the usual 3 kisses. They hadn't seen each other for nearly 6 months. Young as they were, just setting out on life's journey, they now saw immense changes in each other, new reflections of the differing social circumstances in which they had taken their first steps. Both had indeed changed considerably since their last meeting, and both were desperately keen to show just how much they had changed. "Well, you damned floor polishers, all neat and tidy as if you've been out for a little stroll," said Rostov, pointing to his own mud-stained riding breeches. He spoke in a rich baritone, and looked a military man, which was new to Boris. The German landlady looked round the door at the sound of Rostov's loud voice. "Pretty little thing, eh?" said he with a wink. "You're a bit too loud. It frightens them," said Boris. "I didn't expect you today," he added. "I only sent the note yesterday, through a friend of mine called Bolkonsky. He's one of Kutuzov's adjutants. I didn't expect him to get it to you so quickly. Well, how are you? You've been under fire, then?" asked Boris. Instead of answering, Rostov, now the complete soldier, dangled the George Cross hanging from the braid of his uniform and pointed to his bandaged arm before glancing at Berg with a smile. "As you see," he said. "Yes, indeed," said Boris, smiling. "And we've had a splendid march, too. You probably know the Tsarevich came along with us all the way, so we did have a few extras and advantages. In Poland, oh, the parties, the dinners, the balls! I can't begin to tell you. And the Tsarevich was very gracious to all our officers." And both friends began telling their stories, the one describing the hussars and their hijinks, and then what it was like to be at the front, while the other went on about the pleasures and luxuries of service under people of the highest rank. "Oh, you guards," said Rostov. "Anyway, do send for some wine." Boris frowned. "Well, if you really want some," he said, and he went over to the bed, took a purse out from under the clean pillows, and ordered some wine. "Oh, yes, I ought to give you your letter and money," he added. Rostov took the letter, threw the money down on the sofa, propped both elbows on the table, and started to read. He had only read a line or two when he turned and gave Berg an angry look. Meeting his eyes, Rostov stuck the letter in front of his face.
I see they sent you a decent lot of money, said Berg, looking at the heavy purse that sank into the sofa. I suppose we just about manage on our pay. Count, take me for instance.
I say, Berg, old fellow, said Rostov, when you get a letter from home and meet somebody close who you want to talk things over with, well, if I'm on the scene, I'll clear off straight away so as not to get in the way. Listen, please go anywhere at all. I don't damn well care where you go, he cried. But then he took Berg by the shoulder, gave him the warmest of looks, obviously keen to soften his rudeness, and added, Don't be angry with me, old fellow. I'm just talking straight to someone I've known for a long time.
Don't worry, Count. I quite understand, said Berg, getting to his feet and speaking half to himself in a kind of muffled, throaty growl.
Go and see the people of the house. You've been invited, put in Boris.
Berg put on an immaculately clean coat without a mark on it, looked in the mirror to brush his hair up at the temples in the style made fashionable by the Emperor himself, watched Rostov's face until he was sure that his coat had been noticed, and left the room with a sweet smile on his face.
Oh dear, I've behaved like an animal, said Rostov, turning to the letter. What do you mean? Oh, I've been a real swine, not writing, and giving them such a scare. What a swine I am, he repeated, his face all flushed. Anyway, did you send Gavrilo for some wine? Come on then, let's have a drink, he said. The letters from home included a note of recommendation to Prince Bagration, suggested by Anna Mikhailovna, obtained through various contacts by Countess Rostov, and now sent on to her son for him to deliver and make use of. Stupid nonsense! A fat lot of good, that is, said Rostov, throwing the letter under the table. Why did you throw it away? Asked Boris. Oh, it's some sort of reference. What the devil do I need a letter like that for? What the devil do you need it for? Said Boris, picking it up and reading the heading. This letter could be very useful to you. I've got everything I need, and I'm not going to be anybody's adjutant. Why not? Asked Boris. It's a flunkey's job. Still the great thinker, I see, said Boris with a shake of his head. And you're still the great diplomat, but that's not the point. Anyway, how have you been getting on? Asked Rostov. Well, you can see. So far everything's fine, but I don't mind admitting I'd be very glad to make adjutant and not get stuck in the front line. Why? Well, if you go in for a military career, you might as well try and make it as brilliant a career as you can. Oh, I see, said Rostov, obviously miles away. He was staring closely into his friend's eyes, thinking about something else, looking in vain for the solution to some question or other. Old Gavrila brought in the wine. Shall we send for Alphonse now? Said Boris. He'll drink with you. I can't. Yes, do. How are you getting on with our Teutonic friend? Asked Rostov with a disdainful smile. He's a very, very nice, decent, pleasant fellow, said Boris. Rostov stared again into Boris's face and sighed. Berg came back in, and over a bottle the conversation between the three officers grew animated. The guardsmen told Rostov about their march, and how they had been celebrated in Russia, in Poland, and abroad. They talked of the sayings and doings of their commander, the Grand Duke, and told stories about his kind-heartedness and his short temper. Berg held back, as usual, when the subject didn't concern him personally. But when it came to the Grand Duke's temper, he enjoyed telling how he had once fallen foul of the Grand Duke in Galicia, when His Highness was doing the rounds of the regiments, and had got himself worked up over some irregularity in the troop movements. With the same sweet smile on his face, he described how the Grand Duke had ridden up to him in a towering rage, shouting, "Arnauts!" This insult, normally reserved for Albanians serving in the Turkish army,
being the Tsarevich's favourite term of abuse when he lost his temper, and how he had asked for the captain. Believe it or not, Count, I wasn't terribly bothered, because I knew I was in the right. I don't mean to boast, you understand, Count, but I think I can claim to know the regimental rule-book backwards, and the standing orders too. I know them as well as I know the Lord's Prayer. So you see, Count, in my company nothing gets overlooked, and I had nothing on my conscience, so I stepped forward. Berg stood up and rehearsed how he had come forward with his hand at the salute. You couldn't have imagined anything more deferential on a man's face, or anything more confident. Well, then he laid into me, on and on for dear life, dear death for me, yelling Arnauts, damn and blast, Siberia, said Berg with a knowing smile. I knew I was in the right, so I kept quiet. Wouldn't you have done, Count? Have you lost your tongue? He roared at me. I just kept quiet, and you know what, Count? Next day there wasn't a word about it in the orders of the day. It just shows all you have to do is keep cool, said Berg, pulling at his pipe and sending up smoke rings. Oh yes, well done, said Rostov with a smile. But Boris could see that Rostov was preparing to make fun of Berg, so he shrewdly changed the subject by asking Rostov to tell them how and where he had been wounded. That pleased Rostov, and he launched into his story, getting more and more excited as he told it. His version of the battle at Schöngrabern was the usual version of a man who has been in a battle. He tells it as he would have liked it to have been, or as described by someone else, or in a version that just sounds good, anything but the way it really happened. Rostov was an honest young man, who would never tell a deliberate lie. He set out with every intention of describing exactly what had occurred, but imperceptibly, unconsciously, and inevitably he drifted into falsehood. If he had told the truth to these two, who had heard as many descriptions of cavalry charges as he had their own clear idea of what a charge was like, and were expecting something similar, either they wouldn't have believed him, or worse still, they would have assumed it was Rostov's fault for not managing to do what was normally done by narrators of cavalry charges. He couldn't just tell them that they'd been trotting forward together when he fell off his horse, sprained his arm, and then ran as hard as he could into a wood to get away from a Frenchman. Besides, to tell everything exactly as it happened would have demanded enough self-control to say only what happened and nothing else. To tell the truth is a very difficult thing, and young people are hardly ever capable of it. His listeners were expecting to hear him describe how he had felt himself burning with excitement, stormed the enemy's square defences, oblivious to everything, hacked his way in, mown men down right, left, and centre, tasted blood with his sabre before collapsing from exhaustion, and all the rest. And that's what he did describe. He was in mid-story, and had got to the point where he was saying, "You can't imagine that feeling of fury during the charge," when in walked Prince Andrei Bolkonsky, whom Boris had been expecting. Prince Andrei liked to help and encourage younger men, and was flattered when they wanted his patronage. He was well disposed to Boris, who had impressed him the day before, and he was now keen to do whatever the young man wanted him to do. Fresh from delivering some documents from Kutuzov to the Tsarevich, he had called in on Boris, hoping to find him alone. When he came into the room and saw the Hussar holding forth about his exploits in the field, Prince Andrei couldn't stand the kind of man who liked doing this. He gave Boris a warm smile, but frowned and screwed up his features as he turned to Rostov with a slight bow. He then eased his tired body languidly down onto a sofa, regretting that he had dropped in on such disagreeable company. Rostov saw all this and flared up, but it didn't matter. This man was nothing to him. One glance at Boris told him that he too seemed embarrassed by the battle-scarred hussar. Despite Prince Andrei's off-hand, sneering manner, and the contempt in which Rostov, a fighting man who knew what action was, held staff adjutants in general, and the newcomer was clearly one of them, he still felt embarrassed, blushed, and stopped talking. Boris inquired what the latest news was at staff headquarters. Without being indiscreet, surely he could say something about future developments. "They seem likely to advance," answered Bolkonsky, clearly reluctant to say more in front of other people. Berg took the opportunity to ask with great deference whether the company captain's forage allowance was to be doubled, as he had heard. To this Prince Andrei replied with a smile that he could offer no opinion on such vital matters of state, and Berg laughed with delight. "Oh, about that little matter of yours," said Prince Andrei, turned back to Boris. "We'll have a word later," and he glanced at Rostov. "Come and see me after the inspection, and we'll see what can be done." Then, looking around the room, he picked out Rostov, who was in a desperate state of childish pique, bordering on truculence, which until now he had seen fit to ignore. "I believe you were talking about Schöngraben. Were you there?" "Yes, I was," Rostov said aggressively, an obvious insult to the adjutant. Bolkonsky could see the state he was in, and it seemed to amuse him. There was mockery in his smile. "Oh yes, they do go on about that engagement, don't they?" "Yes, they do," said Rostov in a loud voice, glaring at Boris as well as Bolkonsky with sudden fury in his eyes. "Maybe they do go on a bit, but the ones who are going on about it are men who've been under fire. They have something to go on about, not like nobodies on the staff who pick up honours for doing nothing." "A category to which you assume I belong," said Prince Andrei, with a relaxed manner and a particularly pleasant smile. Rostov felt moved by a strange feeling of hostility, tempered with respect for the tranquil bearing of this person. "Well, I don't know about you," he said. "I don't know you, and frankly, I don't want to. I'm talking about staff officers in general." "Just let me say this," Prince Andrei interrupted in a tone of quiet authority. "You're doing your best to insult me, and I must accept it's not a hard thing to do if you are going to go on showing your own lack of self-respect. But I'm sure you'll agree this is neither the time nor the place for a squabble. In a few days' time we shall be taking part in a real duel much more serious than this, and incidentally, Boris Drubetskoy tells me he's an old friend of yours. It's not his fault that you don't like the look of my face. Anyway," he said, getting up, "you know who I am and where you can find me. And don't forget," he added, "I don't consider either of us to have been insulted. My advice to you, as an older man, is to let the matter drop. So, Friday then, after the inspection, I'll be expecting you, Drubetskoy. Goodbye till then," Prince Andrei concluded, and he went out, bowing to them both. By the time Rostov thought of a suitable answer, he had gone, and he was all the more livid for not having thought of it in time. He had his horse brought round at once, took leave of Boris coldly, and rode off. What should he do? Ride over to headquarters tomorrow and challenge that stuck-up adjutant, or really let the matter drop? The question worried him all the way back. One moment he thought vindictively how much pleasure he would take in scaring that overbearing, feeble little shrimp with his pistol, and the next he was surprised to find himself thinking there was no one he would rather have as a friend than that insufferable adjutant. Chapter 8. The day after Rostov's visit to Boris, there was to be a general review of the troops, Austrian and Russian, including the reinforcements freshly arrived from Russia and the troops back from campaigning with Kutuzov. The Russian emperor was accompanied by his heir, the Tsarevich, and the Austrian by the Archduke, and together they were to review the Allied forces, an army of 80,000 men. From early morning, the troops, all spick and span, had begun moving out onto the plain before the fortress and lining up. Banners flapped in the breeze, legs marched, and bayonets moved in thousands, halting at the word of command, turning, forming up, and spacing out, blocks of infantry in different uniforms wheeling around each other. The cavalry jingled into position with a steady clip-clop, smartly turned out in blue, red, and green braided uniforms and riding black, chestnut, and grey horses, the bandsmen in front covered with frills. Between the infantry and the cavalry came the artillery, a long line of buffed and gleaming cannons trembling on their carriages, clanging as they trundled past, linstocks reeking and rolled into their appointed places. Not only the generals in full dress uniform with scarves and medals, all of them, fat or thin, impossibly squeezed in at the waist and with red necks squished into stiff collars, not only the pomaded, dandified officers, but every last well-scrubbed and clean-shaven soldier with his weapons buffed to the last degree of brilliance, every horse groomed till its coat shone like stain, with every hair lying true on its dampened mane, all of them felt they were doing something profound, solemn, and serious. Every general and every soldier was aware of his own insignificance, like a tiny grain of sand in an ocean of humanity, yet as a part of that vast whole they sensed a huge collective strength. Since early morning it had been all tension, bustle, and hard work, but by 10 o'clock everything was in place. Serried ranks of soldiers stood up upon the vast plain, an entire army stretched out in 3 lines, cavalry in front, artillery next, infantry at the rear. The different branches of service were separated by gaps almost as wide as streets, and the army was sharply divided into 3 sections: Kutuzov's men, with the Pavlograd Hussars front right, the newly arrived line regiments and guards, and the Austrian troops. But they all stood in a single line under a single command, and in similar order. Like a wind rustling the leaves, a murmur of excitement swept through the ranks. "They're here! They're here!" Nervous voices called out, and the troops stirred with a flurry of finishing touches. A group of horsemen came into sight, moving towards them from Olmütz, and at that very moment, although there hadn't been any wind before, a faint breeze fluttered over the army, stirring the streamers on the lances and setting the unfurled colours flapping against their staffs. It was as if the army were quivering with joy as the emperors approached. A single voice called out, "Attention!" Other voices took up the call like cockerels crowing at dawn. Then silence. The deathly stillness was broken only by the clip-clop of hooves. It was the emperors and their suite. As the 2 monarchs rode up to one flank, the trumpets of the 1st Cavalry Regiment struck up a military march. The sound appeared not to come from the buglers, but as a spontaneous burst of music from the army itself, delighted at the emperor's arrival. Through the music, only one voice could be heard clearly, the genial, youthful tones of Emperor Alexander. He gave a few words of greeting, and the 1st Regiment roared out, "Hurrah!" The sound was so deafening, so prolonged and ecstatic, that the men themselves felt a great shock, realizing the strength and enormity of their mass. Rostov was standing in the front ranks of Kutuzov's army, those which the Tsar approached first, and he was seized by the same feeling as every other soldier in that army, a feeling of utter self-forgetfulness, a proud sense of mighty power, and a passionate devotion to the man who was the cause of this sensation of solemn triumph. Feeling as he did that at a single word from this man the entire vast mass of them, including him, no more than a grain of sand, would go through fire and water, commit any crime, face death, or fight on to glory, he could not suppress a shivering thrill at the imminency of that word. "Hurrah! Hurrah! Hurrah!" thundered on all sides, and one regiment after another greeted the Tsar with the strains of the march, followed by another hurrah. Then the music again, then more and more hurrahs, surging louder and expanding until they merged into one solid, deafening roar. Waiting for the Tsar, each regiment in its rigid silence seemed like a lifeless body. But once the Tsar reached them, each regiment erupted in new life and further clamour, joining in unison with the general roar from all down the line where the Tsar had been. And to the dreadful sound of these shattering cheers, moving in and out among the great rectangles of massed troops standing rigidly to attention, as if turned to stone, some hundreds of men rode about casually, freely defying all symmetry. These were the officers in the royal suite, and ahead of them rode two men, the emperors, on whom the uncontainable passion of all that mass of men was focused. It was Emperor Alexander, young and handsome in the uniform of the Horse Guards with a cocked hat, who attracted most of the attention because of his pleasant face and his soft, rich voice. Rostov was standing near the buglers, and with his keen eyes he spotted the Tsar a long way off and watched him approaching. When the Tsar was only 20 paces away, and Nikolai could clearly see every detail of Alexander's handsome, young, and happy face, he experienced a surge of emotion and ecstasy such as he had never known before. Everything about the Tsar, every feature, every movement, seemed to him utterly captivating. Coming to a halt before the Pavlograd regiment, the Tsar said something in French to the Austrian emperor and smiled. Seeing him smile, Rostov automatically began to smile himself, and felt an even stronger spasm of love for his emperor. He longed for some means of expressing his love for the Tsar. His eyes watered from knowing it was impossible. The Tsar called up the colonel of the regiment and said a few words to him. "My God, what would I do if the emperor spoke to me?" thought Rostov. "I think I'd die of happiness." The Tsar addressed the officers too. "I thank you all, gentlemen," he said, every word sounding to Rostov like music from heaven. "I thank you from the bottom of my heart." Rostov would have gladly died there and then for his emperor. "You have won the colours of St. George, and you will be worthy of them. Oh, if only I could die for him, thought Rostov. The Tsar said something else that Rostov couldn't hear, and the men, lungs bursting, roared their hurrah. Rostov, too, thrusting forward in his saddle, roared with all his might, willing to do himself an injury cheering, as long as he could give full voice to his zeal for the Tsar. The Tsar stood for a few seconds, facing the hussars, as if wondering what to do next. How could the Emperor wonder what to do next? Rostov asked himself. But then, sure enough, even this hesitation seemed to him majestic and enchanting, like everything the Tsar did. The Tsar's hesitation lasted only an instant. Then the royal foot in its fashionable narrow-pointed boot touched the belly of his bob-tailed chestnut mare. The royal hand in its white glove gathered up the reins, and he moved off, accompanied by a sea of aides bobbing up and down. He moved further and further away, stopping at other regiments, until eventually all that Rostov could see of him through the suite that surrounded the Emperor's was the white plume of his cocked hat. Among the gentlemen of the suite, Rostov noticed Bolkonsky, sitting in a slack, indolent pose. Rostov remembered yesterday's quarrel and again wondered whether or not to challenge him.
Of course not, Rostov reflected. How could anyone even think or talk about such things at a time like this? A time of such love, such bliss, such self-sacrifice. What do our insults and squabbles matter? This is a time when I love everybody and forgive everybody, thought Rostov. When the Tsar had inspected almost all the regiments, the troops began their march past, and Rostov, bringing up the rear on Bedouin, so recently bought from Denisov, was the last rider in his squadron, and completely exposed to the Tsar's view. Still some distance away from him, Rostov, a first-class horseman, twice put his spurs to Bedouin, urging him into the frenzied, eye-catching trot which Bedouin always fell into when he was worked up. Bending his foaming nose down to his chest, arching his tail, virtually floating in mid-air without touching the ground, Bedouin seemed no less conscious of the Tsar's eye upon him as he lifted his legs in a graceful high action, trotting past in superb style. Rostov himself drew his legs back and sucked his stomach in, very much at one with his horse, and rode past the Tsar with a frowning but ecstatic face, looking a white devil, as Denisov would have said. "Bravo, Pavlograds!" shouted the Tsar. "My God, I'd be so happy if he ordered me to go through fire here and now," thought Rostov.
When the review was over, the officers of both groups, the reinforcements and Kutuzov's men, began to break down into little clusters. The talk was of honours won, the Austrians and their uniforms, their front line, Napoleon, and the trouble in store for him once Essen's corps arrived, and Prussia came in on our side. But the main topic of conversation in every circle was Emperor Alexander, his every word and gesture recalled with huge delight. They were united in a single desire, under the Emperor's leadership, to march on the enemy at the earliest opportunity. With the Emperor himself in command, they could not fail to conquer any foe. This was the opinion of Rostov and most of the officers after the review. After the review, they all felt more confident of victory than they would have done if they'd had a couple of victories behind them. Chapter 9. The day after the inspection, Boris Drubetskoy donned his best uniform and rode to Olmütz, bolstered by his comrade Berg's best wishes to see Bolkonsky, hoping to take advantage of his good relationship with him to improve his own position by becoming an adjutant to some person of significance, an army post that he saw as particularly attractive.
"It's all right for Rostov, with a father who keeps sending him the odd 10,000 to talk about not sucking up to people and not being anyone's flunky. I'm not like him. I've got to rely on my brains, and I have a career to make. I can't afford to miss any opportunities. I've got to take them when they come."
He didn't find Prince Andrei in Olmütz that day, but the very site of the town where the staff headquarters and the diplomatic corps were based, and where both emperors were staying with their suites, household and court, only served to reinforce his desire to belong to this elevated world. He didn't know anybody there, and in spite of his stylish guardsman's uniform, all these exalted persons scurrying up and down the streets in their fine carriages, plumes, ribbons and medals, courtiers and military men, seemed to be so infinitely far above him, a little guards officer, that they were not so much reluctant to recognize his existence as simply unaware of it. At the quarters of the commander-in-chief, Kutuzov, where he asked for Bolkonsky, all the aides and even the orderlies looked at him as though they wished to impress on him that there were always plenty of officers like him hanging around, and they were all heartily sick of seeing them. Despite this, or rather because of it, he went back the following day, the 15th, after dinner, walked into the house occupied by Kutuzov, and asked for Bolkonsky. Prince Andrei was in, and Boris was shown into a large room, probably once used for dancing, though now it contained 5 beds and various other pieces of furniture, a table, some chairs, and a clavier. One adjutant was sitting near the door, dressed in a Persian dressing gown, writing at a table. Another, the stout, red-faced Nesvitsky, was lying on a bed with his arms under his head, sharing a joke with an officer sitting at his side. A third was playing a Viennese waltz on the clavier, while a fourth leant on the instrument, humming along. Bolkonsky wasn't there. These gentlemen saw Boris come in, but not one of them moved. Boris approached the one who was writing, and he turned round looking irritated, and said that Bolkonsky was the duty adjutant, and if he wanted to see him, he should go through the door on the left into the reception room. Boris thanked him, and did as instructed. In the reception room he found a dozen men, officers and generals. When Boris entered, Prince Andrei was wincing disdainfully, with the air of polite weariness which so clearly says, "If I was off duty, I wouldn't waste a minute of my time talking to you," as he listened to an old Russian general, weighed down with medals, who was standing there rigidly, almost on tiptoe, red in the face, expounding something to Prince Andrei, and looking as obsequious as any common soldier. "Very good, if you'll kindly wait for a moment," he said to the general, in Russian, but with the French accent that he always adopted when he wanted to speak scornfully. And once he saw Boris, Prince Andrei ignored the general, who came trotting along, begging him to listen because he had more to say, and nodded to Boris with a bright smile as he turned towards him. At that moment, Boris clearly saw what he had always suspected, that in the army, alongside the ranking and discipline written into the manuals, recognized throughout the regiment and known to him personally, there was a different order of ranking, a more important one, that could force this rigid, red-faced general to stand and wait politely while Prince Andrei, a mere captain, found it pleasant and convenient to have a chat with Lieutenant Drubetskoy. Boris felt all the more determined that from now on he was going to follow not the written code laid down in the regulations, but the unwritten one. He sensed that just by being recommended to Prince Andrei, he was one up on the general, who in another setting, say at the front, could have annihilated him, a mere lieutenant. Prince Andrei came over and shook hands. "I'm so sorry you didn't find me yesterday. I was busy all day with the Germans. I went out with Weihrochter to check the disposition. You know what the Germans are like about details. They go on forever." Boris smiled, as if he understood as a matter of common knowledge what Prince Andrei was talking about. But it was the first time he'd heard the name Weihrochter, and he didn't know what disposition meant in this context. "Well, my dear fellow, I assume you still want to be an adjutant. I've been thinking about that since we last met." "Yes," said Boris, colouring for some reason. "I was thinking of asking the Commander-in-Chief. He's had a letter about me from Prince Kuragin. I wanted to ask because," he added, apparently by way of an apology, "I'm afraid the Guards won't be in action." "Splendid, splendid. We can talk about this in a minute," said Prince Andrei. "Just let me deal with this gentleman, and I'm all yours." While Prince Andrei was away reporting to the Commander-in-Chief on behalf of the red-faced general, the general himself, he seemed not to share Boris's views on the superiority of the unwritten code, glared so fiercely at the impertinent lieutenant who had stopped him saying his piece, that Boris felt embarrassed. He turned away and waited impatiently for Prince Andrei to emerge from the Commander-in-Chief's room. "Yes, old fellow, I have been thinking about you along these lines," said Prince Andrei, when they had gone into the big room with the clavier in it. "It's no good going to the Commander-in-Chief. He'll be very nice to you and invite you to dinner," which wouldn't come amiss in the service of that unwritten code, thought Boris. "But nothing would come of it. Adjutants, staff officers, we'll soon have our own battalion. But I'll tell you what we can do. I have a friend who is an adjutant general, an excellent fellow, Prince Dolgorukov, and you may not know it, but the fact is, Kutuzov, his staff, the whole lot of us, don't count for anything now. Everything's concentrated around the Emperor. So, let's pay a visit to Dolgorukov. I need to see him, and I've already told him about you. We'll be able to see whether he can find you a job on his staff, or somewhere else closer to the sun. Prince Andrei was always invigorated by guiding a young man and helping him on in the world. This propensity for helping other people, the kind of help he would have been too proud ever to accept for himself, kept him in close touch with the circle which had success in its gift, and which he found attractive. Only too pleased to take up Boris's cause, he took him to see Prince Dolgorukov. It was late evening when they entered the palace in Olmütz, which was occupied by the two emperors, each with his entourage. Earlier that day, a council of war had been held, attended by the members of the Hofkriegsrat and the two emperors. They had decided to ignore the advice of the older generation, Kutuzov and Prince Schwarzenberg, to advance immediately and mount a general offensive against Napoleon. The council of war had just finished when Prince Andrei walked into the palace with Boris to see Prince Dolgorukov. All the staff at headquarters were still under the spell of today's triumph by the younger party at the council. The voices of delay that said, "Wait, do not advance," had been so unanimously shouted down and their arguments refuted by such convincing evidence of the advantages to be gained from an attack, that the main business of the council, the coming battle and certain victory, seemed to belong not to the future but to the past. All the advantages were on our side. Our immense forces, undoubtedly superior to Napoleon's, were concentrated in one place. Morale had been raised by the presence of the two emperors, and they were straining to go. The commander of the troops, the Austrian General Weyrother, knew the overall battle plan in minute detail. As it happened, the Austrian forces had been on manoeuvres last year on the very terrain where they were now proposing to fight the French, and every feature of the locality was known and mapped. Napoleon, meanwhile, was evidently weakened and doing precisely nothing. Dolgorukov, who had been one of the most passionate advocates of attack, had just come back from the council, weary and exhausted, but excited and proud of his victory. Prince Andrei introduced his protégé, but although Prince Dolgorukov shook hands politely and warmly, he said nothing to Boris, and, obviously unable to contain the thoughts which now obsessed him, he spoke to Prince Andrei in French. "Well, my dear fellow, what a battle we have won! I pray to God that what happens next will be just as victorious. Anyway, my dear fellow," he blurted out in his enthusiasm, "I must admit I owe them an apology. The Austrians, and especially Weyrother, the accuracy, the eye for detail, the knowledge of the locality, the anticipation of everything, every development, every last point. No, my dear fellow, better conditions than these could never have been devised. Austrian planning combined with Russian courage, what more could you want?" "So we definitely are going to attack," said Bolkonsky. "And do you know, old fellow, I'm sure Napoleon doesn't know what day it is. Did you know the Emperor heard from him today?" Dolgorukov gave a knowing smile. "No. What did he say?" asked Bolkonsky. "What could he say? Tiddly-om-pom-pom, or words to that effect. He's just playing for time. I tell you, we've got him, haven't we? Oh, but you've not heard the funniest bit," he said with a burst of friendly laughter. "They couldn't think what to call him when they wrote back. Not consul, definitely not emperor. I think I'd have said to General Bonaparte. But there's a world of difference between refusing to recognize him as emperor and calling him General Bonaparte," said Bolkonsky. "That's the point," Dolgorukov burbled on, still laughing. "You know Bilibin, such a bright fellow. He suggested addressing it to the usurper and enemy of humanity." Dolgorukov roared with happy laughter. "And that was it?" observed Bolkonsky. "Well, no. Bilibin thought up a proper form of address. He lives by his wit and his wits." "What was it?" To the head of the French government, said Dolgorukov with some satisfaction, now speaking seriously. That's quite good, isn't it? Yes, very good. He's bound to hate it, observed Bolkonsky. I'll say he will. My brother knows him. He's had dinner with him. The Emperor, we should call him nowadays, more than once in Paris, and he used to tell me he'd never seen a sharper and more crafty diplomat. You know, a combination of French finesse and Italian showmanship. You know all those stories about Napoleon and Count Markov? Count Markov was the only man who had the measure of him. Have you heard the one about the handkerchief? It's a gem. Dolgorukov was now in full flood, and kept turning from Boris to Prince Andrei as he told his story. To test our ambassador, Markov, Napoleon deliberately dropped his handkerchief in front of him, and stood watching, probably expecting Markov to pick it up for him. But Markov just dropped his own handkerchief beside it, and then picked it up again without touching Bonaparte's. Lovely story, said Bolkonsky. But listen, Prince, I've come to ask a favour for my young friend here. It's like this. But before Prince Andrei could finish, an adjutant came into the room to summon Prince Dolgorukov to the Emperor. Oh, how infuriating, said Dolgorukov, getting up hurriedly and shaking hands with Prince Andrei and Boris. Count on me to do everything I can for both of you, you and this charming young man. Once more he shook hands with Boris, with a look of genuine goodwill, for all his distracted excitement. But you see how things are. Some other time. Boris was transported by the very thought of being at that moment so close to the highest authorities. He was suddenly aware that he was in direct contact with the mainsprings that regulated all those vast movements of the masses in which he, in his regiment, felt himself playing such a tiny, humble, insignificant part. They followed Prince Dolgorukov out into the corridor, where they came across, coming out of a door to the Tsar's room, where Dolgorukov went in, a short man in civilian clothing, with a bright face and a jaw that jutted out, not spoiling his face, but giving him a sharp and rather wily look. This short man nodded to Dolgorukov as if they were friends, but stared icily at Prince Andrei, and walked straight towards him, apparently expecting him to bow or give way. Prince Andrei did neither. There was a nasty look on his face, and it was the short young man who stepped aside and walked off down one side of the corridor. "Who was that?" asked Boris. "He's a very remarkable man, and very unpleasant to me. It's the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Prince Adam Czartoryski. He's the kind of man," added Bolkonsky with an uncontainable sigh as they left the palace. "He's the kind of man who decides the fates of nations." Next day, the troops were on the march, and Boris had no opportunity of seeing Bolkonsky or Dolgorukov again before the Battle of Austerlitz. For the time being, he would stay with the Izmailov regiment. Chapter 10. At dawn, on the 16th, the squadron in which Nikolai Rostov was serving under Denisov, part of Prince Bagration's detachment, moved on after a good night's sleep, and was told it was going into action. After marching the best part of a mile behind other columns, they were halted on the highway, and Rostov watched as many troops went on past them, the Cossacks, the 1st and 2nd squadrons of hussars, infantry battalions with artillery, even the two generals, Bagration and Dolgorukov, and their adjutants. All the dread of battle that had been building up in him again, all the inner conflict which had enabled him to overcome that dread, all his dreams of personal glory in this battle as a fighting hussar, all of this now counted for nothing. His squadron was held back in reserve, and Nikolai Rostov spent a tedious and miserable day. It was still not quite 9 o'clock in the morning when he heard firing and loud cheers up ahead. Then he saw some wounded men being brought back, not many of them, and finally he watched a whole detachment of French cavalry being brought in, surrounded by a Cossack unit. It was clear that the action was over, and no less clear that the action had been small-scale but successful. The returning soldiers and officers spoke of a brilliant victory, in which the town of Wischau had been seized and a whole French squadron taken prisoner. It was a bright and sunny day following a sharp overnight frost, and the cheery autumn sunshine went well with the news of victory coming from the participants, but also visible on the happy faces of soldiers, officers, generals, and adjutants riding up and down in front of Nikolai Rostov. It rankled with him all the more that he had fought down his dread of battle only to spend that whole happy day doing nothing.
"Hey, Rostov, come over here! Let's drink to drown our sorrow," called Denisov from the roadside, where he was sitting with a bottle and some food.
The officers had gathered around Denisov's hamper for a drink and a bite to eat.
"Here comes another one,"
said one of the officers, pointing to a French prisoner, a dragoon, being brought in on foot by 2 Cossacks. One of them was leading his horse, a big, beautiful French charger.
"Sell us your horse,"
Denisov called out to the Cossacks.
"Yes, sir."
The officers got up and surrounded the Cossacks and the prisoner. The French dragoon was a young boy from Alsace who spoke French with a German accent. Red in the face and breathless with excitement, once he heard the French language, he began jabbering at all of the officers, all of them, one after another. He said he wouldn't have been caught. It wasn't his fault that he had been. It was the corporal's fault. He'd sent him for some horsecloths, though he had told him the Russians were there. And all the time he kept on stroking his charger and saying,
"Please don't let them hurt my little horse."
He obviously had no idea where he was. One minute he was apologizing for having been taken prisoner. The next he was trying to prove to imaginary superior officers what a good, keen, serving soldier he was. He was wafting over to us in the rear guard the full flavour of the French army, which we found utterly alien. The Cossacks sold the horse for 2 gold pieces, and since Rostov was currently the richest officer, having just received money from home, he bought it.
"Please don't hurt my little horse,"
the Alsatian said lovingly to Rostov as the horse was handed over. Rostov reassured the dragoon with a smile and gave him some money.
"Allez, allez,"
said one of the Cossacks, plucking the prisoner by the arm to make him walk on.
"The Tsar's coming! It's him!"
came a sudden call among the hussars. There was a frenzied scurrying, and Rostov saw several horsemen with white plumes in their hats riding up the road towards them. Everyone snapped into place and stood waiting. Rostov had no sense or recollection of rushing to his post and getting on his horse. His disappointment at missing the battle disappeared in a flash, along with his jaded mood among familiar faces. All thought of self had vanished. He was totally absorbed in the blissful feeling brought on by the Emperor's approach, which was more than enough to compensate for a lost day. He was as happy as a lover when at last he meets his beloved. Too scared to glance down the line, and without needing to, he thrilled to the sense of his approach. And he sensed it not only from the clip-clop of the coming cavalcade, he felt it because as the Tsar came nearer, the atmosphere around him brightened with joy, purpose, and celebration. Nearer and nearer moved this sun, as Rostov saw him, radiating its gentle, majestic light on every side, until he felt himself enfolded in that radiance and heard that voice, so caressing, serene, majestic, and yet so simple. A deathly silence fell, which Rostov sensed as right and proper. Through it came the sound of the Tsar's voice.
"Are you the Pavlograd Hussars?" came his inquiry.
"The reserve, sire,"
replied a voice, so down to earth after the supernatural voice that had uttered the words, "Are you the Pavlograd Hussars?" The Tsar came alongside Rostov and stopped. Alexander's face was even finer than at the inspection 3 days before. It glowed with the boyish delight and youthful innocence of a giddy 14-year-old, yet it was still the face of a majestic emperor. Glancing casually along the squadron, the Tsar's eyes met Rostov's, and lingered there not more than 2 seconds. Whether or not the Tsar could tell what was happening in the depths of Rostov's soul, and Rostov was almost sure that he could, he did stare into Rostov's face for 2 solid seconds, with his blue eyes emitting a soft and gentle radiance. Then, with a sudden jerk of his eyebrows, he stabbed his left foot sharply back into his horse, galloped off, and was gone. Once he had heard firing from the front, the young emperor couldn't resist the temptation to go and watch the fighting. So at 12 o'clock, ignoring all protests from his courtiers, he had left the escorting third column and ridden towards the vanguard. Before he could catch up with the hussars, however, several adjutants met him with news of the engagement and its successful outcome. The engagement, such as it was, had resulted in the capture of a French squadron, and this had been built up into a brilliant victory over the enemy. With the smoke still hanging over the battlefield, the Tsar and the entire army believed that the French had been routed and forced to retreat. A few minutes after the Tsar had gone by, the Pavlograd Hussar Division was called forward. In Wischau itself, a little German town, Rostov caught another glimpse of the Tsar. In the marketplace, which had seen a sharp exchange of fire just before the Tsar's arrival, lay several dead and wounded soldiers who had not yet been picked up. Surrounded by his officers and courtiers, the Tsar was mounted on another bob-tailed chestnut mare, not the one he had ridden to inspect the troops. Bending to one side with a graceful gesture and holding a gold lorgnette to his eyes, he was staring at a soldier lying face down with blood all over his uncovered head. The wounded man looked so filthy, disgusting, and ghastly that Rostov was deeply offended by his closeness to the emperor. Rostov saw the Tsar's stooping shoulders shudder, as if from an icy tremor, at which his left foot jerked spasmodically, driving its spur into the horse's side. But the well-trained animal just looked around indifferently, without moving an inch. Adjutants dismounted and went to lift the soldier under the arms to lay him on a stretcher that had suddenly appeared. The soldier gave a groan.
"Steady, steady. Can't you do it more gently?"
said the Tsar, who seemed to be suffering more than the dying soldier, and he rode away. Rostov had seen tears in the Tsar's eyes, and he heard him say to Czartorsky in French as he rode off,
"What a terrible thing war is! What a terrible thing!"
The advanced troops were positioned outside Wischau, in sight of the enemy line, which had spent the whole day retreating before us at the slightest sign of firing. The Tsar's thanks were conveyed to the vanguard, rewards were promised, and a double ration of vodka was issued to the men. The campfires crackled even more merrily than the previous night, and everywhere soldiers were singing. Tonight, Denisov was celebrating his promotion to major, and as the party drew on, a less than sober Nikolai Rostov proposed a toast to the emperor.
"Not just to our sovereign the emperor, as they say at official dinners," he said, "but to our emperor, a good man, a charming man, a great man. Here's to him, and certain defeat for the French. If we fought before," he said, "and wouldn't give them an inch, as we did at Schöngraben, what will happen now with him at our head? We'll die, gladly die for him, every last one of us. What do you say, gentlemen? Perhaps I'm not saying it right. I've drunk quite a bit. But anyway, that's how I feel, and so do you. I give you Alexander the First. Hurrah!"
His cheer was echoed by a fervent roar from the officers, and old Captain Kirsten roared as wildly and sincerely as the 20-year-old Rostov. When the officers had drunk the toast and smashed their glasses, Kirsten poured out some more, and then went off in his shirt-sleeves and riding breeches, stopping at the soldiers' campfires, and standing there, with his long grey whiskers, glass in hand, waving his arm in a majestic stance, his chest gleaming white in the firelight through his open shirt.
"Here you are, boys. I give you our sovereign the Emperor and victory over the enemy. Hurrah!"
he roared in his old hussar's baritone. The hussars crowded around, responding warmly with a great roar of their own. Late that night, when they had all gone off, Denisov clapped his young favourite, Rostov, on the shoulder with his little hand. "There we have it! No one to fall in love with in the field, so Rostov falls in love with the Tsar," he said. "Denisov, don't joke about it," cried Rostov. "It's such a noble and wonderful feeling. It's
Quite right, my dear fellow. I agree. I approve."
"No, you just don't understand."
And Rostov got up and walked off to wander among the campfires, dreaming of how blissful it would be to die, not saving the Emperor's life, which he wouldn't dare to dream of, but just to die there, before the Emperor's eyes. He had, of course, fallen in love with the Tsar and Russian military honour and the hope of future glory. And he was not alone in these sentiments during those memorable days in the run-up to the Battle of Austerlitz. At that moment, 9/10 of all the men in the Russian army were in love, albeit less ecstatically, with their Tsar and Russian military honour. Chapter 11. Next day, the Tsar stayed in Wischau. His physician, Villiers, was summoned to see him several times. At headquarters, and among the troops stationed nearby, the word went round that the Tsar was ill. Those close to him reported that he had had nothing to eat and had slept badly. The cause of this indisposition was said to be the terrible shock suffered by the Tsar, with his sensitive soul, at the sight of the dead and wounded. At dawn on the 17th, a French officer was escorted into Wischau from our forward positions under a flag of truce for a meeting with the Russian Emperor. This officer was Savary. The Tsar had only just fallen asleep, so Savary had to wait. At midday, he was allowed in to see the Emperor, and an hour later he rode back to the French army outposts, taking Prince Dolgorukov with him. Rumour had it that Savary had been sent to propose peace and a meeting between Alexander and Napoleon. A private meeting was refused, much to the pride and delight of the entire army, and instead of the Tsar, Prince Dolgorukov, the victorious general at Wischau, was dispatched with Savary for talks with Napoleon to discover whether such exchanges, contrary to all expectations, were genuinely founded on a desire for peace. In the evening, Dolgorukov came back, went straight to the Tsar, and spent a long time alone with him. On the 18th and 19th, the troops moved forward in 2 stages, and the enemy outposts, after a brief exchange of fire, fell back. The army's higher echelons were all bustle and excitement from midday on the 19th till the morning of the 20th of November, the day when the famous Battle of Austerlitz was fought. Until midday on the 19th, all the activity, urgent discussions, scurrying around and dispatching of adjutants, was confined to the Emperor's headquarters. After midday, the activity was transferred to Kutuzov's headquarters and the column command staff. Throughout the afternoon, this activity was transmitted by adjutants to every last army outpost and unit, and in the early hours of the 20th of November, the 80,000-strong Allied army rose from a few hours' sleep and lumbered off, a 6-mile heaving mass of men abuzz with chatter. The intense activity that had begun that morning in the Emperor's headquarters, and then stimulated all the ensuing activity, was like the first turn of the centre wheel in a great tower clock. One wheel began its slow rotation, another one turned, then another, and round they went faster and faster, wheels and cogs all revolving, chimes playing, figures popping in and out, and the hands measuring time, all because of that first movement. Military movement is like the movement of a clock. An impetus, once given, leads inexorably to a particular result, while the untouched working parts wait in silent stillness for the action to reach them. Wheels creak on their spindles as the cogs bite. The speeding sprockets hum, and the next wheel stands and waits patiently, as if resigned to centuries of immobility. But the moment comes when the lever slips into place, and the submissive wheel rotates with a creak, blending into the common movement without knowing where it goes or why. In a clock, the complex action of countless different wheels works its way out in the even, leisurely movement of hands measuring time. In a similar way, the complex action of humanity in those 160,000 Russians and Frenchmen, all their passions, longings, regrets, humiliation and suffering, their rushes of pride, fear and enthusiasm, only worked its way out in defeat at the Battle of Austerlitz, known as the Battle of the Three Emperors, the slow tick-tock of the age-old hands on the clock face of human history. Prince Andrei was a duty officer that day, inseparable from the commander-in-chief. Shortly before 6 o'clock in the evening, Kutuzov drove over to the Emperor's headquarters, had a brief meeting with the Tsar, and went in to see the Grand Marshal, Count Tolstoy. Bolkonsky used this opportunity to call on Dolgorukov in an attempt to find out some details of the coming action. He had sensed that Kutuzov was worried and unhappy about something, and that they were unhappy with him at headquarters, and that all the staff at Imperial headquarters were treating him as if only they were in the know, which was why he wanted to talk with Dolgorukov.
"Ah, good evening, my dear fellow," said Dolgorukov, who was sitting with Bilibin drinking tea. "The fun starts tomorrow. How's old Kutuzov? Down in the mouth?"
"I wouldn't say that, but I think he would like to be listened to."
"But he was listened to at the Council of War, and he will be listened to when he starts talking sense. But to sit around waiting for something to happen, when the one thing Bonaparte dreads is a combined attack, that's just not possible."
"You've seen him, haven't you?" said Prince Andrei. "Well, what did you make of Napoleon? How did he strike you?"
"Yes, I did see him, and I came away convinced there's nothing in the world he dreads more than a combined attack," repeated Dolgorukov, who evidently set great store by this general conclusion that he had come to during his meeting with Napoleon. "If he hadn't been too scared to fight, why on earth would he have asked for that meeting? And for talks? Most of all, why would he retreat when retreat goes against his whole method of fighting a war? Believe me, he's scared. Scared of a mass attack. His hour has come, you mark my words."
"But you haven't said what he's like or what he said," Prince Andrei insisted.
"He's a man in a grey overcoat who wants to be called Your Majesty. But I disappointed him. He didn't get any titles out of me. That's the sort of man he is, and that's all there is to him," answered Dolgorukov, glancing round with a smile at Bilibin. "I yield to no one in my respect for old Kutuzov," he continued, "but we'd look pretty stupid if we dithered long enough to let him get away or do something clever, when here he is virtually in our hands. No, we should never forget Suvorov and his golden rule. Attack, don't be attacked. Believe me, when it comes to fighting, young men's energy is often a better guide than all your dilatory old veterans."
"But where are you going to attack? I've been at the outposts today, and you can't tell where his main forces are concentrated," said Prince Andrei. He was longing to tell Dolgorukov about his own approach, the plan of attack he had worked out. "It doesn't make any difference," was the curt response from Dolgorukov as he got up and spread a map on the table. "We've thought of everything. Say he concentrates on Brno." And Prince Dolgorukov gave a quick, rather vague account of Weyrother's plan of a flanking manoeuvre. Prince Andrei demurred and began to explain his own plan, which might have been just as good as Weyrother's, though it did have one drawback. Weyrother's had already been approved. The moment Prince Andrei began to outline that plan's weaknesses and the advantages of his own idea, Prince Dolgorukov stopped listening and stared vacantly, not at the map, but at Prince Andrei's face. "Anyway, there's a council of war at Kutuzov's tonight. You can have your say then," said Dolgorukov. "I certainly shall," said Prince Andrei, walking away from the map. "What are you worrying about, gentlemen?" said Bilibin, who thus far had been listening to them with a broad smile on his face, but was now unmistakably on the verge of making a joke. "Whether tomorrow brings victory or defeat, Russian military honor is assured. Except for your man Kutuzov, every single column is commanded by a non-Russian. Look at the commanders: Herr General Wimpfen, le Comte de Longeron, le Prince de Liechtenstein, le Prince de Hohenlohe. And then there's prish, all consonants and no vowels, like all Polish names." "That's enough slander," said Dolgorukov. "You're wrong, anyway. There are two Russians, Miloradovich and Dokhturov. And there would have been another, Count Arakchaev, but for his bad nerves. Anyway, I think General Kutuzov has just come out," said Prince Andrei. "Good luck to you, gentlemen, and every success," he added, shaking hands with both men before he left. Driving back with Kutuzov, Prince Andrei couldn't help asking the general, who was sitting beside him in complete silence, what he thought about tomorrow's battle. Kutuzov looked sternly at his adjutant, paused for a moment, and said, "I think we shall lose. That's what I said to Count Tolstoy, and I asked him to tell the Tsar. And do you know what he said? 'My dear General, I like dabbling in cutlets and rice. Warfare I leave to you.' Yes, that was all he said." Chapter 12. It was after 9 o'clock in the evening when Weyrother took his plans over to Kutuzov's headquarters, where the council of war was to take place. The column commanders had been told to attend, and all except Prince Bagration, who refused to come, arrived at the appointed hour. Weyrother had full responsibility for planning the proposed battle, and he was excited and impatient, in sharp contrast to the grumpy and sleepy Kutuzov, who had reluctantly assumed the role of president and chairman of the council. Weyrother clearly saw himself as the head of a movement that had now become unstoppable. He was like a horse in harness hauling a load downhill. He wasn't sure whether he was pulling or it was pushing, but he was hurtling along at top speed with no time to consider where this headlong rush might take him. Weyrother had been out twice that evening to make a personal inspection of the enemy's line, and he had reported in detail to two emperors, one Russian, one Austrian, and then called in at his office to dictate the disposition of the German troops. And now here he was at Kutuzov's, quite exhausted. He was evidently too preoccupied to be polite to his commander-in-chief. He kept on interrupting, spoke too fast, and rambled on without looking at the person he was talking to, and ignored all questions put to him. He sat there, spattered with mud, looking pathetically weary and bemused, yet also confident and condescending. Kutuzov had taken over a small castle belonging to a nobleman near Austerlitz. There, in the drawing-room, converted into a study for the commander-in-chief, the members of the Council of War were assembled, including Kutuzov himself and Weyrother. They were drinking tea and waiting only for Prince Bagration to arrive, so that the council could get down to business. Then Bagration's orderly officer arrived with a message that the prince would not be able to attend. Prince Andrei came in to inform the commander-in-chief of this, and he remained in the room, acting on Kutuzov's permission earlier for him to be present at the council. "Well, since Prince Bagration isn't coming, I think we can begin," said Weyrother, jumping to his feet and crossing over to a table on which an enormous map was spread out, showing Brno and the surrounding locality. Kutuzov sat there in a Voltaire armchair with his uniform unbuttoned, his fat neck bulged out over his collar as if escaping, and his podgy old hands laid out symmetrically along the arms of the chair. He was nearly asleep. At the sound of Weyrother's voice, he forced one eye open and said, "Yes, yes, do that, or it'll be too late." After which he nodded his head, then let it droop and closed his eye again. If at first the council members had believed that Kutuzov was only pretending to be asleep, the nasal sounds issuing from him during the reading that followed proved beyond doubt that the commander-in-chief was attending to something much more important than the wish to pour scorn on their disposition of troops or anything else. He was attending to an irresistible human need: sleep. He really was asleep. Weyrother moved like a man too busy to waste any time, glanced across at Kutuzov to make sure he was asleep, took up a document, and started to read out in a loud drone the entire disposition of the troops in the impending battle, not omitting the title: "Disposition for an assault on the enemy's position behind Kobelnitz and Sokolnitz, 20th November, 1805. The disposition was very complicated and hard to understand. Written originally in German, it began as follows: "Whereas the left wing of the enemy reposes against the forested hills, and his right wing is extended by way of Kobelnitz and Sokolnitz behind the ponds there situated, while conversely our left wing greatly surpasses their right, it will be advantageous for us to attack the latter aforesaid enemy wing, especially if we occupy the villages of Sokolnitz and Kobelnitz. It then being within our capacity to mount an assault on the enemy flank and pursue him across the open terrain between Schlapanitz and the forest of Turasa, thereby avoiding the defiles of Schlapanitz and Belovitz, by which the enemy's front is covered. With this in mind, it will be essential the first column marches, the second column marches, the third column marches." Weyrother went on and on. The generals seemed less than keen to listen to such a demanding account of the disposition of the troops. The tall, fair-haired General Buxhovden leant against the wall and stared at a burning candle, apparently not listening, and not even wanting people to think that he was. Directly opposite Weyrother, fixing him with gleaming, wide-open eyes, sat the red-faced Miloradovich, whiskers combed up and shoulders high, striking a military attitude with his hands on his knees and his elbows bent outwards. He sat there in grim-faced silence, staring straight at Weyrother and looking away only when the Austrian commander stopped talking. Then Miloradovich looked round, knowingly, at the other generals. But the knowing glance didn't make it clear whether he agreed or disagreed, was pleased or not pleased with the troop disposition. Right next to Weyrother sat Count Langeron, with a subtle smile that never left his typically southern French face throughout the reading, as he looked down at his delicate fingers and played with the corners of a golden snuff-box with a portrait on the lid, twirling it round and round. In the middle of a particularly turgid paragraph, he stopped twirling the snuff-box, looked up, and with fulsome courtesy lingering at the corners of his thin-lipped mouth, he broke in and was about to speak. But the Austrian general wouldn't stop. He flapped his elbows as if to say, "Later you can tell me what you think, But now be so good as to look at the map and listen." Longeron rolled his eyes upwards with a bemused look and glanced round at Miloradovich, as though seeking enlightenment, only to encounter a knowing look from Miloradovich, who actually knew nothing. So he looked down again sadly, and went back to twirling his snuff-box. "A geography lesson," he mumbled, ostensibly under his breath, but loud enough for all to hear. Przemyslowski's display of dignified courtesy was more genuine. He cupped one ear towards Weyrother, and had every appearance of close concentration. The diminutive Doktorov sat across from Weyrother, self-effacing and eager to please, and bent over the outspread map, conscientiously poring over the disposition of the troops and the unfamiliar territory. Several times he asked Weyrother to repeat certain words and difficult names of villages that he hadn't quite caught. Weyrother obliged, and Doktorov wrote it all down. The reading went on for more than an hour, and when it was over, Longeron stopped twirling his box and spoke out, without looking at Weyrother or anyone in particular. His point was that such a disposition might be difficult because it assumed knowledge of the enemy's situation, but such knowledge was doubtful with the enemy on the move. For all the substance in these objections, it was clear that the main purpose in presenting them was to get at Weyrother, who had been so patronizing, as if he was reading his plans to a lot of schoolboys, and make him realize that he wasn't dealing with fools, but with men who could teach him a thing or two about military matters. The moment Weyrother's voice stopped droning, Kutuzov opened his eye. Like a miller waking up at the slightest hiccup in the sleepy rumbling of his mill wheels, listened to Longeron, and then, as if to say, "Huh, still the same old rubbish," snapped his eye tight shut, and allowed his head to slump down even lower. Longeron, weighing into Weyrother with the sharpest sarcasm for his pompous attitude as a military leader and planner, pointed out that Napoleon might well go on the offensive instead of waiting to be attacked, and that would render all this disposition business utterly futile. Weyrother countered every misgiving with a confident smile and a sneer, obviously well prepared for objections and for anything that might be said. "If he had been able to attack us, he would have done it today," he said. "So you think he's helpless, then?" said Longeron. "I doubt he has more than 40,000 men," answered Weyrother, smiling like a doctor approached by a junior nurse with her own diagnosis. "In which case he'd be asking for trouble if he sits there waiting for us to attack," said Longeron, with his subtly sarcastic smile, looking to Miloradovich for support. But Miloradovich's mind was on anything but this row between generals. "God save us," he said. "Tomorrow all will become clear on the battlefield." Weyrother smiled again, and his smile implied that he of all people found it odd and amusing to encounter objections from Russian generals, and to have to explain for their benefit something that he knew to be a certainty, and so did the royal emperors. "The enemy has put out his fires, and a continual noise comes from his camp," he said. "What does this mean? Either he is retreating, and that's all we have to fear, or else he is changing position." He smiled his smile. "But even if he set himself up into Rasa, that would only save us a good deal of trouble, and all our arrangements would stay in place, every last detail." "How can that be?" said Prince Andrei, who had long been waiting for a chance to voice his own doubts. Kutuzov woke up, cleared his throat hoarsely, and scanned the generals. "Gentlemen," he said, "the disposition for for today, it's past midnight, cannot now be changed. You have heard it, and we shall all do our duty. But before a battle there is nothing more important than—" he paused, "a good night's sleep." He made it clear that he was about to rise from his chair. The generals bowed and left. It was past midnight. Prince Andrei went out. The council of war, at which Prince Andrei had not managed to voice his opinion in the way that he had hoped, had left him with a feeling of uncertainty and unease. Who was right? Dolgorukov and Weyrother on the one hand, or Kutuzov and Longeron and the other men who disapproved of the plan of attack? He didn't know. But couldn't Kutuzov have gone straight to the Tsar with his views? Couldn't it all have been handled differently? Was it really necessary to put tens of thousands of lives at risk, including my life, mine, just because of personal vanity and niceties at court? These were his thoughts. Yes, I could easily get killed tomorrow, he mused. And suddenly, at the thought of death, a whole chain of memories, some distant, some close to his heart, rose up in his imagination. He remembered saying goodbye to his father and his wife. He remembered falling in love with her, thought of her being pregnant, which made him feel sorry for her and for himself. And it was in a state of emotion and nervous anxiety that he walked out of the hut that he was sharing with Nesvitsky and began to stroll about outside. It was a foggy night, and the moonlight shimmered mysteriously through the mist. Tomorrow, oh yes, tomorrow, he thought. Maybe tomorrow will see the last of me, and there will be no more memories. All these memories will have no more meaning for me. Maybe tomorrow, yes. It must be tomorrow. I can feel it coming. For the first time I shall have to show what I am made of. And he imagined the battle, the loss of it, the fighting concentrated at one point, and all the commanding officers in terrible confusion. And then he could sense the happy moment. At long last it would be like Toulon for Napoleon. With challenging frankness, he voices his opinion before Kutuzov and Weyrother and the emperors. All are struck by the correctness of his approach, but no one is prepared to carry it through. So there he goes, leading a regiment, a division, with the sole proviso that no one is to interfere with his plans. And he leads his division through the crisis and on to a victory that is his alone. Yes, but what about death and agony? Says a different voice. Prince Andrei ignores it and goes on with his triumphs. Comes the next battle, and it is for him alone to plan the disposition. He may be described as a lowly aide to Kutuzov, but here he is, doing everything on his own. The next battle is won by him. Kutuzov is replaced. He is the replacement. Yes, but what comes next? Queries the other voice. Say you manage to avoid getting wounded, killed, or cheated a dozen times or more. What happens next? Well, Prince Andrei answered himself. I don't know what happens next. I can't possibly know. I don't wish to know. But if that's what I want, if I want glory, if I want to be famous and loved by everyone, it's not my fault that I want this, that this is all I care for, the only thing I live for. Yes, only this. I won't breathe a word of it to anyone, but, my God, what can I do if I care for nothing but glory and the love of men? Death, wounds, the loss of my family, nothing can frighten me. I know many people are dear and precious to me, my father, my sister, my wife, my nearest and dearest, yet, however terrible and unnatural it may seem, I would give them all up for one moment of glory, triumph over men, to be loved by men I don't even know, and never shall know, to be loved by these people there, he thought, listening to men talking in the courtyard of Kutuzov's castle. They were the voices of the officers' servants doing the packing. Someone, probably one of the drivers, was teasing Kutuzov's old cook. well known to Prince Andrei, about his name, Titus.
"Hey, Tighty Titus," he said. "What do you want?" answered the old man. "Tight as a drum," said the funny man. "Gone," said the cook's voice, but it was swamped by the laughter of valets and servants.
And to think the only thing I love and treasure is triumphing over all these people? All the magical power and glory hanging over me up there in this mist.
Chapter 13. That same night, Nikolai Rostov was out with a platoon of pickets along the outposts ahead of Bagration's detachment. His hussars were paired off down the line, and he was patrolling it, struggling against overwhelming drowsiness. Behind him, our soldiers' campfires could be seen flickering over a huge area. Misty darkness lay ahead. Peer as he may into this misty distance, Rostov could see nothing, as grey blurred into black, and what might have been the flicker of an enemy campfire suddenly seemed more like a trick of the light. His eyes were closing, and he kept imagining he could see first the Emperor, then Denisov, then the Moscow of old, and whenever he opened his eyes again with a start, it was only the head and ears of his horse, or maybe the odd black shape of a hussar 6 yards away, and, in the distance, still the same misty darkness.
Why not? It could easily happen, mused Rostov. The Emperor might meet me and give me an order, as if I was any old officer, and he'd say, "Go and find out about that over there." I've heard so many stories about him getting to know an officer just like that, and taking him on. Oh, if only he would take me on! Oh, how closely I would guard him, and I'd tell him the truth. I'd expose anybody who tried to deceive him.
And by way of imagining his love and devotion to the Tsar more vividly, Rostov dreamt of some enemy or a treacherous German that he was about to enjoy dispatching, and he would slap him across the face, right in front of the Tsar. Then suddenly, a distant shout brought him to his senses. He opened his eyes with a start.
Where am I? Oh, yes. Out on the line. The passwords shaft and Olmütz is the watchword. It's awful to think that our squadron will be held in reserve tomorrow, he thought. I'm going to ask if I can go forward. It may be my only chance of seeing the Emperor. It'll soon be the end of my watch. I'll go round once more, and when I get back, I'll go and ask the General.
He sat up in the saddle and set off to make one last check on his men. It seemed to be getting lighter. To the left, he could see a moonlit hillside and a black slope opposite that looked as steep as a wall. On this slope, there was a white patch which Rostov couldn't make out at all. Was it a clearing in the woods catching the moonlight? Some snow that hadn't melted? Or white houses? He could have sworn there was something moving across the white patch.
It must be snow, or could it be white ash? White ash? Rostov mused dreamily. Not white ash. Tash, Natasha, sister, black eyes, Natasha. Imagine her surprise when I tell her I've seen the Emperor. Natasha, Tasha, this is my sabotage.
"A bit to the right, sir, some bushes here,"
a hussar's voice said to Rostov, who was nodding as he rode by. Rostov's head had flopped down almost onto his horse's mane. He wrenched it up and reined in beside the hussar, still unable to shake off the overpowering urge to sleep like a baby.
Wait a minute. What was I thinking about? Mustn't forget. Oh, yes, speaking to the Emperor. No, that's not it. That's tomorrow. I know. Natasha. Mount an Atasha. Hussars and moustaches. That hussar with a moustache dashing down the Tverskaya. I was just thinking about him. Opposite Guryev's old Guriev. Ah, Denisov, he's a good fellow. Oh, this is all stupid. The main thing is the Emperor's here. He looked at me, and he was dying to say something, but he just didn't dare. Wait a minute. It was me. I didn't dare. Oh, it's all stupid. The thing is, not to forget, I was thinking about something important. Yes, Natasha, Mountain Natasha. Yes, I've got it now. And again he dropped his head down on his horse's neck. Then suddenly, what was this? Was he being fired at?
Eh? What? Cut them to pieces! What's that?
Rostov stammered out as he came round. The moment he opened his eyes, Rostov heard from the enemy territory ahead the great long roaring of 1,000 voices. His own horse and the horse of the nearby hussar pricked up their ears at all this shouting. Over there, where the shouts were coming from, a light flashed and went out. Then another, and then all along the line of the French troops on the hillside, fires were being lit, and the shouts grew louder and louder. Rostov could hear the sounds of French words, but he couldn't work out what they were. Too many booming voices. All he could hear was "ah" and the French "rrrr." "What is it? What do you make of that?" Rostov said to the hussar next to him. "It's the enemy, isn't it?" The hussar said nothing. "Well, can't you hear it?" Rostov asked again, after waiting some time for a reply.
"Don't know, sir," the hussar managed reluctantly.
"Coming from there, it must be the enemy," Rostov said again.
"Maybe 'tis, maybe 'tisn't," mumbled the hussar. "'Tis too dark. Hey, steady!" he shouted to his fidgety horse.
Rostov's horse was just as restive, pawing the frozen ground as it listened to the shouts and looked at the lights. The shouting grew louder still, until it became one great sustained roar that could only have come from an army of thousands. The lights stretched further and further, probably marking the line of the French camp. Rostov wasn't sleepy anymore. The happy roar of triumph from the enemy's army had shaken him into life. "Long live the Emperor! The Emperor!" There was no mistaking the words now. "Not too far away. They must be just across the stream," he said to the hussar near him. The hussar sighed, but didn't reply. He gave an angry grunt. Then they heard a horse trotting towards them down the line of their men, and suddenly the figure of a sergeant of hussars loomed up out of the dark mist like some enormous elephant.
"Sir, the generals are here,"
said the sergeant, riding up to Rostov. Rostov, still looking over towards the lights and shouting, rode with the sergeant to meet several men on horseback coming down the line. One was on a white horse. It was Prince Bagration, who had ridden out with Prince Dolgorukov and some of his adjutants to watch the strange display of lights and listen to the shouting from the enemy ranks. Rostov rode up to Bagration, reported what he had heard and seen, and joined the adjutants, listening to what the generals were saying. "Take my word for it," Prince Dolgorukov was saying to Bagration. "This is just a trick. They've retreated and told the rear guard to light fires and make a racket to fool us." "I hardly think so," said Bagration. "I've been watching them on that rise all evening. If they'd retreated, they'd have gone from there. Officer," Prince Bagration turned to Rostov, "are the enemy pickets still there?" "They were there this evening, but now I can't tell, sir. Shall I take some men and find out?" said Rostov. Bagration stood still, and before answering, he tried to make out Rostov's face through the mist. "Yes, you do that," he said after a brief pause. "Sir!" Spurring his horse, Rostov called out to Sergeant Fedchenko and 2 other hussars, told them to follow him, and trotted off downhill in the direction of the shouting, which showed no signs of dying down. Rostov felt scared and exhilarated to be riding alone with 3 hussars down into that mysterious and dangerous misty distance where no one had ridden before. Bagration had yelled at him from the hillside not to cross the stream, but Rostov had pretended not to hear, and he rode on and on without stopping, continually getting things wrong, mistaking bushes for trees and gullies for men, and continually discovering his mistakes. He trotted downhill, and soon lost sight of our men and the enemy's fires, but the shouting of the Frenchmen was louder and clearer. At the bottom he saw just ahead something that looked like a river, but once he rode up to it, he saw that it was a well-travelled road. As he got out on the road, he reined in his horse, and wondered whether to go along it or to cross river and ride uphill through a black field. Riding down the road, where it was still misty but brighter, would be less dangerous because you'd get a better sight of any figures. "Follow me," he said, and crossed the road and galloped off uphill, heading for the area where the French pickets had been seen that evening. "Sir, look!" cried one of the hussars from behind, and before Rostov could see what it was, something black loomed up in the mist. There was a blinding flash, the crack of a shot, and the whine of a bullet which flew past and died away. Another gun misfired, but there was a flash in the pan. Rostov turned his horse and galloped back. He heard 4 more shots at varying intervals, and 4 more bullets sang their different tunes into the mist. Rostov reined in his horse, which seemed as excited as he was by all this shooting, and brought him to a walk. "More, more, give me more!" cried an excited inner voice. But there were no more shots. Rostov waited until he was getting near to Bagration before galloping his horse again, and he rode up, saluting. Dolgorukov was still insisting that the French were in retreat, and the fires had been lit in order to fool them. "What does this prove?" he was saying as Rostov rode up. "They might have retreated and still left pickets." "It's clear they haven't all gone, Prince," said Bagration. "We must see what morning brings. In the morning we shall know all there is to know." "The picket's still there on your hill, Your Excellency, where it was yesterday evening," Rostov announced, still saluting and quite unable to resist a smile of delight after his sortie, and especially the whine of bullets. Well done," said Bagration. "My thanks to you, officer." "Your Excellency," said Rostov, "may I ask a favour?" "What is it?" "Tomorrow our squadron is held in reserve. Could I possibly be attached to the 1st Squadron?" "What's your name?" "Count Rostov." "Splendid. You may stay with me as an orderly officer." "Ilya Andreevitch's son," said Dolgorukov, but Rostov ignored him. "May I count on it, sir?" "I will give the order." "Tomorrow, it's more than possible, I might get sent to the Tsar with a message," he thought. "Glory be!" All the shouting and lighting of fires in the enemy camp had come about because Napoleon himself had ridden among the bivouacs while his proclamation was being read out to the troops. When they saw him, the soldiers set fire to armfuls of straw and ran after him, chanting, "Long live the Emperor!" Napoleon's proclamation ran as follows. "Soldiers, the Russian army is marching against you in order to avenge the Austrian army, the army of Ulm. These are the same forces that you defeated at Hollabrunn and have been driving relentlessly towards this place. The positions that we occupy are strong ones, and should they march round me to the right, they will expose their flank to me. Soldiers, I shall myself be at the head of your battalions. I shall be out of the firing line as long as you display your habitual courage by carrying disorder and confusion into the ranks of the enemy. But if victory is for a single moment in doubt, you will see your emperor facing the direct onslaught of the enemy, for there can be no vacillation on the verge of victory, especially on this day, when the honor of the French infantry is at stake, and with it the honor of our nation. Do not break ranks, even for the purpose of removing the wounded. May every last man among you be imbued with the need to destroy these hirelings of England, who are inspired by such hatred of our country. With this victory, our campaign will be concluded, and we can return to our winter quarters to be joined by new troops at present mobilizing in France. And then the peace which I shall conclude will be worthy of our people, worthy of you and of me. Napoleon. Chapter 14. At 5 in the morning, it was still quite dark. There was no movement among the troops in the centre, nor in the reserves, nor on Bagration's right flank. But on the left flank, the infantry, cavalry, and artillery columns, who would be the first to plunge down and attack the French on their right flank, driving them off into the Bohemian mountains, according to Weyrother's battle plan, were already up and about. They had been throwing all the leftovers into the campfires, and the smoke now stung the eyes. It was cold and dark. The officers were gulping down tea and snatching breakfast, while the men munched their dry biscuits and stamped their feet against the cold, gathering around the fires for some warmth and throwing all the unwanted bits and pieces into the flames. Wood from their temporary huts, chairs, tables, wheels, tubs, anything that couldn't go with them. Austrian column leaders were moving in and out among the Russian troops, their presence heralding imminent advance. As soon as an Austrian officer arrived at a commander's headquarters, the regiment stirred itself into action. The soldiers hurried away from the fires, stuffing their pipes down the tops of their boots and their bags into wagons, quick to sort out their muskets and fall in. The officers buttoned up their uniforms, buckled on their sabres and pouches, and paced up and down the ranks, shouting. The baggage handlers and officers' orderlies harnessed the horses, packed the wagons, and lashed them up. The adjutants and the officers commanding regiments and battalions got on their horses, crossed themselves, issued final orders, exhortations, and instructions to the men who were staying behind with the baggage, and then the steady tramp of 1,000 feet began. The columns moved off with no idea where they were going, blinded by the surrounding hordes, the smoke and the gathering mist, so that they couldn't see what they were leaving behind or what they were marching into. A soldier on the march is enclosed, boxed in, and carried along by his regiment as tightly as any sailor in a ship. However far he goes, however alien, mysterious, and perilous the latitudes into which he advances, he always has around him, like the sailor with his deck, masts, and rigging, the same comrades, the same marching ranks, the same Sergeant Ivan Mitrich, the same regimental dog Zhushka, the same officers. A soldier rarely wants to know what latitude his ship has ended up in, but come the day of battle, God knows how or where it comes from, the moral consciousness of warriors one and all rings with a new harsh note, announcing the approach of something solemn and serious, and raising them to unknown heights of curiosity. Come the days of battle, soldiers strive to look beyond the interests of their regiment. They are all eyes and ears, anxious to know what is going on around them. The fog had come down so thickly that although it was getting light, they couldn't see 10 paces ahead. Bushes looked like huge trees, flat stretches looked like soaring cliffs and slopes. At any point, and from any direction, they might come across an invisible enemy 10 paces away. But the columns marched doggedly on through the fog, up hill and down dale, past gardens and fences, over countryside new and unknown, with no sign of the enemy. Quite the reverse. There was a growing consciousness of our own Russian columns up ahead, to the rear and on every side, all of them, moving in the same direction. Every last soldier felt buoyed up by knowing that wherever he was going, not that anyone knew where that was, so were all the other Russians in their vast numbers. "Hey, the Kurskiers have gone on," went the word in the ranks. "Damn good force we've got together. Did you see them fires burning last night? Went on forever, like looking at Moscow." Although the column commanders were not riding over to the ranks or talking to the soldiers, the commanding officers, as we saw at the Council of War, were not in the mood because they didn't like what they were having to do, so they carried out their orders without any effort to inspire the men. The soldiers still marched on in high spirits, as they always do when they are going into action, especially attacking. But after marching for an hour or so through the thick fog, most of the troops were brought to a halt, and a nasty sense of confusion and mismanagement spread through the ranks. It is very difficult to tell how this kind of awareness spreads, but spread it does, with amazing accuracy and speed, slowly but surely, like water flooding a valley. Had the Russian army been acting alone, with no allies, it might have taken a lot longer for this awareness of mismanagement to become common knowledge. As things stood, there was much pleasure to be had, naturally enough, from attributing this shambles to the senseless Germans, and soon everybody believed they were in a dangerous mess because of the bungling sausage-makers. "Why have we stopped? Road blocked ahead? Or have we got to the French?" "No, can't hear anything. They'd have been firing. Told us to get going quick, and we did, and now look at us, stuck in the middle of a field, God knows why. Blasted krauts mucking things up. Damned idiots." "I'd have sent them out first. No fear, crowds of them at the back. Got to stand here now with nothing to eat." "Get a move on." "I've heard that the cavalry's blocking the road," said an officer. "Damned Germans, don't even know their own country," said another. "Which division are you?" shouted an adjutant riding up. 18th. "What are you doing here? You should have been up at the front ages ago. You won't get there now until tonight." "It's all stupid. They've no idea what they're doing," said the officer, and he galloped away. Then a general came trotting up and yelled at them furiously in a foreign language. "Oh, parlez-vous? It's all double Dutch to me," said a soldier, mimicking the retreating general. "Shoot the lot of them, lousy scum." "Supposed to get there by 9, and we're not halfway there yet. Wonderful management," was repeated on all sides, and the feeling of energy that the troops had started out with began to turn to resentment and anger against the ridiculous arrangements and the Germans. The muddle stemmed from a redirection of the Austrian cavalry. When they were well underway, moving towards the left flank, the top brass had come to the conclusion that our centre was too far away from the right flank, so all the cavalry were ordered to cross over to the right. Thousands of mounted troops had to cross in front of the infantry, and the infantry had to wait for them to pass. Ahead of the troops, a row had broken out between an Austrian column leader and a Russian general. The Russian general shouted for the cavalry to stop. The Austrian tried to explain that it wasn't his fault, the top brass were to blame. Meanwhile, the troops stood there, getting more and more bored and dispirited. After an hour's delay, they moved on at last, and began to march downhill. The fog that had thinned out on the hilltop lay thicker than ever down below where the troops were going. Ahead, in the fog, they heard a shot. Then another. Random firing at first, at irregular intervals. Rat-a-tat-tat. Then growing more regular and frequent. The Battle of Holtbach, only a little stream, had begun. Not expecting to confront the enemy down there at the stream, stumbling across them unexpectedly in the fog and hearing no word of encouragement from their commanding officers, frustrated to the last man by arriving too late, and with nothing visible ahead of them or on either side in the fog. The Russians loosed off a few desultory shots at the enemy, moved forward a little, and then stopped again in the absence of any orders from the officers or adjutants, who were themselves blundering about in the fog on unfamiliar territory, not knowing where their own divisions were. This was how the battle began for columns 1, 2, and 3, which had marched down together. Column 4, with Kutuzov in it, had stayed behind on the Pratzen heights. Down below, where the action had started, thick fog still obscured everything. Higher up, it was getting clearer, but still nothing could be seen of the action ahead. Whether the full enemy strength was more than 5 miles away, as we had been assuming, or whether they were here in that patch of fog, no one knew until after 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock came. The low ground was engulfed in a sea of fog, but high up in the village of Schlapanitz, where Napoleon stood surrounded by his marshals, it was now completely clear. The sky overhead was a bright blue, and the vast orb of the sun shimmered like a huge hollow crimson float, bobbing on the surface of the milky sea of fog. The French troops, with Napoleon himself and all his staff, were not on the other side of the streams and gullies near to the villages of Sokolnitz and Schlapanitz, which we had intended to pass before forming up ready for attack. They were on this side, so close to us that Napoleon could tell a cavalryman from a foot soldier in our army with the naked eye. Napoleon was positioned just ahead of his marshals, mounted on a little grey Arab horse, wearing the same blue overcoat he had worn through the Italian campaign. He was staring in silence at the hills, which seemed to stride up out of the sea of mist, watching the Russian troops as they moved across them in the distance, and he was listening to the sound of gunfire in the valley. Not a muscle twitched on his face, which in those days was still rather thin. His eyes glinted as he stared at one spot. His predictions had come true. Part of the Russian army was going down towards the ponds and lakes in the valley. The other part was abandoning the heights of Pratzen, which he had planned to attack since it was the crucial position. Through the fog, he scanned the hollow between 2 hills near the village of Pratzen, and watched as the Russian columns with bayonets gleaming moved as one man down into the valleys and disappeared one by one into the mist. Intelligence received overnight, the sounds of wheels and footsteps heard during the night at the outposts, and all the confusion in the marching Russian columns, everything told him that the Allies thought he was a long way away, that the columns on the move near Pratzen constituted the centre of the Russian army, and that the centre itself was now too weak to mount a successful attack. But still, he held back. The battle did not yet begin. Today was a day of celebration for him, the anniversary of his coronation. He had slept for a few hours before dawn, and woken up feeling fresh, in good health and high spirits, enjoying that happy frame of mind when nothing seems impossible and everything succeeds. He had mounted his horse and ridden out. He sat there now without moving, looking at the heights rising from the fog, and his cold face wore the odd look of well-earned but overconfident pleasure that you might see on the face of a lucky young man in love. Behind him stood the marshals, not daring to distract him. He stared at the heights of Pratzen, and then at the sun floating up out of the mist. When the sun had completely emerged from the fog, and the fields and the mist were ablaze with its brilliance, as if this was what he had been waiting for to begin the battle, he slid the glove from one of his fine white hands and signalled with it to his marshals, thus ordering battle to commence. The marshals, accompanied by adjutants, galloped off in every direction, and a few minutes later the main force of the French army began to move towards the heights of Pratzen, which were being steadily abandoned by the Russian troops as they moved down left into the valley. Chapter 15. At 8 o'clock, Kutuzov set off for Pratzen at the head of Miloradovich's fourth column. Just outside the village of Pratzen, he halted. Prince Andrei was close behind, one among many in the commander-in-chief's entourage. He was experiencing that mixture of nervous irritation and controlled calm that often besets a man whose long-awaited moment has come, and was totally convinced that today would be the making of him, something like Napoleon's key victories at Toulon or Arcola. He had no idea how things would work out, but he was totally convinced that it was going to happen. He had made himself as familiar with the locality and the position of our troops as anyone in our army could have done. It was now inconceivable that his own strategy could be implemented, so he forgot all about it. Throwing all his weight behind Weyrother's plan, Prince Andrei was busy going over every last contingency that might arise, and imagining all sorts of new circumstances which could call for his quick thinking and determination. Down below, in the fog, on the left-hand side, invisible enemies could be heard firing at each other. That's where the action would be, Prince Andrei decided. That's where there would be trouble. That's where I'll be sent, he thought, with a brigade or a division, and that's where I'll grab the colours, march forward and smash everything before me. Prince Andrei could not look unmoved at the colours of other battalions as they went past. Looking at a flag, he kept thinking to himself, perhaps that's the very flag I shall hold when I'm leading my men. By morning, the fog had gone from the heights, leaving behind nothing but hoarfrost rapidly melting into dew. But the valleys still swam in a milky white sea. Nothing at all could be seen in the valley down to the left where our troops had vanished, now ringing with gunfire. Over the hilltops, the clear sky shone dark blue, and on the right was the vast orb of the sun. On the far distant shore, wooded hills rose from that sea of mist. That was where the enemy's army ought to be, and something could be seen moving about over there. From the right came the sound of hoofbeats, the rumble of wheels and the odd flash of a bayonet, as the guards descended into the realm of mist, and on the left, beyond the village, the same massed cavalry was moving down to be swallowed up in the sea of fog. Ahead of them, and to the rear, marched the infantry. The commander-in-chief was standing by the road leading out of the village, watching the march past. Kutuzov seemed exhausted and edgy that morning. Then the men came to a sudden halt, not because they had been ordered to do so, but apparently because of some blockage up ahead. "Do tell the men to form battalion columns and march around the village," an angry Kutuzov snapped at a general who had ridden up. "Isn't it obvious to you, my dear sir, that we can't have them stretched out along a narrow village street when we are marching on the enemy?" "I was intending to reform outside the village, sir," replied the general. Kutuzov gave a sardonic laugh. "A nice position to be in, deploying your front right in sight of the enemy. Very nice." "The enemy's a long way away, sir, according to the disposition." "The disposition!" Kutuzov roared out venomously. "Who told you that? Kindly do as you are commanded." "Yes, sir." "My dear fellow," Nesvitsky whispered to Prince Andrei, "the old man's in a foul temper." An Austrian officer in a white uniform and with green plumes in his hat galloped up to Kutuzov and asked him in the Emperor's name whether the fourth column had started yet. Kutuzov turned away without answering, and his glance happened to light on Prince Andrei, who was standing nearby. Seeing Bolkonsky, Kutuzov relaxed his bitter scowl, as though to acknowledge that his adjutant wasn't to blame for what was being done. Still ignoring the Austrian adjutant, he addressed Bolkonsky. "My dear fellow,
Go and see whether the 3rd Division has gone past the village. Tell them to stop and wait for my orders."
Prince Andrei had scarcely started when he was stopped again.
"And ask whether the marksmen have been deployed," he added.
"What they are doing! What they are doing!" he murmured to himself, still not responding to the Austrian. Prince Andrei galloped off to carry out the order. Overtaking all the battalions ahead of them, he stopped the 3rd Division and soon found out that there really was no line of marksmen in advance of our columns. The commander of the leading regiment was greatly shocked to receive an order from the commander-in-chief to deploy his marksmen. There he stood, sure in the knowledge that there were other troops ahead of him, and the enemy had to be at least 6 or 7 miles away. And in fact, there was nothing visible in front of him but an empty downhill slope blanketed with fog. Having passed on the commander-in-chief's order to put things right, Prince Andrei galloped back. Kutuzov was still in the same place, his portly figure slumped in the saddle with the lassitude of age, and he was yawning wearily, with his good eye closed. Instead of moving on, the troops had been told to order arms.
"Good, good,"
he said to Prince Andrei before turning to the general, who was saying, watch in hand, that it must be time for them to get going, because all the columns of the left flank had gone down already.
"There's plenty of time, Your Excellency," Kutuzov got out between yawns.
"Plenty of time," he repeated. At that moment, from a long way behind Kutuzov, came the sound of regiments cheering, and the noise of it began to sweep towards them down the long, strung-out line of advancing Russian columns. Whoever was the cause of it must have been riding quickly. When the soldiers in the regiment near to Kutuzov started cheering, he rode off to one side and looked around with a scowl. Towards them, down the road from Pratzen, galloped what seemed like an entire squadron of multicoloured horsemen. 2 of them were riding side by side ahead of the rest at full gallop, one dressed in a black uniform with white plumes on a bob-tailed chestnut thoroughbred, the other dressed in white and riding a black horse. It was the 2 emperors and their entourage. With all the panache expected from a veteran of the line, Kutuzov brought the men to attention and rode at the salute towards the emperors. His whole body and manner had been suddenly transformed. He had adopted the air of an unquestioning subordinate. With an exaggerated display of respect, which was clearly not to Alexander's taste, he rode up and saluted the Tsar. A look of displeasure, no more than a wisp of mist in a clear blue sky, flashed across the emperor's young and happy face and vanished. That day, following his indisposition, he looked rather thinner than at Olmütz, where Bolkonsky had seen him for the first time abroad. But his fine grey eyes shone with the same captivating mixture of majesty and gentleness, and his delicate mouth, with its expressive versatility, showed most of all his noble spirit and young innocence. If at Olmütz he had been more majestic, here he was brighter and more energetic. Slightly red in the face from a quick 2-mile gallop, he reined in his horse, drew a long, deep breath, and looked round at his entourage, faces as young and eager as his own. Behind the Tsar, chatting and smiling, stood Czartorsky and Novosiltsev, Prince Bolkonsky and Stroganov, and all the other high-spirited young men in opulent uniforms astride their splendid horses, which looked well-groomed, still fresh and only slightly heated from the gallop. Emperor Francis, a long-faced young man with a ruddy complexion, sat bolt upright on his handsome black stallion and glanced around slowly with a rather worried look. He called one of his white adjutants over and asked him something. "Probably wants to know what time they started," thought Prince Andrei, watching his old acquaintance with an irrepressible smile as he recalled his audience with him in Brno. The imperial entourage included a number of elite young orderly officers, Russians and Austrians, from the guards and regiments of the line. Among them were grooms with spare horses, splendid animals from the royal stables, covered with embroidered saddlecloths. This glittering cavalcade of young people galloping up with so much youthful energy and assurance acted on Kutuzov's demoralized staff like a breath of fresh country air blowing through an open window into a stuffy room.
"Why aren't you moving forward, Mikhail Larionovich?"
Emperor Alexander asked Kutuzov rather abruptly, stealing a respectful glance towards Emperor Francis.
"I am waiting to see your Majesty,"
Kutuzov answered with a polite bow. The Emperor cupped an ear with a slight frown, as if he hadn't quite heard.
"I am waiting to see your Majesty," repeated Kutuzov.
Prince Andrei noticed that Kutuzov's upper lip had a strange twitch as he announced that he was waiting.
"Not all the columns are in place yet, your Majesty."
The Tsar heard what he said, but didn't seem to like the answer. He shrugged his hunched shoulders and glanced across at Novosiltsev, who was not far away, with a look that seemed to censure Kutuzov.
"You do realize this is not the Tsaritsyn parade ground, Mikhail Larionovich? We can begin without the last regiment,"
said the Tsar, glancing round again at the Emperor Francis, as though inviting him to listen to what he was saying, even if he didn't want to get involved. But Emperor Francis, whose eyes were elsewhere, was not listening.
"That's why I'm holding back, sire," said Kutuzov,
raising his voice as if speaking to someone who might not be able to hear properly, and again his face was twitching.
"I'm holding back, sire, precisely because we are not on parade, and this is not the Tsaritsyn ground,"
he spelled out most distinctly. All the members of the entourage exchanged rapid glances, every face dark with accusation and reproach.
"It doesn't matter how old he is, he ought not to speak like that ever,"
the faces seemed to say. The Tsar continued to look steadily at Kutuzov, wondering whether he had anything more to say. But all Kutuzov did was to bow his head respectfully, as if he was waiting too. The silence lasted almost a minute.
"However, if that's an order, your Majesty,"
said Kutuzov, looking up again and resuming his earlier way of speaking like an obtuse, unquestioning, and thoroughly obedient general. He moved his horse away, beckoned to Miloradovich, the column leader, and ordered him to advance. The ranks stirred into movement, and 2 battalions of the Novgorod regiment and a battalion of the Apsheron marched past the Tsar. While the Apsheron battalion was going by, the florid-faced Miloradovich, without his greatcoat, his uniform covered with medals, and a well-plumed hat, turned up and tilted, rode forward, high-stepping his horse while saluting in the grand manner, and then reined in before the Tsar.
"God be with you, General," said the Tsar.
"I give you my word, sire. Whatever it is in our power to do, we shall do it,"
he answered, brightly in bad French, much to the amusement of the gentlemen in the Tsar's entourage. Miloradovich wheeled his horse round sharply and took up a position just behind the Tsar. The Apsheron infantryman, much inspired by the presence of the sovereign, stepped out in grand style as they marched past the emperors and their suites.
"Listen, men!"
shouted Miloradovich in his loud, cheery, confident voice, so worked up by the gunfire, the smell of battle, and the sight of Apsheron comrades known to him since Suvorov's day, that he seemed to have forgotten the Tsar was there.
"Go on, men! You've taken villages before today!" he roared.
"We're ready!" the soldiers roared back. The Tsar's horse was startled by the sudden shout. This horse, who had carried the Tsar at reviews in Russia, now bore her rider on the field of Austerlitz, putting up with thoughtless spurring from the royal left boot, pricking up her ears at real gunfire as she used to do on the field of Mars parade ground, and making nothing of it at all. The gunshots, the proximity of Emperor Francis's black stallion, and all that was being said or experienced by the man on her back, or what was passing through his mind. The Tsar turned to one member of his entourage, pointed with a smile to the gallant boys of the Apsheron regiment, and said something to him. Chapter 16. Kutuzov, accompanied by his adjutants, rode on at walking pace, following the carabineers. After half a mile or so, at the rear of the column, he stopped at a solitary, deserted house, probably once an inn, by a fork in the road. 2 ways led downhill, and the troops were marching down both of them. The fog was beginning to thin, and not much more than a mile away, enemy troops could be seen, albeit not too clearly, high on the opposite hillside. Down below, on the left, the gunfire was getting louder. Kutuzov stood talking to an Austrian general. Watching them all the time from a few feet away, Prince Andrei turned to an adjutant, anxious to borrow his telescope. "Look, look!" this adjutant said, looking not at the troops, a long way away, but just down the hill. "It's the French!" The 2 generals and the adjutant began fighting over the telescope, grabbing it one after the other. Their faces had fallen, all of them horror-stricken. The French ought to have been more than a mile away, but suddenly, here they were, right in front of us. "Is that the enemy? Can't be. It is, you know. Dead certain. What's happened?" voices could be heard saying. Prince Andrei needed no telescope to see just below them, down to the right, a dense column of French soldiers climbing the slope towards the Apsheron regiment, no more than 500 yards from where Kutuzov was standing. "This is it. It's here. My big moment. This is my chance," thought Prince Andrei, spurring his horse, and he rode over to Kutuzov. "Your Excellency!" he shouted. "We must stop the Apsheron regiment." But at that instant, everything disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Guns went off close by, and not 2 paces from Prince Andrei, a voice cried out in pure terror, "Hey mates, we've had it!" And this voice was as good as a command. One call, and everyone panicked and ran. Hordes of men from all over the place, swelling into great crowds, fled back towards the area where 5 minutes earlier they had been marching past the 2 emperors. Not only was it going to be difficult to stop this rush, it was impossible not to be swept along with the mob. Bolkonsky's main concern was not to lose contact with Kutuzov, and all he could do was stare around in bewilderment, unable to take in what was happening before his eyes. Nesvitsky's blood was up. Unrecognizable in all his fury, he kept yelling at Kutuzov that if he didn't get away at once, he was sure to be taken prisoner. Rooted to the spot, Kutuzov was busy taking out his handkerchief, and he didn't answer. Blood ran down his cheek. Prince Andrei forced his way through to him. "Are you wounded?" he asked, his jaw quivering uncontrollably. "Not here, there," said Kutuzov, pressing the handkerchief to his bleeding cheek and pointing to the fleeing soldiers. "Somebody stop them!" he roared, and then, probably realizing that nobody could do that, he spurred his horse and rode off to the right. Another wave of panicking humanity engulfed him and swept him back. The troops were running away in such huge numbers that once you were caught in the middle of the crowd, it was no easy matter to get out of it. Someone yelled, "Go on, get out of my way!" Another man was lurching around to fire in the air. Somebody else was even lashing out at Kutuzov's horse. With one huge thrust, Kutuzov managed to extricate himself from the torrent of men and rode off towards the cannon fire with his suite cut down by half. Prince Andrei also struggled free, still fighting to keep in touch with Kutuzov. But then he saw something through the smoke on the hillside. A Russian battery, still firing, and the French running towards it. Just uphill from them, there were some Russian infantrymen going nowhere, neither hurrying forward to support the battery, nor running back in the same direction as the runaways. A general on horseback had detached himself from the infantry and ridden over to Kutuzov. Of Kutuzov's suite, only 4 men were left, pale-faced and staring. They said not a word.
"Cowardly swine! Stop them!"
said a breathless Kutuzov to the regimental commander, pointing to the fleeing soldiers. But at that moment, as if to punish him for saying what he did, a shower of bullets whistled over the regiment and Kutuzov's suite like a flock of birds. The French were after the battery, but once they caught sight of Kutuzov, they had turned their fire on him. With this volley, the general clutched at his leg. Several soldiers went down, and a second lieutenant, holding the flag, let it slide from his hands. The flag wobbled and got caught on the guns of the nearest soldiers as it fell. The soldiers had begun firing without orders.
"Oh, no!"
Kutuzov groaned in despair as he looked around everywhere.
"Bolkonsky!"
he whispered in a quavering voice which betrayed his awareness of being too old and too feeble.
"Bolkonsky!"
he whispered, pointing towards the shattered battalion and the enemy.
"What's all this?"
But before he could get the words out, Prince Andrei, choking on tears of humiliation and fury, was off his horse and racing for the flag.
"Come on, boys, this way!"
he shrieked, piping like a boy. This is it, Prince Andrei thought, seizing the flagstaff, exhilarated by the scream of bullets clearly meant for him. Several soldiers went down.
"Hurrah!"
roared Prince Andrei, finding the flag hard to hold, but rushing forward, quite sure that the whole battalion would run after him. And he wasn't alone for more than a few steps. One soldier lunged, then another, and then the whole battalion was there, echoing his hurrah, running on and racing past him. A battalion sergeant ran up and took the flag, which was too heavy for Prince Andrei, and wobbled in his grip, but he was killed on the spot. Prince Andrei snatched the flag up again and dragged it by the staff as he ran on with the battalion. In front of him, he could see our gunners, some still fighting, some running towards him with the cannons abandoned. He could see French infantrymen too, taking hold of our artillery horses and heaving the cannons the other way round. Prince Andrei and the battalion were less than 20 yards from the big guns. He heard bullets whining incessantly overhead. Soldiers moaned and dropped right and left, but he didn't stop to look. His eyes were fixed on what was happening over there at the battery. He could make out one figure clearly, a red-haired gunner, with his shako skewed to one side, heaving on a cleaning rod while a French soldier heaved against him the other way. Now he had a clear view of the 2 men's faces, distorted with anguish and fury, even though they had no real idea of what they were doing. "What are they doing?" wondered Prince Andrei as he watched. "The red-haired man's got no gun. Why doesn't he just run away? Why doesn't the Frenchman bayonet him? He won't get far before the Frenchman remembers his gun and runs him through." And then, in fact, another Frenchman ran up to the 2 fighting men with his gun levelled at them, thus probably sealing the fate of the red-haired gunner, who had no inkling of what was in store for him as he wrenched the cleaning rod away in triumph. But Prince Andrei never saw how it all ended. All he felt was a terrible blow on the head, which he was hazily aware of having come from one of the nearby soldiers, who must have set about him with a huge piece of wood. It didn't hurt much. What really annoyed him was that such pain as there was distracted him and stopped him seeing what he was looking at.
What's happening? I think I'm falling. My legs are going, he thought, collapsing on his back. He opened his eyes, hoping to see how the fight between the French soldiers and our gunner ended. Was the gunner killed or not? Did they get the cannons, or were they saved? But he saw none of that. Above him was nothing. Nothing but the sky, the lofty sky. Not a clear sky, but still infinitely lofty, with grey clouds creeping gently across. It's so quiet, peaceful and solemn. Not like me rushing about, thought Prince Andrei. Not like us. All that yelling and scrapping. Not like that Frenchman and our gunner pulling on that cleaning rod, with their scared and bitter faces. Those clouds are different, creeping across that lofty, infinite sky. How can it be that I've never seen that lofty sky before? Oh, how happy I am to have found it at last. Yes, it's all vanity. It's all an illusion. Everything except that infinite sky. There is nothing. Nothing. That's all there is. But there isn't even that. There's nothing but stillness and peace. Thank God for that.
Chapter 17. Over on the right flank, where Bagration was in command, it was 9 o'clock, and the battle had still not begun. Looking for an excuse not to accede to Dolgorukov's request for them to get things started, and anxious, in fact, to offload all responsibility, Prince Bagration proposed to Dolgorukov that they should send a messenger to ask for instructions from the commander-in-chief. Given that the two flanks were well over 5 miles apart, Bagration knew full well that, even if the courier didn't get himself killed, and he probably would, and if he eventually managed to find the commander-in-chief, a very difficult task, he would hardly be back before evening. Bagration scanned the members of his entourage, his eyes wide, devoid of all expression and still full of sleep. And the first thing that caught his eye was the boyish face of Nikolai Rostov, transfixed with excitement and hope. So he sent him.
Sir, what if I meet His Majesty before the Commander-in-Chief? Said Rostov with a long salute.
You can give the same message to His Majesty, said Dolgorukov, quick to interrupt Bagration. Once off duty, Rostov had snatched a few hours' sleep before morning, and now he felt cheerful, bold, and resolute. He moved with a spring in his step, and he felt lucky, a frame of mind which made everything seem bright and easily achievable. All his dreams had come true that morning. There was going to be a full battle, and he was due to take part in it. More importantly, he was serving one of the bravest of generals, and more importantly still, he was now responsible for taking a message to Kutuzov, perhaps even to the Tsar himself. It was a fine morning, and he had a good horse under him. His spirits overflowed with joy and happiness. Fully briefed, he gave the horse his head and galloped off down the line. First he rode past Bagration's stationary troops, as yet held back from the action. Then he was soon into the territory of Uvarov's cavalry, where at last he could see signs of movement and preparations for battle. Behind them, he began to hear the distinct sound of gunfire and the booming of cannons ahead. The firing got louder and louder. The sounds were different now in the fresh morning air. Gone were the desultory shots loose off 2 or 3 at a time and accompanied by the occasional bang from a cannon. Now, all down the sloping hillsides before Pratzen, he could hear long volleys of gunfire, with intermittent booming from the big guns so sustained that sometimes it sounded not like individual shots, but one great roaring cannonade. He could see puffs of musket smoke chasing each other down the hillsides. while cannon smoke wreathed up in clouds that floated away and melted together. The glint of bayonets through the smoke told him that masses of infantry were on the move down there, and one or two narrow strips indicated artillery with green caissons. Rostov stopped his horse on a little rise to watch for a moment and see what was happening. But however much he concentrated, he couldn't begin to sort out or understand what was going on. Some sort of men seemed to be moving about down there in the smoke. Lines of troops were moving up from front and rear, but what for? Who were they? Where were they going? He just couldn't tell. But he found this spectacle and all these sounds far from depressing or discouraging. They only added to his energy and determination. "Come on, let's have some more," was his mental response to the sounds he heard. He galloped off again down the line, farther and farther into territory where the troops had gone into action. "I don't know what it's like down there, but I'm sure it'll be all right," thought Rostov. After riding past some Austrian troops, Rostov noticed that the next section, the Guards, had gone off to fight. "Good, that's better. I'll get a close look," he thought. He was now riding almost along the front line itself. Several horsemen came galloping towards him, a troop of our Uhlans returning in disorder from an attack. As he passed, Rostov noticed one of them covered in blood, but he galloped on. "Nothing to do with me," he thought. Only a few hundred yards further on, he suddenly saw, coming from the left and spread out over the whole battlefield, an immense mass of cavalrymen on black horses in dazzling white uniforms, cutting across and bearing down on him. Rostov rode flat out to avoid them all, and he would have managed it if they had moved at the same pace, but they kept coming faster and faster until several horses were galloping. Louder and louder came the hoofbeats and the rattling of their weapons. Clearer and clearer were the horses, the figures, even the faces. They were our men, horse guards, charging against the advancing French cavalry. They were now all at the gallop, though the horses were still being restrained. Rostov could see their faces as the commander shouted, "Charge!" and let his thoroughbred go at full speed. Rostov was now in danger of being run down or swept into the attack against the French, so he galloped his horse flat out across their lines, but to no avail. He still couldn't avoid them. The last rider, a giant of a man with a pockmarked face, scowled viciously when Rostov suddenly appeared in front of him, and a collision seemed inevitable. This man would certainly have brought Rostov and Bedouin down. Rostov felt so tiny and feeble alongside these gigantic men and horses. But he just managed to lash out with his riding crop across the horse's face. The massive black charger, 16 hands if he was an inch, flattened his ears and reared back. But the pockmarked rider brought him down with a vicious thrust of his big spurs, and the horse responded by lashing its tail and stretching its neck before hurtling on faster than ever. The horse guards had barely gone past him when Rostov heard them roar their hurrah, and when he looked closer, he saw their leading ranks getting tangled up with some other cavalrymen with red epaulets, probably French. That was all he saw, because at that moment cannons thundered somewhere nearby, and everything was blotted out in smoke. As the horse guards rushed past him and vanished in the smoke, Rostov wondered whether to gallop after them or go on with his mission. This was one of those brilliant cavalry charges by our horse guards which even the French were said to admire. Rostov was appalled to learn later that the vast mass of these big, fine men, all those brilliant, rich young officers and cadets who had galloped past him on horses worth thousands, after the charge had been reduced to 18 survivors. "I don't need to envy them. My turn will come. And anyway, I might see the Emperor," thought Rostov as he galloped off. When he reached the foot guards, he could tell that cannonballs were whizzing about everywhere, not so much from the sound of them as from the soldiers' worried faces and an unusually grave and aggressive look about the officers. He was riding behind a line of foot guards when he heard someone call his name. "Rostov!"
Who's that?"
he called back without seeing that it was Boris.
"I say, we've just been in the front line. Our regiment's been attacking," said Boris, grinning cheerfully like any young man who has just been under fire for the first time. Rostov stopped. "You haven't," he said. "What was it like?" "We beat them back," said Boris, excited and eager to talk. "Can you imagine?"
And Boris began describing how the guards had got into position, seen some troops in front of them, and assumed they were Austrians, only to discover from the cannonballs coming at them that they were in the very front line and had to go straight into battle. Rostov couldn't stay for the end of the story. He urged his horse on.
"Where are you off to?"
asked Boris.
"Taking a message to His Majesty." "But he's here,"
said Boris, who had mistaken Rostov's His Majesty for His Highness. Thinking he wanted the Grand Duke, he pointed him out 100 yards away, wearing a helmet and a horse guard's jacket, distinctive, with his high shoulders and dark scowl, and busy shouting at a pale-faced Austrian officer in a white uniform.
"No, that's the Grand Duke. I need the Commander-in-Chief or the Emperor," said Rostov, on the point of galloping away.
"Count! Count!"
shouted Berg, running up from the other side, just as excited as Boris.
"I've been wounded in my right hand,"
and he pointed to his blood-stained hand, bandaged in a handkerchief.
"But I stayed there at the front, Count, holding my sword in my left hand. All of us, Count, the von Bergs, we've been all valiant knights."
Berg rambled on, but Rostov rode away without listening to any more. Leaving the guards behind and crossing some open land, Rostov rode along past the reserves to make sure he didn't end up, like last time with the charging cavalrymen, back in the front line, and he made a big detour to avoid the area where the gunfire and cannonade were at their loudest. Then, suddenly, right in front of him, and behind our troops, in a place where it would be unthinkable to find the enemy, he heard several muskets going off quite close.
"What can it be?" thought Rostov. "The enemy? At the rear of our troops? It can't be."
He thought as a sense of dread gripped him, fear for himself, and for the outcome of the whole battle.
"Oh well, whatever happens," he said to himself, "I can't keep on making detours. I must find out whether the Commander-in-Chief is here, and if it's all over, my job is to die with the others."
The dark forebodings that had descended on Rostov seemed to be more and more justified the farther he advanced into the region beyond the village of Pratzen, which was teeming with troops of every kind.
"What does it mean? What's it all about? Who are they firing at? Who's firing?"
Rostov started asking the Austrian and Russian soldiers, cutting across him in a confused, scurrying shambles.
"God knows! All of them killed! We've had it!"
Answers emerged from the running hordes in Russian, German, and Czech. But these people knew no more than he did.
"Kill them Germans!" shouted one voice.
"To hell with them! Can't trust them!" "To hell with these Russians!"
growled someone in German. There were wounded men walking along the road. Shouts, moans, and curses came together in a noisy chorus. The firing had begun to subside, and Rostov was to discover later that the Russian and Austrian soldiers had been firing at each other.
"My God, what's it all about?" thought Rostov. "To think that any minute now the Emperor could arrive and see them. No, there can't be any of these cowardly swine. This will soon be over. It's not the real thing. It can't be," he thought. "I just wish they'd get a move on."
Nikolai Rostov could not get his head around the idea of being defeated and running away, even though he could see French cannons and French troops deployed on Pratzen Hill, the very hill where he had been told to look for the Commander-in-Chief. He could not and would not believe it. Chapter 18. Rostov had been told to look for Kutuzov and the Emperor somewhere near the village of Pratzen. But they were not there, nor was there a single officer to be found in command, nothing but motley crowds of shambling troops. He urged on his weary horse to get through this rabble as fast as he could, but the further he went, the more ragged the crowds became. When he reached the high road, he found it teeming with carriages and every kind of vehicle, and all sorts of Austrian and Russian soldiers, some wounded, some not. There was a dull roar of people and traffic swarming along to the sinister sound of the cannonballs whizzing over from the French batteries now deployed on the heights of Pratzen.
"Where's the Emperor? Where's Kutuzov?"
Rostov asked anyone prepared to stop. He got no answers. At last, grabbing a soldier by the collar, he forced him to respond.
"Listen, mate, that lot went off ages ago,"
the soldier said to Rostov, laughing for no good reason as he wrenched himself free. Letting him go, he must surely have been drunk. Rostov stopped the horse of a batman or groom serving someone of rank and started to interrogate him. He informed Rostov that only an hour before the Tsar had been driven down this very road in a carriage going at full speed, and the Tsar was seriously wounded.
"It can't be him," said Rostov. "It must be someone else."
"Saw it with my own eyes," said the groom with a complacent smirk. "I'm one as ought to know the Emperor, seen him lots of times in Petersburg, sat in his carriage white as a sheet. You should have seen them driving those 4 black horses, went past like thunder. You'd have to know the Tsar's horses and Ilya Ivanitch. Old Ilya never drives nobody but the Tsar."
Rostov let go of his horse and was about to move on when a wounded officer who happened to be passing spoke to him.
"Who is it you're looking for?" he asked.
"The Commander-in-Chief." "Oh, he was killed by a cannonball. Got him in the chest right in front of our regiment."
But another officer corrected him.
"No, he was wounded, not killed."
"Who? Kutuzov?"
asked Rostov.
"No, not Kutuzov. That other one, what's his name? Same difference. Not many left alive. That's the way. Go to that village. They're all there, the commanding officers," said the officer,
pointing to the village of Gostyeredek, and he walked away. Rostov kept his horse at walking pace, not knowing why he should go on or who to look for. The Tsar was wounded, the battle lost. He had to believe it now. He was heading where he had been directed, and in the distance he could see a church with a tower. Why hurry? What would he say now to the Tsar or Kutuzov, even if they were still alive and not wounded?
"Go down this road, sir, and you'll get killed,"
a soldier shouted to him.
"You'll get killed down there."
"Stupid nonsense," said another.
"There's no other way. That's nearest."
Rostov wondered for a moment, but then rode off towards the place where they had said he would get killed.
"It makes no difference now. If the Emperor's wounded, why should I save my skin?" he thought.
He rode into a patch of land where more men had been killed running away from Pratzen than anywhere else. The French had yet to take that ground, though the Russians, those who were unscathed or only lightly wounded, had long abandoned it. The dead and wounded lay about everywhere, like heaps of manure on good ploughland, 6 bodies to an acre. The wounded crawled together in little groups of 2 or 3, with pitiful shouts and groans, though some of them struck Rostov as rather forced. He put his horse to a trot to avoid seeing all those suffering people, and now he felt scared. Scared that he might not lose his life, but the courage that he needed so much, and he knew it would not survive the sight of those wretched creatures. The French had stopped firing at this field strewn with dead and wounded, because there was no one left to fire at. But once they spotted an adjutant trotting across, they aimed a cannon at him and loosed off a few cannonballs. The impression made on him by these terrible whizzing noises and the dead bodies all round him blurred into a single sensation. He felt horrified and sorry for himself. He thought of his mother's last letter.
What would she think, he wondered, if she could see me now on this field with cannons aiming at me.
In the village of Goshtiredek, there were some Russian troops, disorientated but still in some sort of order, walking away from the battlefield. Here they were out of range of the French cannons, and the sounds of gunfire seemed a long way away. Here it was clear to everyone that the battle had been lost, and defeat was on everyone's lips. Rostov asked around, but no one could tell him where the Tsar or Kutuzov might be found. Some said that the rumour about the Tsar being wounded was true. Others said it wasn't, and the false report that had spread like wildfire could easily be explained. It was the Grand Marshal Tolstoy, a member of the Emperor's entourage out with the others on the battlefield, who had been seen rushing back in the Tsar's carriage all pale and terrified. One officer mentioned to Rostov that over to the left, outside the village, he had seen a senior officer from headquarters, and Rostov rode off in that direction, no longer hoping to find anyone, but just to keep his conscience clear. He had ridden for a couple of miles, passing the last of the Russian troops, when he came to a kitchen garden enclosed by a ditch. Two men on horseback stood facing the ditch. One of them had a white plume in his hat, and Rostov fancied he had seen him before. The other man was a stranger on a fine chestnut. In his case, it was the horse that looked familiar. He rode up to the ditch, gave his horse a touch of the spurs, loosened the reins, and jumped easily across into the garden, disturbing nothing but a little earth that crumbled down from the bank under his horse's hind hoofs. Turning the horse sharply, he jumped back over the ditch and made a respectful approach to the horseman with the white plume, as if inviting him to do the same. Rostov was suddenly fascinated by the rider, whose general appearance had struck him as familiar, and when this man made a gesture of refusal with his head and his hand, Rostov instantly recognized his idolized and much lamented sovereign.
No, it can't be. Not him on his own in the middle of this empty field, thought Rostov.
At that moment, Alexander turned his head and Rostov caught sight of the beloved features, so sharply etched into his memory. The Tsar was pale, his cheeks looked haggard, and his eyes hollow, but this made his features look even more charming and gentle. Rostov was delighted to discover that the rumour about the Emperor being wounded was untrue. He was delighted to see him. Now was his chance, indeed it was his duty, to go straight up to him and deliver the message entrusted to him by Dolgorukov. But, just as a lovelorn youth dithers and freezes, too scared to force out the words he has dreamt about for nights on end, panics, and looks around for help or any chance of delay and escape now that the longed-for moment is here and he and she are alone together, so Rostov, suddenly presented with what he wanted most in all the world, had no idea how to approach the Emperor, and his mind was assailed by thousands of reasons why it would be wrong, inconvenient, and impossible to do so.
No! It would be like taking advantage of him when he's alone and despondent. It might be unpleasant and painful for him to see an unfamiliar face when he's suffering like that. Anyway, what could I say to him now, when one look at him makes my heart leap and my mouth go all dry?
In his imagination, he had composed innumerable speeches addressed to the Tsar, but not one of them came to mind now. They had been intended for other occasions. They were meant to be spoken mainly at moments of victory and triumph, and predominantly on his deathbed, when the Emperor thanked him for his heroism, and he, with his dying breath, gave voice to the love that he had just proved in action.
Then again, how can I ask the Emperor for instructions about the right flank, when it's nearly 4 o'clock in the afternoon and we've lost the battle? No, I mustn't go up to him. I mustn't interrupt him while he's thinking. Better die 1,000 deaths than get one angry glance from him, one sign of his disapproval, Rostov decided, and with a heavy heart he rode away in some despair,
constantly turning to look back at the Tsar still standing there, a picture of indecision. While Rostov was thinking things over and riding sadly away, a certain Captain von Toll happened to ride up to the same spot, saw the Emperor, and went straight up to him, offering his services and helping him to walk across the ditch. Feeling unwell and in need of rest, the Tsar sat down under an apple tree, and von Toll remained at his side. Rostov looked back down the long road and watched with envy and regret as von Toll stayed with the Emperor for some time, talking eagerly, and the Emperor, clearly in tears, put a hand over his eyes and shook hands with von Toll.
And it could have been me, not him,
Rostov thought, and hardly able to hold back his tears of sympathy for the Tsar, he rode away in the depths of despair, not knowing where to go or why. Worst of all, he knew that his despair was all his own fault. His weakness had caused all this misery. He could have gone up to the Emperor. He should have done. This had been his one chance to demonstrate his devotion to the Emperor, and he had missed it.
What have I done?
He thought. He turned his horse and galloped back to the place where he had seen the Emperor. But there was no one there across the ditch. Nothing but wagons and carriages going by. He learnt from one of the drivers that Kutuzov's staff were not far away. They were in the village where the wagons were going. Rostov followed them. In front of him, Kutuzov's groom was leading horses covered with their cloths. A wagon followed the groom, and after the wagon came a bow-legged old servant, hobbling along in cap and jacket.
"Hey, Titus," said the groom.
"What?" answered the old man absent-mindedly.
"Tight as a drum."
"Stupid idiot," said the old man, spitting angrily. For a few minutes they all moved on in silence, and then the same silly joke was repeated. It was coming up to 5 o'clock, and the battle had been lost at every point. More than 100 cannons were in French hands. Przebyshev and his corps had surrendered. The other columns, having lost half their men, were retreating in complete disarray. The surviving forces of Longeron and Doktorov mingled together in crowds on the banks of dams and ponds near the village of Augest. By 6 o'clock, the Augest Dam was the only place where heavy gunfire could still be heard, and it came only from the French side, where several batteries newly deployed on the hillside outside Pratzen continued to fire down on our troops as they retreated. In the rear guard, Doktorov and the others had reformed their battalions and were firing back at the pursuing French cavalry. It was now getting dark. On the bank of the narrow Augest Dam, where year after year the old miller in his cap had sat fishing while his grandson rolled up his sleeves and ran his fingers through the silvery fish thrashing about in the bucket. On the same dam where year after year the Moravians in their shaggy caps and blue jackets had peacefully driven their 2-horse wagons of wheat up to the mill and trundled back dusty with flour that whitened their carts. On this narrow dam, hideous men with hideous expressions running for their lives now scrambled together, jostling with wagons and cannons, falling under horses' hooves and carriage wheels, all squashed up close, falling down dead, stepping over dying men and killing each other, only to stagger a few steps and get killed in the same way. Every 10 seconds, a cannonball would blast the air and come whizzing down, or a grenade would burst in the thick of the crowd, dealing out death and splashing the bystanders with blood. The newly promoted Dolokhov, who had been wounded in the hand, walked along with a dozen soldiers of his company and his general on horseback, the sole survivors from an entire regiment. Borne along by the crowd, they all squeezed together in the approach to the dam and stood there, squashed in from every side because a horse pulling a cannon had fallen down, and the crowd were dragging it away. A cannonball killed somebody behind them. Another one crashed down just ahead, and Dolokhov was spattered with blood. The crowd surged forward desperately, squeezed up, moved on a step or two, and stopped again. Everyone had the same thought. If I can just get through the next 100 yards, I'm sure I'll be all right. 2 minutes here, and I'm a dead man. Dolokhov scrambled through the center of the crowd to the edge of the dam, shoved 2 soldiers aside, and ran down onto the slippery ice that covered the mill pond. "Come on down here!" he shouted, bounding over the ice as it cracked under him. "Come on down here!" he kept shouting to the cannon crew. "The ice is good!" The ice was good, but it sank and cracked, and it was obviously going to give way under his weight alone, never mind a cannon or a crowd of people. They all stared down at him and flooded to the brink, too scared to venture out onto the ice. His regimental commander, waiting on horseback at the end of the dam, raised one hand and opened his mouth wide to speak to Dolokhov. Suddenly, a stray cannonball whizzed across so low over the heads of the crowd that everybody ducked. There was a terrible splashing sound, and the general fell from his horse in a pool of blood. No one even looked at him, let alone thought of picking him up. "Onto the ice! Get on the ice! Come down here! This way! Can't you hear? Come on!" Voices rang out on all sides after the ball had hit the general, though nobody knew what he was shouting or why. One of the rear cannons that had been manhandled up onto the dam was trundled down onto the ice. Crowds of soldiers began running down onto the frozen surface. The ice cracked under one of the leading soldiers, and one leg slipped into the water. He tried to drag himself out, but he was in waist deep. The nearest soldiers tried to stop. The cannon driver reined in his horse, but still the shouts came from behind. "Get down on the ice! Don't stop! Go on! Go on!" Screams of horror came from the crowd. The soldiers near to the cannon waved furiously at the horses and lashed at them to make them turn round and go back. But the horses moved on and stepped over the edge. The ice, that had been strong enough to hold walking people, cracked across in one huge piece, and 36 men standing on it lunged forwards and backwards, shoving one another down into the water. Meanwhile, cannonballs continued to zoom across and crash down everywhere, on the ice, in the water, and more often than not, straight into the crowd that had engulfed the dam, the nearby ponds, and the bank. Chapter 19. Up on the Pratzen Heights, Prince Andrei Bolkonsky was lying where he had fallen with the flagstaff in his hands, bleeding from a head wound and moaning pitifully, without being aware of it, in a soft voice like that of a child. By late afternoon, he had stopped moaning and lay there perfectly still. He had no idea how long he had been unconscious, but now suddenly he felt alive again, not least from the burning, lacerating pain in his head. "Where's it gone? That lofty sky that I had never known before until I saw it today," was his first thought. "And I've never known pain like this before, either," he thought. "No, up to now I have known nothing, absolutely nothing. But where am I?" He listened, and there was the sound of approaching hooves and French-speaking voices. He opened his eyes wide. There was the same lofty sky above him, with clouds floating higher than ever, and through them glimpses of a blue infinity. He didn't turn his head, and couldn't see the men who, if the voices and the hooves were anything to go by, had ridden up nearby and stopped. It was Napoleon himself, with 2 of his adjutants. Bonaparte was going round everywhere, issuing final instructions for reinforcing the batteries firing down at the Augest Dam and inspecting the dead and wounded on the battlefield.
"Fine men,"
said Napoleon, looking down at a dead Russian grenadier lying on his belly with his face rammed into the soil. The back of his head had gone black, and one of his arms, flung out wide, was already stiffening.
"The field guns are out of ammunition, Your Majesty,"
said an adjutant, arriving that moment from the batteries that were firing at Augest.
"Bring some more up from the reserves,"
said Napoleon, before riding on a few steps and then coming to a halt right above Prince Andrei, who was lying on his back with the flagstaff still where he had dropped it, though the flag itself had been taken by the French as a trophy.
"A fine death, this one,"
said Napoleon, looking down at Bolkonsky. Prince Andrei knew they were talking about him, and Napoleon was doing the talking. He had heard the speaker addressed as Your Majesty, but the words sounded like buzzing flies. They were of no interest to him. He didn't take them in, and he immediately forgot them. He had a burning headache. He could feel himself losing blood, and there above him was the lofty, far-distant, unending sky. He knew it was Napoleon, his hero, but at that moment Napoleon seemed to him such a tiny, inconsequential creature, compared with everything that was now transpiring between his spirit and that lofty sky-blue infinity with its busy clouds. At that moment he could not have cared less who was standing over him, or what they were saying about him. He was just glad that someone had stopped and was standing over him, and his only desire was for these people to help him and bring him back to life, because life was good, and he saw it all differently now. He made a huge effort to move and make some kind of noise. He stirred one leg faintly, and produced a feeble, sickly moan that he himself found moving.
"Oh, he's alive," said Napoleon. "Pick him up, this young man, and have him taken to a dressing station."
This said, Napoleon rode on to meet Marshal Lannes, who had removed his hat and was now advancing, all smiles, to meet his emperor and congratulate him on his victory. Prince Andrei remembered nothing more. He had lost consciousness from the terrible pain that shot through him as they laid him on the stretcher, and continued with every jolt as they carried him over to the dressing station and began to explore the extent of his wound. When at last he came round, it was late evening, and he was being taken to the field hospital along with some other wounded and captured Russian officers. During the transfer, he felt a little stronger, and could look around, even speak. The first words he heard on coming round came from a French convoy officer who was gabbling. "We must stop here. The Emperor's coming soon. He'll enjoy seeing these gentlemen prisoners."
"Too many prisoners today. Nearly the whole Russian army."
"He's probably had enough of them," said another officer.
"Yes, but look. They say this one is the chief commander of Alexander's guards,"
said the first speaker, pointing to a wounded Russian officer in the white uniform of the Horse Guards. Bolkonsky recognized him as Prince Repnin, having met him in Petersburg society. Next to him stood another wounded Horse Guards officer, a boy of 19. Napoleon arrived at a gallop and came to a halt.
"Which one is the senior officer?"
he said, seeing the prisoners. They named the colonel, Prince Repnin.
"Are you the commander of Emperor Alexander's Horse Guards regiment?"
asked Napoleon. "I was in command of a squadron," replied Repnin.
"Your regiment did its duty honourably,"
said Napoleon. "Praise from a great general is a soldier's highest reward," said Repnin.
"I bestow it upon you with pleasure,"
said Napoleon.
"Who is this young man at your side?"
Prince Repnin named him as Lieutenant Suchtielin. Napoleon looked at him and said with a smile,
He's a bit young to be meddling with us. Being young doesn't stop you being brave, said Sukhtelin, with a tremor in his voice. A splendid answer, said Napoleon. Young man, you will go far. Prince Andrei, who had been pushed forward under the Emperor's nose as a prize capture, could hardly have failed to attract his attention. Napoleon seemed to remember seeing him on the field, and in speaking to him he used the same epithet, young man, which his first sight of Bolkonsky had deposited in his memory. "What about you, young man?" he said to him. "How are you feeling, my dear fellow?" Even though 5 minutes earlier Prince Andrei had been able to say a few words to the soldiers who were carrying him, now, with his eyes glued on Napoleon, he said nothing. All the things that Napoleon stood for seemed so trivial at that moment. His hero seemed so petty in his squalid vanity and triumphalism, compared with that lofty, righteous, and kindly sky which he had seen and understood, that he couldn't reply. Everything in the world seemed pointless and trivial, beside the solemn and serious line of thinking induced in him by weakness from loss of blood, great pain, and a brush with death. Looking Napoleon straight in the eye, Prince Andrei mused on the insignificance of greatness, on the insignificance of human life, the meaning of which no one could understand, and most of all, the insignificance of death, which no living person could make sense of or explain. The Emperor, after pausing for a reply that never came, turned to go, and before riding away he spoke to one of the officers in command. "I want these gentlemen well looked after and taken to my camp. Let my surgeon, Dr. Larrey, see to their wounds. Au revoir, Prince Repnin," he said, and galloped away. His face was a picture of smug self-satisfaction. The soldiers carrying Prince Andrei had come across the gold icon that Princess Maria had hung around her brother's neck and removed it. But once they had seen the Emperor's benevolent attitude to the prisoners, they soon put it back again. Prince Andrei didn't see anyone put it back, or how it was done, but suddenly there it was again on his chest outside his uniform, his icon on its delicate gold chain. "Wouldn't it be nice," thought Prince Andrei, as he glanced down at the little icon which his sister had hung round his neck with such feeling and reverence, "wouldn't it be nice if everything was as clear-cut and straightforward as it seems to Marie? Wouldn't it be nice if we knew where to turn to for help in this life, and what to expect when it's over beyond the grave? What happiness and peace of mind would be mine if I only could say now, 'Lord, have mercy upon me.' But who would I be talking to? Either some indeterminate, inaccessible power, which I cannot have any contact with and cannot even put into words, the great all or nothing," he said to himself, "or else that God sewn up in a little bag like Marie's icon. No, nothing is certain, nothing but the nothingness of all that we can understand, and the splendour of something we can't understand, but we know to be infinitely important." The stretcher was on the move again. At every jolt he was racked with unbearable pain. His temperature rose, and soon he was delirious. Images of his father, his wife, his sister, and his unborn son, the tenderness he had felt on the eve of battle, the petty little figure of Napoleon, and, above all, the lofty sky. These were the essential ideas in his raving mind. He dreamt of a quiet life and peaceful family happiness at Bald Hills. He was settling down to enjoy this happiness, when suddenly that little man Napoleon turned up, with his callous, shriveled look of someone revelling in the misery of others. And then came doubts and more agony, with only the sky promising peace. By morning,
All his dreams had merged and melted away into the chaos and darkness of unconsciousness and oblivion. With death, according to Napoleon's surgeon, Dr. Loret, a much more likely prospect than recovery. "He's a bad patient, all nerves and bile," said Loret. "He's not going to recover." Prince Andrei, with all the other hopeless cases, was left behind in the care of the local inhabitants.
Volume 2, Part 1, Chapter 1. It was 1806, early in the year, and Nikolai Rostov was going home on leave. So was Denisov, and since he lived in Voronezh, Rostov persuaded him to call in at Moscow, break his journey, and stay with them. Denisov met his comrade at the last posting station but one, and drank 3 bottles of wine with him, after which not even the potholes on the Moscow road could keep him awake, slumped as he was at the bottom of the sledge beside Rostov, who was getting more and more impatient the nearer they came to Moscow. "Oh, how much further is it? How much further? Oh, these awful streets, shops, bakers' signs, street lamps, sledges," thought Rostov, when they had signed in at the city gates and entered the outskirts of Moscow. "Denisov, we're here. Still asleep?" he kept saying, urging his body forward as though that might make the sledge go faster. Denisov made no response. "This is the crossroads corner, where Zakhar used to wait with his sledge. There he is! That's Zakhar! Still the same horse. Oh, we used to buy cakes at that little shop. Oh, do get a move on, please!" "Which house is it?" asked the driver. "That one at the end, the big one. Are you blind? That's our house," Rostov kept saying. "Oh, yes, that's our house. Denisov! Denisov, we're nearly there." Denisov glanced up, cleared his throat, and said nothing. "Dmitri," said Rostov to his valet on the box, "the lights are still on at home, aren't they?" "They certainly are. There's even a light in your papa's study." "They haven't gone to bed yet, have they?" "Make sure you get my new tunic out straight away," he added, fingering his newly grown moustache. "Will you get a move on?" he yelled at the driver. "Come on, do wake up, Vaska," he said to Denisov, whose head had drooped again. "Oh, do get a move on. I'll give you a tip, 3 rubles, if you'll only move," shouted Rostov, when they were only 3 houses away. The horses seemed to be standing still. At long last, the sledge turned right through the entry, and there it all was, the familiar chipped cornice up on high, with the steps and the stone curb down below. The sledge was still moving when he jumped out and ran up into the entrance hall. The house stood there, stolidly unwelcoming, as if it hadn't the slightest interest in whoever might have arrived. There was no one there. Oh, God, is everything all right? Rostov wondered, stopping for a moment with a sinking heart, and then running on through the hall and up the familiar winding stairs. Still the same door handle, the bane of his mother's life when it got dirty, and still loose. In the hall there was a single tallow candle burning. Old Mikhaila was lying on his wooden chest fast asleep, but the footman, Prokofy, a man strong enough to lift the back of a carriage right off the ground, was sitting there busily making peasant shoes out of strips of selvage. He glanced towards the door as it was flung open, and his expression of dozy indifference changed instantly to a mixture of joy and alarm. "Merciful heavens! If it's not the young master!" he cried, recognising the young count. "It can't be! My dear, dear boy!" And Prokofy, shaking with emotion, leapt for the drawing-room door, probably wanting to announce him, but then thought better of it, came back and fell on his young master's shoulder. "Is everyone well?" asked Rostov, withdrawing his arm. "Yes, thank God. They're all well, thank God. Just finished supper. Oh, let me have a good look at you, Your Excellency." "Is everything all right?" "Oh, yes, thank God, thank God." Forgetting all about Denisov and not wanting them to have any warning of his arrival, Rostov flung off his fur coat and tiptoed quickly into the big, dark reception hall. Nothing had changed. The same card tables, the same chandelier with its cover on, but someone had seen him, and before he could get to the drawing room, something hurtled out of a side door and overwhelmed him with a deluge of hugging and kissing. A second figure, then a third, dashed in through two other doors, more hugs, more kisses, more shouts, and tears of joy. Papa, Natasha, Petya. He couldn't tell who was who, or who was where. Everybody was shouting and talking and kissing him all at the same time. Only his mother was missing, as he suddenly noticed. "I just didn't know. Nicky, my darling boy. Here he is, our boy, my darling Kolya. Hasn't he changed? Get some candles. Let's have some tea. Oh, give me a kiss. My dear darling, me too." Sonia, Natasha, Petya, Anna Mikhailovna, Vera, and the old count were all hugging him, and then the servants and the maids flocked into the room, filling it with their chatter and all their ohs and ahs. Petya swung from his legs, yelling, "Me too!" Natasha, who had grabbed him to herself and smothered his face with kisses, now hopped away, seized the hem of his jacket, and skipped up and down on one spot like a goat, splitting their ears with her shrieks. On every side were loving eyes, glittering tears of joy, and lips hungry for kisses. Sonia, too, as red as a beetroot, clung to his arm and positively beamed at him, gazing blissfully into those eyes of his which she had missed so much. Sonia had just turned 16, and she looked very pretty, especially at this moment of eager, rapturous excitement. She gazed at him, unable to take her eyes off him, grinning and breathless. He glanced at her thankfully, but still he was looking and waiting for someone else. The old countess still hadn't appeared. Footsteps were heard, suddenly, outside the door. They were so rapid that they could hardly be his mother's, but they were. In she came, wearing a new dress that he hadn't seen before, obviously made while he had been away. Everybody let go of him, and he ran across to her. When they came together, she sank down on his chest, sobbing. Quite incapable of looking up, she could do nothing but press her face into the cold braiding of his hussar's jacket. Denisov, who had stolen in unnoticed, stood there looking at them and rubbing his eyes. "Vasily Denisov, friend of your son," he said, introducing himself to the Count, who had turned to him with a quizzical look. "You are most welcome. I've heard all about you," said the Count, kissing and embracing Denisov. "Nikolai wrote to us. Natasha, Vera, look who's here, Denisov." The same blissfully happy faces turned to the tousled figure of Denisov with his black moustache and swarmed round him. "Darling Denisov," squealed Natasha, beside herself with delight, and she lost no time in dashing over to hug him and kiss him. Everyone was embarrassed by Natasha's behaviour. Denisov reddened too, but with a smile he took Natasha's hand and kissed it. Denisov was conducted to the room prepared for him, while the Rostovs all gathered about their little Nikolai in the sitting room. The old countess sat beside him, clasping him by the hand. Not a minute passed without her bestowing a kiss on it. The others crowded round, drinking in every movement, every glance, every word he uttered. They couldn't take their eager and adoring eyes off him. His brother and sisters squabbled over him, struggling for the seat nearest to him and fighting for the privilege of bringing him tea, a handkerchief, a pipe. Rostov was very happy with all the love showered upon him, but that first moment of their meeting had been sheer bliss, and now his happiness seemed somehow reduced, as if more could be expected, more and more again. Next morning, following their long drive, the new arrivals slept through until 10 o'clock. The adjoining room was one big mess: swords, bags, sabotages, open trunks, and dirty boots everywhere. 2 pairs of nice clean boots with spurs had recently been put by the wall. The servants brought in wash basins, hot shaving water, and their clothes neatly brushed. The room reeked of tobacco and young men. "Hey, Grishka, bring me a pipe!" shouted Vaska Denisov in a husky voice. "Rostov, time to get up." Rostov, rubbing the sleep out of his eyes, lifted his head from the hot pillow, his hair all over the place. "Why? What time is it?" "You're late. It's nearly 10 o'clock, answered Natasha's voice, and from the next room came the rustling of starched skirts, the sound of whispering and girlish laughter. The door was open half an inch, and through it came a flash of something blue, a play of ribbons, black hair and merry faces. Natasha had come along with Sonia and Petya to see if he was up yet. "Come on, Nikolai, it's time to get up." Natasha's voice rang out through the door. "I'm coming." Meanwhile, in the outer room, Petya had spotted the swords and seized them with the rapture small boys feel at the sight of an elder brother who is in the army. Forgetting that it was not proper for his sisters to see young men in a state of undress, he opened the bedroom door. "Is this your sabre?" he shouted. The girls skipped away. Denisov hid his hairy legs under the bedclothes, grimacing and appealing to his friend for help. The door admitted Petya and closed again after him. Giggling could be heard from outside. "Nikolai, put on your dressing gown," cried Natasha's voice. "Is this your sabre?" asked Petya. "Or is it yours?" He turned with enormous respect to the black-moustached Denisov. Rostov pulled on his shoes and stockings at great speed, put on his dressing gown and went out. Natasha had put on one of his spurred boots and was getting into the other. Sonia had been twirling round, and as he came in, her skirt ballooned out and she sank down. The girls were dressed alike in new frocks of cornflower blue. They looked fresh, rosy, and high-spirited. Sonia ran away, but Natasha took her brother by the arm, led him away into the sitting room, and began to talk to him. There wasn't enough time in the world for them to ask and answer questions about the 1,000 little details that only they would have wanted to know about. Natasha laughed at every word he said, and at every word she said, not because what they said was funny, but because she was so exuberant she couldn't contain her joy, and it kept overflowing into laughter. "Oh, it's wonderful! Isn't it marvellous?" she said to everything. For the first time in a year and a half, basking in the warmth of all this love radiating from Natasha, Rostov could feel his spirit and his features expanding into a childish smile, the like of which he had not smiled since he left home. "Oh, listen," she said. "You're a real man now, aren't you? I'm awfully glad you're my brother." She touched his moustache. "I do want to know what you're like, you men. Are you like us?" "No. Why did Sonia run away?" asked Rostov. "Oh, that's a long story. How are you going to speak to Sonia? Will you call her tu or vous?" "I'll see what happens," said Rostov. "Call her vous, please. I'll tell you why later." "No, but why?" "Oh, all right, I'll tell you now. You know Sonia's my friend. She's such a close friend that I'd burn my arm for her. Look!" She rolled up her muslin sleeve and showed him a red scar on her long, thin, soft little arm, well above the elbow near the shoulder, on a part which is always covered, even in a ball gown. "I did that to prove my love for her. I just heated a ruler in the fire and pressed it there." Sitting in his old-school room on the sofa with little cushions on both arms, and looking into Natasha's desperately eager eyes, Rostov was transported back into that world of family life and childhood which meant nothing to anyone else, but gave him some of the sweetest pleasures in his life, where burning your arm with a ruler as a token of love didn't seem a silly thing to do. He understood it and it came as no surprise. "Well, what about it?" he asked.
"Well, that's us, really close friends. I know the ruler and all that is stupid, but we are friends forever. If she loves anybody, it'll be forever. I can't understand that. I forget things so easily."
"Well, what about it?"
"Well, you see, she loves me and you."
Natasha suddenly blushed.
"Well, you remember what happened before you went away. She wants you to forget all about it. She said, 'I'll always love him, but let him be free.' Isn't that wonderful? I think it's a noble thing to do. She's being really noble, isn't she?"
Natasha was being serious and emotional. It was clear that what she was saying now she had gone through before in tears. Rostov considered. "I never go back on my word," he said. "Anyway, Sonia's so lovely. Who'd be stupid enough to throw away his own happiness?"
"No, no, no," cried Natasha. "We've talked about that already. We knew you'd say that, but it won't do. Oh, look, if you say that, if you think you can't go back on your word, it makes it seem as if she said it all on purpose. It makes it seem as if you're being forced into marrying her, and it's all gone wrong."
Rostov could see that it had all been well thought through by the pair of them. Sonia had struck him as really beautiful yesterday. Today, even though he had only caught a glimpse of her, she had looked even prettier. She was a charming 16-year-old, obviously passionately in love with him. He didn't doubt this for a minute. Why shouldn't he love her, and even get married to her one day? But not now, mused Rostov. Just now there is so much else to do and enjoy. Yes, they have thought it through, he thought. I must keep my freedom. "Well, that's all right then," he said. "We can talk about this later on. Oh, I'm so glad to be back with you," he added. "Now you tell me, you've not been unfaithful to Boris, have you?"
"Don't be silly," cried Natasha, laughing. "I never think about him or anybody else. I'm not interested."
"And what exactly do you mean by that?"
"What do I mean?"
Natasha queried, and her face lit up with a happy smile.
"Have you seen Duport?"
"No."
"You haven't? Duport, the famous ballet dancer? Oh, you won't understand then. This is me now."
Forming her arms into a circle, Natasha held out her skirt like a ballerina, tripped a few steps away, twirled round in a pirouette, and then did a little entrechat, tapping her toes together in midair, coming down on the very tips of them, and tripping forward a few steps.
"Look, I'm on points. Can't you see?"
she said, but she couldn't stay up on her toes.
"That's me from now on. I'm never going to get married. I'm going to be a ballet dancer, but don't tell anybody."
Rostov roared with laughter so merrily that Denisov in his room felt a pang of jealousy, and Natasha couldn't help laughing too.
"No, but that's good, isn't it?"
she kept asking. "Of course it is. So you're not going to marry Boris?" Natasha flared up.
"I'm not going to marry anybody. I'll tell him myself when I see him."
"All right then," said Rostov.
"But this is all stupid," Natasha burbled on. "Tell me about Denisov. Is he nice?" she asked.
"Yes, he is."
"Well, off you go then. Go and get dressed. I'm scared of Denisov."
"What do you mean, scared?" asked Nikolai. "No, Vaska's a good man."
"Is that what you call him? Vaska? Doesn't it sound funny? Is he very nice then?"
"Yes, he is."
"Get ready quickly and come and have some tea. We'll all be there together."
And Natasha rose onto her points and tiptoed out of the room like a ballerina, but she was smiling the smile of a happy 15-year-old girl. In the drawing room, Rostov blushed when he came across Sonia, not knowing how to approach her. Yesterday they had kissed in that first joyful moment of meeting, but today he felt he couldn't do that. He could sense quizzical eyes upon him, his mother's and his sister's. They were all wondering how he would behave with her. He kissed her hand and called her vous, and Sonia, but their eyes when they met were on tu terms, and they shared a tender kiss. Her eyes apologized for having dared to use Natasha as an emissary and remind him of his promise, and they thanked him for his love. His eyes thanked her for offering him his freedom, and told her that whatever happened, he would never stop loving her, because it was impossible not to love her.
"It's odd, though, isn't it?" said Vera, choosing her moment when everyone was silent. "Odd that Sonia and Nikolai have gone all formal like strangers."
Vera's remark was true, like all her remarks, but like most of them it made everybody feel rather embarrassed. They all reddened, not just Sonia, Nikolai and Natasha, but even the Countess, who was wary of her son's love for Sonia because it might threaten his prospects of a brilliant marriage. Even she blushed like a little girl. Much to Rostov's surprise, when Denisov came into the drawing room dressed in his new uniform, with his hair slicked down and nicely perfumed, he cut the same dashing figure as he had done on the battlefield, and behaved with the kind of sophistication and courtesy towards the ladies that Rostov had never expected to see in him. Chapter 2. On his return to Moscow from the army, Nikolai Rostov was received by his family as a hero and idol, the best of sons, by his relatives as a pleasant, charming and courteous young man, and by his acquaintances as a handsome lieutenant of hussars, a good dancer, and one of the most eligible bachelors in town. All Moscow knew the Rostovs. The old count was not without money that year after remortgaging all of his estates, and this made it possible for dear little Nikolai, who kept his own racehorse and wore the very latest riding breeches, a new style as yet unseen in Moscow, and the most fashionable boots with very pointed toes and tiny silver spurs, to enjoy himself. It didn't take long for Rostov, once back, to resume the old ways and feel good. He now considered himself grown up, a real man. The despair he had once felt when he had failed a divinity examination, the times he had borrowed money from Gavrila to pay his sledge drivers, those stolen kisses with Sonia, he looked back on it all as childish nonsense belonging to the infinitely distant past. Now look at him, a lieutenant of hussars with silver braid on his jacket and a St. George's cross, owner of a horse in training for a race, and on familiar terms with well-known men of the track, elderly and respected persons. He had also taken up with a certain lady living on the boulevard, whom he visited of an evening. He had led the mazurka at the Arkarov's ball, discussed the war with Field Marshal Kamensky, become a regular at the English Club, and was on intimate terms with a 40-year-old colonel whom he had met through Denisov. His passion for the Tsar had cooled a little in Moscow as time went by, and he never saw him. But he never stopped talking about the Emperor and his love for him, always with an implication that he was holding something back, that his own feeling for the Emperor had something about it that was beyond most people, though he joined wholeheartedly in the general feeling of adoration for Emperor Alexander, who had been dubbed the Angel Incarnate by Moscow society of the day. During this brief interlude in Moscow before returning to the army, far from growing closer to Sonia, he broke with her. She was very pretty and charming, and it was obvious that she was passionately in love with him, but he was at that stage of a young man's life when he thinks he is too busy for that sort of thing, and he is reluctant to tie himself down because freedom is so precious and necessary when there is so much to be done. Whenever he thought about Sonia during this stay in Moscow, he said to himself, "Oh dear, there are plenty more fish in the sea. So many girls like her waiting somewhere for me to meet them. There's plenty of time for me to think about falling in love when I feel like it, but I'm too busy just now." He also began to consider that female company somehow undermined his masculinity. Whenever he went to a ball, knowing he was going to be with the ladies, he did so with a great show of reluctance. The races, the English Club, nights out with Denisov and visits to a certain place, that was all different. That was just what a dashing young hussar was meant to do. At the beginning of March, old Count Ilya Rostov set himself the demanding task of arranging a dinner at the English Club in honour of Prince Bagration. The Count would parade up and down the big hall in his dressing gown, giving instructions to the chief bursar and to Feoktist, the renowned head chef, concerning the asparagus, fresh cucumbers, strawberries, veal and fish on the menu for Prince Bagration's dinner. The Count was both founder member and doyen of the club. He had been entrusted with the organisation of the Bagration banquet because it would have been difficult to find anyone more capable of organising a dinner on such a grand and lavish scale, let alone anyone more able and willing to put in some money of his own, should the organisation require it. The chef and the bursar listened to the Count's orders with humorous indulgence written all over their faces, because they knew that he was the best man around for throwing a dinner costing thousands, from which good money could be made on the side. "Oh, yes, croutons! We must have croutons in the turtle soup." "How many cold dishes? 3, I suppose?" queried the chef. The Count thought this over. "Yes, there'll have to be 3. And number 1, mayonnaise," he said, counting on a crooked finger. "And did you decide on the large sturgeon?" asked the bursar. "Yes, it can't be helped. We'll have to have them even if they won't bring the prices down. Good gracious, I nearly forgot. We must have another entree. My godfathers!" He clutched at his head. "Who's going to get the flowers for me? Mitenka? Where's Mitenka? Oh, there you are. What I want you to do," he said to the steward, who was quick to respond to his call, "is get down to my country place as fast as you can," it was just outside the city, "and tell Maximka, the gardener, to organise some serf labour. Tell him to empty the conservatories and send everything here, packed in felt. 200 pots, and I want them here by Friday." After handing out various instructions right, left and centre, he was just about to go home to the Countess for a rest, when suddenly something else occurred to him, so he came back, summoning the chef and the bursar yet again and issuing further orders. Then, in the doorway, they heard the light tread and jingling spurs of a young man approaching, and in came Nikolai, looking all rosy and handsome with his darkening moustache, visibly relaxed and healthier after his easy life in Moscow. "Hello, my boy! My head's going round," said the old gentleman, with a chagrined smile at his son. "Come on, I need your help. We must get hold of some singers. We've got the band, but shouldn't we have some gypsy singers too? You military men love that sort of thing." "If you want my opinion, Papa, I think Prince Bagration made less fuss getting ready for Schöngraben than you're doing now," said his son with a smile. The old Count pretended to be angry. "It's easy to talk like that. You try." The Count turned to the chef, and he eyed the pair of them closely and affectionately, with a shrewd but respectful look on his face. "Ah, Feoktist, I don't know about young people today," he said. "They like laughing at us old fogies." "I know, sir. They're very good at eating a nice dinner, but arranging it all and serving it up, they don't want to know about that." "True, true," cried the Count, and cheerfully grabbing his son by both hands, he shouted, "I've got you now. Take the sledge and pair this minute and get over to Bezukhov. Tell him Count Ilya Rostov has sent for some of his strawberries and fresh pineapples. You won't find them anywhere else. If he's not in, go and see the princesses and give them the same message. Then go on to the Gaiety, the coachman, Ipatka, he knows the way, and get hold of Ilushka, that gypsy who danced at Count Orlov's, you remember, in a white Cossack coat, and bring him here." "And a few gypsy girls too?" asked Nikolai, laughing. Now. At this moment, Anna Mikhailovna padded into the room with that air of busy practicality allied to Christian meekness that never left her face. Although Anna Mikhailovna ran across the Count in his dressing gown every day of the week, he was always embarrassed when she did, and invariably apologized for his attire. He did so now. "My dear Count, don't mention it," she said with a demure closing of the eyes. "I'll go and see Bezukhov. she said. "Young Bezukhov has just come back, Count, and we're sure to get everything we need from his conservatories. I had to see him anyway. He has forwarded a letter from Boris. Thank God. Boris is now a staff officer." The Count was only too pleased to let Anna Mikhailovna take over one of his responsibilities, and he ordered the light carriage for her. "Tell Bezukhov he must come. I'll put his name down. Is his wife with him?" he asked. Anna Mikhailovna rolled her eyes up, and her face was suffused with profound sorrow. "Oh, my dear, he's not a happy man," she said. "If it's true what people say, things are awful. Little did we think it would turn out like this when we were celebrating his good fortune. And he has such a noble, angelic nature, young Bezukhov. Yes, my heart goes out to him, and I shall do what I can to comfort him." "Why? What's it all about?" asked both Rostovs, young and old together. Anna Mikhailovna heaved a deep sigh. "It's Dolokhov, Maria Ivanovna's son," she said in a confiding whisper. "They say he has quite compromised her. The Count looked after him, invited him into his house in Petersburg, and now it's come to this. She came down here, and that madcap has followed her," said Anna Mikhailovna. Anxious to sympathize with Pierre, she unwittingly allowed her tone of voice and the ghost of a smile to imply equal sympathy for the man she was describing as a madcap. "They do say Pierre is desperately unhappy." "Well, tell him to come to the club anyway. It will all blow over. This is going to be some banquet." Just before 2 o'clock the next day, the 3rd of March, the 250 members of the English Club and 50 of their guests were awaiting the arrival of their guest of honour, Prince Bagration, hero of the Austrian campaign. When news came through of defeat at Austerlitz, all Moscow was nonplussed. This was a time when the Russians had become so used to victories that news of a defeat was rejected as unbelievable by some people, while others said there must be some special reason behind such a strange event. At the English Club, a forum for anyone of substance, anyone in the know, anyone who carried any weight, during December, when the news began to filter through, there was virtually a conspiracy of silence. Not a word was spoken about the war and the latest defeat. The men who dominated club conversation, such as Count Rostopchin, Prince Yuri Dolgoruki, Valuyev, Count Markov, and Prince Vyazemsky, kept away from the building but continued to meet in private circles in their various houses. Those people in Moscow who couldn't think for themselves, and that included Count Rostov, were stuck for some time without anyone to lead them and without any clear views on how the war was going. Moscow society sensed that things were going wrong, but bad news was painful to dwell on, so they kept quiet. But it wasn't long before the bigwigs re-emerged like jurymen from a jury room to voice an opinion in the club, and a clear-cut stance was adopted. Causes had been discovered to account for such an incredible, unprecedented impossibility as defeat for the Russians. Suddenly all was clear, and the same version of events swept Moscow from one end to the other. The causes were as follows: Austrian treachery, poor logistical support, 2 treacherous foreigners, the Pole Shebeshevsky and the Frenchman Longeron, Kutuzov's incompetence, mentioned only in whispers, the youth and inexperience of the Emperor, who had put his trust in stupid nonentities. But the army, the Russian army, everyone agreed, had been extraordinary, performing miracles of valour. The soldiers, officers and generals, they were heroes to a man. And a hero of heroes was Prince Bagration, who had distinguished himself at Schöngraben and during the retreat from Austerlitz, where he alone had kept his column in good order, and had spent a whole day fighting off an enemy twice as strong. Bagration's rise to heroic status in Moscow had much to do with his being a non-Muscovite, with no connections in the city. In his person, they were paying tribute to the common Russian soldier who knew nothing about influence or intrigue, and was still nostalgically associated with General Suvorov and the Italian campaign. Besides which, the honours bestowed on him were the most effective demonstration of their dislike and disapproval of Kutuzov. If there had been no Bagration, they would have had to invent him, said one wit, Shinshin, parodying the words of Voltaire. Kutuzov's name was never mentioned, except to disparage him in malicious whispers by calling him a courtier who blew with the wind or an old goat. All Moscow was repeating Prince Dolgorukov, saying, "If you keep playing with fire, you're sure to get burnt," his way of finding consolation for defeat in the memory of former victories. Equally popular was Rostopchin's assertion that Frenchmen have to be inspired to fight by fine phrases. Germans need to see a logical argument, that it's more dangerous to run away than go forward, whereas all you have to do with a Russian soldier is tell him to hold back and say, "Steady." More and more stories emerged on every side of individual acts of courage performed by our officers and men at Austerlitz. One man had saved a flag, another had killed 5 Frenchmen, another had done all the loading for 5 cannons. There was even a story told about Berg, by people who didn't know him, that when wounded in his right hand, he had held his sword in his left hand and battled on. There were no stories about Bolkonsky. Only those close to him said how sorry they were that he had died so young, leaving a pregnant wife in the hands of his eccentric old father. Chapter 3. On the 3rd of March, every room in the English Club was abuzz with conversation, and the members and guests, resplendent in uniforms or morning dress, some of them even with powdered hair and wearing Russian kaftans, were like busy bees in springtime, coming and going, sitting and standing, settling together and flying apart. Powdered and liveried footmen, wearing stockings and buckled shoes, stood at every doorway, anxiously watching for the slightest gesture from a guest or member, so they could offer their services. Most of those present were old and distinguished people with beaming, confident faces, podgy fingers, powerful gestures, and strong voices. Guests and members at this level of society sat in their own habitual places and came together in their own special little groups. A few of those present were occasional guests, young men for the most part, including Denisov, Rostov, and Dolokhov, who had by now been recommissioned in the Semyonovsky regiment. The younger men's faces, especially those of the officers, carried a look of ironic deference towards their elders, which seemed to say to the members of that generation, "We don't mind offering you respect and deference, but don't forget, the future belongs to us." Nesvitsky was there too, as a member of long standing. Pierre Bezukhov, who had obeyed instructions from his wife to let his hair grow long and abandon his spectacles, was wandering from room to room dressed comme il faut, but looking depressed and gloomy. He was surrounded, as always, by an atmosphere of people kowtowing to his wealth, and he treated them with a kind of offhand and contemptuous sense of superiority that had now become second nature to him. Although he belonged in years to the younger generation, his wealth and connections conferred membership of the older circles, which was why he was strolling from one group to another. The groups revolved around the most distinguished of their elder members, and even strangers would sometimes approach these circles, with due deference, in order to hear famous people holding forth. The largest groups had formed around Count Rostopchin, Valuyev, and Narushkin. Rostopchin was describing how the Russians had been overwhelmed by fleeing Austrians and had had to fix bayonets in order to force their way through. Valuyev was informing his circle in strict confidence that Uvarov had been sent down from St. Petersburg to gauge opinion in Moscow in regard to Austerlitz. In the third group, Narushkin was retelling an old story about a meeting of the Austrian Council of War at which Suvorov responded to the obtuseness of the Austrian generals by crowing like a cock. Shinshin, standing nearby, tried to make a joke out of this by saying that Kutuzov had apparently not even managed to learn from Suvorov the not-too-demanding art of crowing like a cock, But the elder club members looked askance at him, with a clear indication that this kind of joke, even at Kutuzov's expense, was not the done thing on a day like this. Count Ilya Rostov scurried about anxiously, sidling in and out of the dining room and drawing room in his soft boots, saying a quick hello to everyone indiscriminately, the worthy and the not-so-worthy, all of whom he knew personally. More than once his eyes sought out the graceful figure of his hero son, lingering on him with great delight and giving him the odd wink. Young Rostov was standing by the window talking to Dolokhov, whose acquaintance he had recently made and greatly prized. The old count went over to them and shook hands with Dolokhov. "You must come and see us, any friend of my fine boy, out there together doing all those heroic things. Ah, Vasily Ignatych, my dear fellow, I do hope you're well." He had turned to greet an old gentleman who was passing by, but before he could finish there was a general commotion, and a distressed footman ran in with an announcement. "Our visitor is here!" Bells rang. The stewards rushed forward, and guests who had been scattered about in different rooms scraped themselves together like shovelled rye and stood waiting at the door of the grand drawing-room. There in the doorway of the anteroom stood the figure of Bagration, without hat or sword, which had been deposited with the hall porter in accordance with club practice. The astrakhan cap and the whip over his shoulder that Rostov had seen him with on the night before the Battle of Austerlitz had gone. He now wore a tight new uniform, decorated with Russian and foreign medals, and the Star of St. George on his left breast. He had just had his hair cut and side whiskers trimmed, obviously with the banquet in mind, but this did nothing for his appearance. He seemed to be in a kind of silly holiday mood which hardly squared with his strong, manly features, and made his face look rather ridiculous. Beklieshov and Fyodor Varov, who had come with him, stood still in the doorway so that he could go in first as the guest of honour, but an embarrassed Bagration seemed not to want such courtesy. There was a hold-up in the doorway, but eventually Bagration did come in first. He shambled timidly across the parquet floor of the reception-room, not knowing what to do with his hands. He would have been more relaxed and more at home walking through a hail of bullets across a ploughed field, as he had done recently at the head of the Kursk regiment at Schöngraben. The senior members welcomed him at the first door, saying how delightful it was to see such an honoured guest, and before he had time to respond they all but overwhelmed him, encircling him and conducting him towards the drawing-room. The entry then became impossible. No one could get in or out for the crowds of members and guests, crushing each other and straining for a look over each other's shoulders at Bagration, as if he were some rare species of animal. Count Rostov laughed louder than anyone as he called out, "Make way for him, dear boy, make way, make way!" He shoved his way through the crowd, led the guests in and invited them to be seated on a sofa in the middle of the drawing-room. The bigwigs of the club, the most distinguished members, swarmed round the newly arrived guests. Count Rostov elbowed his way back out through the crowd only to reappear a minute later with another senior member bearing a massive silver salver, which he then offered to Prince Bagration. On the salver lay a poem, specially composed and printed in honour of the hero. Bagration took one look at the salver and glanced round in alarm, as if appealing for help. But every eye was on him, willing him to submit. In his impotence, Bagration seized the dish with both hands, looking daggers at the count who had brought it. Someone helpfully relieved Bagration of the salver for fear that he might hold on to it till bedtime or take it with him to the table, and drew his attention to the poem. "Yes, well, I suppose I ought to read it," Bagration seemed to say, and with weary eyes glued to the text, he started reading with some gravity and close concentration. The author of the poem took it from him and began to read it out loud. Prince Bagration bowed his head and listened. "Sing hymns to Alexander's age. Long live upon his throne our Russian Titus. Our fearsome leader be, and be a righteous sage. A host at home, afield, a Caesar to incite us. and then the glad Napoleon shall rue the day he crossed swords with Bagration, and he shall shake with fear and come no more to fight us." But before he could finish, the major domo boomed out, "Dinner is served," and the door opened to the thunderous strains of a polonaise issuing from the dining room. "Hail the victor! Loud the anthem! Valiant Russians, sing your joy!" Count Rostov glared at the author, who was still reading his poem, and bowed low to Bagration. All the company rose, dinner holding greater appeal than poetry, and went in to dine. Once again Bagration led the way. He was placed at the head of the table between two Alexanders, Bezukhov and Narushkin, a calculated allusion to the name of the Tsar, and 300 diners took up their places according to rank and importance, with the very important people nearest the distinguished guest, as naturally as water flowing down to find its own level. Just before dinner, Count Rostov had presented his son to the prince. Bagration recognized him and said a few words to him, as bumbling and incoherent as all the other words spoken by him that day. The older count looked around at everyone with pride and joy while Bagration was speaking to his son. Nikolai Rostov sat down alongside Denisov and his new acquaintance, Dolokhov, almost in the middle of the table. Opposite them sat Pierre with Prince Nesvitsky. The old Count Rostov was sitting with other senior members across from Bagration, a picture of Moscow bonhomie, lavishing hospitality on the prince. His efforts had not been in vain. For everyone there, observers of Lent or otherwise, the banquet was magnificent, but he would not be able to relax until it was all over. He winked messages to the carver, whispered instructions to the waiters, and awaited the serving of each familiar dish with trepidation. Everything went splendidly. During the second course, which involved the colossal sturgeon, the sight of which brought a blush of self-conscious delight to his face, the footman began popping corks and pouring champagne. After the somewhat sensational fish, Rostov exchanged glances with the other senior members. "There'll be a lot of toasts. It's time to begin," he whispered, and rose, glass in hand. Silence fell. What would he say? "I give you our sovereign, the Emperor," he shouted, his kindly eyes watering with tears of sheer delight. At that instant, the band struck up with "Hail the Victor, Loud the Anthem," and they all got to their feet and roared, "Hurrah!" and Bagration shouted, "Hurrah!" just as he had done on the field at Schöngraben. The eager voice of the young Rostov rang out above 300 others. He was on the verge of tears. "Our sovereign, the Emperor!" he roared. "Hurrah!" Downing his drink in one, he hurled the glass to the floor. Many followed his example, and the raucous cheering seemed as if it would never end. When the uproar subsided, the footman cleared away the broken glass, and the diners resumed their places, amused at the racket they had made, and the talking began again. Count Rostov soon rose to his feet once more, with a quick glance at a note beside his plate, and proposed a toast to the hero of our last campaign, Prince Pyotr Ivanovich Bagration, and again his blue eyes were watering with tears. "Hurrah!" rang out again from 300 throats, and this time, instead of the band playing, a small choir launched into a setting of some verses, written by Pavel Ivanovich Golenishev-Kutuzov. "Onward, Russians, never yield. Be ye brave and win the prize. Give Bagration the field. See the foeman as he dies." The choir stopped singing. More and more toasts followed. Count Rostov Sr. became more and more emotional. More glass was shattered and a lot more noise was made. They toasted Bezukhov, Narushkin, Uvarov, Dolgorukov, Apraksin, Valuyev, the senior members, the club committee, all the members and their guests, and then finally a special toast was drunk to the organizer of the banquet, Count Ilya Andreevich Rostov. This toast was too much for the count, who took out his handkerchief, buried his face in it, and broke into floods of tears. Chapter 4. Pierre was sitting opposite Dolokhov and Nikolai Rostov. As always, he ate greedily and drank a lot. But those close to him could see that a great change had come over him that day. He sat through dinner without saying a word to anyone, glancing around with a scowl and a frown or staring vaguely into empty air while he rubbed the bridge of his nose with one finger. He looked thoroughly depressed and gloomy and seemed to see or hear nothing of what was going on around him. Something was worrying him, something serious that he would have to attend to. What worried him was a series of hints dropped by the princess in Moscow about Dolokhov being rather too close to his wife, and also an anonymous letter which he had received that morning. Written in that despicable tone of forced humour common to all anonymous letters, it had said that he couldn't see the nose in front of his face, even with his glasses on, and that his wife's liaison with Dolokhov was an open secret for everybody except him. Pierre refused categorically to believe either the princess's hints or the anonymous letter, but he was now scared to look at Dolokhov, who was sitting opposite. Every time his glance happened to encounter Dolokhov's handsome and challenging eyes, Pierre could feel something terrible and disgusting rising up in his soul, and he was quick to look away. He couldn't help running over his wife's past history and her attitude to Dolokhov, and he could see that what was said in the letter might have been true, or might seem to be true, if only it had related to someone else, not his wife. Pierre remembered how Dolokhov had returned to Petersburg, fully reinstated as an officer following the campaign, and come to see him. Taking advantage of a friendship with Pierre which went back to their days of riotous living, Dolokhov simply moved in, and Pierre had set him up and lent him money. Pierre recalled Hélène's smile as she complained about Dolokhov living with them, and Dolokhov's cynical look as he had praised his wife's beauty to him. Since that time, he had never left their side, and that included coming down to Moscow. Yes, he is good-looking, thought Pierre, and I know him. He would be only too delighted to drag my name through the mud and laugh at me, just because I've looked after him, supported him, and helped him out. Yes, I can see it. I know how he would relish any betrayal of me, if it was true. Yes, if it was true, but I don't believe it. I have no right to, and I just can't. He recalled the expression on Dolokhov's face when he was being cruel, when he had tied the policeman to the bear and dropped them in the water, when he had challenged a man to a duel for no good reason, or shot a sledge-driver's horse with his pistol. The same expression often came over Dolokhov's face when he was looking at him. Yes, he's a cruel brute, thought Pierre. He wouldn't think twice about killing a man, and he must think everyone's afraid of him. I think he likes that. He must think I'm afraid of him. And I am, Pierre mused. And as he did so, he felt the thing again, something dreadful and disgusting rising up in his soul. Dolokhov, Denisov, and Rostov were sitting across from Pierre, and they seemed to be having a wonderful time. Rostov was chatting away animatedly with his two friends, one of them a dashing hussar, the other a holy terror and notorious philanderer, only now and then directing a sardonic glance at Pierre, who stood out in that company because of his great bulk and his vacant, worried look. Rostov had little time for Pierre. For one thing, he, the smart young hussar, saw Pierre as a rich civilian who may have married a great beauty, but was still an old woman. And for another, Pierre had been too obsessed and dreamy-eyed to recognize Rostov. He hadn't even returned his bow. When they all stood up to toast the Tsar, Pierre sat there, deep in thought, and didn't even reach for his glass. "What's wrong with you?" Rostov yelled across, his triumph tinged with exasperation. "Aren't you listening? We're toasting the Emperor." Pierre rose obediently with a sigh, drained his glass, waited for them all to be seated again, and then turned to Rostov with his usual kindly smile. "I'm sorry I didn't recognize you," he said. But Rostov was miles away, bellowing his "Hurrah!" "Aren't you going to renew your acquaintance?" said Dolokhov to Rostov. I can't be bothered with him. He's an idiot, said Rostov. Oh, you should always be nice to the husbands of pretty women, said Denisov. Pierre couldn't hear what they were saying, but he knew they were talking about him. He reddened and looked away. So, I propose a toast to pretty women, said Dolokhov, looking very serious, but allowing a smile to play at the corners of his mouth as he turned to Pierre. Here's to pretty women, my dear little Pierre, he said, and to their lovers. Pierre was looking down, sipping from his glass and avoiding Dolokhov's eyes. He didn't respond. A footman came round, distributing Kutuzov's cantata, and laid a copy down by Pierre, one of the more important guests. Pierre was on the point of picking it up when Dolokhov leant across, snatched the paper out of his hand and started to read it. Pierre glanced up at Dolokhov and then down again. That terrible and disgusting feeling that had been tormenting him all through dinner surged up and overwhelmed him. He leant across the table with all the weight of his big body. "How dare you!" he yelled. Hearing the shout and seeing who he was shouting at, Nesvitsky and Pierre's neighbour on the other side turned quickly towards Bezukhov in some alarm. "Shh! What do you think you're doing?" whispered panic-stricken voices. Dolokhov directed his clear, mocking, cruel eyes straight at Pierre, still with the same smile as if to say, "I'll do what I like." "I've got it," he spelt out. Pale, lips quivering, Pierre snatched the copy. You swine! I challenge you," he said, moving his chair back and rising from the table. And as Pierre did this, and pronounced these words, he suddenly realized that the question of his wife's guilt that had been tormenting him for 24 hours had been settled once and for all, in the affirmative. He hated her now. They were finished, forever. Despite Denisov's protestations that he ought not to get involved, Rostov agreed to be Dolokhov's second, and when dinner was over he discussed the terms of the duel with Nesvitsky, Bezukhov's second. Pierre went home, but Rostov, along with Dolokhov and Denisov, stayed on at the club until late at night, listening to the gypsies and the singers. "Good night, then. I'll see you tomorrow at Sokolniki," said Dolokhov as he parted from Rostov on the steps of the club. "How are you feeling?" asked Rostov. Dolokhov stopped. "Well, I'll put it like this. Here's the whole secret of duelling. If you get ready for a duel by making a will and writing long, tender letters to your parents thinking that you might get killed, you're a fool. You're as good as done for. But if you go out with every intention of killing your man stone dead in short order, everything will be all right. As our bear hunter from Kostroma used to say to me, 'A bear,' he'd say. 'Who's not afraid of a bear?' But once you've actually seen one, the fear's all gone, and your only thought is to stop him getting away. So that's what I feel like. I'll see you tomorrow, old fellow." At 8 o'clock next morning, Pierre and Nesvitsky reached the woods at Sokolniki and found Dolokhov, Denisov, and Rostov already there. Pierre had the air of a man distracted by matters not connected with the business in hand. After a sleepless night, he looked haggard and sallow-faced. He peered around vaguely, squinting as if the sun were in his eyes. Two considerations excluded all others: his wife's guilt, which a sleepless night had confirmed for him beyond a shadow of doubt, and the innocence of Dolokhov, who had no reason to defend the honour of a person who meant nothing to him. "Perhaps I'd have done the same thing if I'd been him," thought Pierre. "In fact, I know I would. So what's this duel all about, this murder? Either I shall kill him, or he will shoot me in the head, in the elbow or the knee. If only I could escape, run away and bury myself somewhere," came the persistent thought. But whenever such ideas arose in his mind, he would assume a kind of tranquillity and detachment that commanded respect in the onlookers and simply ask, "When is it to be?" or "Is everything ready?" And when everything was ready, sabres were stuck in the snow to show where the barrier was, and the pistols were loaded. Then Nesvitsky went up to Pierre. "I should be failing in my duty, Count," he ventured timidly, "and not worthy of your confidence or the honour you have done me in choosing me for your second, if at this grave moment, this very grave moment, I fail to speak the whole truth to you. I submit to you that this matter is without proper foundation, and is not worth shedding blood over. You were in the wrong. You got a bit excited." "You're quite right. It was desperately stupid," said Pierre. "Then allow me to say you are sorry, and I'm sure that our opponents will agree to accept your apology," said Nesvitsky, who was like the other participants, and everyone else at times like this, in refusing to believe that the quarrel would really end in a duel. "You know, Count, it is far nobler to acknowledge a mistake than to push things beyond redemption. There was no insult on either side. Why don't I have a word with—" "No! There's nothing more to be said," Pierre insisted. "I don't care any more. Are we ready to proceed?" he added. "Just tell me where to go and what to shoot at," he said, forcing a gentle smile. He picked up one of the pistols and asked how to fire it, never having held one before, though he preferred not to admit it. "Yes, that's it. I do know. I just forgot for a moment," he said. "No apology. Definitely not," Dolokhov was reporting to Denisov, who had made his own attempt at reconciliation on the other side, and he too walked forward to the appointed spot. The duelling ground was situated about 80 paces from the road where the sledges had been left, in a small clearing in a pine wood covered with snow that had been thawing in the warmer weather of recent days. The antagonists stood about 40 paces apart, one at each edge of the clearing. Measuring out the paces, the seconds left tracks in the deep wet snow from the spot where they had been standing to the sabres borrowed from Nesvitsky and Denisov, which were stuck in the ground 10 paces apart to mark the barrier. The thaw and mist persisted. At 40 paces, you could hardly see your opponent. All had been ready for a good 3 minutes, but now they seemed reluctant to start. Nobody spoke. Chapter 5. "Well, shall we begin?" said Dolokhov. "Why not?" said Pierre, smiling the same smile. Fear was building up. It was now obvious to all that the affair that had begun so lightly could not now be averted. It had its own momentum, nothing to do with anyone's will, and it would have to run its course. Denisov was the first to come forward to the barrier, and once there, he made his announcement. "Since the adversaries refuse all reconciliation, we may as well proceed. Take your pistols, and at the word 'free,' you may begin to advance. 1, 2, 3! Denisov roared furiously and then strode away. The two contestants walked forward over the tracks trodden down for them, coming closer and closer, picking each other out through the mist. They had the right to fire at any point as they approached the barrier. Dolokhov was walking slowly, not raising his pistol, and looking his antagonist straight in the face with his clear, shining blue eyes. His mouth wore its usual hint of a smile. After the count of 3, Pierre walked forward quickly, stumbled off the beaten track, and had to go on through untrodden snow. He was holding his pistol at arm's length in his right hand, obviously scared of shooting himself with his own weapon. His left arm was deliberately thrust back behind him because he was tempted to use it to support his right arm, and he knew that this was against the rules. After advancing 6 paces off the track and into the snow, Pierre glanced down at his feet, looked up at Dolokhov again very quickly, then crooked his finger, as he had been told, and fired. Shocked by the loudness of the bang, Pierre jumped at his own shot and came to a halt, grinning at all that was happening to him. The smoke was thicker than it might have been because of the fog, and for a moment he could see nothing. The anticipated return shot did not come. All he heard were some rapid footsteps, Dólokhov's, as the figure of his opponent emerged from the smoke with one hand clutching at his left side and his lowered pistol gripped in the other. His face had gone pale. Rostov ran up and said something to him. "No," Dólokhov muttered through clenched teeth. "No, it's not over." He struggled forward a few steps, stumbling and staggering as far as the sabre, where he flopped down in the snow. He rubbed his blood-stained left hand on his coat and propped himself up on it. There was a dark frown on his trembling, pale face. Dólokhov began, hardly able to speak, but then, with a great effort, he managed one word. "Please." Pierre could hardly restrain his sobs as he ran towards Dólokhov, and he would have crossed the space between the barriers if Dólokhov had not cried out, "Your barrier!" Realizing what was required of him, Pierre stopped right next to his sabre. They were only 10 paces apart. Dólokhov dropped his head down into the snow and had a good bite at it, looked up again, struggled up into a sitting position, wobbling as he searched for a good centre of gravity. He swallowed, sucking down the cold snow, while his trembling lips were still smiling and his hate-filled eyes glinted from the effort as his strength ebbed away. He raised his pistol and took aim. "Sideways on! Use the pistol for cover," said Nesvitsky. "Cover!" yelled Denisov instinctively, even though he was supposed to be on Dólokhov's side. Full of sympathy and remorse, Pierre stood gently smiling, with legs and arms helplessly outstretched and his broad chest fully open to Dólokhov. He looked down at him in great sadness. Denisov, Rostov, and Nesvitsky all winced. At that instant, they heard a bang, followed by an angry shout from Dólokhov. "Missed!" Dólokhov cried, flopping down helplessly, face down in the snow. Pierre clutched at his head, turning aside, and stumbled off into the wood, away from the path into deep snow, muttering incoherently. "Stupid, stupid, death, all lies," he kept repeating, scowling. Nesvitsky stopped him and took him home. Rostov and Denisov drove away with the wounded Dólokhov. Dólokhov lay still in the sledge, with his eyes closed and in complete silence, refusing to utter a word in response to any questions put to him. But as they were driving into Moscow, he suddenly recovered, made an effort to raise his head, and took hold of Rostov's hand. Rostov, sitting next to him, was struck by the complete change that had come over Dólokhov's face, which had suddenly melted into a kind of rapturous gentleness. "Well, how do you feel?" asked Rostov. "Terrible. But that doesn't matter." "Listen, my friend," said Dólokhov in a shaky voice. "Where are we? I know we're in Moscow. I'm not important, but this will kill her. Her. She'll never get over it. She won't survive." "Who?" asked Rostov. My mother. She's an angel, and I adore her, my mother." Dólokhov squeezed Rostov's hand and burst into tears. He took a few moments to compose himself, and then explained to Rostov that he lived with his mother, and if she suddenly saw him half dead, she would never get over the shock. He begged Rostov to go on ahead and prepare her. Rostov went on ahead to do as he was bidden. To his utter astonishment, he found out that the rough, tough Dólokhov, the swaggering bully, lived in Moscow with his old mother and a hunchback sister. He was a loving son and brother. Chapter 6. In recent days, Pierre had rarely been alone with his wife. In Petersburg and in Moscow the house had been constantly full of guests. The night after the duel, he avoided the bedroom, as he often did, and spent the night in his vast study, formerly his father's room, the room in which old Count Bezukhov had died. The night before had been sleepless, an agony of inner turmoil. This one would be even more agonizing. He lay down on the sofa and tried to go to sleep in an effort to forget everything that had happened, but he couldn't manage it. His mind was clouded with such a storm of ideas, emotions, and memories that sleep was out of the question. Unable to remain in one place, he was forced to jump to his feet and stride boldly up and down the room. First, he conjured up a vision of his wife, as she had been in the first days of their marriage, with those naked shoulders and those eyes, languid pools of passion. Then suddenly at her side was a handsome, insolent, hard and jeering face, Dolokhov at the banquet. And then a different Dolokhov, pale and trembling in terrible pain. The man who had spun around and slumped down onto the snow. What have I done? He asked himself. I have killed her lover. I've killed my wife's lover. I really have. Why? How did I get into all this? By marrying her, came an inner voice. It's not my fault, is it? He asked himself. Yes, it is. You weren't in love with her when you got married, and you pulled the wool over your own eyes and hers. All too vividly, he recalled the moment after supper at Prince Vasily's, when he had found the words, I love you, so difficult to say. That's when it all started. I knew it even then, he thought. Even then I knew it was wrong, and I had no right to do it. And that's how it's turned out. He recalled the honeymoon and blushed at the memory of it. One particularly vivid, humiliating and embarrassing memory haunted him. One morning, not long after the wedding, he had emerged from his bedroom into the study, at nearly midday, still in his silk dressing-gown. And there was his head steward, bowing and scraping and looking at Pierre's face, then at his dressing-gown, smiling a little as if to communicate respectful acknowledgment of his master's happiness. And I used to be so proud of her, with that majestic beauty and that poise, he thought, so proud of my house, when she was entertaining all Petersburg, proud of her aloofness and her beauty. So much for pride. I used to think then that I didn't understand her. Time after time I've thought about her personality and told myself it was my fault for not understanding her, not understanding that perpetual composure and complacency, the lack of any yearning or desire, and it all comes down to one dreadful word: immorality. She's a dissolute woman. Say the word and it all becomes clear. Anatoly used to come borrowing money from her, and he used to kiss her on her bare shoulders. She didn't give him any money, but she didn't mind being kissed. Her father used to tease her, trying to make her jealous. She would just smile serenely and say she wasn't fool enough to be jealous. Let him do what he wants, she used to say about me. I asked her once if she had noticed any signs of pregnancy. She laughed contemptuously and said she wasn't stupid enough to want children, and she would never have a child by me. Then he thought of the sheer coarseness of her thinking and her vulgar way of speaking, even though she had been brought up in the highest aristocratic circles. She would say things like, I ain't nobody's fool, just you try it. Get away with you. Often observing the impact she made on young and old, men and women, Pierre was at a loss to understand why he couldn't love her. No, I never loved her, Pierre told himself. I knew she was a dissolute woman, he repeated to himself, but I didn't dare admit it. And now Dolokhov sits there in the snow and forces himself to smile and dies with some clever quip on his lips. and that's how he treats my remorse. Pierre was one of those characters who seem on the outside to be weak, but who do not share their troubles with other people. He worked through his troubles on his own. "It's her fault," he said to himself. "It's all her fault. But what difference does that make? Why did I tie myself to her? Why did I tell her I loved her when it was a lie, worse than a lie?" he asked himself. "It's my fault. I ought to suffer. What? Disgrace and misery? What a load of rubbish," he thought. "Disgrace, honour. Everything's relative. Nothing depends on me." Louis XVI was executed because they said he was a dishonourable criminal. The idea suddenly occurred to Pierre, and from their point of view they were right. But so were the others who died an excruciating death, acknowledging him as a saint. Robespierre was executed for tyranny. Who's right and who's wrong? No one is. Just live for the day. Tomorrow you die. I could have died an hour ago. And why worry when you've only got a second to live on the scale of eternity? But the moment he began to draw some comfort from this kind of thinking, he suddenly had another vision of her, and him too at his most passionate, falsely declaring his love to her. And this brought a rush of blood to his heart, and he felt a need to leap up and walk about, smashing and tearing anything that came to hand. "Oh, why did I say I love you?" he asked himself over and over again. At the 10th time of asking, a quotation from Molière occurred to him. How the devil was he going to get himself out of a mess like that? And he laughed at himself. During the night he woke up his valet and told him to pack for Petersburg. He could no longer live under the same roof with her. He couldn't imagine even talking to her now. He would go away in the morning, he decided, and leave a letter telling her they were separating forever. When morning came and the valet brought his coffee, Pierre was lying on a low sofa, fast asleep, with an open book in his hands. He woke up and stared around for a long time in some alarm, with no idea where he was. "The Countess has asked me to inquire whether your Excellency is at home," said the valet. But before Pierre had time to think of a reply, in walked the Countess herself, calmly and majestically, clad in a white satin dressing-gown embroidered with silver, and her hair done up in 2 huge plaits, coiled round her exquisite head like a coronet. Her only disfiguring feature was a tiny line on her rather prominent marble brow, indicating anger. Disciplined and unruffled as always, she kept her counsel, while the valet was still in the room. She knew about the duel and had come to discuss it. She waited for the valet to set for coffee and go out. Pierre looked at her diffidently over his spectacles. His attempt to go on reading made him seem like a hare surrounded by the pack, lying there in full view of the enemy, with its ears laid back. Sensing that this was absurd and impossible, he launched another diffident glance in her direction. She remained standing and looked down at him with a scornful smile, waiting for the valet to disappear. "Now, what's all this? What have you been up to? Answer me," she said sternly. "Me? What do you mean?" said Pierre. "So you want to be a hero now? What's all this about a duel? What are you trying to prove? Well, say something. I asked you a question." Pierre turned over ponderously on the sofa and opened his mouth, but nothing came out. "If you're not prepared to answer, I'll do the talking," Helene went on. "You'll believe anything." "They told you," Helene laughed, "that Dolokhov was my lover," she said in French, with her usual bluntness, pronouncing the word amant like any other word. "And you believed them. So what does this prove? What have you proved by fighting this duel? That you're a fool, an idiot? But this is common knowledge. Where does it get us? I'm a laughing-stock all over Moscow. Everyone's saying you got drunk, didn't know what you were doing, and needlessly challenged a man you were jealous of." Helene's voice was getting louder and louder as she became more and more passionate. "A better man than you in every way." Pierre growled, scowling, looking away from her and not moving a muscle. "And what made you think he is my lover, eh? Because I like his company? If you were brighter and a bit nicer to me, I should prefer yours. Please, don't talk to me like that," Pierre muttered huskily. "Why not? I'll say what I want, and I'm telling you there's not many wives with husbands like you who wouldn't take lots of lovers. But I haven't," she said. Pierre tried to say something, glanced at her with strange eyes whose meaning she did not comprehend, and lay down again. He was in physical agony at that moment. He felt a weight on his chest and he couldn't breathe. He knew he must do something to put an end to this agony, but what he wanted to do was too horrible for words. We'd better separate," he stammered out. "Yes, let's, as long as you look after me financially," said Helene. "Separation? Some threat." Pierre sprang up from the sofa and ran at her, staggering. "I'll kill you," he yelled. And wrenching the marble top off a table with unprecedented strength, he lurched towards her, brandishing it. Horror-stricken, Helene screamed and jumped aside. Pierre was now his father's son, on the rampage, out of control, and enjoying it. He hurled the marble slab away, shattering it to pieces, and went for Helene with outstretched arms, yelling, "Get out!" in a voice so terrible it sent shockwaves through the house. Heaven knows what he might have done to her at that moment if Helene hadn't rushed out of the room. Within a week, Pierre had made over to his wife the title to all his estates in Great Russia, which constituted the larger part of his property, and had gone back to Petersburg alone. Chapter 7. 2 months had passed since news of the defeat at Austerlitz, and Prince Andrei's disappearance had reached Bald Hills. Despite any number of inquiries and letters through the Russian embassy, his body had not been found, nor was he listed as a prisoner of war. What made it worse for his family was the lingering hope that he might have been picked up on the battlefield by local people, and could even now be on a sickbed somewhere, alone among strangers, recovering or dying, unable to send word. The old prince had first heard of the defeat at Austerlitz from the newspapers, but as always they had given only brief and vague accounts of how the Russians, after a series of brilliant victories, had been forced into a retreat, which had been conducted in perfect order. The old prince read between the lines of this official account, and knew our army had been defeated. The newspaper containing news of the defeat was followed a week later by a letter from Kutuzov, who described for the old prince's benefit what had happened to his son. "I saw your son with my own eyes," wrote Kutuzov, "bearing the standard and leading his regiment, and he fell like a hero, a credit to his father and his country. To my own regret, and that of the whole army, it is still not known whether he is alive or not. I console myself and you with the hope that your son is still alive, since if he were not, he would have been listed among the officers found on the battlefield, whose names have been given to me under flag of truce." The old prince received the news late one evening alone in his study, and said not a word to anyone. Next morning he went out for his usual walk, but he remained tight-lipped with the bailiff, the gardener, and the architect, glaring at them but saying nothing. When Princess Maria went in to see him at the normal time, he was working on the lathe, and as usual he didn't look round. "Ah, Princess Maria," he snapped in a strained voice, and put down his chisel. The wheel continued to rotate under its own momentum, and Princess Maria would long remember its fading whine, forever associated with what now followed. She went up to him, took one look at his face, and felt something snap inside her. Her eyes misted over. It wasn't that her father's face seemed sad or crestfallen. but it looked vicious and extraordinarily agitated, and it told her she was about to be swamped by some terrible calamity that was hanging over them, the worst of all calamities, one that she had never known before, a calamity that would prove to be irrevocable and beyond all understanding, the death of a loved one.
"What is it, father? Is it Andrei?"
The gawky, graceless princess spoke with a selfless sorrow of such ineffable beauty that it proved too much for her father, who turned away, sobbing. "I have some news. Not among the prisoners, not reported dead. It's from Kutuzov." He shrieked at her, as if hoping this would drive her away. "He's dead!" The princess did not collapse or faint away with sickness. When she heard these words, her face, already pallid, was transformed, and a special glow came to her lovely luminous eyes. A kind of joy, a heavenly joy transcending all the joys and sorrows of the world, had drowned the sorrow within her. Forgetting any dread of her father, she went over and took him by the hand, drawing him into an embrace with one arm around his scraggy, sinewy neck. "Father," she said, "please don't turn away from me. Let us weep for him together." "Blackguards! Scoundrels!" screamed the old man, wrenching his face away. "Army destroyed! Men destroyed! What for? Go on! Go and tell Lisa." Princess Maria sank down helplessly into an armchair beside her father and burst into tears. She could see her brother just as he had been at the moment of parting from her and Lisa, with that look on his face, a mixture of affection and aloofness. She could see him amused and affectionate as he put on the icon. Was he a believer? Had he repented of his unbelief? Was he up there now? There in the realm of eternal peace and happiness, she wondered. "Father, tell me what happened," she said through her tears. "Go away, go away! Killed in battle, the best men of Russia and the glory of Russia led to defeat and destruction. Go away, Princess Maria. Go and tell Lisa. I'll come along soon." When Princess Maria came back from seeing her father, the little princess was sitting at her work, and she glanced up with that pregnant woman's special look of inner peace and contentment. Her eyes were obviously not seeing Princess Maria. She was looking in at herself, at some sweet mystery building up within her. "Marie," she said, easing away from the embroidery frame and leaning back heavily. "Feel here." She took the princess's hand and placed it on her belly. Her eyes smiled invitingly, as her little downy lip rose and stayed up in childlike rapture. Princess Maria knelt down in front of her and buried her face in the folds of the young girl's dress. "There, it is, there. Can you feel it? It's a funny feeling. Oh, Marie, I'm going to love him so much," said Lisa, looking at her sister-in-law with a radiant happiness in her eyes. Princess Maria could not bring herself to look up. She was crying. "What's wrong, Marie?" "Nothing's wrong. I just felt sad about Andrei," she said, brushing away the tears on the folds of her sister-in-law's dress. Several times in the course of that morning, Princess Maria made a move towards preparing her sister-in-law for the bad news, but every time she did so, she broke down in tears. The little princess, although generally unobservant, was upset by all this weeping, which she couldn't understand. She didn't say anything, but she kept glancing round the room uneasily as if she was looking for something. Before dinner, the old prince came into her room. She was always scared of him, and this time he seemed unusually edgy and angry, though he walked out without saying a word. She glanced at Princess Maria with the same inwardly directed look of a pregnant woman, and suddenly burst into tears. "You haven't heard from Andrei, have you?" she asked. "No. You know we couldn't have heard anything yet, but father is a bit restless, and it makes me feel frightened," You really haven't? No, said Princess Maria, with a resolute look in her luminous eyes. She had decided not to tell her, and had persuaded her father to hide the terrible news from her until after the birth, which could be expected any day now. Princess Maria and the old prince managed in different ways to bear their grief and hide it. The old prince abandoned all hope, convinced in his own mind that Prince Andrei was dead, and although he dispatched an official to Austria to look for any signs of his son, he sent an order to Moscow for a monument in his memory, which he could put up in the garden, and he went around telling everyone his son was dead. He tried to go on exactly as before, but his strength was failing. He took fewer walks, ate less, slept less, and grew weaker with each passing day. But Princess Maria went on hoping. She prayed for her brother as if he was still alive, and fully expected him to return at any moment. Chapter 8. Marie, my dear, said the little princess shortly after breakfast on the morning of the 19th of March. Her little downy upper lip rose as always, but because of the sorrow that had pervaded everything in that house since the terrible news had come, every smile, every word spoken or step taken, and because the little princess was a prey to the general mood without knowing the reason behind it, her smile did little more than serve as a reminder of the general sorrow. Marie, my dear, I'm afraid this morning's breakfast, what the cook calls frühstück, might have disagreed with me. What is it, my darling? You do look pale, very pale, said Princess Maria in alarm, hurrying softly across the room to her sister-in-law with her heavy tread. Do you think we should fetch Maria Bogdanovna, Your Excellency? Asked one of the maids who happened to be there. Maria Bogdanovna was a midwife from a nearby town who had been living at Bald Hills for the last 2 weeks. I think we should, Princess Maria agreed. You could be right. I'll go and get her. Be brave, my angel. She kissed Lisa and turned to walk out of the room. Oh no, don't! The little princess's face, already pallid, shone with a child's dread of inevitable physical pain. No, it's just indigestion. Tell me it's indigestion. Tell me, Marie, please. And the little princess began to cry, wringing her little hands in girlish misery, like a rather spoilt child, and not without a touch of theatricality. Princess Maria ran out to fetch Maria Bogdanovna. Oh dear, she heard behind her. But there was the midwife, already on her way, rubbing her small, plump, white hands and wearing a knowing look of calm self-control. Maria Bogdanovna, I think she's started, said Princess Maria, wide-eyed and frightened. God be praised, said Maria Bogdanovna, refusing to be hurried. Now, you young ladies don't need to be involved in this. But why is the doctor taking so long to get here from Moscow? Said the princess. In accordance with the wishes of Lisa and Prince Andrei, they had sent for a Moscow doctor, and he was expected at any moment. It doesn't matter, princess, you mustn't worry, said Maria Bogdanovna. We can manage without a doctor. 5 minutes later, from inside her room, the princess heard something heavy being carried past. She peeped out. For some reason, the footmen were moving a leather sofa from Prince Andrei's study into the bedroom. The men looked all solemn and subdued. Princess Maria sat alone in her room, listening to the sounds of the house, opening the door from time to time, if someone went past, and watching any action in the corridor. Some of the female staff that kept padding to and fro would glance across at the princess and quickly turn away. Afraid to ask any questions, she would go back into her room, closing the door behind her, and sit down in an armchair, or pick up her prayer book or kneel down at the icon stand. She was unpleasantly surprised to discover that prayer did nothing to calm her nerves. Suddenly her door opened softly, and there in the doorway stood her old nurse, Praskovya Savishna, with a scarf over her head. The old prince was so strict that the old woman almost never entered her room.
"It's only me, little Masha," said the nurse. "I've come to sit with you for a few minutes, and look, I've brought the prince's wedding candles to light before his saint, my angel," she said with a deep sigh.
"Oh, nurse, I'm so pleased to see you."
"God is merciful, my darling."
The nurse lit the gilt candles, placed them before the icon stand, and sat down near the door with her knitting. Princess Maria picked up a book and started reading. Only when they heard footsteps or voices did they look up at each other, the princess anxiously wondering, the nurse full of reassurance. The emotions that Princess Maria was feeling as she sat in her room had spread through the whole house and taken possession of everyone in it. Acting on the old superstition that the fewer the people who know about the sufferings of a woman in labour, the less she suffers, everyone pretended to know nothing about it. Nobody said anything, but the usual steadiness and respectful sense of propriety that was always to be expected from servants in the prince's household had been overtaken by a general feeling of anxiety, a melting of hearts and an awareness that, at this time, they were in the presence of some great, unfathomable mystery. No laughter came from the large parlour assigned to the maids. In their hall, the men sat in silence, ready to turn their hands to anything. Torches and candles were still burning in the serfs' quarters, and no one slept. The old prince paced up and down his study, banging down on his heels, and sent Tikhon to Maria Bogdanovna to ask for any news. "Just say the prince has sent you to ask for any news, and come back and tell me what she says." "You may inform the prince that the princess has gone into labour," said Maria Bogdanovna, with a knowing look at the messenger. Tikhon came back with the report. "Well, that's good," said the prince, closing the door behind him, and from then on Tikhon heard not the slightest sound from the study. After a short interval, Tikhon went in again on the pretext of checking the candles, and saw the prince lying on the sofa. Tikhon looked at him, shook his head at the sight of the prince's worried face, went silently over and kissed him on the shoulder, and then left the room without touching the candles or saying why he had come. The world's most solemn mystery was now being slowly enacted. Evening passed, night came on, and the feeling of suspense and the melting of hearts before the great unknown, far from fading away, grew stronger and stronger. No one slept. It was one of those March nights when winter, desperate for one last fling, hurls down its snows and slings its squalls with a special fury. A relay of horses had been sent out to the main road to meet the German doctor who was expected at any moment, and several men had ridden out with lanterns to wait at the turn-off and guide him past the deep ruts and watery hollows hidden by the snow. Princess Maria, her book long since abandoned, sat in silence, staring with her luminous eyes at the wrinkled face of her old nurse, which she knew in its every last detail, at the lock of grey hair that had dropped down from the headscarf and the baggy folds of skin under her chin. Nurse Savishna held on to her knitting and rambled on in a soft voice, without hearing her own words or following their meaning. For the 100th time she described how the late princess had given birth to Princess Maria at Kishinev, with only a Moldavian peasant woman to assist instead of a midwife. "God will provide. Don't need no doctors," she said. Suddenly a gust of wind buffeted one of the window frames. The prince had decreed that one outer panel should be taken down in every room as soon as the larks returned, tore open a loose window catch, swirling the brocade curtain and whistling through with a cold, snowy draught that blew out the candle. Princess Maria shuddered. The nurse put down her knitting and went over to the window, where she put her head out and tried to get hold of the open frame. The cold wind flapped at the corners of her headscarf, and locks of grey hair slipped out and tumbled down. "Princess, my love, someone be driving down the avenue," she said, holding on to the window frame without closing it. be lanterns there. 'Tis the doctor." "Oh, thank God. Thanks be to God," said Princess Maria. "I must go and meet him. He doesn't speak Russian." Princess Maria flung a shawl over her shoulders and rushed off to meet the men who were riding up to the house. Hurrying across the top landing, she looked down through a window and saw a carriage with lanterns standing at the entrance. She went to the head of the stairs. On a banister post stood a tallow candle guttering in the draught. Halfway down, the footman, Philippe, a picture of alarm, was standing on the first landing holding another candle. Right at the bottom, around the turn of the stairs, someone could be heard coming up in thick boots, and then a voice spoke, and Princess Maria thought she knew whose it was. "Thank God for that," said the voice. "And what about father?" "He has retired for the night," came the voice of the butler, Demyan, already downstairs. Then the first voice spoke again, and Demyan's reply was followed by the sound of those thick boots coming up the unseen part of the staircase faster and faster. "It's Andrei," thought Princess Maria. "No, it can't be. That would be too much." And as she stood there thinking about it, down on the landing where the footman stood with his candle, the face and figure of Prince Andrei suddenly appeared. He was still wearing his fur coat, its collar covered in snow. Yes, it was him. But he had changed. He looked pale and thin, in a strange way, gentler and very worried. He came up the stairs to embrace his sister. "Didn't you get my letter?" he asked, and without waiting for an answer, which was never going to come from the speechless princess, he turned back to fetch the doctor who had arrived with him. They had met at the last posting station, and then flew back up the stairs and again embraced his sister. "How strange fate is," he said, "dear Masha." Slipping out of his coat and boots, he set off for the little princess's apartment. Chapter 9. The little princess in her white nightcap was lying propped up with pillows. A wave of pain had just passed. Her black hair curled in thick strands around her feverish, perspiring cheeks. Her pretty pink mouth, with its downy lip, was open, and she was smiling with joy. Prince Andrei came in and stood facing her at the foot of the couch, where she lay. Her eyes shone like a child's, full of fear and anxiety, and when they rested on him, they didn't change. "I love all of you. I've never done anybody any harm. Why should I suffer like this? Help me," was the message in them. She saw her husband, but couldn't take in the meaning of his sudden appearance. Prince Andrei walked around the couch and kissed her on the forehead. "My little darling," he said, never having called her that before. "God is merciful." Her little girl's eyes looked at him wondering, full of reproach, as if trying to say to him, "I turned to you for help and you did nothing. Even you did nothing." It wasn't that she was surprised to see him. She just didn't realize he had come. His arrival had nothing to do with her labor pains, or any relief from them. Another wave was coming, and Maria Bogdanovna advised Prince Andrei to leave the room. The doctor came in as he went out. There was Princess Maria, and they went back to her room together. When they spoke, it was in whispers, and the conversation kept breaking down. They waited and they listened. "Go and see her, my dear," said Princess Maria. Prince Andrei went back to see his wife and sat down in the next room waiting to be summoned. A woman ran out of the bedroom looking very frightened, and she was most disconcerted to see Prince Andrei. He buried his face in his hands and sat like that for several minutes. The most pitiful, helpless animal cries could be heard from inside the room. Prince Andrei stood up, went across to the door and tried to open it. Someone was holding it shut. "Go away! You can't come in!" said a frightened voice on the other side. He paced up and down the room. The screams died down, and a few seconds passed. Then, suddenly, the most fearful scream, it couldn't be hers, she couldn't have screamed like that, came from inside the room. Prince Andrei ran to the door. The screaming stopped, and he heard a different sound, the wail of a baby. Why have they taken a baby in there? Prince Andrei wondered for a split second. A baby? Whose baby is it? What's the baby doing in there? Has it been born? When the delightful meaning of the baby's wail dawned on him, he choked with tears, leant on the windowsill with both elbows, and cried like a child sobbing his heart out. The door opened. The doctor came out of the room, with no coat on and his shirt sleeves rolled up. He looked pale, and his jaw was trembling. Prince Andrei turned to speak to him, but the doctor walked past with a faraway look in his eye and said nothing. A woman came running out and stopped in the doorway, hesitating, when she saw Prince Andrei. He went into his wife's room. She was dead, still lying in the same position he had seen her in 5 minutes earlier, and despite the staring eyes and the white cheeks, the same expression still haunted that lovely, shy little girl's face, with its tiny upper lip covered with fine dark hair. I loved all of you. I never hurt anybody, and look what you have done to me. Just look what you have done to me, was the message on her dead face, in all its pitiful beauty. In one corner of the room, something small and red lay mewling and snuffling in the trembling white hands of Maria Bogdanovna. 2 hours later, Prince Andrei walked quietly in to see his father. The old man knew what had happened. He was standing near the door, and the moment it opened he put his rough old arms round his son's neck in a vice-like grip, and without a word sobbed like a child. 3 days later, at the little princess's funeral, Prince Andrei climbed the steps of the bier to say a last goodbye to her. Even in the coffin her face was the same, though the eyes were closed. Look what you have done to me, was still the message for Prince Andrei, and something seemed to rend his soul. He felt guilty of a crime that he could neither expiate nor ever forget. He was incapable of tears. The old man came in too, and kissed the little waxen hand that lay so peacefully and prominently crossed over the other one, and to him too her face said, "Look what you have done to me. Why did you do it?" And the old man turned away angrily when he saw the look on her face. Another 5 days passed, and the young prince, Nikolai Andreevich, was christened. The wet nurse bunched up his swaddling clothes under her chin, while the priest took a goose feather and anointed the baby's red and wrinkled little palms and soles. His grandfather, who was his godfather, all shaky and afraid of dropping the baby, carried him around the battered tin font and handed him over with great care to his godmother, Princess Maria. Prince Andrei sat in the next room waiting for the ceremony to end, beside himself with fear that they might drown the baby. He looked at his son with great delight when the nurse brought him out, and nodded approvingly as she informed him that when they had dropped some of the baby's hair in a piece of wax into the font, it hadn't sunk, but had floated on the surface of the water. Chapter 10. Rostov's involvement in the duel between Dolokhov and Bezukhov had been hushed up by the old count, and instead of being reduced to the ranks as expected, he had been appointed adjutant to the Governor-General of Moscow. As a result, he was unable to go to the country with the rest of the family, and spent the whole summer in Moscow busy with his new duties. Dolokhov recovered, and Rostov became close to him during his convalescence, when Dolokhov lay ill in the house of his passionately doting mother, Maria Ivanovna. She took to Rostov because of his friendship with her Fedya, and often talked about her son. "Yes, Count, he is too noble, too pure in heart," she would often say. "For today's corrupt world, nobody admires virtue nowadays. You get it thrown back in your face. Tell me this, Count. Was Bezukhov righteous and honourable in what he did? Fedya has always been noble-hearted, and he loved him, and even now he won't have a word said against him. There was that silly business with the policeman in Petersburg. They did play a few tricks on people up there, but weren't they all in it together? Oh, yes, but Bezukhov gets off scot-free, and my Fedya shoulders all the blame. The things he's had to put up with, I know he's been reinstated, but how could he not have been? I don't imagine there were all that many patriotic sons out there as brave as he was, and now this duel. Is there nobody with any feeling, any sense of honour nowadays, challenging him like that? He knew he was an only son, and then aiming straight at him. I thank God for his mercy on us. And what was it all about, I ask you? Who doesn't have affairs nowadays? I mean, if he was all that jealous, which I fully understand, he could have let people know a lot earlier, instead of letting it run on for a year. I know why he challenged him. He was counting on Fedya refusing to fight because he owed him money. It's obscene, depraved. I know you understand Fedya, my dear Count. That's why I'm so fond of you, believe me. Not many people do. He has the kind of soul that is too exalted, too angelic. And during his convalescence, Dolokhov himself began to speak to Rostov in a way that no one would have expected of him. "I know they all think I'm a nasty piece of work," he would say. "Let them think what they want. The only people I want to know are the ones I love. But those that I do love, I would lay down my life for them, and I'll crush anybody else who gets in my way. There's my mother. I adore her. She's a treasure. And one or two friends, including you. Apart from them, I ignore everybody, unless they are useful or dangerous. And most of them are dangerous, especially the women. Oh, yes, dear boy," he went on. "I've met one or two men who were loving, noble, and high-minded, but I've yet to meet a woman who wasn't for sale. Countesses, cooks, they're all the same. I'm looking for a woman with the purity of a saint and complete devotion, and I've yet to meet one. If I could find a woman like that, I'd lay down my life for her. But this lot," he made a gesture of contempt. "Believe me, if I value my life, I value it because I'm still hoping I might meet a heavenly creature like that who would restore me and purify me and lift me to a higher level. I don't suppose you understand." "Oh, yes, I do," answered Rostov, very much under the influence of his new friend. In the autumn, the Rostov family returned to Moscow. At the beginning of the winter, Denisov also came back and stayed with the Rostovs. For Nikolai Rostov and all his family, the early days of the 1806 winter in Moscow were the happiest and merriest of times. Nikolai brought a lot of young men back home with him into his parents' house. Vera was by now a beautiful young woman of 20, Sonia, a 16-year-old girl with all the charm of an unfolding flower, while Natasha, half adult, half child, could be an amusing little girl one minute and an enchanting young woman the next. Love was in the air at the Rostovs at this time, as it always is when there are very young and very charming girls around. Any young man arriving at their house and seeing those young girls' faces, so sensitive and always smiling, probably at their own good fortune, amid all the chasing and scurrying, and hearing all their frivolous, girlish chatter, so good-natured, open to everything, brimming with hope, and their equally frivolous singing and music-making, enjoyed the same sensations of love-sickness and impending bliss that the young Rostovs were themselves enjoying. One of the first young men brought home by Nikolai was Dolokhov, who won over everyone in the house except Natasha. She almost came to blows with her brother over Dolokhov. She insisted that he was a bad lot, that in the duel with Bezukhov, Pierre had been in the right and Dolokhov in the wrong, and that he was a horrible monster. "I understand the whole thing," Natasha would cry with resolute self-certainty. "He's a wicked man, and he has no heart. Now take your Denisov. I like him. I know he's a rogue and all that, but still I like him, so I do understand. I don't know how to put it. With Dolokhov, everything's done deliberately, and I don't like that. Now, Denisov—" "Oh, Denisov's different," answered Nikolai, implying that Denisov didn't even begin to compare with Dolokhov. "You have to get through to Dolokhov and understand his soul. You should see him with his mother. What a tender heart."
"I don't know about that. I just don't feel comfortable with him. You do realise he's fallen in love with Sonia, don't you?"
"Don't be stupid."
"He has, you know. You'll see."
Natasha was proved right. Dolokhov, who was no great lover of the ladies, became a regular visitor to the house, and the question of whom he was coming to see, which no one actually asked, was soon settled. It was Sonia. And though Sonia would never have dared to admit it, she knew, and she turned beetroot red every time Dolokhov put in an appearance. Dolokhov often dined at the Rostovs, never missed any cultural performance that they were going to see, and went to all the balls for the under-20s at Yogel's, where the Rostovs were regular attenders. He paid a lot of attention to Sonia, and looked at her with such longing in his eyes that Sonia was not the only one who reddened under his gaze. Even the old countess and Natasha blushed when they saw him looking at her like that. It became obvious that this strange, strong man was irresistibly attracted to the dark and elegant young girl who loved someone else. Rostov sensed something different between Dolokhov and Sonia, but he couldn't put his finger on what was new about their relationship. "Oh, they're all in love with somebody," he said, thinking of Sonia and Natasha. But he no longer felt at ease with Sonia and Dolokhov, and before long he was less frequently at home. That autumn, once again, the talk was of war with Napoleon, and there was more enthusiasm for it than last year. Enforced recruitment began. From every 1,000 of the population, 10 men were sent into the army, and another 9 to the militia. Napoleon's name was cursed right, left, and centre, and the coming war was the only topic of conversation in Moscow. As far as the Rostov family was concerned, the only thing that mattered in all these preparations for war was their dear Nikolai's categorical refusal to stay behind in Moscow. He was only waiting for the end of Denisov's leave at the end of the holiday season for the pair of them to rejoin their regiment. His impending departure, far from being an obstacle to his enjoyment, spurred him on to enjoy life even more. He spent most of his time out of the house, at dinners, parties, and balls. Chapter 11. On the 3rd day after Christmas, Nikolai dined at home, a rare occurrence in recent days. The occasion was a grand farewell dinner. Nikolai was due to rejoin his regiment with Denisov after Epiphany. There were a couple of dozen dinner guests, including Dolokhov and Denisov. Love was still in the air at the Rostovs. Never had the atmosphere of the house been so palpably full of lovesickness as it was during those Christmas holidays. Seize the moment of bliss. Love and be loved. This is the only real thing in the whole world. Nothing else makes sense. Here and now, this is all we are interested in. The atmosphere was full of thoughts like these. After exhausting 2 pairs of horses as usual, and he still never managed to go everywhere and see everyone, Nikolai arrived home just in time for dinner. The moment he entered the house, he could sense the same atmosphere of lovesickness, but something else as well. He became aware of a curious kind of embarrassment between some of the company. The worst affected were Sonia, Dolokhov, the old countess, and to some extent Natasha. Nikolai realized something must have happened between Sonia and Dolokhov before dinner, and during the meal he used his customary sensitivity to tread warily and be nice to the pair of them. That same evening there was to be one of the dances put on for his pupils during the holidays by Yogel, the dancing master.
"Nikolai, are you coming to Yogel's? Please say yes," said Natasha. "He asked about you specially, and Denisov's coming."
"I will go anywhere the Countess requires," said Denisov, who had joked his way into the role of Natasha's champion knight within the household.
"I stand ready for the shawl dance."
"If I can fit it in. I did promise to go to the Akarovs. They're throwing a party, said Nikolai. What about you? He said, turning to Dolokhov. And the moment he had asked the question, he realized he shouldn't have done. Yes, well, possibly. Dolokhov's response was frigid and furious, as he glanced first at Sonia and then at Nikolai, treating him to exactly the same scowl he had launched at Pierre over dinner at the English club. Something wrong here, thought Nikolai, and his suspicions were confirmed when Dolokhov left immediately after dinner. He called Natasha over and asked what was going on. "Oh, I've been looking for you," said Natasha, skipping over to him. "I told you, didn't I? You wouldn't believe me," she said triumphantly. "He's proposed to Sonia." Sonia had not been much in Nikolai's mind of late, but he still felt a great wrench inside him when he heard this. Dolokhov was a good match for an orphan girl like Sonia, who had no dowry, in some ways a brilliant match. From the point of view of the Countess, and in the eyes of society, there could be no question of a refusal. And so Nikolai's immediate reaction was to feel annoyed with Sonia. He worked himself up to say, "Oh, splendid, of course she'll have to forget all those childish promises and accept," but before he could get the words out, Natasha went on to say, "But can you imagine? She turned him down, just like that. She told him she's in love with somebody else," she added after a brief pause. Yes, my Sonia couldn't have done anything else, thought Nikolai. Mamma went on and on at her not to, but she turned him down, and I know she's not going to change her mind, not if she said. Mamma begged her not to, Nikolai said reproachfully. Yes, said Natasha. Listen, darling Nikolai, don't get angry with me. I know you'll never marry her. Don't ask me how I know. I just know for certain you'll never marry her. You can't possibly know that, said Nikolai. But I must have a word with her. Oh, Sonia, she is lovely, he added with a smile. Yes, she is. I'll send her in. And Natasha gave her brother a kiss and ran off. A minute later, in came Sonia looking scared, upset and guilty. Nikolai went over and kissed her hand. It was the first time since his return that they had been alone together and talked about love. Sophie, he said to her, timidly at first, but getting braver by the minute, if you want to turn down a brilliant match, very much to your advantage, well, he's a splendid fellow, thoroughly noble. He's my friend. Sonia interrupted him. I have turned him down, she blurted out. If you are turning him down because of me, I'm afraid I... Again, Sonia cut him short. She looked at him, anxious and imploring. Please, Nikolai, don't say that, she said. No, I have to. Perhaps I'm being a bit conceited, but it's better to have the whole thing out. If you're turning him down because of me, I have to be honest with you. I do love you. I think I love you more than anyone in the world. That's enough for me, said Sonia, beetroot red. No, but listen. I've been in love thousands of times, and I shall be again and again, though I could never feel the same kind of warmth and trust and love that I do towards you. Besides, I'm still a young man, and Mamma doesn't want me to. Well, that's it. I can't promise you anything. Please, think carefully about Dolokhov's proposal, he said, not finding it easy to say the name of his friend. Oh, don't say that. I don't want anything. I love you as a brother, and I always will, and I don't need anything else. You're an angel. I don't deserve you. I'm just scared. I don't want to deceive you. And Nikolai kissed her hand again. Chapter 12. The balls put on by Yogel were the best in Moscow. This is what all the mothers said as they watched their young daughters performing the dances they had been recently learning. So did the boys and girls themselves as they danced till they were ready to drop. So did the grown-up young men and women who came along thinking these dances were rather beneath them and ended up enjoying every minute. That year, 2 matches had been made at these dances. Two pretty young princesses, the Gorchakov sisters, had both found suitors here and married them, which made the dances more popular than ever. There was one special feature about these dances. They had no host and hostess, only good old Yogel himself, who put his own art to good service with much mincing and bowing as he flitted around his guests like a feather and collected their tickets. Another feature was that these dances were attended only by those who really wanted to dance and enjoy themselves, in the way that girls of 13 or 14 do when they are wearing long dresses for the first time. With one or two exceptions, they were pretty girls, or they managed to look pretty with their smiling faces and sparkling eyes. Sometimes the best pupils were allowed to perform the difficult shawl dance, and that included Natasha, who danced more gracefully than anyone else. But at this latest ball, they only danced the schottische, the anglaise, and the mazurka, which was becoming all the rage. Yogel had taken a ballroom in Bezukhov's house, and everyone pronounced the evening a great success. There were many pretty girls there, and the Rostov girls were among the prettiest. They both felt particularly happy and high-spirited that evening. Sonia was feeling so proud to have received a proposal from Dolokhov and turned him down, and then had things out with Nikolai that, before they had even left for the ball, she had gone twirling around the room, not giving her maid a chance to finish doing her hair, and now she positively glowed with energy and joy. Natasha was just as proud and even happier. This was her first real ball in a long dress. Both girls wore white muslin dresses with pink ribbons. Natasha made sure she fell in love the moment she stepped into the ballroom, not with anyone in particular, in love with everyone. Every time she looked at someone, she fell in love, and the love lasted no longer than the look. She kept running up to Sonia and saying, "Oh, isn't it marvellous?" Nikolai and Denisov strolled from room to room, watching the dancers with a kind of protective benevolence.
"She's so sweet. She'll be a real beauty," said Denisov.
"Who will?"
"Countess Natasha,"
answered Denisov. After a short pause, he said again,
"Look at her dancing, so graceful."
"Who are you talking about?"
"Oh, really, I'm talking about your sister," cried Denisov angrily.
Rostov laughed.
"My dear Count,
you were one of my best pupils. You must dance," said little Yogel, coming up to Nikolai. "Look at all these pretty young ladies." He turned with the same request to Denisov, also an ex-pupil.
"No, my dear fellow, I'm a wanton dancer, but a good wallflower," said Denisov. "Don't you remember how little credit I did to your instruction?"
"Oh, no," said Yogel, quick to reassure him. "You didn't concentrate, but you had talent, plenty of talent." The band struck up with a mazurka, the latest thing. Nikolai felt he couldn't refuse Yogel, so he asked Sonia to dance. Denisov sat down by some elderly ladies and leant towards them with one elbow on his sabre. Tapping his foot in time to the music, he managed to keep them amused while keeping an eye on the young people dancing. Yogel was dancing the first couple with Natasha, his star pupil, his pride and joy. Light as thistledown, in his tiny slippers, Yogel led the way, swooping across the room with a diffident Natasha studiously concentrating on her steps. Denisov couldn't take his eyes off her. He tapped out the rhythm with his sabre, which was meant to imply that if he wasn't dancing, it was because he chose not to, not because he couldn't dance. While the dancers were in the middle of a figure, he saw Rostov walking past and beckoned him over.
"It's not white, you know,"
he said.
"Is this reckoned to be a Polish mazurka? But she's such a good dancer."
Knowing that even in Poland, Denisov had been famous for dancing the Polish mazurka, Nikolai ran over to Natasha. "Go and invite Denisov. He can dance, you know. He's marvellous at it," he said. When Natasha's turn came round again, she got up and tripped rather timidly across the room in her tiny dancing shoes, with their pretty bows to the corner where Denisov was sitting. She could feel everyone's eyes on her as people waited to see what might happen. Nikolai watched as a little amiable argument took place between Denisov and Natasha, with Denisov saying no to something, but with a broad smile on his face. He ran across.
"Oh, please, Vasily Dmitrich," Natasha was saying, "do come and dance." "Oh, Countess, really and truly,
Denisov was saying. "Come off it, Vaska," said Nikolai.
"They're stroking me like a kitten,"
said Denisov, with great good humour.
"I'll sing for you all night,"
said Natasha.
"Little sorceress, she's got me wrapped around her little finger,"
said Denisov, unbuckling his sabre. He came out from behind the chairs, took his partner firmly by the hand, tilted his head back, and put one foot forward, waiting for the beat. Denisov's short stature went unnoticed only when he was on horseback or dancing the mazurka. Then he looked every inch the dashing hero he always felt himself to be. When the beat came round, he gave a smile of triumph, took a sideways glance at his partner, suddenly stamped his foot and leapt off the floor like a rubber ball, soaring away and whirling his partner round with him. He swooped silently halfway across the room on one foot, heading straight for some chairs, which he didn't seem to have seen, only to stop dead suddenly, spurs jingling, legs apart, down on his heels, holding it there for a second, then off again, stamping both feet, jangling his spurs, spinning round dizzily, clicking his heels, swooping off into another turn. Instinctively aware of what he was going to do next, Natasha abandoned herself and followed his lead quite unconsciously. He whirled her round on his right arm, then on his left, dropped down on one knee and guided her round, then leapt up again and galloped away madly as if he intended sweeping through every room in the palace without stopping for breath. But then, a sudden stop, a pause, and off again into some new and adventurous steps. With a final swirling flourish, he swung his partner back into her place, halted smartly with jingling spurs, and bowed to her. But Natasha didn't even curtsy in return. She was staring at him quizzically with a smile on her puzzled face, as if she didn't know him.
"What was all that about?"
she said. Although Yogel refused to accept this kind of dancing as a proper mazurka, everyone was delighted with Denisov's performance, and he was in great demand as a partner. Meanwhile, old gentlemen smiled the time away, going on about Poland and the good old days, and as for Denisov, red in the face from his exertions in the mazurka, and mopping his brow with a handkerchief, he sat down next to Natasha, and never left her side for the rest of the evening. Chapter 13. For the next 2 days, Rostov did not see Dolokhov at his own home, nor did he catch him in when he called. On the 3rd day, he received a note from him. "Since I have no intention of visiting your house again for reasons which are well known to you, and I am going back to join the regiment soon, I am giving a farewell supper tonight for my friends. Come to the English Hotel." Shortly before 10 o'clock that evening, Rostov went on to the English Hotel from the theatre, where he had been with his family and Denisov. He was taken straight to the best room in the hotel, which Dolokhov had hired for the night. A couple of dozen young men were gathered around a table where Dolokhov was sitting between 2 candles. There were gold coins and banknotes on the table, and Dolokhov was keeping the bank. Nikolai had not seen him since his proposal and Sonia's refusal, and he felt some embarrassment at the thought of meeting him again. Dolokhov's clear, cold eyes met Rostov, even as he came in through the door, as if he had long been waiting for him. "We haven't met for some time," he said. "Thanks for coming. Just let me finish dealing, and Ilyushka will soon be here with his singers." "I called on you several times," said Rostov, reddening. Dolokhov didn't respond. "You can place your bet now," he said. Rostov instantly recalled a curious conversation he had once had with Dolokhov, who had said to him, "Relying on luck's a fool's game." "Unless you're too scared to bet against me," Dolokhov said now, as if he could guess what was going through Rostov's mind, and he smiled. Rostov could see, lurking behind that smile, the same mood that had settled on him at the club dinner, and on other occasions when Dolokhov had seemed to be tired of life with its dull routine, and desperate to escape from it by doing something reckless and usually cruel. Rostov felt uneasy. He racked his brains for some flippant response to Dolokhov's words, but couldn't think of anything. And while he was gathering his thoughts, Dolokhov looked him straight in the face and said with slow deliberation for all to hear, "Remember what we used to say about relying on luck? It's a fool's game. You should play safe, and I'd like to have a go." What at? Relying on luck or playing safe? Wondered Rostov. "No, you better stay out of it," Dolokhov added. Snapping down a newly opened pack, he said, "Gentlemen, the bank." Pushing some money forward, Dolokhov started to deal. Rostov sat down next to him. At first he held back. Dolokhov kept glancing at him. "Not playing, then?" he asked. And Nikolai felt a strangely irrepressible urge to take a card, stake a small sum on it and get into the game. "I have no money on me," said Rostov. "I'll trust you." Rostov staked 5 rubles on a card and lost, staked again and lost again. Dolokhov made a killing by winning 10 times in succession. He had now been dealing for quite some time. "Gentlemen," he said, "will you please put your money on your cards, or I might get the sums wrong?" One of the players said he hoped he could be trusted. "Yes, you can, but I don't want to get anything wrong." "Please put your money on your cards," answered Dolokhov. "Don't worry. You and I can settle up later," he added to Rostov. The gambling continued. A footman brought round an endless supply of champagne. Every one of Rostov's cards lost, and 800 rubles were written up against him. He made as if to stake the whole 800 rubles on a single card. But while champagne was being poured out for him, he thought again, and changed back to his normal stake of 20 rubles. "Leave it there," said Dolokhov, though he seemed to be looking away from Rostov. "You'll win it back faster. I keep losing to everyone else. From you I win. Or are you afraid of me?" he asked again. Rostov complied, let the 800 stake go ahead, and laid down the 7 of hearts, a card with a torn corner which he had picked up from the floor. He would long remember that card. He laid it down, the 7 of hearts, took a small piece of chalk, and wrote 800 on it in big round figures. He then drank the proffered glass of warm champagne, smiled at Dolokhov's words, and waited with a sinking heart for another 7 to turn up, watching the pack in Dolokhov's hands. Winning or losing on that card meant a lot to Rostov. Only the previous Sunday, his father, Count Ilya, had given his son 2,000 rubles, and although he never liked talking about money, he told him this was the last he would get till May, and he begged him to be a bit more careful with it. Nikolai said that this was too much anyway, and, word of honour, he wouldn't come back for any more until the spring. Yet already he was down to his last 1,200. So if he were to lose on that 7 of hearts, it would mean not only having to find 1,600 rubles, but also going back on his word. So it was with a sinking heart that he watched Dolokhov's hands and thought, "Come on, quick, deal me that card, and I'll get my cap and go home to supper with Denisov, Natasha and Sonia, and this time I know I'll never touch the cards again." At that moment, his family life, joking with Petya, chatting to Sonia, singing duets with Natasha, playing piquet with his father, even his comfortable bed in the house on Povarskaya Street, rose up in his imagination so clear, so bright, so lovely, that it seemed like something from the distant past, something lost and gone that he had never properly appreciated. He couldn't imagine that blind chance, by arranging for the 7 to appear on the right, not the left, might rob him of the happiness that he now saw in such a new light, and plunge him into an abyss of unknown and uncertain misery. Surely it could never happen. But he still watched with dread in his heart as Dólokhov's hands began to move. Those broad, reddish-coloured hands, with hairs curling out from the shirt cuffs, laid down the pack of cards and took up the glass and pipe that were offered to him. "So you're not too scared to bet against me," repeated Dólokhov. Putting the cards down, he rocked back in his chair as though he were about to launch into a funny story, and began to speak, grinning and refusing to be hurried. "So, gentlemen, in this city the word is, so they say, that I'm rather sharp with the cards. I do advise you to watch your step when you're playing with me." "Deal, will you?" said Rostov. "Oh, the gossip in Moscow," said Dólokhov, and he took up the cards with a smile. "Ah!" Rostov almost screamed, raising both hands to cover his hair. The 7 that he needed was lying face up on top of the pack. He had lost more than he could pay. "You mustn't go ruining yourself, though," said Dólokhov, flashing a quick glance at Rostov as he went on dealing.
Chapter 14. An hour and a half went past, by which time most of the gamblers had lost all serious interest in their own play. All eyes were on Rostov. Instead of a mere 1,600 rubles, he now had written up against him a long column of figures, which he would have put at something coming up to 10,000, though a vague impression was dawning on him that it might have risen to 15,000. In fact, the total had already gone past 20,000 rubles. Dólokhov was no longer listening to stories or telling them. He was following every movement of Rostov's hands, with the odd passing glance at the total against him. He had decided to keep the game going until the total reached 43,000. He had lighted on this figure because 43 represented his age and Sonia's added together. The table was a mess of wine stains, cards, and chalk marks, and Rostov sat there with his head in both hands. One impression tormented him relentlessly. Those broad, reddish-coloured hands, with the hairs curling out from the shirt cuffs, those hands, loved and loathed, which held him in their power. 600 rubles. Ace, corner there. 9. No chance of winning it back. How nice it would have been at home. Jack. No, it can't be. Why is he doing this to me? Rostov wondered, thinking back. Now and then he went for a high stake, but Dólokhov would always decline and fix the stake himself. Nikolai always complied. One minute he was praying, as he had done under fire on the bridge over the Enns. The next he was speculating that he might save himself by picking up the first card that came to hand in the crumpled pile under the table. Then he counted the cords on his jacket and tried staking all his losses on a card with that number. Then he looked round helplessly at the other gamblers, or stared into Dólokhov's coldly impassive face and tried to work out what was going on inside him. He knows full well what this loss means to me, he told himself. Does he want to ruin me? He was my friend. I loved him. But it's not really his fault. He can't help it if he has a run of luck. It's not my fault either, he kept saying to himself. I haven't done anything wrong. I haven't murdered anybody or offended anybody. I don't wish anybody any harm. Where did this disaster come from? When did it start? It all happened so quickly. I just sat down at this table thinking I might win 100 rubles and buy Mama that little casket for her name day and then go home. I was happy and free and in such a good mood. I didn't realize how happy I was. When did that end? And when did this ghastly business begin? What signalled the change? I just stayed here in my place at this table, picking out cards and pushing them forward and watching those broad hands doing their tricks. What's happened to me? And when did it happen? I'm fit and well, still the same, still in the same place. It's just not possible. Surely it's all going to come to nothing. He was red and sweating, even though the room was not hot. His face looked terrible, a pathetic sight, all the worse for his useless efforts to look calm.
His total reached the fateful number, 43,000. Rostov had just bent the corner of a new card to double up on the last 3,000 put down to him when Dolokhov slammed the cards down on the table, pushed them to one side, took a piece of chalk and began totting up Rostov's losses rapidly in his clear, bold hand. The chalk snapped as he did so. "Supper! Supper is served, and the gypsies are here." And indeed, some swarthy men and women were coming in from the cold, saying something in a gypsy accent. Nikolai knew it was all over, but he managed to say offhandedly, "Oh, aren't we going on then? I had such a nice little card ready," as if the only thing that mattered to him was the fun of playing. "That's it. I'm finished," he thought. "A bullet through my head. It's the only way out." But his voice spoke breezily. "Come on, just one more card." "All right," answered Dolokhov, finishing his adding up. "All right, 21 rubles it is," he said, pointing to the figure 21, the amount by which his total exceeded 43,000. He took a new pack and sat there ready to deal. Rostov bent the corner of his card, but instead of the intended 6,000, he complied with Dolokhov and carefully wrote down 21. "I don't mind one way or the other," he said. "I'd just like to know whether you'll win or lose on that 10. Dolokhov had a grave look about him as he dealt. Oh, how Rostov loathed those reddish-coloured hands, with their stubby fingers and the hairs curling out from the shirt sleeves, those hands that had him in their power. The 10 came up. 43,000 against you, Count," said Dolokhov, stretching as he rose from the table. "All this sitting down makes you feel tired," he said. "Yes, I'm tired too," said Rostov. Dolokhov cut him short as if to remind Rostov that this was no laughing matter. "When shall I have the money, Count?" Rostov blushed as he drew Dolokhov aside into the next room. "I can't pay it all just like that. Will you take an IOU? "Listen, Rostov," said Dolokhov with a sunny smile, looking Nikolai straight in the eye. "You know what they say. Lucky in love, unlucky at cards. Your cousin's in love with you. I know that." Oh, how horrible to be like this, in this man's power, thought Rostov. He knew what a shock the news of this loss would be to his father and mother. Oh, if only he could be rid of it all. And he sensed that Dolokhov now wanted to play cat and mouse with him, in the full knowledge that only he could free him from all the shame and grief. "Your cousin," Dolokhov started to say, but Nikolai cut him short. "My cousin has nothing to do with this. Keep her out of it," he cried with fury. "When do I get it, then?" asked Dolokhov. "Tomorrow," said Rostov, and left the room. Chapter 15. To utter the word tomorrow with a semblance of politeness was not too difficult, but to arrive home alone, to see sisters and brother, mother and father, to confess and ask for money, which he had no right to after giving his word of honour, was ghastly. They were still up. The younger members of the family had come back from the theatre to a good supper and were now gathered round the clavichord. The moment Nikolai set foot in the hall, he felt himself absorbed into the poetic atmosphere of love which had ruled their household that winter and seemed to have intensified around Sonia and Natasha ever since Dolokhov's proposal and Yogol's ball, like pressure building up before a storm. Sonia and Natasha, still wearing the light blue dresses they had worn for the theatre, stood by the clavichord, pretty girls and conscious of it, happy and smiling. Vera was playing chess with Shinshin in the drawing-room. The old countess, waiting for her son and her husband to come home, was playing patience with an elderly gentlewoman who lived in with them. Denisov, with his gleaming eyes and unkempt hair, was sitting at the clavichord with one leg pushed back behind him, playing chords with his stubby little fingers and rolling his eyes as he applied his thin, reedy but tuneful voice to a poem of his own composition, The Sorceress, which he was trying to set to music. "O sorceress, what is this power that lingers, returning me to my forsaken lyre? What rapture, this that floods into my fingers? Why did you fill my waging heart with fire?" He was singing with great passion, his black agate eyes gleaming at the frightened but delighted Natasha.
"Oh, that's splendid! Perfect!" Natasha cried. "Another verse, please," she said, not noticing Nikolai.
Nothing's changed here, thought Nikolai, glancing into the drawing room, where he could see Vera and his mother and the old lady sitting with her.
"Oh, here he is! Nikolai!"
Natasha ran over to him. "Is Papa back yet?" he asked.
"Oh, I'm so pleased you've come," said Natasha, ignoring his question. "We're having such a marvellous time. Vasily Dmitrich is staying on another day, just for me. Did you know?"
"No, Papa is still out," answered Sonia.
"Darling Nikolai, is that you? Come here, my dear,"
came the old Countess's voice from the drawing room. Nikolai went in to see his mother, kissed her hand, sat down by her table and started to watch her hands in silence as they placed the cards. From the hall came the sounds of laughter and happy voices urging Natasha to sing.
All right, Denisov cried. "No excuses now. It's your turn to sing the Barker Wall, at my request."
The Countess glanced at her silent son. "Is something wrong?" she asked him. No, he said, as if he'd heard this question many times before and was getting fed up with it. "Will Papa be long?" "No, I shouldn't think so." "Nothing's changed here. They don't know a thing about it. What can I do with myself?" thought Nikolai, and he went back into the hall where they were playing the clavichord. Sonia was at the keyboard, playing the prelude to Denisov's favourite barcarolle. Natasha was getting ready to sing. Denisov was watching her, enraptured. Nikolai began pacing up and down the room. Why do they want to get her singing? What can she sing? There's nothing to be happy about, thought Nikolai. Sonia played the opening chord of the prelude. My God, I'm ruined. My honour's gone. Bullet through the head, that's my only way out, not singing, he thought. Shall I run away? Where to? Oh, it makes no difference. Let them get on with the singing. Still pacing, Nikolai glanced darkly at Denisov and the girls, avoiding their eyes. "Nikolai, what's wrong?" asked Sonia's staring eyes. She had known immediately that something must have happened to him. Nikolai turned away. Natasha, too, with her usual acuteness, had instantly sensed her brother's state of mind. She did notice him, but she was in such high spirits at that moment, so remote from sorrow, gloom, and censure, that she deliberately indulged in a little self-delusion, as young people often do. "No, I'm too happy at this moment to spoil my happiness by sympathizing with someone else's sorrow," was what she felt, though she said to herself, "No, I've probably got it all wrong. He must be as happy as I am." "Come on, Sonia," she said, walking out into the middle of the room, where she thought the acoustics were best. Tilting her head and letting her arms dangle lifelessly like a ballet dancer, Natasha performed a strong heel-and-toe figure in the middle of the room, and then stood still. "Here I am! Look at me!" she seemed to be saying in response to Denisov's enraptured gaze, which never left her. What is she so pleased about? Nikolai wondered, looking at his sister. Why doesn't she get fed up with all this? Has she no shame? As Natasha sang the first note, her throat swelled, her chest rose, and her eyes became serious. Oblivious for the moment of everyone and everything, she spread her mouth into a broad smile, and out came the sounds of her voice. Sounds that might have left you cold if you had heard them 1,000 times identically pitched and held, but then suddenly, the 1,001st time, you would be reduced to tears and trembling. That winter, Natasha had begun to take her singing seriously for the first time, especially since Denisov had been so complimentary about her voice. She no longer sang like a child. She had got rid of the childish straining for effect that had made her singing rather amusing until recently. But she was not yet a good singer, according to the musical experts who heard her. No polish. A nice voice, but it needs polishing, they all said. But this was usually said a long time after her voice had stopped. While that unpolished voice was actually singing, for all its wrong breathing and moments of strain, even the experts kept quiet, enjoying the voice, however unpolished, and longing to hear more of it. It had a virginal purity, intuitive power, and an easy, velvety smoothness, so closely bound up with its own artistic imperfections that it seemed untouchable, as if nothing could be done to that voice without spoiling it. How can she, thought Nikolai, with staring eyes when he heard her sing? What's got into her? How can she sing at a time like this? He thought. But then suddenly his whole world was concentrated on waiting for the next note, the next cadence, and everything in the world had a 3-beat rhythm. Oh mio crudele affetto. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1. Oh mio crudele affetto. 1, 2, 3. Oh, the stupidity of human life, thought Nikolai. All these things, this disaster, money, Dolokhov, evil, honour, it's all rubbish. This is what matters. Go on, Natasha. Go on, darling. Go on, my lovely girl. Can she get that top B? Yes. Well done. And unaware that he was singing too, he accompanied her a third below to strengthen her top note. My God, how marvellous. Did I get that high? Wonderful feeling, he thought. Oh, the beauty of their singing in thirds. Oh, the lovely tremolo. Rostov felt a thrill of something nobler in his soul, and that something was detached from everything in the world and higher than anything in the world. Gambling debts? Dolokhov's? Honour? What were they compared with this? Rubbish. You can murder and steal and still be happy. Chapter 16. It was a long time since Rostov had felt such enjoyment in music as he did that day. But as soon as Natasha had finished her barcarolle, he was brought back down to reality. He walked out without saying anything and went down to his room. A quarter of an hour later, the old Count came in from his club jolly and contented. Nikolai, hearing him drive up, went to see him. "Had a good time, then?" asked the old Count, a proud and delighted man, smiling cheerfully at his son. Nikolai tried to say yes, but he couldn't. He was choking with sobs. The Count was busy lighting his pipe and did not notice the state his son was in. Oh well, it's got to be done, thought Nikolai once and for all. And out it came. Feeling ashamed for doing so, he said to his father quite offhandedly, as if he was asking to use the carriage for a trip downtown, "Oh, Papa, there's a bit of business we ought to discuss. I nearly forgot. I need some money." "Dear me," said his father, who happened to be in a very good mood. "I said you wouldn't have enough. How much?" "A lot," said Nikolai, blushing and smiling a crass, casual smile for which he would never be able to forgive himself. "I've lost a bit at cards. Well, rather a lot, really. An awful lot. 43,000. "What? Who to? You must be joking," cried the Count, an apoplectic red spreading over his neck and the back of his neck, as it does with old people. "I promised to pay up tomorrow," said Nikolai. "Oh, no," exclaimed the Count, throwing his arms in the air as he flopped down helplessly onto a sofa. "Can't be helped. Everybody does it," said his son, outwardly brazen and breezy, but feeling in his heart of hearts that he was an unspeakable cad, and his crime could never be redeemed in a lifetime. He felt like kissing his father's hands, going down on his knees and begging for forgiveness, And here he was casually, even rather rudely, telling him this sort of thing happened to everybody. Count Ilya lowered his eyes at these words from his son and began fidgeting as if he was looking for something. Yes, he managed to say. It will be difficult, I'm afraid, difficult to raise. But it happens to everybody. Yes, it happens to everybody. The old count flashed a look at his son, straight in the face, and walked out of the room. Nikolai had been preparing himself for a refusal, but this he had not expected. Papa, Papa, he cried out, sobbing, after the retreating figure. Please, forgive me. Seizing his father's hand, he pressed it to his lips and burst into tears. While father and son were having this discussion, another one, hardly less important, was taking place between mother and daughter. Natasha had rushed in wildly excited and run over to her mother. Mama! Mama! He's done it! He's... Done what? He's proposed to me! Mama! Mama! She cried. The Countess couldn't believe her ears. Denisov proposing? Who to? Her tiny little Natasha, who had only just grown out of playing with dolls and was still in the schoolroom. Natasha, that's enough. Don't be so silly, she said, hoping it might be a joke. I'm not being silly. I'm telling you what's happened, said Natasha angrily. I've come to ask you what to do, and you say I'm being silly. The Countess shrugged. If it is true that Monsieur Denisov has made a proposal, it may be amusing, but you must go and tell him he's a fool. That's all there is to it. But he's not a fool, said Natasha, serious and resentful. Well, what do you want then? You all seem to be in love nowadays. Oh, well, if you're in love, perhaps you'd better marry him, said the Countess with an angry smile. Good luck to you. No, Mamma, I'm not in love with him. I don't think I am. Well, go and tell him. Mamma, are you angry with me? Don't be angry, dearest Mamma. It's not my fault, is it? No, of course I'm not, darling. If you like, I'll go and tell him, said the Countess with another smile. No, I can do it. Only tell me what to say. It's all so easy for you, she added, warming to her smile. Oh, if only you could have seen him saying it. I know he didn't mean to. He just blurted it out. Well, anyway, you've got to go and refuse him. No, I can't. I feel sorry for him. He's so nice. Well, you'd better accept, then. Yes, it's about time you got married, said her mother with pointed irony. No, Mamma, but I am sorry for him. I don't know what to say. Well, you don't have to say anything. I'll speak to him myself, said the Countess, indignant at the very idea of someone treating her little Natasha like an adult. No, you mustn't. I'll do it. You come and listen at the door. And Natasha ran across the drawing room into the hall where Denisov was still sitting at the clavichord in the same chair, with his face buried in his hands. He leapt to his feet at the sound of her little footsteps. Natalie, he said, hurrying towards her, decide my fate. It is in your hands. Vasily Dmitrich, I'm sorry. You are so nice, but we can't, you know. But I'll always love you as I do now. Denisov bent over her hand, and she heard some strange, incomprehensible sounds. She kissed him on his unkempt, curly, black head. At that moment, they heard the hurried rustling of the old Countess's skirts as she bore down on them. Vasily Dmitrich, I thank you for the honour you do us, said the Countess in an embarrassed tone which Denisov took as a harsh one. But my daughter is so young, and I would have thought that as a friend of my son you would have approached me first. If you had, you would not have put me in the position of having to make this refusal. Countess, began Denisov with downcast eyes and a guilty face. He wanted to say more, but he had dried up. Natasha could not look calmly on such a pathetic sight. She broke down in a series of loud sobs.
"Countess, I do regret this," he stammered out, "but I really do adore your daughter and all your family, and I'd sacrifice more than one life."
He looked at the Countess and took in her stern face.
"Right, then, I really must say goodbye, Countess," he said, kissing her hand, and without a glance at Natasha he strode quickly out of the room with an air of great determination. The following day, Rostov went to Denisov, who wasn't prepared to spend another day in Moscow, to see him on his way. All his Moscow friends gave him a grand send-off at the Gypsies, and he had no memory of being stowed in his sledge or of travelling the first 3 stations. With Denisov gone, Rostov hung on for another 2 weeks in Moscow waiting for his money, which the Count needed some time to get together. He never went out, and he spent most of his time in the young girl's room. Sonia was more attentive and affectionate than ever. She seemed anxious to show him that his loss at cards was a splendid achievement that made her love him more than ever. But Nikolai now felt unworthy of her. He filled the girls' albums with poetry and music, and then, at last, having sent off the entire sum of 43,000 rubles to Dolokhov and got his receipt, he left Moscow at the end of November without saying goodbye to any of his acquaintances, to rejoin his regiment, which was already in Poland. Part 2. Chapter 1. After having things out with his wife, Pierre left for Petersburg. At Tarjok, either there were no horses, or the station master would not release any. Pierre had to wait. Without removing his overcoat, he lay down on a leather sofa in front of a round table, put his big feet up on it, still wearing his thick boots, and sank into thought. "Shall I fetch the bags in? Should I make up a bed for you? Would you like some tea?" his valet kept asking. No reply came from Pierre, who was hearing and saying nothing. He had been deep in thought since the last station and was still thinking about something so important that he had no idea of anything that was going on around him. He was quite unconcerned about arriving in Petersburg sooner rather than later, or whether there would or would not be somewhere for him to rest at this station. Compared with all that was going through his mind at the moment, it was a matter of complete indifference to him whether he spent a few hours or the rest of his life here. The station master and his wife, his valet, and a peasant woman selling Torjok embroidery kept coming in and out, offering their services. Without shifting his raised feet, Pierre stared at them over his spectacles, wondering what they could possibly want and how they could go on living without answering the questions that were worrying him. They were the same questions that had worried him ever since the day he had returned from the duel at Sokolniki and had spent that first agonizing, sleepless night, but now, all alone and on the road, he had become obsessed by them. Whatever the direction of his thoughts, he kept coming back to the same unanswerable but inescapable questions. It was as if the working of his head had stripped the main screw that held his life together. The screw wouldn't go in or come out. It just turned without biting on anything, always in the same hole, and he couldn't stop it turning. The station master came in and asked His Excellency obsequiously whether he would mind waiting just a while, only an hour or two, by which time, come what might, he would let His Excellency have the special post horses. He was lying, of course, in the hope of squeezing more money out of the traveller. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Pierre wondered. Good for me, but bad for the next traveller, and anyway, he can't help it. He has to eat. He told me an officer thrashed him for that. But the officer thrashed him because he was in a hurry, and I shot Dolokhov because I considered myself insulted. Louis XVI was executed because he was considered a criminal, and within a year the men who executed him were killed as well for doing something or other. What's bad and what's good? What should we love and what should we hate? What is life for? And what am I? What is life?
What is death? What kind of force is it that directs everything? He kept asking himself. And there were no answers to any of these questions, except one illogical response that didn't answer any of them. And that response was, "You're going to die, and it will be over and done with. You're going to die, and you'll either come to know everything or stop asking." But dying was horrible too. The Torzhok peddler woman was whining away, offering her wares, especially some goatskin slippers. "I've got hundreds of roubles, money I don't know what to do with, and she stands there in her tatty coat, hardly daring to look at me," thought Pierre. "And what does she want money for? As if it could give her a hair's breadth of extra happiness or put her soul at rest. Is there anything in the world that can make her and me any less subject to evil and death? Death, the end of everything, and it must come today or tomorrow. Either way, it's a split second on the scale of eternity." And again he twisted the screw that wouldn't bite, and the screw went on turning in the same hole. His servant handed him a half-cut volume. It was a novel in letters by Madame de Souza. He started reading about the trials and struggle for virtue of someone called Amélie de Mansfeld. Why did she resist her seducer, he thought, when she loved him? God couldn't have filled her heart with any desires that went against his will. My ex-wife didn't, and maybe she was right. Nothing has been discovered, Pierre said to himself again, and nothing has been invented. The only thing we can know is that we don't know anything, and that is the summit of human wisdom. Everything within and around him struck him as confused, senseless, and disgusting. And yet, in his very disgust at everything around him, Pierre found a source of nagging enjoyment. "If I could just ask your Excellency to squeeze up a little and make room for this gentleman," said the station-master, bringing in another traveller, delayed by the lack of horses. This traveller was a stocky, large-boned old man, yellow, wrinkled, and with grey, bushy eyebrows and eyes that gleamed with a greyish colour. Pierre took his feet down from the table, stood up, and went to lie on the bed that had been got ready for him, glancing across now and again at the gloomy and weary newcomer, who did not look back at him as he struggled out of his topcoat, assisted by his servant. Keeping on his shabby nankeen-covered sheepskin coat, and with felt boots on his thin, bony legs, the traveller sat down on the sofa, leaned back, his close-cropped head, which was unusually large and broad at the temples, and looked at Bezukhov. He had a shrewd, austere, and sharp look that impressed Pierre, who felt like striking up a conversation, but just as he was about to ask him about the roads, the traveller closed his eyes and folded his wrinkled old hands, one finger displaying a large iron ring with a death's head seal on it. He sat there quite still, either relaxing or, as seemed more likely to Pierre, in a state of profound and tranquil meditation. The newcomer's servant was also old, yellow, and wrinkled. He had no beard or moustache, not because he had shaved them off, but because he had clearly never been able to grow any. The old retainer fussed about, unpacking a hamper and setting up a little tea table, and then went to fetch a boiling samovar. When it was all ready, the traveller opened his eyes, moved over to the table, and pulled out one glass of tea for himself and another, which he handed to the beardless old man. Pierre began to feel restless, as if it was necessary, even inevitable, for him to get into conversation with the traveller. The servant came back, with his empty glass inverted, and a half-nibbled piece of sugar beside it, and asked if anything more was required. "No, give me my book," said the traveller. The servant passed him a book, which Pierre took to be a devotional work, and the traveller became engrossed in it. Pierre watched him. Suddenly the stranger marked his place in the book, closed it and put it down. He then shut his eyes, leant back on the sofa, and resumed his earlier position. Pierre was still watching him, Too late to look away when the old man opened his austere, resolute eyes and fastened them on Pierre. Pierre felt embarrassed and tried to avoid that look, but the gleaming old eyes kept a magnetic hold on him. Chapter 2. I have the pleasure of addressing Count Bezukhov, if I'm not mistaken, said the stranger in a loud, unhurried voice. Pierre said nothing, but looked quizzically over his spectacles at the speaker. I have heard of you, continued the stranger, and I have also heard about what has happened to you, sir. Your misfortune. He seemed to emphasize the last word as if to say, oh yes, misfortune. Call it what you will, but I know that what happened to you in Moscow was a misfortune. You have my deepest sympathy, sir. Pierre reddened and hurriedly put his legs down from the bed, leaning forward towards the old man with a shy and awkward smile. I mention this, sir, not from mere curiosity, but for more serious reasons. He paused, still fixing Pierre with his eyes, and moved aside on the sofa, an invitation for Pierre to come and sit next to him. Pierre felt reluctant to enter into conversation with this old man, but he complied automatically, came over and sat down beside him. You are unhappy, sir, he went on. You are young and I am old. I should like to help you, as far as I am able. Oh, yes, said Pierre with another awkward smile. I'm most grateful to you. Have you come far? The stranger's face showed no warmth. It was rather frigid and forbidding. But for all that, the words and features of this new acquaintance fascinated Pierre beyond resistance. But if for any reason you find conversation with me uncongenial, said the old man, please say so, my dear sir. And his face suddenly lit up with an unexpected smile of fatherly indulgence. No, quite the reverse. I'm very pleased to meet you, said Pierre, glancing down again at the stranger's hands and looking more closely at the ring. There was the death's head, the symbol of Freemasonry. May I ask you something? He said. Are you a Mason? Yes, I do belong to the Brotherhood of Freemasons, said the stranger, plumbing the depths of Pierre's eyes more and more deeply. In my own name and in theirs, I extend a brotherly hand to you. I'm afraid, said Pierre with a smile, vacillating between confidence inspired by the personality of this Mason and his usual habit of laughing at Masonic beliefs. I'm afraid I'm a long way from understanding. How can I put it? I'm afraid that my way of thinking about the whole of creation is so opposed to yours that we are not going to understand each other. I am aware of your way of thinking, said the Mason. But the way of thinking that you speak of, and which you see as emerging from your own thought processes, is the way of thinking of most men, and invariably the fruit of pride, indolence, and ignorance. Forgive me for saying it, my dear sir, but if I had not been aware of it, I should not have spoken to you. Your way of thinking is a sad delusion. Yes, but I may equally claim that you are deluded, said Pierre with a trace of a smile. I would never dare to claim that I know the truth, said the Mason, whose manner of speaking with its firmness and preciseness impressed Pierre more and more. No one person can attain truth. It is only stone by stone, with everyone's involvement over millions of generations from our forefather Adam down to our own day, that a temple arises to be a dwelling place worthy of Almighty God, said the Freemason, and he closed his eyes. I ought to tell you that I don't believe in God, said Pierre ruefully, feeling himself obliged to make every effort to tell the whole truth. The mason looked closely at Pierre and smiled the smile of a rich man with millions in his hands, beaming at some poor wretch who might have said to him that all he needed as a poor man was 5 rubles to make him happy. "But you do not know him, sir," said the Freemason. "You cannot know him. You know him not, and that is why you are unhappy." "Yes, I am unhappy," Pierre agreed, "but what can I do about it?" "You know him not, sir, and that's why you are very unhappy. You know him not, but he is here. He is within me. He is in my words. He is in thee, and even in those blasphemous words that thou hast uttered," said the mason, his sharp voice quavering. He paused and sighed in an obvious effort to collect himself. "If he did not exist," he said softly, "we should not be speaking of him, sir. Of what, of whom have we been speaking? Whom hast thou denied?" he blurted out with an impassioned solemnity and authority in his voice. "Who has invented him, if he does not exist? How was there born in thee any conception that such an ineffable being could exist? How did it happen that thou, and all the world together, have postulated the existence of such an inconceivable being, a being omnipotent, eternal, and infinite in all his qualities?" He stopped and said nothing more for some time. Pierre could not and would not interrupt this silence. "He exists, but he is not easy to comprehend," the mason went on, looking straight ahead, not at Pierre, his old man's hands fidgeting with inner emotion as he turned the pages of his book. "If it were the existence of a man that thou hadst doubted, I could have brought the man before thee, taken him by the hand and shown him to thee. But how can I, a mere mortal, display the omnipotence, the eternity, the blessedness of him to one who is blind, or to one who closes his eyes so as not to see, not to understand him, and not to see or understand his own vileness and sinfulness?" Again he paused. "Who art thou? What art thou? Thou seest thyself as a wise man, because thou wast able to pronounce such words of blasphemy," he said with a dark, sardonic smile, "whereas thou art more foolish and artless than a small child, who plays with the parts of an ingeniously constructed watch, and dares to say that because he does not know what the watch is for, he will not believe in the Creator who made it. He is not easy to know. Down the ages, from our forefather Adam to our day, we have been working towards this knowledge, and are still infinitely distant from the attainment of our goal. But in our lack of understanding, we see only our own weakness and his greatness." Pierre's heart thrilled to these words as he gazed with shining eyes into the mason's face. He listened without interrupting or asking any questions, and with all his soul he believed what this stranger was saying to him. Whether he was believing rational arguments coming from the mason, or trusting, more like a child, in the persuasive intonation, the sense of authority, the sincerity of the words spoken, the quavering voice that sometimes seemed on the verge of breaking down, or the gleaming, aged eyes grown old in that conviction, or the tranquillity, the certainty and true sense of vocation radiating from the old man's whole being, and striking Pierre very forcibly, given the state of his own debasement and despair. Whatever was happening to him, he longed to believe with all his soul, and he did believe, and he felt a joyful sense of calm, renewal, and return to life. "He is attained not through reason, but through living," said the mason. "I don't understand," said Pierre, dismayed at the doubts surging up inside him. Put off by the vagueness and weakness of the Freemason's arguments, He felt the dread of unbelief. "I don't understand," he said. "Why human reason cannot attain the knowledge you speak of." The Freemason smiled his gentle, fatherly smile. "The highest wisdom and truth is like unto the purest liquid which we try to absorb into ourselves," he said. "Can I receive that pure liquid into an impure vessel and judge of its purity? Only through the inner purification of myself can I bring the liquid received within me to some degree of purity." "Yes, yes, that's it," said Pierre joyfully. "The highest wisdom is founded not on reason alone, not on the worldly sciences, physics, history, chemistry, and the like, into which intellectual knowledge is divided. The highest wisdom is one. The highest wisdom knows only a single science, the science of the whole, the science that explains the whole of creation and the place of mankind within it. In order to assimilate this science, it is necessary to purify and renew the inner self, and so, before we can know, we must have faith and be made perfect. And for the attainment of these aims, we have had implanted into our souls the light of God, which is called conscience." "Yes, yes," Pierre assented. "Look with a spiritual eye into thine inner being, and ask thyself whether thou art content with thyself. What hast thou achieved relying on intellect alone? What art thou? My dear sir, you are a young man, you are wealthy and well educated. What have you done with the blessings vouchsafed you? Are you satisfied with yourself and your life?" "No, I loathe my life," said Pierre with a frown. "Thou loathest it? Then change it. Purify thyself, and as thou art purified, so shalt thou come to know wisdom. Look at your life, sir. How have you been spending it? In riotous orgies and debauchery, taking everything from society and giving nothing back? You have received wealth. How have you used it? What have you done for your neighbor? Have you given a thought to your slaves, tens of thousands of them? Have you succored them physically and morally? No, you have profited from their labor to lead a dissipated life. This is what you have done. Have you chosen a career in the service where you might be of use to your neighbor? No, you have spent your life in idleness. And then you married, sir, taking responsibility for guiding a young woman through life. And what did you do? You did not help her, my dear sir, to discover the path of truth. You thrust her down into the abyss of deception and misery. Someone offended you, and you shot him. And you now tell me that you know not God, and you loathe your life. There is nothing strange in this, my dear sir." This said, the mason leant back again on the sofa and closed his eyes, as though exhausted by too much talking. Pierre gazed at that austere, unflinching, ancient, almost death-like face, and moved his lips without making a sound. What he wanted to say was, "Yes, mine is a foul, idle, profligate life," but he dared not break the silence. The mason sounded like an old man as he cleared his throat gruffly and called his servant. "Any horses?" he asked, ignoring Pierre. "They've got some that have just arrived," answered the old man. "But wouldn't you like to have a rest?" "No, have them harnessed."
Surely he can't be just driving on, leaving me here all on my own without telling me everything and offering me some help, thought Pierre, getting to his feet with downcast head and beginning to pace up and down the room, casting occasional glances at the mason. "Yes, I didn't see it, but I have been leading a despicably immoral life.
But I didn't like it, and I didn't want it, thought Pierre. This man knows the truth, and if he wished to, he could reveal it to me. Pierre wanted to say this to the mason, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. By now, the traveller had stowed his things away with practised old hands and was buttoning up his sheepskin coat. When he had finished, he turned to Bezukhov and said to him in a polite but casual manner, "Where are you heading for now, sir?"
"Oh, Petersburg," answered Pierre in a childlike tone, full of indecision. "I must thank you. I agree with you completely. But please don't assume I've been as bad as all that. With all my soul, I have longed to be what you would want me to be, but I've never had anyone to turn to for help. No, I know I was mostly to blame. Please help me, teach me, and perhaps I can—" Pierre couldn't go on. He gulped and turned away. The mason stood there in silence, apparently thinking things over. "Help comes from God alone," he said. "But any measure of help that our order has power to give you, it will give you, sir. Go now to Petersburg and give this to Count Wilarsky." Taking out his notebook, he jotted down a few words on a large sheet of paper folded into 4. "One piece of advice. When you reach the capital, the first thing you must do is devote some time to solitude and self-examination, and do not return to your old way of life. And now I wish you Godspeed, my dear sir," he added, noticing that his servant had come in, "and every success." The traveller was Osip Alexeyevich Bezdayev, as Pierre discovered from the station-master's book. Bezdayev had been a leading Freemason and Martinist since the days of Novikov. For a long while after he had gone, Pierre paced up and down the station room, neither lying down to sleep nor asking for horses. He was going over his depraved past and thinking ecstatically of making a new start, imagining a blissful future, spotless and virtuous, which seemed so easy to achieve. He could see it now. He had been depraved simply because he had somehow forgotten how nice it is to be virtuous. His soul retained not a trace of its former doubts. He firmly believed in the possibility of the brotherhood of all people, united in the aim of mutual support along the path of virtue, and he now saw Freemasonry as such a brotherhood. Chapter 3. When he got back to Petersburg, Pierre informed no one of his arrival, never went out, and spent many long days reading a volume of Thomas à Kempis, which had been sent to him by some unknown person. One thing, and one thing only, emerged from Pierre's understanding as he read. He experienced a pleasure he had never known before, a belief in the possibility of attaining perfection and the feasibility of practical brotherly love between men, as revealed to him by Bezdayev. A week after his arrival, the young Pole, Count Wilarsky, whom Pierre knew slightly from Petersburg society, came into his room one evening with the same solemn, official manner that Dólokhov's second had affected when he had called on him. Closing the door behind him, and checking that there was no one in the room but Pierre, he began to speak. "I come to you with a message and a proposal, Count," he said without sitting down. "Someone of very high standing in our brotherhood has been petitioning for you to be admitted to our fraternity before the usual term, and suggested that I be your sponsor. I consider it my sacred duty to fulfill that person's wishes. Is it your desire, under my sponsorship, to enter the Brotherhood of the Freemasons?" Pierre was taken aback by the cold, austere tone of this man, whom he had almost always seen before at balls, smiling a pleasant smile in the company of the most brilliant women. "Yes, it is," said Pierre. Wilarsky bowed his head. "One more question, Count," he said, "which I beg you, not as a future Mason, but as an honest man, to answer in all sincerity. Have you renounced your former beliefs?
Do you believe in God? Pierre thought for a moment. Yes, I do. I believe in God, he said. In that case, Wilarski began, but Pierre interrupted him. Yes, I do believe in God, he repeated. In that case, we can go, said Wilarski. My carriage is at your disposal. Throughout the drive, Wilarski sat silent. When Pierre asked what he would have to do and how he should respond to questions, Wilarski simply told him that brothers worthier than he would put him to the test, and all Pierre needed to do was tell the truth. They drove in through the gates of a large house where the lodge had its quarters, and after climbing a dark staircase, they came into a small, well-lit anteroom and took off their overcoats without the help of any servants. From there, they walked through into another room. A man in strange attire appeared at the door. Advancing to meet him, Wilarski whispered something to him in French, and then went over to a small cupboard where Pierre noticed articles of clothing like nothing he had ever seen before. Taking a scarf from the cupboard, Wilarski placed it over Pierre's eyes and tied it in a knot behind, catching his hair painfully in the knot. Then he pulled him close, kissed him, took him by the arm and led him away. Pierre's hair still hurt, caught up in the knot. He was wincing from the pain and also grinning with a kind of embarrassment. He cut a huge figure with his arms dangling down at his sides as he tottered along uncertainly behind Wilarski, his face all grin and grimace. After leading him a dozen steps forward, Wilarski stopped. "Whatever happens to you," he said, "you must endure all things manfully, if you are firmly resolved to enter our brotherhood." Pierre nodded his assent. "When you hear a knock at the door, you will take off the blindfold," added Wilarski. "I wish you courage and success." With that, Wilarski squeezed Pierre's arm and walked away. Left alone, Pierre carried on grinning as before. Once or twice he shrugged and lifted a hand towards the scarf as if wanting to take it off, but then put it down again. He spent 5 minutes with his eyes blindfolded, but they seemed like an hour. His arms felt numb, his legs were wobbling, and he seemed to be very tired. He was a prey to mixed feelings of the most complex kind. He was afraid of what was going to happen to him, but even more afraid of showing his fear. He wondered what was coming next, what would be revealed to him. But most of all, he felt delighted that at long last the moment had come for him to step out along the path of regeneration towards a life of practical goodness, all those things he had been dreaming about since his meeting with Bazdeyev. There were several loud knocks at the door. Pierre removed the blindfold and looked around. The room was in pitch-black darkness, except for one place where a little lamp was burning in a white container. Pierre went over and saw that the little lamp stood on a black table where there was an open book. It was the Gospel, and the white container was a human skull with its gaping eye sockets and teeth. After reading the opening words of the Gospel, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God," Pierre walked round the table, and there before him was a large open box with some things in it. It was a coffin full of bones. He wasn't in the least taken aback by what he saw. Hoping to enter on a completely new life, totally different from the old one, he was prepared for anything extraordinary, more extraordinary than what he was now seeing. The skull, the coffin, the Gospel. He seemed to have been expecting all of this and more. In an attempt to work up some emotion, he looked all round. God, death, love, the brotherhood of man, he kept saying to himself, and with these words came an associated wave of vague but joyful thoughts. The door opened and someone came in. In the faint light, which Pierre had by now become accustomed to, a small person entered the room. Blinded for a moment by coming from light into darkness, this person stopped, then picked his way cautiously towards the table, on which he then placed both of his small, leather-gloved hands. This short person was wearing a white leather apron that covered his chest and upper legs. Around his neck he wore a kind of necklace with a tall white ruffle standing out from it, framing his equine face, lighted from below. "For what purpose have you come to this place?" The newcomer's words were directed at Pierre, who had stirred with a slight rustling noise. "For what purpose have you, who believe not in the truths of the light and who cannot see the light, for what have you come here? What do you seek from us? Wisdom, virtue, enlightenment?" The moment the door had opened and the unknown person had come in, Pierre had experienced a sensation of awe and reverence, the like of which he used to feel at confession in childhood. Here he was face to face with a man who, according to the circumstances of everyday life, was a complete stranger, yet he was also a close neighbour through the brotherhood of men. Pierre's heart was beating so fast that he could hardly breathe as he turned to the Tyler, a Masonic term for a brother who prepares a seeker for entry into the fraternity. As he got nearer to the Tyler, Pierre realized that he knew him. His name was Smoilyaninov, and he felt mortified to discover that the newcomer was someone he knew. When he had entered, he had been nothing but a brother and mentor along the path of virtue. For a long while, Pierre could not get any words out, so the Tyler had to repeat his question. "Yes, I seek regeneration." Pierre was forcing the words out. "Very good," said Smoilyaninov, and went on at once. "Do you have any concept of the means by which our sacred order will assist you in achieving your goal?" asked the Tyler calmly, but rapidly. "I hope for guidance, help in regeneration," Pierre stammered, his voice quavering partly from emotion, but also from not being accustomed to using Russian for abstract subjects. "What concept do you have of Freemasonry?" "I presume that Freemasonry means fraternity and the equality of men with virtuous aims," said Pierre, embarrassed even as he spoke by the discrepancy between what he was saying and the solemnity of the occasion. "I presume—" "Very good," said the Tyler hastily, evidently happy with this response. "Have you sought the means of achieving your goal in religion?" "No. I regarded that as untrue, and I have not followed it," said Pierre, so quietly that the Tyler could not hear, and asked what he was saying. "I have been an atheist," answered Pierre. "You seek the truth in order to follow its laws in life, and therefore you seek wisdom and virtue, do you not?" asked the Tyler, after a moment's pause. Yes, Pierre agreed. The Tyler cleared his throat, folded his gloved hands across his chest, and launched forth. "I am about to reveal to you the main aim of our order," he said, "and if that aim coincides with yours, you shall enter our brotherhood with advantage. The first and principal aim, and also the very basis of our order, on which it is established, and which no human force can overturn, is the preservation and handing down to posterity of a certain solemn mystery that has come down to us from the most ancient times, even from the first man, a mystery upon which depends, perhaps, the destiny of the human race. But since this mystery is such that no one can know it and profit from it without being prepared by prolonged and assiduous self-purification, not everyone can hope to acquire it rapidly. Thus, we have a secondary aim, which consists in preparing our members as far as possible to reform their hearts, to purify and enlighten their minds by those means which have been revealed to us through tradition by men who have laboured to attain this mystery, and thereby to make them proper for reception of the same. Through the purification and regeneration of our members, we endeavour, in the third place, to reform the whole human race by offering to it, in our members, models of piety and virtue, and thereby we commit all our strength to combat the evil that reigns throughout the world. Think on these things, and I shall come to you again." This said, he left the room. "To combat the evil that reigns throughout the world," Pierre repeated, and he could see before him his future activity in that domain. He could see men such as he had been only 2 weeks before, and he began to address them in his mind as teacher and mentor. He imagined people who were sinful and unhappy, but who could be helped in word and in deed, and also oppressors whose victims could be rescued. Of the 3 aims set out by the Tyler, it was the last one, the reformation of the human race, that particularly appealed to Pierre. The solemn mystery which the Tyler had spoken of may have excited his curiosity, but it didn't strike him as really substantial, while the second aim, self-purification and personal regeneration, held little interest because at that moment he was relishing a sense of having completely renounced all his former vices and standing ready for nothing but goodness. Half an hour later, the Tyler returned to instruct the seeker in the 7 virtues, corresponding to the 7 steps of the Temple of Solomon, which every Freemason must cultivate in himself. These were 1. Discretion, safeguarding the secrets of the order; 2. Obedience to the higher authorities of the order; 3. Morality; 4. Love for mankind; 5. Courage; 6. Generosity; 7. The love of death. "And in the 7th place strive," said the Tyler, "through constant contemplation of death, to bring yourself to think of it not as a dreaded enemy, but as a friend, who delivers the soul grown weary in the labours of virtue from this life of torment, and leads it to a place of recompense and peace." "Yes, that's as it should be," thought Pierre as the Tyler spoke these words, and once again left him alone for contemplation. "That's as it should be. But I'm so weak that I still love this life, and its meaning is only now being gradually revealed to me." Pierre could remember 5 of the other virtues, and as he counted them out on his fingers, he felt he already possessed them in his soul: courage and generosity, morality, and love for mankind, and most of all, obedience, which seemed to him more of a pleasure than a virtue. He was utterly delighted at this time to be escaping from the arbitrary workings of his own nature and submitting his own will to those who had knowledge of the absolute truth. Pierre had forgotten what the 7th virtue was, and he simply couldn't bring it to mind. The 3rd time the Tyler came back more quickly and asked Pierre whether he was still determined to proceed and ready to submit to anything that might be demanded of him. "I am ready for anything," said Pierre. "I must further inform you," said the Tyler, "that our order conveys its teaching not by word alone, but by other means, that may be seen to work upon the true seeker after wisdom and virtue more powerfully than mere words. This temple and all that you see therein should already have suggested to your heart, if it be sincere, more than words can say, and it may be that in your coming initiation you will see further enlightenment of this kind. Our order reflects the practice of ancient societies which revealed their teaching in hieroglyphs. The word hieroglyph," said the Tyler, "is a term used to denote something beyond the senses that possesses qualities similar to the thing that it symbolizes." Pierre knew full well what a hieroglyph was, but he dared not speak. He listened to the Tyler in silence, and what he heard made him think that his ordeal was about to begin. "If you are fully resolved, I must proceed to your initiation," said the Tyler, coming closer to Pierre. "As a sign of your generosity, I now ask you to give me everything you have that is of value." "But I have nothing on me," said Pierre, imagining he was being asked to give up everything he owned. "Anything you have on you, your watch, money, rings." Pierre quickly took out his purse and his watch, taking ages to get the wedding ring off his fat finger. This done, the Freemason said, "As a sign of your obedience, I now ask you to undress." Pierre took off his coat, waistcoat, and left boot as instructed by the Tyler. The Mason pulled Pierre's shirt open over his left breast, and pulled his left trouser leg up above the knee. Pierre made as if to remove his right boot, and tuck both trouser legs up to save this stranger the trouble, but the Mason told him it wasn't necessary, and gave him a slipper for his left foot. With a childlike grin of embarrassment tinged with doubt and self-mockery spreading over his face in spite of himself, Pierre stood there with his legs wide apart and his arms dangling down, facing the Tyler and waiting for further instructions. And finally, as a sign of your sincerity, I ask you to reveal to me your chief temptation," he said. "Temptation? I used to have so many," said Pierre. "That temptation which more than any other has caused you to stumble on the path of virtue," said the Freemason. Pierre paused, searching for a response. Wine? Gluttony? Frivolity? Sloth? Bad temper? Malevolence? Women? He ran through his vices, weighing them in the balance and not knowing which one should have priority. "Women," said Pierre in a low voice, scarcely audible. The Mason neither moved nor spoke for some time after this response. Eventually he walked up to Pierre, picked up the scarf lying on the table, and blindfolded him with it again. "For the last time, I say to you, turn all your attention in upon yourself, fetter your feelings, and look for bliss not in your passions, but in your heart. The source of all bliss is not without, it is within us." Pierre was beginning to sense this quickening source of all bliss welling up within him and flooding his soul with joyous emotion. Chapter 4. Shortly after this, someone came into the dark temple to fetch Pierre, not the tiler, but his sponsor Velaski, whose voice he recognized. In response to further inquiries about the firmness of his resolve, Pierre answered, Yes, I agree," and with a beaming, boyish smile he walked forward, stepping cautiously and unsteadily in one boot and one slipper, while Velaski held a sword against his bare breast. He was led out of the room and down several corridors, turning this way and that, until eventually he was brought to the doors of the lodge. Velaski gave a cough, and was answered by a rapping of Masonic gavels, after which the door opened before them. A bass voice, Pierre was still blindfolded, asked who he was, where and when he had been born, and further questions of that kind. Then he was led away again, still blindfolded, and as he walked along they explained the allegorical meaning of his arduous journey, speaking of sacred friendship, the great architect of the universe, the courage he would need in order to endure toil and peril. As the journey progressed, Pierre noticed he was referred to in different ways, sometimes as the seeker, sometimes the sufferer, and sometimes the postulant, and various tapping sounds were made with gavels and with swords. As he was being led up to one object, he sensed a certain amount of hesitation and uncertainty among his guides. He heard a whispered argument among the people around him, and one of them kept insisting that he must be made to walk on a particular carpet. After this, they took his right hand and placed it on something, giving him a pair of compasses in his left hand to hold against his left breast, while they told him to listen to someone reading aloud and repeat an oath of fidelity to the laws of the order. Then the candles were put out, a spirit lamp was lit. Pierre could tell from the smell, and he was told that he would now see the lesser light. The blindfold was removed, and in the dim glow of the burning spirit, Pierre saw what looked like a dream world, with several persons facing him, all dressed in aprons like the tilers, and pointing swords at his breast. Among them stood a man wearing a white, blood-stained shirt. Seeing all this, Pierre thrust his chest forward towards the swords, wanting to be stabbed. But the swords were withdrawn, and he was quickly blindfolded again. "Now thou hast seen the lesser light," said a voice. Then the candles were relit, and he was told that he must now see the full light. Again the blindfold was taken off, and a dozen voices suddenly chanted, "Sic transit gloria mundi." Pierre gradually began to collect himself and look around at the room and the people in it. A dozen men, all dressed in the same garments that he had seen before, sat round a long table covered in black. Several of them were known to Pierre from Petersburg society. In the chairman's place sat a young man with a peculiar cross hanging from his neck. Pierre did not know who he was. To his right sat the Italian abbé whom Pierre had seen 2 years before at Anna Pavlovna's. The others included a very important dignitary, and a Swiss tutor who had once been with the Kuragin family. All maintained a solemn silence as they listened to the worshipful master, who was holding a gavel. A blazing star had been cut into the wall. Running along one side of the table was a narrow carpet depicting various figures, and on the other side stood something that looked like an altar with the gospel and skull on it. Round the table stood 7 big church-like candlesticks. 2 of the brothers led Pierre to the altar, placed his feet at right angles, and told him to lie down prostrate before the gates of the temple.
"He ought to receive the trowel first," whispered one of the brothers. "Shh, please be quiet," said another.
Before complying, Pierre squinted about short-sightedly, uneasy and suddenly assailed by doubt. Where am I? What am I doing? Aren't they laughing at me? Shall I be embarrassed to look back on this? But the misgivings were short-lived. Pierre examined the serious faces of the people surrounding him, thought of everything he had just gone through, and realized he couldn't stop halfway. He was horrified by his doubt, and in a new attempt to evoke his earlier feeling of devotion, he prostrated himself at the gates of the temple. And then the devotional feeling really did sweep over him, more strongly than ever. After lying there for some time, he was told to get up, and a white leather apron like everyone else's was put around him, and a trowel and 3 pairs of gloves were placed in his hands. And then the Grand Master addressed him. He told him he must try never to stain the whiteness of that apron, which stood as a symbol of strength and purity. Then he spoke of the unexplained trowel, saying that he must labour with it to scour all vice from his heart, and to smooth the hearts of his fellow men with good grace. Then he turned to the first pair of gloves, a man's, and told him he could not know their significance, but must safeguard them. The second pair were to be put on at meetings, and as to the third pair, they were women's gloves, and he said of them, "Dear brother, these women's gloves are yours too. Give them to the woman whom you shall honour beyond all others. This gift will serve as a token of your purity of heart for the one woman you shall take unto yourself as a worthy helpmeet within masonry." After a brief pause, he added, "But take care, dear brother, that these gloves never adorn hands that are unclean." As the Grand Master was pronouncing these last words, Pierre sensed embarrassment in him. He felt even more embarrassed himself, blushing like a child, on the point of tears, looking about him uneasily, and an awkward silence ensued. The silence was broken by one of the brothers, who took Pierre over to the carpet and began reading from a notebook to interpret all the figures depicted on it: the sun, the moon, the gavel, the plumb line, the trowel, the rough stone and the squared stone, the pillar, the 3 windows, and so on. Then Pierre was shown his assigned place, and the signs of the lodge, told the password, and at long last allowed to sit down. The Grand Master began reading the statutes. These were very drawn out, and Pierre, in his joy, exhilaration, and embarrassment, was hardly in a state to take in what was being read. He managed to concentrate on just the last words of the statutes, and these stuck in his memory. "In our temples we acknowledge no degrees," read the Grand Master, "other than that between virtue and vice. Beware of making any distinction that may infringe equality. Fly to assist any brother, whoever he may be, exhort him that goeth astray, raise him up that falleth, and foster no malice or hatred towards any brother. Be thou kindly and courteous, in all hearts kindle the fire of virtue. Share thy happiness with thy neighbour, and allow no envy to mar the purity of that bliss. Forgive thine enemy, seek not to avenge thyself on him, but by doing him good. By this fulfilment of the highest law thou shalt recover some traces of the ancient dignity thou hast lost." When he had finished, he rose, took Pierre in an embrace, and kissed him. Pierre looked around with tears of joy in his eyes, not knowing how to respond to the congratulations and greetings coming from old acquaintances who now surrounded him. He recognized no one as an acquaintance. In all of these men he saw only brothers, and he burnt with impatience to start working with them. The Grand Master then rapped with his gavel, all of them sat down in their places, and one brother began reading an exhortation on the need for humility. The Grand Master proposed that the last duty be performed, and the important dignitary, who bore the title Collector of Alms, began to go round all the brotherhood. Pierre felt like signing away all the money he possessed, but he thought that might look like pride, so he subscribed the same amount as everyone else. The session was over, and Pierre, when he got back home, had a sense of returning from a long journey which had lasted dozens of years. He was a different man, who had renounced his old habits and his former way of life. Chapter 5. The day after his initiation into the lodge, Pierre was sitting at home reading a book and trying to fathom the significance of a square whose four sides symbolized God, morality, the physical world, and unity through combination. Now and again he turned away from the book and the symbolic square to work out a new life plan in his imagination. The previous day, he had been told at the lodge that word of his duel had reached the Emperor's ears, and it would be more sensible for him to leave Petersburg for a while. Pierre was thinking of going down to his southern estates and doing something for his serfs. He was dreaming blissfully of this new life, when in walked Prince Vasily. "My dear fellow, what have you been up to in Moscow? What's all this falling out with Helene, dear boy? You've been getting it all wrong," said Prince Vasily as he came into the room. "I've heard about it. I can assure you that Helene is as blameless towards you as Christ was before the Jews." Pierre was about to respond, but he went on. "Now, why didn't you just come and talk to me? Treat me like a friend. I know all about it. I know what's going on," he said. "You have behaved quite properly for a man of honor, a bit hastily, perhaps, but we won't go into that. There's one thing you must think about, though. Where does this leave her and me in the eyes of society, and even the court?" he added, lowering his voice. "She's down in Moscow, and you're up here. Things have gone far enough, dear boy." He drew him down by the arm. "This is just a little misunderstanding, I'm sure you agree. Now, why don't we sit down and write a letter, and she'll come up here, and we can have things out, and all the gossip will stop. Otherwise, my dear boy, to be quite candid, you might live to regret it." Prince Vasily gave Pierre a knowing look. "I've learned from excellent sources that the Dowager Empress is taking a keen interest in this business. You know she is very graciously disposed towards Helene." Several times Pierre had been on the point of replying, but for one thing Prince Vasily kept interrupting and wouldn't let him, and in any case Pierre was worried about striking the wrong note of final refusal, determined as he was to deny his father-in-law. Beyond that, he couldn't get yesterday's Masonic precept out of his head. "Be thou kindly and courteous." He blinked and blushed, got to his feet and flopped down again, trying to force himself to do what he found hardest, say something unpleasant to a man's face, something he wasn't expecting, whoever he might be. He had become so used to complying with that offhand tone of authority which Prince Vasily affected that even now he felt he might not be able to resist it. But at the same time he sensed that his whole future would depend on what he said now, determining whether he would continue down the old path or start along the new one that the Masons had shown to be so attractive, and that he was convinced would lead him towards self-regeneration and a new life. "Come on, dear boy," said Prince Vasily, full of good humour. "Just say yes, I'll do the writing, and then we'll kill the fatted calf." But before Prince Vasily could finish his little joke, Pierre's face lit up with a fury all too reminiscent of his father, and without looking him in the eye, he breathed out in a soft whisper, "Prince, I did not invite you here. Go away. Please go away." He leapt up and opened the door for him. "Go away," he repeated, amazed at himself and much enjoying the embarrassment and dismay written all over Prince Vasily's face. "What's wrong with you? Are you ill?" "Go away," came the quavering voice once more, and Prince Vasily had to go, without a word of explanation. A week later, Pierre said goodbye to his new Masonic friends, leaving them large sums of money for alms, and set off for his estates. His new brethren had given him letters addressed to Masons in Kiev and Odessa, and they promised to write to him and guide him in his new way of life. Chapter 6. Pierre's duel with Dolokhov had been hushed up, and in spite of the Tsar's strong disapproval of duelling at that time, no one paid a price for it, neither the duellists nor their seconds. Nevertheless, the whole affair, confirmed by Pierre's break with his wife, was much talked of in society. As an illegitimate son, Pierre had been looked on most patronizingly, as the most eligible bachelor in all Russia. He had been cosseted and praised, but now, after his marriage, when young ladies and their mothers had lost all hope in him, he had declined steeply in society's esteem, especially since he had neither the wit nor the will to curry public favour. He was blamed for the whole affair. Hadn't he been insanely jealous, given to the same fits of bloodthirsty rage as his father? And when Helene returned to Petersburg after Pierre's departure, she was received on all sides, not only warmly, but with a touch of deference appropriate for someone in distress. Whenever the conversation touched upon her husband, Helene would assume a dignified expression which she had mastered with all her usual savoir-faire, though she had never quite worked out what it was supposed to mean. It seemed to imply that she was determined to survive her ordeal without a word of complaint, and her husband was a cross sent by God for her to bear. Prince Vasily was more open on the subject. He would shrug when the conversation came round to Pierre, point to his forehead and say, "A bit touched, I've said it all along." "Yes, I said it was coming," Anna Pavlovna would say about Pierre. "I said it at the time, and I was the first to do so." She had to insist on being the first. "I said he was a young madman ruined by the depravity of our times. I said it when everyone else was in ecstasies over him, and he'd only just come home from abroad. Don't you remember? At one of my soirees he passed himself off as some kind of marat. And look how it's ended. I was against that marriage all along. I predicted everything that has happened." When she was free to do so, Anna Pavlovna was still giving her soirees that only she could arrange, soirees which brought together what she described as the real cream of good society, the flower of Petersburg's intellectual elite. Apart from their fine sense of social discrimination, Anna Pavlovna's soirees were still famous for always parading some new and interesting personality, and determining more clearly and unmistakably than anywhere else the exact political temperature of loyalist court society in Petersburg. Towards the end of 1806, when all the grisly details were known, Napoleon's rout of the Prussian army at Jena and Auerstadt, and the surrender of almost all the Prussian strongholds, and just when our troops had entered Prussia at the start of our second campaign against Napoleon, Anna Pavlovna was giving one of these soirees. Tonight, the real cream of good society consisted of the enchanting, if unhappy, Helene, deserted by her husband, Mortemar, the fascinating Prince Hippolyte, just back from Vienna, 2 diplomats, the same old aunt, one young man described in that drawing-room as a man of much merit, one newly appointed maid of honour and her mother, and several other persons of lesser standing. Tonight's novelty, Anna Pavlovna's new offering to her guests for their delectation this evening, was Boris Drubetskoy, who had just arrived as a special messenger from the Prussian army, and it was in that same Prussian army that he served as adjutant to a personage of very high rank. The political temperature taken at that soirée indicated the following. Whatever the European rulers and commanders may do by way of pandering to Bonaparte, with the object of causing me, and us in general, maximum annoyance and mortification, our opinion in regard to Bonaparte cannot be changed. We shall never stop voicing our true opinion on this matter in the clearest terms, and all we have to say to the King of Prussia and everybody else is, hard luck, you got what you wanted, Georges Dandin, and that's all we have to say. This is what was shown by the political temperature taken at Anna Pavlovna's soirée. When Boris, soon to be served up to the guests, entered the drawing-room, almost everyone who mattered was there, and the conversation had been steered by Anna Pavlovna towards our diplomatic relations with Austria and the prospects of an alliance with her. Boris cut a dashing figure in his adjutant's elegant uniform as he strolled into the drawing-room, fresh-faced and rosy-cheeked, but now fully matured as a man. He was duly led across to pay his respects to the aunt before joining the general circle. Anna Pavlovna offered him a desiccated hand to kiss, and then introduced him to a number of people he didn't know, adding a whispered description of them one by one. Prince Hippolyte Kuragin was a young man of great charm. Monsieur Krug, charge d'affaires from Copenhagen, a serious intellectual, and the simplest description of all was applied to Monsieur Shitov, a man of much merit, who was always referred to thus. Thanks to a combination of his mother's exertions, his own tastes, and the peculiarities of his canny nature, Boris had by this time succeeded in obtaining a very advantageous position in the service. In his capacity as an adjutant in the entourage of a high-ranking officer, he had been given a very important assignment in Prussia, from where he had just returned as a special messenger. He had mastered the unwritten code that had pleased him so much at Olmütz, which allows for a junior officer to outrank a general, and says that what you need to succeed in the service is not effort, hard work, gallantry, or perseverance, but simply the art of getting on well with people who have promotion and awards in their gift. He often marvelled at his own rapid advancement, and the fact that other people couldn't see how it was done. This discovery had altered everything beyond recognition. His whole manner of life, his relationships with old friends, all his plans for the future. Though not well off, he would spend his last kopeck to look better turned out than anyone else. He would have deprived himself of many a pleasure sooner than permit himself to drive in an inferior carriage or be seen on the streets of Petersburg in an old uniform. He sought out and cultivated only people in higher positions who might be of use to him. He loved Petersburg and despised Moscow. The Rostov household and his childish passion for Natasha were now unpleasant memories, and he had never been back to their house since joining the army. Once admitted to Anna Pavlovna's drawing-room, a development which he saw as an important step up in the service, he knew immediately how to act, and let Anna Pavlovna reap the benefits of any interest he might be able to offer, which left him free to observe every face in detail and take stock of any advantages or possibilities of intimacy with anyone there. He sat down in the place indicated, next to the lovely Helene, and opened his ears to the general run of conversation, which was conducted in French. The Danish charge d'affaires was holding forth. Vienna considers the basis of the proposed treaty so unattainable, he said, that they could not be secured even by succession of the most brilliant victories, and she doubts whether we have any means at all of securing them. These are the actual words of the Vienna cabinet. The doubt is flattering, put in the serious intellectual with a subtle smile. We must make a distinction between the Vienna cabinet and the Emperor of Austria, said Mortimer. The Emperor of Austria can never have thought up anything like this. It is the cabinet talking. Alas, my dear Vicomte, said Anna Pavlovna, Europe will never be a sincere ally of ours. She slightly mispronounced the first syllable of the French word Europe, as if it were a nicety of pronunciation that she could allow herself to use in the presence of a native speaker. Then Anna Pavlovna steered the conversation round to the courage and determination of the Prussian king so that Boris could be brought into action. Boris was listening carefully to each speaker, but as he waited for his turn, he managed to get in a few glances at the lovely Helene, who more than once smiled back into the handsome young adjutant's eyes. It was perfectly natural, when speaking of the Prussian situation, for Anna Pavlovna to invite Boris to describe his journey to Glogau and the situation of the Prussian army as seen by him. Boris took his time, using his immaculate French, to recount many a fascinating detail about the armies and the court, and studiously keeping any personal opinion out of the facts he was narrating. Boris held their interest for quite some time, which allowed Anna Pavlovna to feel that her novelty item had gone down very well with the guests. Keenest of all to show interest in Boris's account was Helene. She asked him a number of detailed questions about his trip and seemed particularly fascinated by the situation of the Prussian army. The moment he had finished, she turned to him with her usual smile. "You really must come and see me," she said in a tone that implied that this was absolutely essential, for reasons he couldn't begin to understand. "Tuesday between 8 and 9. It will give me great pleasure." Boris promised that he would, and was about to plunge into further conversation with her when Anna Pavlovna took him aside on the pretext that her aunt wished to hear him. "You know her husband, don't you?" said Anna Pavlovna, closing her eyes and nodding lugubriously in the direction of Helene. "Oh dear, such an unhappy woman, and so exquisite. Don't mention him. Please don't mention his name. It's too much for her." Chapter 7. When Boris and Anna Pavlovna rejoined the main company, Prince Hippolyte was dominating the conversation. He was leaning forward in his armchair and had just said, "The King of Prussia," with a guffaw. Everyone turned towards him. "The King of Prussia?" he asked with another laugh, before settling back, relaxed and serious-looking, into the depths of his armchair. Anna Pavlovna waited for him to go on, but since Hippolyte seemed determined not to add anything, she began to talk about the heathen Bonaparte, who had stolen Friedrich the Great's sword at Potsdam. "Yes, it's Friedrich the Great's sword that she began, but Hippolyte interrupted her by saying, "The King of Prussia!" But again, as soon as everyone turned to listen to him, he apologized and said no more. Anna Pavlovna frowned. Mortemar, Hippolyte's friend, gave him a stern look and said, "Come on, what's all this about the King of Prussia?" Hippolyte laughed and seemed embarrassed to do so. "No, it's nothing. All I meant was—" He had been trying all evening to get in a joke he had heard in Vienna. "All I meant was that we are wrong if we go to war for the King of Prussia." Boris gave a cautious smile that could be taken either way, as a sneer or approval of the joke, depending on how it was received. Everyone laughed. "Your joke is a very bad one, very clever but unfair," said Anna Pavlovna, wagging a tiny wrinkled finger at him. "We are going to war for sound principles, not for the King of Prussia. Oh, this Prince Hippolyte, he's such a naughty boy," she said. The conversation, mainly about politics and the latest news, went on all evening without flagging. Later on, it took an even livelier turn when a new subject came up, rewards bestowed by the Tsar. "Listen, only last year, what's-his-name was given a snuff-box with a portrait on it," said the serious intellectual. "Why shouldn't so-and-so get the same?" "Excuse me, a snuff-box with the Emperor's portrait on it is a reward, not a distinction," said a diplomat. "More like a present. There are precedents for this. I would cite Schwarzenberg." "It's impossible," someone else retorted. "Do you want to bet? Now the grand ribbon, that's something different." When everyone stood up to go, Helene, who had had little to say all evening, turned to Boris and with a tender, knowing look exhorted him again to come and see her on Tuesday. "It means a lot to me," she said with a smile, looking round at Anna Pavlovna, and Anna Pavlovna, smiling her own lugubrious smile, the one she reserved for references to her royal patroness, spoke in support of Hélène's wishes. Something that Boris had said that evening about the Prussian army seemed to have inspired Hélène, with a need to see him again. There was an implied promise that when he came on Tuesday, she would explain what the need was. When Tuesday evening came and Boris entered Hélène's magnificent salon, however, he was not given any clear explanation of the necessity for his visit. There were other people present, and the Countess did not have a lot to say to him. It was only as he was saying goodbye and kissing her hand that she looked at him with a strangely unsmiling face and surprised him by whispering, "Come to dinner tomorrow evening, please. You must." During that stay in Petersburg, Boris became an intimate in the house of Countess Bezukhov. Chapter 8. The conflict was flaring up, and the theatre of war was moving closer to the boundaries of Russia. On all sides, people could be heard cursing that enemy of the human race, Bonaparte. Militiamen and recruits were being called up from the villages, and all sorts of news emerged from the theatre of war, all of it false as usual, and therefore variously interpreted. The lives of old Prince Bolkonsky, Prince Andrei, and Princess Maria had changed a good deal since 1805. In 1806, the old prince had been appointed one of the 8 commanders-in-chief then appointed to direct recruitment all over Russia. Despite his age and infirmity, which had become more apparent during the period when he thought his son had been killed, the old prince felt he had no right to refuse a post to which he had been appointed by the emperor himself, and this new field of activity gave him fresh energy and strength. He was continually away from home, touring the 3 provinces under his command. Punctilious to the last degree in the performance of his duties, strict to the point of cruelty with his subordinates, he went into every last detail of his work. Princess Maria had stopped studying mathematics with her father, and now, when she went into her father's room in the morning, if he happened to be at home, she was accompanied by the wet nurse and little Prince Nikolai, as his grandfather called him. Baby Nikolai lived with his wet nurse and the old nurse, Savishna, in the little princess's rooms, and Princess Maria spent most of her time in the nursery doing her best to be a mother to her little nephew. Mademoiselle Bourienne appeared equally devoted to the child, and Princess Maria often deprived herself to let her friend enjoy cuddling their little angel, as she called the baby, and playing with him. In a little side chapel, near to the altar of the church at Bald Hills, stood the tomb of the little princess, and there they had set up a marble monument ordered from Italy, which depicted an angel with wings outspread, ready to fly up to heaven. The angel's top lip curled up a little in a half-smile, and one day Prince Andrei and Princess Maria admitted to each other, coming out of the chapel, that the angel's face bore a curious resemblance to the face of the little princess. Even stranger, and this was something Prince Andrei did not admit to his sister, was the expression the sculptor had happened to put on the angel's face, because Prince Andrei could read in it the same words of gentle reproach that he had once read on the face of his dead wife. "Oh, why have you done this to me?" Soon after his return, the old prince had made over to Prince Andrei a large estate called Bogucharova, just over 25 miles away. Partly to escape painful memories associated with Bald Hills, partly because Prince Andrei did not always feel like putting up with his father's eccentric behaviour, and partly out of a need for solitude, Prince Andrei made much use of Bogucharova, where he set up home and began to spend most of his time. After the Austerlitz campaign, Prince Andrei had firmly resolved never to go back to the army, and when war broke out and everyone was obliged to serve, he avoided active involvement by working under his father in recruitment. Since the campaign of 1805, the old prince and his son had virtually exchanged roles. The old prince, spurred on by his new activity, was optimistic about the present campaign, whereas Prince Andrei, who was out of the war and secretly regretting it, looked on the black side. On the 26th of February, 1807, the old prince set off on a tour of the area. Prince Andrei was staying at Bald Hills, as he usually did when his father was away. Little Nikolai had been ill for the last 3 days. The coachman, who had been driving the old prince, returned with some papers and letters picked up in the town for Prince Andrei. The valet couldn't find the young prince in his study to give him the letters, so he went over to Princess Maria's apartment, but he wasn't there either. They told him the prince had gone to the nursery. "If you please, Your Excellency, Petrushia has brought some papers for you," said one of the nursery maids to Prince Andrei, who was busy, sitting on a child's little chair and squinting closely as he poured some drops from a medicine bottle into half a wineglass of water with trembling hands. "What is it?" he said angrily, and his hand shook so much that he accidentally poured too many drops from the bottle into the glass. He tipped the medicine out onto the floor and asked for more water. The maid gave him some. The furniture consisted of a couple of armchairs, a baby's cot, 2 chests, 2 tables, one for a small child, and the tiny chair that Prince Andrei was sitting on. The curtains were drawn, and a single candle was burning on the table, screened by a bound musical score, which shielded the cot from the light. "My dear," said Princess Maria, turning to her brother from the side of the cot, "let's wait a bit. Do it later on." "Oh, please, you do say some stupid things. You keep waiting for something to happen, and now look," said Prince Andrei, in an exasperated whisper, with every intention of hurting her. "We'd better not wake him, my dear." "He's gone to sleep," the princess pleaded. Prince Andrei got to his feet and tiptoed over to the cot, carrying the glass. "Is that what you think? We ought not to wake him up," he said, hesitating. "Well, you know best. Whatever you think," said Princess Maria, all bashful and embarrassed that her opinion should prevail. She pointed to the maid who was beckoning to him and whispering something. This was their second sleepless night together, watching over the feverish baby. Having no faith in the local doctor, they had sent for another one in town, and as they waited for him, they spent the long hours trying one remedy after another. Worried sick and weary from lack of sleep, they were taking out their anxiety on each other, finding fault and quarrelling. "Petrushia has brought some papers from your papa," whispered the maid. Prince Andrei went out. "Damned papers," he growled, but he listened to some verbal instructions from his father, received 1 or 2 envelopes, and his father's letter, and then went straight back to the nursery. "Any change?" he asked. "No, be patient for heaven's sake. Karl Ivanitch always says sleep is the best thing," Princess Maria whispered with a sigh. Prince Andrei went over to the baby and felt him. He was burning hot. "Damn you and your Karl Ivanitch!" He took the wineglass with the medicine drops in it and went back to the cot. "Andrei, please don't," said Princess Maria. But he scowled and glared with a mixture of anger and anguish, and bent over the baby with the glass. "This is what I want," he said. "Come on, please give him some." Princess Maria shrugged, but obediently took hold of the glass, beckoned the nurse over, and started to give the baby his medicine. He wailed and wheezed. Prince Andrei winced, clutched at his head, and went out of the room to sit down on a sofa in the next one. He was still holding the letters. He opened them automatically and began to read. The old prince wrote as follows on blue paper in his large, looping hand, with the odd abbreviation here and there. "Have this moment received by special messenger most joyful news. If can be trusted, Bennigsen gained evidently complete victory over Bonaparte near Preußisch Eylau. In Petersburg, all jubilant and rewards galore sent to army. He's German, but must congratulate him. Commander in Korchevo, man called Handrichov, can't make out what he's doing. Reinforcements and stores not yet provided. Get over there at once and tell him I'll have his head off if it's not all here within the week. Have also had letter from Petya about Preußisch Eylau battle in which he took part. It's all true. If people don't stick their nose in where it's not wanted, even a German has the beating of Napoleonic Bonaparte. He's off, so they say, tail between legs. Get yourself over to Korchevo and carry out instructions. Now!" Prince Andrei sighed and broke open the seal on the next letter. It was from Bilibin. 2 closely written pages. He folded it up without reading it and reread his father's letter with the final injunction, "Get yourself over to Korchevo and carry out instructions now." "Oh no, I'm sorry. I'm not going anywhere until the baby's better," he thought as he went over to the door and glanced into the nursery. Princess Maria was still standing by the cot, gently rocking the baby. Yes. What was that other nasty thing he said? Wondered Prince Andrei, harking back to his father's letter. Oh, yes. Our troops have won a victory over Bonaparte. And I wasn't there. Yes, he likes his little joke at my expense. Oh, well, let him. And he began to read Bilibin's letter, which was written in French. He read it through, without taking half of it in, just to distract himself for a while from dwelling on certain obsessive and tormenting thoughts that had too long lingered in his mind. Chapter 9. Bilibin was now on the diplomatic staff at military headquarters, and though he wrote in French, using little French witticisms and French turns of speech, he described the whole campaign with peculiarly Russian objectivity, which means not without self-criticism and self-mockery. Bilibin wrote that the need for tact and diplomacy was a torment to him, and he was happy to have in Prince Andrei a reliable correspondent to whom he could vent all the spleen that had been building up in him at the sight of what was going on in the army. It was an old letter, written in French, and dating back to before the battle of Preußisch Eylau. "Since our great successes at Austerlitz, my dear Prince," wrote Bilibin, "as you know, I have not left headquarters. I have acquired a real taste for warfare, and I am much taken with it. What I have seen in these 3 months beggars belief. I begin ab ovo. The enemy of the human race, as you know, is attacking the Prussians. The Prussians are our faithful allies, who have let us down no more than 3 times in 3 years. We take up the cause on their behalf, but as it turns out, the enemy of the human race ignores our fine speeches, and with his usual rudeness and savagery, he hurls himself at the Prussians without giving them time to finish the parade that they have just started, and hey presto, he gives them a good thrashing and moves into the palace at Potsdam. It is my most earnest wish, writes the King of Prussia to Bonaparte, that your Majesty be received and treated in my palace in a manner congenial to you, and I have lost no time in taking every measure to that end which circumstances have permitted. If only I may be said to have succeeded. The Prussian generals pride themselves on being polite to the French, and surrender at the first call. The garrison commander at Glogau, in charge of 10,000 men, asks the King of Prussia what to do if he is called on to surrender. This we know for a fact. In short, hoping to impress by nothing more than a little military posturing, we find ourselves at war in all seriousness, on our own frontiers to boot, with and for the King of Prussia. We have everything in abundance except for one little thing, a commander-in-chief. Since it turns out that the successes at Austerlitz might have been more decisive if the commander-in-chief had not been so young, the octogenarians have been put on parade, and the choice between Prozorovsky and Kamensky goes in favour of the latter. This general turns up in a covered wagon, à la Suvorov, and is greeted with acclamations of joy and triumph. 4th inst, first post from Petersburg, the mails are taken to the Field Marshal's room. He likes to do everything himself. I am summoned to help sort the letters and take any intended for us. The Marshal watches us at work and waits for any packets addressed to him. We search. There aren't any. The Marshal loses patience, gets down to business himself, and discovers some letters from the Emperor to Count So-and-so, Prince What's-His-Name, and others. Then he flies into one of his rages, thunderbolts in every direction. He grabs hold of the letters, opens them, and reads those from the Emperor to other people. So that's how they treat me, no confidence in me. Oh yes, ordered to keep an eye on me. All right then, get out, the lot of you. That's when he writes his famous order of the day to General Bennigsen. I am wounded, cannot ride, and cannot therefore command the army. You have brought your defeated corps d'armée to Pultusk. Here it stands exposed, no fuel, no provisions, in need of support, so, as reported by you to Count Buxhovden yesterday, you must consider withdrawing to our frontier, and this must be done today. To the Emperor, he writes, Too many journeys on horseback have made me saddle sore, which now, on top of all my other dressings, quite prevents me from riding and commanding an army on such a wide front, and I have therefore transferred the said command to the general next in seniority to me, Count Buxhovden, having dispatched to him all my staff and appurtenances of the same, advising him, if bread runs out, to withdraw even further into Prussia, seeing that there is only 1 day's bread left, and some regiments have none at all, as reported by regimental commanders Osterman and Sedmorensky. And any taken from the peasantry has been consumed, whilst I shall myself remain in hospital at Ostrolenka until I recover. In respect of which I most humbly beg further to report that if the army remains another 15 days encamped as at present, by springtime not a man will be left in good health. I beg to be discharged from duty and allowed to retire to the country as an old man sufficiently shamed by his incapacity to fulfill the great and glorious destiny to which he was elected. I shall await here in the hospital your most gracious permission for the above, that I may not be reduced from the role of commander to that of army clerk. My retirement from the army will not involve the slightest danger to security, no more than a blind man leaving the army. In Russia there are thousands more like me. The Marshal is angry with the Emperor and punishes all of us. Nice logic, isn't it? End of Act 1. As you would expect, interest and amusement continue to increase in those that follow. After the departure of the Field Marshal, it turns out that we are within sight of the enemy and must fight. Buxhovden is commanding officer by seniority, but General Bennigsen thinks differently, especially since he and his corps are the ones facing the enemy, and he wants a chance to fight a battle on his own hand, as the Germans put it. He does fight. It is the Battle of Pultusk, which is seen as a great victory, but in my view is nothing of the sort. We civilians, as you know, have a very crude way of deciding whether a battle has been won or lost. The side that does the retreating after the battle has lost, according to us, and by that token we lost the Battle of Pultusk. To cut a long story short, we retreat after the battle, but we send a courier off to Petersburg with news of a victory. And the general does not transfer command to Buxhovden, because he is hoping to receive from Petersburg the title of Commander-in-Chief in acknowledgement of his triumph. During the interregnum, we embark on manoeuvres of an extremely fascinating and original kind. Our aim is not what it should be, avoiding the enemy or attacking him, but avoiding General Buxhovden, who by seniority ought to be our commanding officer. We pursue this goal with such vigour that even when we cross a river that cannot be forded, we burn the bridges down in order to separate ourselves from the enemy, who for the time being is not Bonaparte, but Buxhovden. General Buxhovden just missed being attacked and captured by superior enemy forces as a result of one of our splendid manoeuvres which saved us from him. Buxhovden comes after us. We scuttle. The moment he crosses to our side of the river, we cross back again. At last the enemy, Buxhovden, catches up with us and attacks. The two generals have a row. There is even a challenge from Buxhovden and an epileptic fit from Bennigsen. But at the critical moment, the courier who took the news of our Pultusk victory to Petersburg brings back news of our man's appointment as Commander-in-Chief, and with enemy number 1, Buxhovden, disposed of, we are able to turn our attention to enemy number 2, Bonaparte. But lo and behold, at this juncture up rises enemy number 3, the soldiers of Russian orthodoxy, clamouring for bread, meat, biscuits, hay, and I don't know what else. Nothing in the shops, roads impassable, Russian orthodoxy goes on a looting spree, the like of which you couldn't get a glimmering of from the last campaign. Half the regiments have turned themselves into gangs of free men rampaging through the countryside with fire and sword, local inhabitants completely ruined, hospitals overflowing with sick people, famine everywhere. On 2 occasions, headquarters have been attacked by marauding gangs, and the commander-in-chief has had to put in a personal request for a battalion to drive them off. In one of these attacks, my empty trunk and dressing gown was stolen. The Emperor wants to authorize divisional commanders to shoot marauders, but I very much fear this will oblige one half of the army to shoot the other. Prince Andrei began by skimming the letter, but unconsciously he became more and more absorbed in its contents, though he knew how far believing could be believed. At this point, he screwed up the letter and threw it away. It wasn't so much the contents of the letter that annoyed him. He was annoyed by the simple fact that faraway life, now so alien to him, could bother him at all. He closed his eyes and wiped his forehead with one hand, as if to rid himself of any involvement in what he had been reading, and then listened again to what was going on in the nursery. Suddenly, he thought he heard a strange sound coming through the door. He panicked, afraid that something might have gone wrong with the baby while he'd been reading the letter. He tiptoed back to the nursery door and opened it. As he was going in, he saw the nurse hiding something from him with a scared face. Princess Maria was no longer there beside the cot. "My dear," he heard Princess Maria's voice behind him, whispering in what he took to be despair. As often happens after prolonged sleeplessness and great worry, he had panicked for no good reason, and jumped to the conclusion that the baby was dead. Everything he saw and heard seemed to confirm his worst fears. "It's all over," he thought, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He walked over to the cot in great distress, knowing he would find it empty. The nurse had been hiding the dead baby. He pulled the curtains aside, and for quite some time his worried eyes darted about without finding the baby. Then he saw him. The red-cheeked child was lying crosswise, with his head lower than the pillow, smacking his lips in his sleep and breathing evenly. Prince Andrei was overjoyed to see the child, having thought he had lost him. He bent down and touched the baby with his lips to check whether he was feverish, as his sister had shown him. The soft forehead was damp. He touched the head with his hand. Even the hair was wet. The child was soaked with sweat. But he wasn't dead. No. The crisis was clearly over, and he was getting better. Prince Andrei wanted to grab him, crush him, press the little helpless creature to his heart, but he didn't dare. He stood over him, gazing down at his head and his little arms and legs sticking up under the blanket. He heard a rustling sound at his elbow, and a shadow seemed to spread across under the canopy of the cot. He did not look round. He was still gazing at the baby's face and listening to his regular breathing. The dark shadow was Princess Maria, who had come over to the cot without making a sound, lifted the curtain and let it fall again behind her. Prince Andrei knew who it was without looking round, and he held out his hand to her. She gave it a squeeze. "He's covered in sweat," said Prince Andrei. "I was on my way to tell you." The baby stirred slightly in its sleep, gave a smile and rubbed its forehead against the pillow. Prince Andrei looked at his sister. In the hazy half-light, under the cot hangings, Princess Maria's luminous eyes shone brighter than ever, with tears of happiness. She bent forward and kissed her brother, catching herself in the hangings. They shushed, wagging their fingers at each other, and lingered there in the half-light under the canopy, as if reluctant to leave the seclusion with 3 of them, all alone, cut off from the rest of the world. Prince Andrei was the first to move away, catching his hair in the muslin hangings. "Yes, it's all I have left," he said with a sigh. Chapter 10. Shortly after his initiation into the Masonic Brotherhood, Pierre set off for the Kiev province, where most of his peasants lived, having written down for his own guidance a complete plan of action for the reform of his estates. Once in Kiev, Pierre summoned all his stewards to a meeting in his main office, where he outlined his wishes and intentions. He told them that measures would soon be put in hand for the complete liberation of his peasants from serf rule, and meanwhile his peasants were not to be overworked. Women with children were not to be sent out to work, assistance was to be given to the peasants, corporal punishment was to be replaced by admonishment, and every estate must be furnished with hospitals, almshouses, and schools. Several of the stewards, including some overseers who were barely literate, listened in dismay, assuming the young count's remarks to imply that he was dissatisfied with the way they were running things and embezzling his money. Others soon got over the first shock of alarm and couldn't help laughing at Pierre's lisping speech and the newfangled words that he used. There were also some who were happy just to be hearing the sound of their master's voice. But one or two of them, including the head steward, listened to what he was saying and quickly worked out how to deal with the master and get what they wanted. The head steward expressed great sympathy for Pierre's intentions, but observed that apart from these innovations, things were in a bad way and needed a thorough sorting out. Ever since Pierre had inherited Count Bezukhov's enormous wealth, and with it an annual income of 500,000, he had felt much worse off than he had been with an allowance of 10,000 from his father. He had formed a vague idea of his budget, which could be outlined as follows. About 80,000 rubles were being paid into the land bank. Another 30,000 went on the upkeep of his estate just outside Moscow, together with his Moscow house and allowances for the 3 princesses. About 15,000 went into pensions, and a similar amount to charity. His countess was getting 150,000 for her maintenance. Interest on loans accounted for something like 70,000. The building of a new church had run to about 10,000 over the last couple of years. He hardly knew where the rest went, another 100,000 or so, but almost every year he was forced to take out new loans. And beyond that, every year the head steward wrote to him saying that fires had broken out, crops had failed, and factories and workshops needed rebuilding. And so the first task Pierre had to face was the one he was least suited to, and least fond of, to become a businessman. Every day Pierre got down to business with the head steward, but he couldn't escape the feeling that what he was doing didn't improve things one iota. He felt that what he was doing didn't affect the business side of things at all. Business was beyond his grip, and he wasn't making anything happen. On the one hand, the head steward put the bleakest construction on everything, insisting that Pierre had to go on paying his debts and starting up new projects based on serf labour, though this was something Pierre couldn't accept. On the other hand, Pierre kept demanding that they proceed with the business of liberating the serfs, to which the head steward objected by further insistence on the need to pay off debts to the land bank, which meant that things could not be hurried. He didn't say it was out of the question. He proposed to solve the problem by selling things off, the forests in the Kostroma province, some of the land lower down the river, and the Crimean estate. But the way he put it, all these operations involved such complicated procedures concerned with the removal of distraints, proper authorization, and all the rest, that Pierre soon lost the thread and was reduced to saying lamely, "Yes, do that then." Lacking any practical ability or tenacity that might have made it possible for him to go into things properly, Pierre never took to management, and all he could do was keep up a pretense of business-like interest to impress the head steward. The steward maintained his own fiction, that what he was doing was of great benefit to the count, but a great nuisance to him. Pierre knew some people in Kiev, where unacquainted persons moved quickly to make themselves acquainted by extending a warm welcome to the wealthy new arrival, the biggest landowner in the province. Temptations in the area of Pierre's major weakness, the one he had confessed to during his initiation into the lodge, proved quite irresistible. Once again, whole days, weeks, and months of his life went by, with him busily doing the rounds of parties, dinners, lunches, and balls. It was as bad as Petersburg for leaving him no time to think. Instead of the new life Pierre had hoped to lead, he was still living the old one, but in new surroundings. Of the 3 precepts of Freemasonry, Pierre had to admit falling down on the one that said every Mason must become a model of morality, and of the 7 virtues he was completely deficient in 2, good living and the love of death. He found some consolation in the belief that he was working on one of the other precepts, the improvement of the human race, and he did have other virtues such as loving his neighbour and generosity. In the spring of 1807, Pierre made up his mind to go back to Petersburg. Along the way, it was his intention to call in at each one of his estates to check for himself how far they had got with what he had told them to do, and what was the current situation of the people whom God had entrusted to his care and whom he had been trying so hard to benefit. The head steward, who thought that all the young count's silly schemes were bordering on madness and useless to them all, him, his master, and all the peasants, have nevertheless made some concessions. While still insisting that liberation was impracticable, he did make arrangements on all the estates for the building of decent-sized schools, hospitals, and almshouses. During the master's various visits, he arranged for him to be met, not with pomp and ceremony, which he knew Pierre wouldn't like, but by little groups of religious and charitable people, with plenty of icons and bread and salt hospitality, the sort of thing that would, according to his reading of the Count, impress him and pull the wool over his eyes. The southern spring, the swift and easy running of his Viennese carriage, and the solitude of the open road all put Pierre in a good mood. The estates, which he had never visited before, became one by one more and more picturesque. All the peasants seemed to be thriving, and they were touchingly grateful for his kindness to them. Everywhere, Pierre was given a welcome that embarrassed him, yet deep down he found it all heartwarming. At one place, the peasants brought him bread and salt and an icon of St. Peter and St. Paul, and then asked permission to build a new chapel in their church at their own expense, in honour of these patron saints of his, and as a gesture of love and gratitude for his kindness to them. At another stop, he was welcomed by women carrying tiny babies, grateful for being released from hard physical work. In a third place, he was met by a priest with a cross, surrounded by little children who were being taught reading, writing, and religion because of the Count's generosity. On all his estates, Pierre saw with his own eyes stone buildings under construction, or already built, all to the same plan: hospitals, schools, and almshouses, soon to be opened. Everywhere, Pierre saw the steward's records showing a decrease in the amount of work done by the peasants for the benefit of the master, compared with previous years, and he heard the most moving expressions of gratitude from deputations of peasants dressed in their traditional blue kaftans. What Pierre did not know was that the place where they brought him bread and salt and were building a new chapel to St. Peter and St. Paul was a trading village which held a fair every St. Peter's Day, and the chapel had been started long before by wealthy peasants of that village, where 9/10 of the peasants lived in abject poverty. He did not know that as a result of his orders to stop sending nursing mothers out to work on the master's land, those same mothers had to work even harder on their own patches of land. He did not know that the priest who met him with the cross oppressed the peasants with his methods of extortion, and that the pupils gathered round him had been yielded up with much weeping, and could be redeemed by their parents only for large sums of money. He did not know that the stone buildings were being put up, all to the same plan, by his own workers, which meant an actual increase in the forced labour of his peasants, but that didn't show up on paper. He did not know that where the steward's records showed a 1/3 reduction in rent, in accordance with his instructions, their compulsory labour had gone up by half. And so it was that Pierre returned from the tour of his estates delighted and fully restored to the mood of philanthropy in which he had left Petersburg, and he wrote most enthusiastically to his brother and mentor, as he called the Grand Master. How easy it is, what little effort it takes to do so much good, thought Pierre, and how little we trouble ourselves to do it. He was pleased that so much gratitude had been shown him, but he felt embarrassed by this. Such gratitude only served to remind him how much more he could do for those kind and simple people. The head steward, a very stupid man, but with plenty of cunning, had the measure of his clever but simple-minded master, and he toyed with him. Noting the impact on the Count of these carefully staged receptions, he redoubled and strengthened his arguments. It was impossible, and, what was more important, it was quite unnecessary to liberate the peasants, who were perfectly happy as things stood. Deep down, Pierre had to agree with the steward that it would be difficult to imagine the people being any happier, and there was no telling what their future might be in freedom. However, not without reluctance, he continued to stick to what he thought was right. The steward promised to do everything in his power to carry out the Count's wishes, knowing full well that the Count would never be in a position to check whether everything possible had been done to speed up the sale of the forests and pay off the bank loans, and he would probably never even ask about the buildings, let alone find out that when they were finished, they just stood empty, and the peasants went on giving in labour and money exactly what other peasants gave to other masters, all that could be got out of them. Chapter 11. Back from his southern tour, in buoyant mood, Pierre did what he had been intending to do for some time. He went to visit his friend Bolkonsky, not having seen him for 2 years. At the last post station, he heard that Andrei was not at Bald Hills, but at his new separate estate, so he went straight there. Bogucharova lay in flat, dull countryside covered with fields and stretches of birch and fir trees, some felled and others growing wild. The manor house was at the end of a village that lay sprawled out down a long straight road. It stood in young woodland, dominated by several large pine trees, just above a newly dug pond filled to overflowing, with grass yet to grow on its banks. The homestead consisted of a threshing floor, outbuildings, stables, a bathhouse, a lodge, and a large stone house with a semicircular facade, still under construction. Around the house, a new garden had recently been laid out. The fences and gates were solid and new, and in an open shed there were 2 fire pumps and a water butt painted green. The paths were straight, the bridges were strong, and they had handrails. There was an air of efficiency and good housekeeping about the place. Some house serfs along the way, when asked where the prince was living, pointed to a small new lodge at the very edge of the pond. Prince Andrei's old servant, Anton, who had been with him since childhood, helped Pierre down from the carriage, said that the prince was at home, and showed him into a clean little anteroom. Pierre was struck by the modesty of this clean little house, after the splendid surroundings in which he had last seen his friend in Petersburg. He walked quickly through into a little parlour, finished but not yet plastered, and smelling of pine wood, and he would have gone on, but Anton tiptoed ahead and knocked at the door. "What is it?" came a rough, unpleasant voice. "A visitor," answered Anton. "Ask him to wait." A chair was heard being scraped back. Pierre hurried up to the door and suddenly found himself face to face with Prince Andrei, who was on his way out with a scowl on his face, looking older. Pierre hugged him, lifted his spectacles, kissed him on the cheeks, and gave him a close scrutiny. "Well, look who's here! I'm so pleased to see you," said Prince Andrei. Pierre said nothing. He was looking at his friend in some surprise and couldn't take his eyes off him. He was struck by how much Prince Andrei had changed. His words were welcoming enough. His face and his lips seemed to smile, but the lacklustre eyes had a dead look about them, and despite his best efforts, Prince Andrei seemed unable to make them shine with joy and happiness. It wasn't just that his friend looked thinner and paler, as well as being more mature. Pierre was shocked by Andrei's subdued look and his furrowed brow, both of which suggested obsessive worrying about something, and he was put off for a moment until he got used to it. It always happens that when friends come together after a long separation, the conversation jumps from one topic to another. quick questions were met with short answers as they touched on things which they knew ought to be discussed at length. At last, the conversation began to settle down, gradually returning to points that had been skimpily treated before. Inquiries about how things had been going, any future plans, Pierre's travels and what he had been up to, the war, and much more besides. The crestfallen look of worry which Pierre had noticed in Prince Andrei's eyes was even more noticeable in his smile as he listened, especially when Pierre spoke with joy and enthusiasm about the past and the future. The impression was that Prince Andrei wanted to involve himself in what Pierre was saying, but couldn't manage to do so. Pierre began to feel it was somehow wrong to be talking to Prince Andrei so eagerly about his dreams and all his hopes of happiness and goodness. It would be too embarrassing for him to go into the new ideas he had got from the Masons, and especially the way these had been refreshed and strengthened by his recent tour. He held back, afraid to seem naive, but at the same time he felt an urgent desire to show his friend without further ado that he was a changed man, better than the old Pierre that he had known in Petersburg. "I can't begin to tell you what I've gone through since we met. I wouldn't recognize my old self." "Yes, we've both changed a lot since those days," said Prince Andrei. "Anyway, what about you?" asked Pierre. "What are your plans?" "Plans?" echoed Prince Andrei sarcastically. "My plans?" he said again, as if surprised by the word and its meaning. "Well, you can see I've got some building going on. I should be able to move in the next year." Pierre said nothing. He was staring closely at Prince Andrei's face, which seemed to have aged so much. "No, what I meant was—" Pierre began, but Prince Andrei cut him short. "But let's not talk about me. You do the talking. Tell me about your grand tour. What have you been up to on your estates?" Pierre launched into a description of what he had been doing on his estates, trying, as well as he could, to play down his own involvement in the improvements that had been made. More than once, Prince Andrei was able to anticipate what Pierre was going to say, as if all his efforts were old hat, and although he listened with some interest, he did seem rather embarrassed at what he was hearing. All of which made Pierre feel awkward and quite depressed, sitting there with his friend. He stopped talking. "I'll tell you what, my dear fellow," said Prince Andrei, clearly depressed and ill at ease with his visitor. "I'm just camped out here. I just came to have a look round. I'm going back to my sister today. I'll introduce you. Oh, but you've met before, haven't you?" he added, obviously trying to be pleasant to a guest he now had nothing in common with. "We'll go back after dinner. And now, would you care to look round my place?" They went out and went for a good walk until dinner time, talking politics and mentioning mutual acquaintances, like two people who were rather distant from each other. The only things that sparked any animation or interest in Prince Andrei were the new homestead and the building work, but even on this subject, when they were up on the scaffolding and Prince Andrei was describing the plan of the house, he suddenly stopped in mid-conversation. "Oh, but this isn't very interesting," he said. "Let's have our dinner and get going." At dinner, the conversation turned to Pierre's marriage. "I was really surprised when I heard," said Prince Andrei. Pierre blushed, as he always did when this subject came up, and he said hastily, "I'll tell you the whole story one day. But you do know it's all finished, don't you?" "Forever," said Prince Andrei. "Nothing's forever." "But do you know what happened in the end? Have you heard about the duel?" "Yes." "You had to go through all that, didn't you?" "The one thing I thank God for is that I didn't kill that man," said Pierre. "Why not?" said Prince Andrei. "Killing a vicious dog is a good thing, really." "No, killing is wrong, it's bad." "What's wrong with it?" retorted Prince Andrei. "What's right and what's wrong is something we can't decide. People keep making mistakes, and they always will, especially when it comes to right and wrong." "Anything that harms someone else is wrong," said Pierre, noticing with pleasure that for the first time since his arrival, Prince Andrei was getting worked up about something and starting to speak out. He even seemed ready to make a clean breast of everything that had turned him into what he now was. "And how do you know what's bad for somebody else?" he asked. "Bad, bad," said Pierre. "We all know what's bad for us." "Yes, you're right, but just because I know something is bad for me, it doesn't mean I can do the same harm to somebody else," said Prince Andrei, getting more and more excited, and now evidently eager to let Pierre know all about his new attitude. He was speaking in French. "I only know two really harmful things in life, remorse and illness. There is never any good unless these two things are absent. Living for myself and avoiding these two evils. That's my philosophy now." "What about loving your neighbour and sacrificing yourself?" began Pierre. "No, I can't agree with you. Living your life with the sole object of avoiding evil, just so you won't regret anything afterwards, it's not enough. I used to live like that. I used to live for myself, and I ruined my life. And it's only now, when I'm living, or trying to live, modesty called for this adjustment, for other people, it's only now that I've come to know any happiness in life. No, I just don't agree, and I don't think you believe what you're saying." Prince Andrei looked at Pierre with a sardonic smile and said nothing. "Well, you'll soon see my sister, Marie. You two will get on together," he said at last. "You may be right as far as you're concerned," he added after a brief pause, "but everyone's different. You used to live for yourself, and you tell me it almost ruined your life, and you've only found any happiness since you started living for other people. Well, my experience has been the other way round. I used to live for glory, and what is glory? It's the same love for other people, wanting to do something for them, wanting praise from them. In that kind of way, I used to live for other people, and I did ruin my life, not almost, completely. And I've only found any peace of mind since I started living for myself." "But how can you think of living for yourself?" said Pierre, all worked up. "What about your son, your sister, your father?" "Yes, but they're the same as me. They're not other people," said Prince Andrei. "Other people, your neighbours, as you and Marie call them, they're the source of all error and harm." "Who are your neighbours? Your peasants down in Kiev that you want to do so much good for?" And he mocked Pierre with a challenging look, deliberately provoking him. "You can't be serious," said Pierre, more excited than ever. "What error and harm can there be in my wanting to... Well, I've not done much, and I've done it very badly, but still, wanting to do good and getting a little bit done. Where's the harm if miserable people like our peasants, and they are people like you and me, people living and dying with no idea of God and what truth is beyond icons and ridiculous prayers, now get some education and console themselves by believing in an afterlife where there is retribution, reward, and consolation? When nobody looks after people dying of disease, while it's so easy to give them some real practical help, what harm and error can there be in my providing doctors and a hospital and a home for old people? And isn't there tangible, incontestable good when a peasant with his wife and child have no rest day or night, and I give them some leisure and rest?" said Pierre, lisping as he gabbled. "And I've done that. Not very well, I admit, and not enough, but I have done something in that direction, and you're not going to persuade me I haven't done something good, and you're also not going to persuade me that you really believe what you're saying. And the main thing is this," Pierre continued. I know for an absolute certainty that the pleasure of doing good like this is the only real happiness in life." "Oh, well, if you put it like that, it's different," said Prince Andrei. "I'm building a house and garden, you're building hospitals. Either way, it passes the time. But what's right and what's good, that'll have to be decided by somebody who knows everything. We can't decide." "So if it's an argument you want," he added, "you've got one." They got up from the table and sat out on the steps, because there was no veranda. "Come on then," said Prince Andrei. "You talk about schools," he went on, bending one finger back, "education and all that. In other words, you want to bring him, He pointed to a passing peasant who was doffing his cap, out of his animal condition, and give him spiritual needs. Well, as I see it, the only form of happiness is animal happiness, and you want to take that away from him. I envy him, while you're trying to turn him into me, but without giving him my mind, my feelings, and my money. Then you talk about giving him less work, but to my mind, he needs his physical labour. It's a condition of his existence, every bit as much as you and I need our intellectual work. You can't help thinking. I go to bed at nearly 3 a.m. Thoughts keep coming into my mind, and I can't get to sleep. I toss and turn, and I stay awake till morning because I'm thinking, and I can't help thinking, just as he can't help ploughing and mowing. If he stops, he won't be able to go for a drink, and he might fall ill. Just as I couldn't stand his terrible physical labour, it would kill me in a week. My idleness would be too much for him. He would grow fat and die. Then, the third thing. What was the other thing you said? Prince Andrei had bent back his third finger. Oh yes, I know. Hospitals, medicine. He has a stroke and he's dying. But no, you have him bled and he gets better. Now he's going to be an invalid for the next 10 years, a burden to everybody. Let him die. It's a lot simpler and it's easier on him. Lots more like him are being born all the time. There's no shortage of them. I wouldn't mind if you were worried about losing a labourer. That's how I see him. But you want to cure him out of brotherly love. Well, he doesn't need it. And besides, who said medicine ever cured anybody? Killed lots of people. Oh, yes, he said, scowling and turning away from Pierre. Prince Andrei put his arguments so precisely that he had obviously gone through them many times before in his mind, and he was gabbling away like a man who has not spoken for a long time. His eyes shone brighter as his reasoning became more and more despondent. "Oh, this is awful, awful," said Pierre. "I can't see how you can go on living with ideas like these. I used to have my moments when I thought like that, not all that long ago in Moscow or out on the road, but when it happens I feel so low, and I'm not really living at all. Everything seems vile, to me most of all. When it happens I can't eat, and I don't wash. What's it like with you?" "Oh, you ought to wash. It's unclean," said Prince Andrei. "It's the other way round. You have to try and make your life as enjoyable as you can. Here I am alive, and it's not my fault, so I have to try and get by as best I can without hurting anybody until death takes over. But how do you live on with ideas like that? You could just sit there without moving, not taking part in anything." "Well, life won't leave you in peace, will it? I'd be glad to do nothing at all, but for one thing the local nobility have done me the honour of electing me marshal. I only just managed to wriggle out of it. They couldn't understand that I haven't got what it takes. I don't have the good-natured, fussy vulgarity that you must have for that sort of thing. Then there's this house. It had to be built so I could have a corner of my own to be quiet in. And now there's this recruiting." "Why aren't you in the army?" "What, after Austerlitz?" said Prince Andrei darkly. "No, thank you. I swore I'd never serve in the Russian army again, and I won't. If Napoleon was right here, outside Smolensk, threatening Bald Hills, I wouldn't serve in the Russian army," Prince Andrei went on, pulling himself together. "Anyway, as I was saying, there's this recruitment. My father's commander-in-chief of the 3rd District, and the only way I can get out of active service is to serve under him." "So you are in the service, then?" "Yes." He paused. "May I ask why?" "I'll tell you why. My father is one of the most remarkable men of his time, but he's getting old now, and he's not exactly cruel, but he's too forceful, he's too fierce. He's got used to having unlimited power, and now he has this new authority from the Emperor as a commander-in-chief of the recruiting. If I had arrived 2 hours later a couple of weeks ago, he'd have strung up the registrar at Yuknova," said Prince Andrei with a smile. "So I serve under him now, because I am the only one who has any influence over my father, and there are occasions when I can stop him doing something he'd come to regret." "So that's what it's all about." "Well, it's not quite what you think," Prince Andrei went on. "It's not that I wished him any good, that registrar. Or do now. He's a crook who stole some boots from the recruits, and I wouldn't mind seeing him strung up, but I do feel sorry for my father, and that means for myself." Prince Andrei was still getting more and more animated. There was a feverish gleam in his eyes as he tried to show Pierre that he never did anything that was meant to do good to his neighbour. "So, you want to liberate your serfs," he went on. "That's a very good idea. But not for you. I don't imagine you've ever had a man flogged or sent to Siberia, and certainly not for your peasants. Those who do get beaten, flogged, or sent to Siberia, well, I don't imagine they're any the worse off for it. Out in Siberia they can go on living like cattle. The stripes on the body heal, and they'll be as happy as they ever used to be. The men it would be good for are those people who are morally bankrupt and eaten away by remorse, but they suppress the remorse and become callous just from having the ability to inflict punishment on all sides. These are the people I'm sorry for. They're the ones who make me want to see the serfs liberated. Maybe you haven't seen it, but I have. I've seen good men, raised in the old traditions of unlimited power, getting more and more irritable as the years go by, turning themselves into cruel brutes, aware of what's happening to them, but unable to control themselves, and just getting more and more miserable." Prince Andrei spoke with such feeling that Pierre couldn't help thinking that these ideas had something to do with his father. He did not respond. "So, that's who I'm sorry for, and I'm sorry for the loss of human dignity, good conscience, and innocence, not for the backs and heads of these people, because those things don't change, however much you thrash them or shave them. No, no, 1,000 times no, I shall never agree with you," said Pierre. Chapter 12. That evening, Prince Andrei and Pierre took the open carriage and set off for Bald Hills. Prince Andrei kept glancing at Pierre and breaking the silence now and then with remarks that showed he was in a good humour. Pointing to the fields, he told him of the improvements he was making in the management of his land. Pierre sat there morose and silent, answering in monosyllables, and apparently absorbed in his own thoughts. Pierre was reflecting on Prince Andrei's miserable state, how wrong he was, how ignorant of the true light, and thinking that he would have to help him out of this, show him the light and raise him up. But the moment he began working out what to say and how to say it, he could see Prince Andrei dashing his teaching to pieces with a single word, a single argument, and he was wary of even starting, wary of exposing to possible ridicule everything he held dear and sacred. "No, but where do you get thoughts like these?" Pierre suddenly began, lowering his head like a charging bull. "What makes you think like this? You ought not to think like this." "Think like what?" asked Prince Andrei in some surprise. "About life, about the destiny of man. It can't be like that. I used to think that way, but I found salvation. Do you know where? In Freemasonry. No, please don't smile. Freemasonry. It's not just a religious sect with lots of ceremonies, as I used to think. Freemasonry is the best expression, the only expression of mankind's noblest, eternal aspirations." And he launched into a full account of Freemasonry as he saw it. Freemasonry, he claimed, was Christian doctrine freed from the bonds of politics and organized religion, the doctrine of equality, fraternity, and love. "Our holy brotherhood is the only thing that gives a true meaning to life. Everything else is a dream," said Pierre. "You must understand, my dear fellow, that outside this fraternity it's all lies and deceit, and I agree there's nothing left for an intelligent and kind man like you to do but go through the motions of living and try not to hurt anybody, but accept our basic beliefs, enter into our brotherhood, give yourself to us, let us guide you, and straight away you'll feel what I did, that you are part of a vast unseen chain which starts in heaven," said Pierre. Prince Andrei listened to Pierre in silence, looking ahead. Once or twice he missed something because of the rumbling wheels, and asked Pierre to repeat what he had said. Noting a peculiar glint in Prince Andrei's eyes, and also his reluctance to speak, Pierre could see that his words were not falling on stony ground, and Prince Andrei was not going to interrupt or laugh at anything he said. They came to a river that had burst its banks, making it necessary for them to cross by ferry. While the men sorted the carriage and horses, they walked on to the ferry boat. Prince Andrei leant his elbows on the rail and gazed silently over the floodwater, which gleamed in the setting sun. "Well, what do you think?" asked Pierre. "Why don't you say something?" "What do I think? I have been listening. What you say is all right," said Prince Andrei. "But you say, 'Come into our brotherhood and we'll show you the meaning of life, and the destiny of man, and the laws that govern the universe.' But who are we? Just people. How do you come to know it all? Why am I the only one who can't see what you see? You see the earth as a kingdom of goodness and truth. I don't." Pierre interrupted him. "Do you believe in the afterlife?" he asked. "Oh, the afterlife," repeated Prince Andrei. But Pierre gave him no time for a proper answer, taking his response as a negative, especially in view of Prince Andrei's atheistic views, which he knew from the past. "You say you can't see the earth as a kingdom of goodness and truth. Neither can I. Nobody can. Not if you see our life as the end of everything. Here on earth, this earth here," Pierre pointed to the open country, "there is no righteousness. It's all false and wicked. But in the universe, the whole vast universe, there is a kingdom of truth, and we are two things, children of earth here and now, and children of the universe in eternity. Don't I feel in my soul that I am a part of that vast harmonious whole? Don't I feel that I represent one link, one step on the ladder that runs from lower forms of existence to higher ones in that vast creative infinity which gives token of a Godhead, a higher power, call it what you will? If I can see, clearly see, a ladder rising from plants to men, why should I assume that this ladder, with its bottom end invisible, lost in the plant world, breaks off with me, and doesn't keep on going up until it reaches higher forms of existence? I feel I can never disappear, because nothing disappears in the whole universe. And more than that, I always shall be and always have been in existence. I feel that other spirits exist, far above me, and it's in their world that you will find truth." "Yes, this is Herder's doctrine," said Prince Andrei, "but I'm not convinced by it, my dear fellow. I'm convinced by life and death. I'm convinced by seeing a creature dear to me, bound up with me, that I've treated badly, and just when I'm hoping to make it up to her—" His voice shook, and he turned away. "Suddenly she's in pain. She goes through agony, and she ceases to be. Why? There must be an answer. And I believe there is one. That's what I find convincing. It convinced me," said Prince Andrei. Yes, of course," said Pierre. "Isn't that just what I'm saying? No. My point is, you might be persuaded there is an afterlife not by arguments, but by going through life hand in hand with somebody, and all at once that somebody vanishes there into nowhere, and you are left standing over the abyss, staring down into it. And I have stared down into it. Well, that's it then. You know there is a there, and there is a somebody. There is the afterlife. That somebody is God." Prince Andrei didn't answer. The coach and horses had long been taken over to the other bank and harnessed up again. The sun had half set, and the evening frost was sprinkling the pools near the ferry with stars. But, to the astonishment of the servants, coachmen, and ferry hands, Pierre and Andrei were still on the boat, talking. "If there is a God and an afterlife, then there is truth, and there is goodness, and man's great happiness lies in struggling to achieve them. We must live, love, and believe," said Pierre. "Believe that our life is not only here and now on this little patch of earth, but we have lived before, and shall live forever out there in the wholeness of things." He pointed up to the sky. Prince Andrei was still standing with his elbows on the rail of the ferry, and as he listened to Pierre, he never took his eyes off the sun's red reflection on the shining blue water. Pierre stopped talking. There was absolute stillness. The ferry had long since come to the bank, and the only sound came from the river, with waves plashing softly against the bottom of the boat. Prince Andrei half imagined that the lapping of the water sounded like a chorus, echoing what Pierre had been saying. This is the truth. Believe it. Prince Andrei sighed, and with a tender, radiant, childlike glow in his eyes, he glanced at Pierre, whose face was flushed with triumph, though he was still diffident, conscious of his friend's superiority. "Yes, if only it was true," he said. "Anyway, let's get back to the carriage," added Prince Andrei. And as he walked off the ferry, he looked up at the sky where Pierre had pointed, and for the first time since Austerlitz, he saw it again, the lofty, eternal sky, just as he had seen it when he lay on the battlefield, and suddenly, something inside him that had long lain dormant, something better than before, awoke in his soul with a feeling of youth and joy. It was a feeling that would vanish as soon as Prince Andrei got back to the normal run of everyday life, but he was sure, without knowing what to do with it, that this feeling was still there inside him. Pierre's visit marked a new age for Prince Andrei, a time when his life, although outwardly unchanged, began again in his own inner world. Chapter 13. It was getting dark by the time Prince Andrei and Pierre drove up to the front entrance of the house at Bald Hills. As they were approaching, Prince Andrei had smiled and drawn Pierre's attention to a commotion going on at the back of the house. A bent little old woman with a bag on her back and a short man with long hair, dressed in black, had seen the carriage driving and scuttled off back to the gate. 2 more women ran out, and all 4 of them hurried up the steps of the back porch, looking round at the carriage with scared faces. "Those are the servants of God, Masha's friends," said Prince Andrei. "They thought it was my father coming back. It's the one and only way she disobeys him. He says they've got to be sent away, these pilgrims, but she takes them in." "What do you mean, servants of God?" asked Pierre. Prince Andrei had no time to answer. The house servants had come out to meet them, and he asked where the old prince was and whether he would be home soon. He was still in town, but expected back any minute. Prince Andrei took Pierre to his own rooms, which were always waiting nicely prepared for him in his father's house, and then went off to the nursery. "Let's go and see my sister," he said to Pierre when he returned. "I haven't seen her yet. She's hiding away, tucked up with her servants of God. Serve her right. She's going to be really embarrassed, but you'll see her servants of God, I'm telling you. It's something worth seeing." "Who are these servants of God?" asked Pierre. "You'll see." Princess Maria certainly was embarrassed, and her face went red and blotchy when she saw them coming in. Her room looked cosy, with the little lamps burning before the icon stand, and next to her, on the sofa at the samovar, sat a young boy with a long nose and long hair, dressed in a monk's cassock. In an easy-chair nearby sat a thin, wrinkled old woman with a gentle look on her childlike face. "Andrei, why didn't you warn me?" she said in a tone of mild reproach, standing in front of her pilgrims like a mother hen with chickens. "Delighted to see you. I am so glad to see you," she said to Pierre as he kissed her hand. She had known him as a child, and now his friendship with Andrei, his unhappy marriage, and most of all his kindly, simple face won her over. She looked at him with her lovely, luminous eyes, which seemed to say, "I like you very much, but please don't laugh at my people." After the first exchanges of greeting, they sat down. "I see Ivanushka's here," said Prince Andrei with a smile, nodding towards the young pilgrim. "Oh, Andrei, please," said Princess Maria imploringly. "I think you ought to know. He's a woman," Andrei informed Pierre in French. "Andrei, for heaven's sake," repeated Princess Maria. It was clear that Prince Andrei's mockery of the pilgrims and Princess Maria's ineffectual way of standing up for them had become their normal way of carrying on with each other. "Oh, my dear girl," said Prince Andrei, "it's the other way round. You ought to thank me for telling Pierre all about your close relations with this young person." "Indeed?" said Pierre, looking with curiosity and seriousness, for which Princess Maria felt especially grateful, at Ivanushka's face, while he, aware that he was the subject under discussion, watched them all with a crafty look in his eyes. Princess Maria need not have felt any embarrassment on behalf of her people. They were not the slightest bit put out. The old woman had looked down, but now she kept stealing the odd sideways glance at the new arrivals, while she sat there unperturbed and quite still in her armchair, with her cup inverted on its saucer, and a half-nibbled lump of sugar next to it, waiting to be offered another cup. Ivanushka, slurping his tea from the saucer, peeped about furtively with sly feminine eyes and studied the two young men. "Where have you been? In Kiev?" Prince Andrei asked the old woman. "Oh, yes, good sir," answered the old woman, and once started, she prattled on. "'Twas the very day of Christmas that I was deemed a worthy partaker in the holy, heavenly sacrament at the shrine of the saints, but now I comes from Kolyazin, good sir, where a great blessing has been revealed." "Did Ivanushka come with you?" "No, I was travelling alone, benefactor," said Ivanushka, putting on a deep voice. "I joined up with Pelageyushka at Luknovo." Pelageyushka cut in on her companion, evidently eager to describe what she had seen. "Yes, sir. It was in Kolyazin. A great blessing was revealed." "What was it? Found some more relics?" asked Prince Andrei. "Stop it, Andrei," said Princess Maria. "Pelageyushka, don't tell them." "Oh, why shouldn't I tell him, ma'am? I likes him. He's a good gentleman. God's chosen. He's my benefactor. Gave me 10 rubles, he did, as I remember. When I was in Kiev, Crazy Cyril, he says to me, 'Now, there's a man of God. Barefoot he goes winter and summer. You're going the wrong way,' he says. 'You go to Kolyazin. They got an icon there. A Holy Mother of God, works miracles, it does. It's all just been revealed.' So I drops everything, I says goodbye to the good holy people, and I'm off." Nobody spoke. The only sounds came from the pilgrim woman, as she sucked in her breath and droned on with her story. "And when I gets there, good sir, folks says to me as how great a blessing has been revealed and drops of holy oil be trickling down the cheeks of the Holy Mother of God." Yes, that's very good. We can hear the rest later," said Princess Maria, flushing. "May I just ask her something?" said Pierre. "Did you see it yourself?" he asked. "Bless you, good sir, to be sure I was found worthy enough. Such a glow on the face, like the light of heaven, and all down the Holy Mother's cheeks comes little drops, more and more little drops." "Well, it must be a trick," said Pierre naively, after listening closely to the old woman. "Oh, sir, what are you saying?" said Pelageyushka, turning in horror to Princess Maria for support. "They do play tricks on ordinary people," he repeated. "Lord Jesus Christ!" said the pilgrim woman, crossing herself. "Oh, please don't talk like that, sir. There was a general once, just like that, didn't believe, and one day he says, 'The monks is cheating us,' and the minute he says it, he was struck blind. And then the Holy Mother of the Kiev catacombs comes to him in a dream and says, 'Believe in me and I shall make thee whole.' And so he begged and prayed them, 'Take me to her, take me to her.' This is the holy truth, I tell you, which I've seen with my own eyes. They carried him to her, blind as he was. He came before her, fell down on his knees and said, 'Make me whole, and I shall give thee,' says he, 'all that the Tsar has bestowed on me.' I saw it myself, good sir, the icon with a star fixed in it, and lo, his sight was restored. It's a sin to speak as you do. God will punish you," she admonished Pierre. "How did the star get into the icon?" asked Pierre. "Did the Holy Mother get promotion? They could have made her a general," said Prince Andrei with a smile. Pelageyushka suddenly turned pale, wringing her hands. Sir, it's a great sin to talk like that. And you with a son," she said, her pallor changing suddenly to bright red. "Sir, may God forgive what you have said." She crossed herself. "May the Lord forgive him. Lady, what have we come to?" She turned to Princess Maria, got to her feet on the verge of tears, and began picking up her little bag. She was obviously shocked and saddened by Andrei's words, full of shame for having accepted charity in a house where such things could be said, and sorry that from now on she would have to do without the charity offered here. "What was all that about?" said Princess Maria. "Why did you come in here?" "Oh, come on, it was only a joke, Pelageushka," said Pierre. "Princess, honestly, I didn't mean to upset her. Oh, please forget it. It was a joke," he said with a diffident smile, trying to smooth things over and ease his conscience. Pelageushka stood there, full of misgivings, but there was such a look of genuine regret on Pierre's face, and Prince Andrei seemed so meek and solemn as he glanced from her to Pierre, that she was gradually reassured. Chapter 14. Reassured at last, the pilgrim woman was encouraged to talk, and she launched into some long stories, first about Father Amphilochus, whose life was so holy that his hands smelt of incense, and then about some monks she knew, who had given her the keys to the catacombs on her recent pilgrimage to Kiev, and she had spent 2 days and nights in the catacombs among the saints, with only a few crusts of bread. "I says my prayers to one of them, I reads from the scriptures, and then goes on to another one. I has a little nap, then I goes back to kiss the holy relics, and there's such peace, dearie, such blessedness, you never wants to come out into God's world again." Pierre listened with close and grave attention. Prince Andrei left the room, and then Princess Maria followed him out and took Pierre to the drawing-room, leaving the servants of God to finish their tea. "You're so kind," she said to him. "Oh, I really didn't mean to hurt her feelings. I know those feelings, and I value them highly." Princess Maria looked at him, saying nothing, but smiling with affection. "I've known you such a long time, haven't I? And I love you like a brother," she said. "How does Andrei strike you?" She followed on quickly, leaving him no time for a response to her warm words. "He worries me. His health was better in the winter, but last spring his wound reopened, and the doctor told him to go away for proper treatment, and I worry about him in a moral sense. He doesn't have the kind of personality, like us women, to express his suffering and sorrow in tears. He bottles it all up. Today he is lively and cheerful, but that's your visit. It's already had an effect on him. He's not like this very often. If only you could persuade him to go abroad. He needs to be kept busy, and this steady, quiet life is getting him down. Others don't notice it, but I can see it." It was nearly 10 o'clock when the footman rushed to the steps, hearing the old prince's carriage bells approaching. Prince Andrei went out onto the steps, and Pierre followed. "Who's this?" asked the old prince as he got out of the carriage and caught sight of Pierre. "Ah, pleased to see you. Kiss me," he said, when they told him who the young stranger was. The old prince was in good spirits, and he felt like being nice to Pierre. Before supper, Prince Andrei returned to his father's study to find the old prince and Pierre having a heated discussion. Pierre was arguing that a time would come when there would be no more war. The old prince was enjoying a bit of good-humoured teasing. "Drain all the blood out of men's veins and fill 'em up with water. Then there'll be no more war. Women's talk," he was saying, but he still gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder as he walked across to the table where Prince Andrei, happy enough to keep out of their conversation, was looking through some papers that the old prince had brought back from town. The old prince went over to him and began to talk business. "That marshal, that Count Rostov, didn't send me half his contingent. Came to town and thought he'd invite me to dinner. I gave him dinner all right. Anyway, look at this. Well, my boy," said the old prince to his son, clapping Pierre on the shoulder, "your friend is a good man. I like him. Gets me going. Some people talk sense and you can't bear to listen. He talks balderdash, but he gets me going, an old man like me. Well, go on, off you go," he said. "Maybe I'll come and sit with you while you have supper. We'll have another argument. Try to like my ignorant girl, Princess Maria," he shouted after Pierre from the doorway. It was only now, on this visit to Bald Hills, that Pierre felt the full value and charm of his close friendship with Prince Andrei. The charm went beyond his relations with Andrei himself to embrace all the family and all the staff. Despite hardly knowing them, Pierre felt immediately like an old friend when he was in the company of the harsh old prince and the gentle, diffident Princess Maria. Everybody liked him. It was not only Princess Maria, who had been won over by his gentle attitude to the pilgrims, and now treated him to her most radiant gaze. Even the tiny 1-year-old Prince Nikolai, as the old prince called him, beamed at Pierre and came over to him to be picked up, and Mikhail Ivanitch and Mademoiselle Bourienne looked on with smiling faces when he talked to the old prince. When the old prince did emerge for supper that evening, it was obviously a gesture to Pierre. Throughout his 2-day stay at Bald Hills, he was extremely friendly towards him, and asked him to come and stay again. When Pierre had left, and all the family came together to talk about him, as people always do when a new guest has gone, everyone spoke well of him, and that is something people rarely do. Chapter 15. It was on his return from leave on this occasion that Nikolai Rostov realized for the first time, and fully appreciated, the strong ties that bound him to Denisov and the regiment in general. When Rostov was getting close to the regiment, he began to experience the same kind of feeling that had come over him as he had approached his home in Moscow. When he saw his first hussar in his unbuttoned regimental uniform, when he recognized red-haired Dementiev and saw the tethered chestnut horses, when Lavrushka shouted gleefully to his master, "The Count's here!" and Denisov, who had been asleep on his bed, ran all dishevelled out of the mud hut to embrace him, and the officers gathered round to welcome him, Rostov felt just as he had done when his mother had embraced him, and his father and his sisters, and the tears of joy welling up in his throat prevented him from speaking. The regiment was home too, a home as dependable, loving, and precious as his parents' home. After reporting to his colonel for reassignment to his squadron, doing a spell as orderly officer, and going out on a foraging expedition, after resuming all the little regimental occupations and getting used to being deprived of liberty and pinned down within one narrow set framework, Rostov had the same feeling of peace and moral support, the same sense of being at home in the right place that he had felt under his father's roof. There was none of the confusion of the outside world, where he could never find the right place to be, and he kept getting things wrong. There was no Sonia to have things out with, or not, as the case may be. There was no possibility of deciding whether or not to go somewhere. There were no longer 24 hours in every day to be used up in so many different ways. There were no vast masses of people of medium significance, neither close nor remote. There were none of those obscure and uncertain money dealings with his father, and no reminders of that ghastly occasion when he had lost money to Dolokhov. Here in the regiment everything was straightforward and simple. The whole world could be divided into 2 unequal halves, our Pavlograd regiment and everything else. And everything else was no longer any concern of his. Here in the regiment everything was settled. You knew this man was a lieutenant, and that one a captain. This man was a good fellow, and that one was not, but most importantly, everyone was your comrade. The manager of the field canteen didn't mind giving credit, and your pay came through every 4 months. There was no need to think or choose for yourself. You just had to avoid doing anything that was wrong, by Pavlograd standards, and when you were sent on any assignment, as long as you did what was clear and distinct, what you were told, all would be well. Rostov was pleased and relieved to submit once again to the clear-cut conditions of regimental life. He felt like a weary man lying down to rest. During this campaign, life in the regiment was all the more comforting to Rostov, because after his loss to Dolokhov, something for which he could never forgive himself despite his family's efforts to console him, he was determined to be a different soldier and to make amends by behaving well and by being a thoroughly good comrade, a good officer, in fact, a good man. A hard task out in the world, but perfectly possible within the regiment. Since his gambling loss, Rostov had given himself 5 years to repay the debt to his parents. He was getting 10,000 a year from them, and he had made up his mind to spend no more than 2,000, putting the rest towards repayment. After all the retreating, advancing and engaging with the enemy at Pultusk and Preußisch Eylau, our army was now concentrated around Bartenstein, awaiting the arrival of the Tsar and the start of a new campaign. The Pavlograd Regiment, as an army section which had taken part in the hostilities of 1805, had stayed behind in Russia to make up its numbers and did not arrive in time for action in the first skirmishes of the campaign. It took no part in the battles of Pultusk or Preußisch Eylau, and when it did join the army in the field, in the second half of the campaign, it was attached to Platov's division. Platov's division was acting independently of the main army. Several times the Pavlograd Hussars exchanged fire with the enemy, took prisoners, and on one notable occasion, captured Marshal Oudinot's carriages. In April, the Pavlograd Hussars had spent weeks on end encamped near a ravaged and deserted German village, and never stirred from that spot. It was thawing, muddy and cold. The ice had broken up on the river, the roads were impassable, and for some days there had been no provisions, nothing for the horses or the men. With transport out of the question, the soldiers had dispersed about the abandoned and empty villages in search of potatoes, but very few were to be had. Everything had been eaten up, and every last inhabitant had fled. Those that remained were worse than beggars, and there was nothing to be taken from them. In fact, the soldiers, not normally the most compassionate of men, often gave them what they had left. The Pavlograd Regiment had lost only 2 soldiers wounded in action, but almost half its men had gone down with hunger and disease. In the hospitals, death was so certain that soldiers who became feverish or bloated from their bad diet preferred to stay on duty and drag themselves up and down the front line rather than go to any hospital. As spring came on, the soldiers began to find a plant that looked like asparagus coming up out of the ground. For some reason, they called it Mary's sweetwort, and they scoured the fields and meadows in search of this Mary sweetwort, which was actually very bitter. They dug it up with their sabres and ate it, despite many warnings that it was dangerous and shouldn't be eaten. So that spring, when a new disease broke out among the soldiers, with swelling of the arms, legs and face, the doctors blamed it on this root. But no amount of warning could stop the soldiers of Denisov's squadron eating hardly anything but Mary sweetwort, because they had been eking out their last biscuits for a couple of weeks now, doled out at the rate of £half a man, and the last consignment of potatoes had arrived frozen and sprouting. The horses, too, after 2 weeks feeding on nothing but thatch, looked shockingly thin and moth-eaten as their winter coats came away in tufts. In spite of these appalling conditions, the soldiers and officers went on living just as usual, though their faces were pale and swollen and their uniforms were torn. They formed up on parade and numbered off, went out foraging, groomed their horses and cleaned their weapons. They fetched thatch for fodder, and gathered round the cauldrons at dinner-time, only to walk away as empty as ever, joking about the awful food and going hungry again. Off duty, the soldiers went on as before, lighting their fires, stripping off and steaming in front of them, smoking, sorting out 1 or 2 sprouting, rotten potatoes for baking, and swapping Pochomkin or Suvorov stories, or sometimes tales about folk heroes like Alyosha, Prince of Rogues, or Mikolka, who worked for the priest. The officers lived as usual, 2 or 3 to a roofless ruin of a house. The senior ones spent their time trying to get hold of straw and potatoes to feed the men, while the younger ones did the usual things, playing cards for money, which was plentiful, though there was nothing to eat, or enjoying innocent games like quoits and skittles. Nobody had much to say about the general run of the campaign, partly because nothing very positive was known, partly because of a vague idea that things were not going too well. Rostov was living with Denisov again, and the bond of friendship between them had become even closer since they had been on leave. Denisov never mentioned any member of Rostov's family, but the commander's warm friendship towards his junior officer gave Rostov the impression that the old hussar's unhappy passion for Natasha had something to do with the strengthening of their friendship. There was no doubt that Denisov was shielding Rostov, keeping him out of danger as much as possible, and after any action he welcomed him back safe and sound with undisguised delight. Fetching up in a deserted and ruined village on one of his foraging expeditions, Rostov came across an old Pole and his daughter with a tiny baby. They had no proper clothes or food. They had been too weak to walk away, and unable to pay for a ride. Rostov brought them back to camp and set them up in his own quarters, where he supported them for several weeks until the old man recovered. One of Rostov's comrades started kidding him once when they were talking about women, saying he was the cleverest fellow around, and it wouldn't do any harm for him to introduce his comrades to the pretty little Polish woman that he'd rescued. Rostov took offence at this and flared up, saying such awful things to the officer that Denisov was hard put to stave off a duel between them. When the officer had gone away, and Denisov, who knew nothing about Rostov's relationship with the Polish woman, began to tell him off for overreacting, Rostov said, "You can say what you like. She's like a sister to me. And I can't tell you how much it hurt, because, well, you know." Denisov clapped him on the shoulder and started pacing rapidly up and down the room without looking at Rostov, something he often did at times of high emotion.
"Oh, really," he said. "You Wostovs are such a crazy breed."
And Rostov could see that Denisov had tears in his eyes. Chapter 16. In April, the army was roused by the news that the Tsar was on his way. Rostov had no chance of taking part in the review conducted by him at Bartenstein. The Pavlograd Hussars were posted well forward, a long way out of Bartenstein. They were still encamped. Denisov and Rostov were living in a mud hut dug out by soldiers and roofed over with branches and turf. The hut was built to a plan that had recently become very popular with the soldiers. A trench was dug just over 3 feet wide, nearly 5 feet deep and 8 feet long. At one end of the trench, steps were scooped out to form an entrance. The trench itself was the room, and in it the lucky officers, such as the squadron commander, had the benefit of a board mounted on 4 stakes at the opposite end to the steps. This was the table. Both sides of the trench were cut down a couple of feet to provide a surface usable as beds and couches. The roof was constructed so that a man could stand upright in the middle, and you could sit on the beds if you moved up close to the table. Denisov, who always lived well because his men liked him so much, even had a board let into the front part of the roof with a broken but glued-up window pane in it. When it was very cold, they used to bring red-hot embers over from the soldiers' campfires on a bent sheet of iron and put them near the steps, in the anteroom, as Denisov called that part of the hut. And this made it so warm that any visiting officers, and Denisov and Rostov were never short of visitors, could sit there in their shirt-sleeves. One April morning, Rostov returned from a spell on duty. Arriving home just before 8 o'clock after a sleepless night, he sent for some heat, changed his rain-soaked clothes, said his prayers, drank some tea, warmed himself, tidied things away in his corner and on the table, and with his face red from the wind outside and the warmth within, he lay down on his back, with nothing on but his shirt, and folded his hands behind his head. He was enjoying the pleasant thought that promotion ought to be his any day now, following the last reconnaissance mission, while he waited for Denisov, who had gone off somewhere. He wanted to talk. Suddenly he heard a thunderous voice outside the hut, unmistakably Denisov's. Rostov went to the window to find out who he was speaking to, and saw that it was the quartermaster, Topchayenko.
"I told you not to let them stuff themselves with that Mary Woot thing," Denisov was roaring. "I saw Lazarchuk with my own eyes bringing it back from the field."
"I did tell them, sir, lots of times, but they don't listen," answered the quartermaster. Rostov lay back down on his bed and thought with some pleasure. Let him sort it out. He's got his hands full now. I've done my day's work, and I can have a lie down. Marvellous. Through the wall, he could hear someone else speaking. It was Denisov's valet, Lavrushka, a clever rogue if ever there was one, and he was going on about some wagons and biscuits and oxen he'd seen while he'd been out scouting for provisions. Then he heard Denisov's voice outside, disappearing into the distance as he shouted, "Second troop! To horse!" I wonder where they're off to, thought Rostov. 5 minutes later, Denisov came into the hut, clambered onto his bed, still wearing his muddy boots, lit his pipe angrily, rummaged through his things to find his riding whip and sabre, and turned to leave the hut. When Rostov wanted to know where he was going, he said vaguely and angrily that he had something to do. "Let God be my judge in this, and our great emperor," said Denisov as he went out. Outside, Rostov could hear the hoofs of several horses splashing through the mud. He didn't even bother to find out where Denisov was going. Warm and cosy in his corner, he soon fell asleep, and it was early evening before he emerged from the hut. Denisov was still out. The weather had cleared. Near the next hut, 2 officers and a cadet were playing a form of quoits, with much laughter, as they drove big radishes for pegs into the soft, muddy ground. Rostov joined in. In the middle of a game, the officers suddenly saw some wagons driving up, followed by more than a dozen hussars riding their skinny horses. The wagons trundled up with their hussar escort and stopped at the tethering rails, where they were immediately surrounded by more hussars. "Hey, look, Denisov needn't have worried," said Rostov. "Fodder at last." "I'll say," said the officers. "The boys are going to like this." Just behind the hussars came Denisov, still on horseback, and accompanied by 2 infantry officers, all of them busy talking. Rostov went forward to meet Denisov. "I'm warning you, Captain," one of the officers was saying, a thin little man, visibly angry. "Well, I've told you I'm not giving them up," answered Denisov. "You'll answer for this, Captain. It's outrageous. Stealing vehicles from your own side? Our men haven't eaten for 2 days. "Mine haven't eaten for 2 weeks, countered Denisov. "It's daylight robbery. You'll answer for it, sir," repeated the infantry officer, raising his voice. "Will you stop pestering me, eh?" roared Denisov, roused to fury. "I'm responsible, not you, and buzz off, you lot, while you're in a fit state to do so," he shouted at the officers. "All right, then," cried the little officer, refusing to be intimidated or to ride away. "This is thieving, and I'm telling you, go away, damn you! Move at the double while you're in a fit state to do so!" And Denisov turned his horse towards the officer. All right, said the officer, ominously. He turned his own horse away and trotted off, jolting in the saddle. "Dog on a fence! You're a real dog on a fence!" Denisov called after him, this being the most insulting thing a cavalryman can say to an infantryman on horseback. He rode over to Rostov and roared with laughter. "Grabbed all this from the infantry! Superior strength!" he said. "Can't let the men die of starvation!" The wagons that had just rolled up had been intended for an infantry regiment, but when he found out from Lavrushka that the wagon train was unescorted, Denisov and his hussars had seized everything by brute force. Plenty of biscuits were issued to the men, and they even shared them with other squadrons. The next day, the colonel sent for Denisov, and covering his eyes with open fingers, he said to him, "This is how I see it. I know nothing, and I don't propose to take any action, but I advise you to ride over to HQ and sort things out with the provisions people. If possible, say what stores you've had and sign for them. If you don't, and they're put down against the infantry, it's bound to come out, and it could have a nasty outcome." Denisov left the colonel and went straight to HQ, genuinely keen to follow his advice. That evening he came back to his hut in a terrible state. Rostov had never seen his friend like this. He was gasping and speechless. When Rostov asked him what was wrong, all he could do was whisper and croak, mouthing incoherent expletives and threats. Alarmed at the state he was in, Rostov told him to get undressed, have a drink of water, and send for the doctor.
Me? Court-martialed for robbery? Give me a drink of water. Well, let them try me. I'll win. I'll get them. Rotten swine. I'll tell the Emperor. Get me some ice, he kept saying.
When the regimental doctor arrived, he said it was essential to bleed him. A deep saucerful of black blood was extracted from Denisov's hairy arm, and only then was he in any state to tell them what had happened.
I got there, said Denisov. Now then, where can I find your chief? They showed me. I trust you don't mind waiting. I'm here on business. I've ridden 20 miles and I haven't time to wait. Announce me. Very good, but out comes the thief-in-chief and he wants to upbraid me too. This is robbery, says he. A robber, I say, is not someone who grabs some rations to feed his men. It is someone who grabs things to fill his own pockets. Will you please be silent? Very good. Go and write a receipt, says he, for the commissioner. But this will have to be reported. Off to the commissioner. In I go. And guess who's sitting at the table? Now, guess. Guess who's starving us all to death? Roared Denisov, banging the table with the fist of his recently bled arm so violently that it almost collapsed, and the glasses jumped. Telyanin! What? I shouted. So it's you that's starving us all to death? And I smashed his face in, gave him a right one, I did. I called him every name under the sun, and I laid into him. It was great fun, I can tell you, cried Denisov, his white teeth gleaming under his black moustache in a smile of malicious glee. I'd have killed him if they hadn't pulled me off. Don't shout, calm down, said Rostov. You've made it bleed again. Keep still, you need a bandage. Denisov was bandaged and put to bed. Next morning he woke up, calm and cheerful. But at midday, the regimental adjutant called on Denisov and Rostov at their hut. His face was grave and full of regret, as he painfully showed them the official form served on Major Denisov by the colonel in charge of the regiment, raising questions about the incidents of the previous day. The adjutant warned them that the affair seemed likely to take a very bad turn. There would be a court-martial, and in view of current strictures against looting and insubordination, the best he could hope for would be reduction to the ranks. The case presented by the injured parties was that Major Denisov, after seizing the wagons, had come to the chief commissioner for procurement on his own initiative, and in a drunken state had called him a thief, issued physical threats, and on being led out had rushed into the office and attacked 2 officials, one of whom ended up with a dislocated arm. Rostov persisted with his questions, and in response Denisov accepted that some other fellow did seem to have got involved, but anyway, it was all complete rubbish. He wouldn't dream of worrying about any court, and that if those swine dared to pick on him, he'd give them an answer they wouldn't soon forget. This offhand manner was typical of Denisov's attitude to the whole affair, but Rostov knew him too well not to notice that deep down, though he hid it from everyone else, he was dreading the court-martial, and was desperately worried about the whole affair, which was clearly going to have terrible consequences. Documents began arriving daily, forms to be filled in and summonses, and Denisov was instructed to appear before the divisional staff on the 1st of May, having placed his squadron under the command of the officer next in seniority, for an inquiry into the fracas that had occurred in the commissioner's office. But on the day before the hearing, Denisov was out on a reconnaissance mission, organised by Platov, and involving 2 Cossack regiments and 2 squadrons of hussars, as always well out in front, flaunting his courage when a French marksman shot him in the fleshy part of his upper leg. At any other time, perhaps, Denisov wouldn't have left the regiment for a scratch like that, but on this occasion he took full advantage of it to excuse himself from appearing at Staff HQ, and went into hospital. Chapter 17. The month of June saw the Battle of Friedland, in which the Pavlograd Hussars did not take part. It was followed by a truce.
Rostov, who was badly missing his friend, and had had no news of him since he had left, was worried about the charge against him and his wound, so he took advantage of the truce and got permission to visit Denisov in hospital. The hospital was located in a small Prussian town which had been ravaged twice by Russian and French troops. With the countryside around looking so pleasant in the early summer weather, this little place looked particularly dismal. Nothing but shattered roofs and fences, filthy streets and ragged inhabitants, and sick and drunken soldiers wandering about everywhere. The hospital itself consisted of a stone house with bits of old fencing all over the yard, and many shattered window frames and broken panes. Several soldiers swathed in bandages, with faces pale and swollen, were walking about or sitting around in the yard enjoying the sunshine. The moment Rostov walked through the door, he was assailed by the stench of hospital disinfectant and putrefying flesh. On the stairs, he met a Russian army doctor with a cigar in his mouth. He was followed by a Russian medical assistant. "I can't be everywhere at once," the doctor was saying. "Come and see me tonight. I'll be at Makar Alexeyevch's." The assistant wanted to ask more questions. "Oh, just do the best you can. What difference will it make?" The doctor caught sight of Rostov coming up the stairs. "What are you doing here, sir?" asked the doctor. "What are you doing here? If you've missed all the bullets, why would you want to catch typhus? This, sir, is a leper colony." "What do you mean?" asked Rostov. "Typhus, sir. Go in there and you're a dead man. There's only the two of us still on our feet. Mikhaev and me." He pointed to the assistant. 5 or 6 of us doctors have gone down. A new one comes in, give him a week and he's had it," said the doctor with evident satisfaction. "We've sent for some Prussian doctors, but our allies don't seem too keen to come." Rostov explained that he wanted to see one of the patients, Major Denisov of the Hussars. "I can't help you, my good sir. I don't know who's who. Listen, I'm on my own, looking after 3 hospitals, well over 400 patients. It's a good job the Prussian charitable ladies send us a couple of pounds of coffee and some lint every month, or we'd be lost." He laughed. 400, sir! And new ones every day. It is 400, isn't it?" He turned to the assistant. The assistant looked worn out. It was all too obvious that he was squirming with irritation, just wanting the garrulous doctor to go away. "Major Denisov," repeated Rostov. "He was wounded at Molitan." "Oh, I think he's dead. That's right, isn't it, Mikhaev?" the doctor asked casually. But the assistant did not confirm what the doctor had said. "Long sort of fellow, red-haired?" suggested the doctor. Rostov described Denisov's appearance. "Yes, there was someone like that," the doctor declared with some delight. "Must be dead by now, but I'll have a look. I used to have some lists. Have you got them, Mikhaev?" "They've gone to Makar Alexeyevch," said the assistant. "But if you'd like to go along to the officer's ward, you can see for yourself," he added, turning to Rostov. "Ah, better not, sir," said the doctor. "You might end up staying here yourself." But Rostov said goodbye to the doctor with a polite bow and asked the assistant to show him the way. "Well, don't blame me," the doctor shouted up the stairwell. Rostov and the assistant turned into a dark corridor. The hospital stench was so strong there that Rostov held his nose and had to stop and pull himself together before going on. A door opened on the right, and out came a sallow, emaciated man, limping along on crutches, dressed in his underclothes and with nothing on his feet. He leant against the door jamb and watched them as they approached, his eyes gleaming with envy. Rostov glanced in through the door and saw sick and wounded men lying about everywhere on the floor, on straw and greatcoats. "What's in here?" asked Rostov. "It's the private's ward," said the assistant. "What can I do?" he added, almost apologetically. "Can I go in and have a look round?" asked Rostov. "What is there to look at?" said the assistant. But the assistant's obvious desire to keep him out made Rostov all the more determined to go in, and he did so. Out in the corridor, he had just about got used to the stench, but it was even stronger in here. It was different, more pungent, and you could tell that this was where it was coming from. In the long room, which was brilliantly lit by sunshine streaming in through big windows, lay 2 rows of sick and wounded men with their heads to the wall, leaving an aisle down the middle. Most of them were unconscious, oblivious to the arrival of any outsiders. The conscious ones perked up, or at least lifted their sallow, emaciated faces, and every one of them stared closely at Rostov, all with the same expression, a silent and hopeful call for help, mingled with resentment and envy of another man's health. Rostov went in as far as the middle of the room, and then walked out, only to glance in through the open doors of the next 2 rooms, where he saw the same thing on both sides. He stood still, looking around. It was beyond words. He had never expected to see anything like this. Right in front of him, sprawling across the empty central aisle on the bare floor, was a sick man, probably a Cossack, to judge by the cut of his hair. He lay on his back with his huge arms and legs outstretched. His face was a purply red, his eyes had rolled up, leaving only the whites visible, and on his bare legs and arms, which were still red, the veins stood out like cords. He was banging his head on the floor, trying to say something in a hoarse whisper, and repeating it over and over again. Rostov listened hard, and at last he made out the one word that was being repeated. That word was drink, drink, drink. Rostov looked round for anyone who might be able to move this sick man back into his place and give him water. "Who looks after the patients in here?" he asked the assistant. At that moment, a commissariat soldier working in the hospital as an orderly came in from the adjoining room, marched up, stamped, and came to attention. "Good day to you, sir," bawled this soldier, goggling at Rostov and obviously mistaking him for some medical authority. "Move that man. Give him some water," said Rostov, pointing to the Cossack. "Sir!" the soldier replied, most obligingly, goggling harder than ever, still standing rigidly at attention and not offering to move away. No, nothing can be done here, thought Rostov, looking down, and he was just about to walk away when he became aware of someone to his right giving him a special kind of look, and he turned to see who it was. An old veteran sat there, on a greatcoat, almost hidden in the corner, his harsh face all yellow, emaciated and cadaverous, his grey beard unshaven. He was staring closely at Rostov. The man next to him was whispering something and pointing to Rostov. Rostov could see that the old man wanted to ask him something. He went up closer and saw that the old veteran had only one leg bent under him, the other having been cut off above the knee. On the other side of the old man, a short distance away, lay a young private with his head thrown back, a waxen pallor on his snub-nosed, freckled face, and his eyes rolled up under their lids. Rostov looked at this snub-nosed soldier, and a chill ran down his spine. "Hey, that one seems to be," he said to the assistant. "We've begged and begged, Your Honour," said the old soldier, with a trembling jaw. "He died early this morning. We're men too. We're not dogs." "I'll see to it immediately. He'll be taken away. Yes, taken away," said the assistant hurriedly. "This way, sir." "Come on, let's go," said Rostov hastily, looking down, shrinking into himself and trying to pass unnoticed down the lines of those resentful and envious eyes which remained glued on him as he walked out of the room. Chapter 18. The assistant walked down the corridor and led Rostov to the officers' wards, 3 rooms with doors opening between them. These rooms contained beds, and the sick or wounded officers were sitting or lying on them. Some were walking from one room to another in hospital dressing gowns. The first person to meet Rostov in the officers' ward was a thin little man who had lost an arm. He was sucking on a stumpy pipe as he walked about the first room wearing a hospital dressing gown and a nightcap. Rostov looked at him closely, trying to remember where he had seen him before. "We meet again, by God's will, and what a place," said the little man. Tushin, you remember? I gave you a lift after Schöngraben. Look, I've had a bit chopped off, he said with a broad grin, showing the empty sleeve of his dressing gown. Oh, you're looking for Vasily Denisov, are you? He's one of our roommates, he said, when he heard who Rostov wanted. Come through here. And he led him into the next room, from which he could hear the sound of voices and several men laughing. How can they even live in this place, never mind laugh, thought Rostov, with that stench of dead flesh from the privates' wards still in his nose. He had not yet escaped from those envious eyes following him on both sides, and the face of that young soldier with the eyes rolled upwards. Denisov was asleep on his bed with a quilt pulled up over his head, even though it was nearly midday. "Hello, Rostov. How are you? How are you?" called the old familiar voice. But Rostov noticed with great sadness that behind this habitual show of breeziness lurked a new, secret and sinister feeling, just discernible in what Denisov said, the way he said it, and the look on his face. His wound was nothing much, but 6 weeks after the incident it still hadn't healed. His face was puffy and pallid like all the other hospital faces. But Rostov was struck by something else. Denisov didn't seem pleased to see him, and his smile was forced. He asked not a single question about the regiment or how the war was going, and when Rostov talked about these things, Denisov wasn't listening. Rostov even noticed that Denisov looked uncomfortable whenever he was reminded of the regiment, or of that other life of freedom outside the hospital. He seemed to be trying to forget the old life, as if he wanted to concentrate solely on his dealings with the commissariat officials. When Rostov asked how things were going in this direction, Denisov felt under his pillow and quickly pulled out a document which had recently come from the commission, and a first draft of his response to it. He got more and more excited as he read through his reply, and he was particularly keen to emphasize for Rostov's benefit 1 or 2 clever barbs launched against his adversaries. Denisov's hospital companions, who had gathered round Rostov when they spotted a new arrival from the freedom of the outside world, began to drift away one by one as soon as Denisov started to read his text. Rostov guessed from the looks on their faces that all these gentlemen had heard the story many times before, and they were getting bored with it. The only exceptions were his nearest neighbour, a fat Uhlan, who sat there on his bunk scowling darkly and smoking his pipe, and little one-armed Tushin, who never stopped listening, though he showed disapproval by shaking his head. The Uhlan interrupted Denisov in mid-flow. "As far as I'm concerned," he said, turning to Rostov, "he ought to go straight to the Emperor and ask for a pardon. Everybody says there are big rewards on offer just now, and he'll get a pardon for sure." "What? Me request a pardon from the Emperor?" said Denisov in a voice which he tried to invest with all his old energy and ardour, though there was a sense of impotence behind all the irritation. "Why should I? If I was a wobber, I'd ask for mercy, but here I am on a charge for trying to show who the wobbers are. Let them try me. Nobody can frighten me. I have truly served my Tsar and my country, and I am not a thief. They can reduce me to the ranks and... well, anyway, this is straight talking. You listen to what I've written. If I had robbed the government..." "That's well put, no doubt about it," said Tushin. "But it's not the point, Vasily." He turned to Rostov. "You have to give in to them, and Vasily won't do it. You know the auditor said it doesn't look good." "So what?" said Denisov. "The auditor wrote out a petition for you," Tushin went on. "All you have to do is sign it and send it off. This gentleman will take it. He," Rostov was indicated, "probably has influence up at HQ. This is your best chance." "I've told you I'm not grovelling to anybody," said Denisov, cutting in, and he went on reading his reply. Rostov didn't dare argue with Denisov, though he felt instinctively that the course proposed by Tushin and the other officers was the safest. He would have been only too happy to help Denisov, but he knew all about his obstinacy and his hot-tempered self-righteousness. Denisov's vitriolic outpouring lasted more than an hour, and when it was over, Rostov said nothing. He spent the rest of the day deeply dispirited in the company of Denisov's new friends, who had gathered around him again, telling them everything he knew and listening to other people's stories. Denisov looked on gloomily and said not a word as the evening went on. Late in the evening, when Rostov was about to leave, he asked Denisov if he had any jobs for him to do.
Yes, hang on,
said Denisov. He looked round at the officers, took his papers out from under the pillow, and went over to the window where there was an inkstand. He sat down to write.
I can see it's no good knocking my head against a brick wall,
he said, coming away from the window and handing Rostov a large envelope. It was the petition addressed to the Emperor, which the auditor had drawn up for him, and in it Denisov avoided references to any wrongdoing by officials in the commissariat, and simply asked for a pardon.
Please hand it in.
I think... He stopped short and smiled a forced and sickly smile. Chapter 19. Rostov returned to the regiment, reported to the commander on the progress of Denisov's case, and then rode on to Tilsit with the letter to the Emperor. On the 13th of June, the French and Russian emperors met at Tilsit. Boris Drubetskoy had asked the dignitary for whom he worked to include him in the entourage appointed for Tilsit. "I'd like to see the great man," he said, meaning Napoleon, having hitherto called him Bonaparte like everybody else.
"Do you mean Bonaparte?"
said the general with a smile. Boris looked quizzically at his general, but soon spotted that this was a little test in the form of a joke. "I am speaking, sir, of the Emperor Napoleon," he replied. The general smiled again and clapped him on the shoulder.
"You'll go far,"
he said, and took him with him. Boris was one of the few people present at the Niemen on the day the two emperors met. He saw the rafts decorated with royal monograms, watched Napoleon drive past the French guards on the far bank, saw the Emperor Alexander looking very pensive as he sat silent in the inn on the bank of the Niemen, waiting for Napoleon's arrival. He watched as both emperors got into boats, and saw Napoleon reach the raft first and walk forward rapidly to meet Alexander and shake him by the hand, whereupon both emperors disappeared into a pavilion. Ever since he had begun to move in the highest circles, Boris had formed the habit of keenly observing everything that went on around him and writing it all down. During the meeting of the emperors at Tilsit, he asked the names of the persons accompanying Napoleon, inquired about the uniforms they were wearing, and listened carefully to every word uttered by any person of consequence. At the precise moment the emperors went into the pavilion, he looked at his watch, and he didn't forget to look at it again the moment Alexander came out. The meeting had lasted 1 hour and 53 minutes, and he made a note of this that evening, along with other details that he considered to be of historical importance. Since the imperial entourage was not very large, just to be present at Tilsit at the meeting of the two emperors was a matter of real significance for a man who set so much store by succeeding in the service, and now that he had managed to get himself there, Boris felt that henceforth his position was totally secure. He had not simply made himself known. He was now getting noticed and becoming a familiar figure. On 2 occasions, he had been on assignments to the Emperor himself, so that the Emperor knew him by sight, and the people at court no longer kept him at arm's length, as they had done at first when they saw him as an upstart. Now, if he wasn't there, people would be surprised. Boris was lodging with another adjutant, a Polish count by the name of Zielinski. Educated in Paris, he was a wealthy man and a devoted Francophile. And while they were in Tilsit, French guards, officers, and members of the French General Staff came round to lunch or dinner with Zielinski and Boris almost every day. On the 24th of June, Zielinski arranged a supper for his French acquaintances. Among the diners were one of Napoleon's aides. He was the guest of honour. Several French guards, officers, and a young boy of an old and aristocratic French line, a page of Napoleon's. That same evening, Rostov took advantage of the darkness to avoid being recognised, came to Tilsit in civilian clothing, and turned up at the quarters of Zielinski and Boris. In one respect, Rostov was like the whole army that he had just left behind. He was a long way from accepting the volte-face which had taken place at headquarters and in Boris concerning Napoleon and the French, suddenly transforming them from enemies into friends. In the army, everyone still felt the same mixture of malevolence, fear, and contempt for Bonaparte and the French. Only recently, Rostov had been in an argument with one of Platov's Cossack officers over how Napoleon should be treated if ever he were taken prisoner, as an emperor or a criminal. And again, quite recently, Rostov had met a wounded French colonel on the road and had told him in no uncertain terms that peace could never be concluded between a legitimate emperor and a criminal like Bonaparte. So it seemed very odd to Rostov that there should be French officers in Boris's quarters wearing uniforms that he was used to looking at from a very different perspective, on patrol, out on the flank. He took one look at a French officer who happened to stick his head out of the door and was immediately seized by the feeling of warlike hostility that always came over him at the sight of the enemy. He stood there at the door and asked in Russian whether Boris Drubetskoy was a lodger here. Boris was in the anteroom, and when he heard a strange voice, he came out to see who it was. When he recognized Rostov, his face fell. "Oh, it's you. Nice to see you. Very nice," he managed to say, and he smiled as he made a movement towards him. But Rostov had seen his first reaction. "I seem to have come at a bad time," he said. "I wouldn't have come at all, but it's something important," he said coldly. "No, I was just a bit surprised to see you away from the regiment. I'll be with you in a minute," he added in French for the benefit of someone who had called to him. "I can see I've come at a bad time," repeated Rostov. Any trace of annoyance had vanished from Boris's face. Having apparently weighed things up and decided how to proceed, he took him by both hands and led him into the next room with studied composure. Boris's eyes, gazing serenely but sharply at Rostov, seemed to have disappeared behind some sort of veil or screen. It was as if he had donned the sunglasses of their earlier life spent together, also it seemed to Rostov. "Nonsense, you couldn't come at a bad time," said Boris. Boris led him into a room where supper was laid, introduced him to the guests by name, explaining that he was not a civilian but an officer in the Hussars, and an old friend of his. He named the other guests, Count Zelinsky, and from France, Count N.N. and Captain S.S. Rostov scowled at the Frenchman, gave a grudging bow, and said nothing. Zelinsky was by no means pleased to receive this unknown Russian intruder, but he said nothing to Rostov. Boris seemed oblivious to any embarrassment caused by the new arrival, and he made an attempt to liven up the conversation with the same easy friendliness and the veiled look that had come into his eyes when he had welcomed Rostov. With typical French courtesy, one of the French officers turned to Rostov as he sat there in grim silence and said to him that he must surely have come to Tilsit to see the Emperor. "No, I came on business," was Rostov's terse reply. Rostov had been in a bad mood since the moment he had spotted the displeasure on Boris's face, and like all people in bad moods, he imagined himself surrounded by hostile glares, and he felt de trop. Indeed, he was de trop, and the only person to stay out of the general conversation, which now took off again. "What's he doing here?" was the question posed by the eyes of the guests as they turned towards him. He got up and went over to Boris. "Listen, I'm getting in your way," he whispered. "If we could just have a quick talk, I'll just go away." No, you're not," said Boris. "But if you're feeling tired, come and lie down and have a rest in my room." "No, but really." They went into the little room where Boris slept. Rostov declined to sit down, and without further ado he launched into his business with every appearance of being annoyed and somehow blaming it on Boris. He told him about Denisov and asked whether he could and would prevail on his general to intercede with the Emperor on Denisov's behalf and get the letter presented. When they were alone together, Rostov became acutely aware for the first time that he felt embarrassed to look Boris in the eye. Boris crossed one leg over the other and stroked the slender fingers of his right hand with his left as he listened to Rostov, rather like a general listening to a report from a subordinate, 1 minute glancing away, and the next looking Rostov straight in the face with the same cloudiness in his eyes. And every time this happened, Rostov felt awkward and looked down. "I've heard of cases like this, and I know the Emperor is very strict about these things. I think it might be better not to take this sort of thing to His Majesty. To my mind, you'd be better off applying straight to the Corps Commander. But my general view is—" "You won't do it, will you?" Rostov almost shouted, avoiding Boris's eyes. Boris smiled. "On the contrary, I'll do what I can. It's just that—" At that moment, Zelinsky's voice came through the door, calling Boris. "Well, go on in," said Rostov. He refused supper and stayed there on his own in the little room, pacing up and down for quite some time, and listening to the cheery French chatter coming from the next room. Chapter 20. Rostov had arrived in Tilsit on the worst possible day for appealing on Denisov's behalf. He could not go in person to see the general in attendance because he was not in uniform, and besides, he had come to Tilsit without official permission, and Boris, even had he wanted to, could not have gone the day after Rostov's visit. That was the day, the 27th of June, when the preliminaries of peace were signed. The emperors exchanged decorations, Alexander receiving the Legion of Honor, and Napoleon the Order of St. Andrew, first degree, and it was also the day fixed for a banquet given by a battalion of the French Guards for the Preobrazhensky battalion, with both emperors due to attend. Rostov felt so awkward and embarrassed with his old friend that when Boris peeped in at him after supper, he pretended to be asleep, and the next morning he left early to avoid seeing him. In tailcoat and round hat, Nikolai strolled round the town, staring at the French and their uniforms, and taking in the streets and the houses where the Russian and the French emperors were staying. In the town square, he watched as people began setting up tables and preparing for the banquet. He saw banners draped across the streets, showing the Russian and French colours, and the letters A and N in huge monograms. There were flags and monograms in all the windows, too. Boris isn't keen to help, and I don't want him to. That's settled, then, thought Nikolai. We've finished. But I'm not leaving here without doing everything I can for Denisov, and above all, getting this letter through to the Emperor. The Emperor? He's here, thought Rostov, who had unconsciously found his way back to the house where Alexander was staying. Saddled horses were standing at the entrance, and the entourage was assembling. Clearly the Emperor would soon be setting off. Any minute now I might see him, thought Rostov. If only I could give him the letter myself and talk to him about it. I can't be arrested for not being in uniform, can I? Surely not. He'd see the rights and wrongs of it. He understands everything. He knows everything. Is there anyone fairer and more gracious? And even if I did get arrested just for being here, so what? He thought, as he watched an officer climb the steps and go into the house where the Emperor was staying. Look, there are people going in and out. Oh, this is stupid. I'm going in and I'll give him the letter myself. Hard luck on Drobetskoy. He's driven me to it. And then, with a sudden determination he didn't know he was capable of, Rostov walked straight into the house where the Emperor was staying, fingering the letter in his pocket. No, I can't miss this chance, not after Austerlitz, he thought, expecting to meet the Emperor any minute and feeling his heart surge with blood at the very idea. I shall fall at his feet and implore him. He will raise me up, hear what I have to say, and thank me. I am always happy to do good, but to right a wrong is the greatest happiness, Rostov could hear him saying. Curious eyes were upon him as he climbed the steps. At the top, he saw a broad staircase leading straight up to a landing with a closed door on the right-hand side. Below, under the stairs, was a door leading to the ground-floor rooms. "Whom do you wish to see?" someone asked him. "I have a letter, an appeal to His Majesty," said Nikolai with a quavering voice. "An appeal? You need the duty officer. This way, please." He motioned to the downstairs door. "Only it won't be accepted." At the sound of these casual words, Rostov suddenly felt panic-stricken at what he was doing. The idea of meeting the Emperor at any moment was so wonderful that it scared him stiff, and he might have made a bolt for it, but for an attendant who now came forward and opened the duty officer's door for him. Rostov went in. There in the room stood a short, stout man of about 30, dressed in white trousers, high boots, and a cambric shirt which he seemed to have only just put on. A valet stood behind him, buttoning his splendid new silk-embroidered braces, which made a strong impact on Rostov, though he couldn't have said why. The stout man was talking to someone in the next room. "Good figure and fiendishly pretty," he was saying. But when he saw Rostov, he stopped and frowned. "What do you want? An appeal?" "What is it?" asked someone from the next room. "It's another appeal," answered the man in the braces. "Oh, tell him to come back later. He'll be coming out any minute. We have to go." "Come back later, tomorrow. You're too late." Rostov turned to leave, but the man in the braces stopped him. "Who is it from? Who are you?" "It's from Major Denisov," answered Rostov. "Who are you, an officer?" "A lieutenant, Count Rostov." "Damned cheek. Send it through the proper channels. Now get out, go away." And he began putting on the uniform handed to him by the valet. Rostov went out into the hall again and saw there were lots of officers and generals in full-dress uniform at the top of the steps, and he would have to walk right past them. Cursing his own temerity and almost fainting away at the thought of meeting the Emperor at any minute and suffering the humiliation of being arrested before his very eyes, Rostov now saw the total folly of his bad behaviour, which he thoroughly regretted, and he was just squeezing through the splendidly attired entourage all round the front of the house, his eyes looking down at the ground, when a familiar voice called out to him, and a hand stopped him. "Well, sir, what might you be doing here out of uniform?" asked a deep voice. It was a cavalry general, who had won special favour with the Emperor during the recent campaign. He had been the commanding officer of Rostov's division. Rostov looked at him in dismay and tried to make some excuse, but once he saw that the general's face looked amused and benevolent, he took him to one side and blurted out his story with great excitement, begging him to intercede for Denisov, who was known personally to the general. The general heard Rostov's story and shook his head gravely. "Oh, I'm sorry, very sorry. Such a gallant fellow. Give me the letter." Rostov had barely enough time to hand over the letter and tell him all about Denisov's plight when jingling spurs announced rapid movement down the stairs, at which the general left him and moved over onto the steps. The gentlemen of the Emperor's entourage ran down and took to their horses. The same groom who had been at Austerlitz, a man called Hein, led the Emperor's horse forward, and when light footsteps came tripping down the staircase, Rostov knew them at once. Forgetting any danger of being recognized, Rostov went along with a number of curious local people and moved up close to the steps, where once again, after a lapse of 2 years, he saw the adored features, the same face, the same glance, the same walk, the same blend of majesty and gentleness, and the feeling of rapturous adoration inspired by the Emperor was rekindled in Rostov's heart with all its old force. The Emperor was wearing the uniform of the Preobrazhensky regiment, white chamois leather breeches and high boots and a star which Rostov didn't recognize. It was the Legion of Honor. He came out on the steps, holding his hat under one arm and pulling on a glove. He stopped and had a look around, illuminating everything that met with his glance. He said a few words to one or two of the generals. Then he recognized Rostov's former divisional commander, smiled at him and beckoned him over. All the entourage stood aside, and Rostov watched as the general spoke to the Emperor for quite some time. The Emperor said a few words in return, and then took a step towards his horse. Once again, the massed entourage, and the spectators, Rostov among them, surged in closer to the Emperor. Standing by his horse with one hand on the saddle, the Emperor turned back to the cavalry general and said aloud, obviously for all to hear, "I cannot do it, General, and the reason I cannot do it is because the law is mightier than I am." And he put his foot in the stirrup. The general bowed his head respectfully, while the Emperor mounted his horse and galloped off down the street. beside himself with excitement, Rostov ran on behind with the crowd. Chapter 21. The Tsar rode off towards a square in which 2 battalions stood on parade, ranged against each other. To the right, the men of the Preobrazhensky regiment, and to the left, the French guards in their bearskin caps. As the Emperor rode up to one flank of the battalions, where the men presented arms, another group of horsemen was galloping up to the opposite flank, and at their head Rostov recognized Napoleon. It couldn't be anyone else. He galloped up wearing a small hat and a blue uniform open over a white vest, with the St. Andrew ribbon draped across his chest. He was riding a magnificent grey thoroughbred Arab, caparisoned in crimson and gold. Riding up to Alexander, he half raised his hat, a movement which immediately told Rostov, with his cavalryman's eye, that Napoleon was a poor and clumsy horseman. The battalions roared out their "Hurrah!" and "Long live the Emperor!" Napoleon said something to Alexander. Both emperors dismounted and took each other by the hands. Napoleon's face wore an unpleasantly forced smile. Alexander was saying something to him with a warm and friendly expression on his face. Despite the danger of being trampled by the horses of the French gendarmes controlling the crowd, Rostov followed every movement of the Emperor Alexander and Bonaparte, never taking his eyes off them. He was struck by something quite unexpected. Alexander was treating Bonaparte like an equal, and Bonaparte was completely relaxed, taking his familiarity with the Russian Tsar for granted, as if it was something of long standing, and he seemed to be on equal terms with the Russian monarch. Alexander and Napoleon, with their suite stretched out behind in a long train, moved towards the right flank of the Preobrazhensky battalion, and ended up close to the crowd that was standing there. Suddenly the crowd found itself right next to the 2 emperors, and Rostov, who was well to the front, began to be afraid of being recognized. "Sire, I beg permission to award the Legion of Honor to the bravest of your soldiers," said a clipped, grating voice, carefully articulating every letter. It was the diminutive Bonaparte speaking, looking up straight into Alexander's eyes. Alexander listened attentively to what was being said, then inclined his head and gave an amiable smile. "To the man who conducted himself with the greatest courage in this last war," added Napoleon with precise enunciation of every syllable. He was scanning the ranks of Russian soldiers drawn up before him, still rigidly presenting arms, but with their eyes fixed on the face of their own emperor. Napoleon's air of authority and self-possession turned Rostov's stomach. "If your Majesty will allow me to consult the colonel," said Alexander, and he took a few hurried steps towards Prince Kozlovsky, the battalion commander. Meanwhile, Bonaparte was peeling the glove off one of his little white hands, and he now tore it off and threw it away. An adjutant standing behind rushed forward eagerly and picked it up. "Whom do we give it to?" the Emperor Alexander asked of Kozlovsky in Russian in a low voice. "As your Majesty commands." The Emperor frowned with displeasure, glanced around, and said, "Well, we must give him an answer." Kozlovsky scanned the ranks in a businesslike manner, and his glance took in Rostov. "Is it me?" thought Rostov. "Lazarev." The colonel scowled as he gave the command, and Lazarev, their best marksman, stepped smartly forward. "Where do you think you're going? Stand still," voices whispered to Lazarev, who didn't know where to go. Lazarev came to halt, angling a scared look at his colonel, and his face twitched, as often happens to soldiers called out in front. Napoleon half-turned his head and flapped a podgy little hand behind him, as if he was expecting to be handed something. Among the members of his suite, who knew immediately what was wanted, there was a great fuss and much whispering as something was passed from hand to hand, and then a page boy, the same boy that Rostov had seen yesterday evening at Boris's house, trotted forward, bowed over the outstretched hand without keeping it waiting a second longer than was necessary, and placed in it a medal on a red ribbon. Without even looking, Napoleon squeezed 2 fingers together, and there was the medal dangling between them. He then walked over to Lazarev, who stood there goggling, with eyes only for his own emperor. Napoleon looked round at the Emperor Alexander to emphasize that what he was now doing, he was doing for the benefit of his ally. The little white hand holding the medal brushed against a button on Private Lazarev's uniform. Napoleon seemed fully aware that all he had to do was deign to touch this private soldier on the breast, and it would ensure that he would be forever happy, well rewarded, and distinguished from every other soldier in the world. He merely left the cross lying there on Lazarev's breast, dropped his hand, and turned to Alexander apparently in no doubt that the medal would stick. And indeed it did, because many eager hands, Russian and French, were waiting to grab the cross and pin it to the uniform. Lazarev scowled at the little man with white hands who had done something to him, and he continued to stand rigidly to attention, presenting arms while staring straight at Alexander, as if asking for further instructions. Should he just stand there, march off, or do something else? No instructions were forthcoming, so he stayed where he was for quite some time in the same state of rigidity. The emperors mounted their horses and rode away. The Preobrazhensky battalion was dismissed, and the men went to mingle with the French guards and sit down at the tables which had been set for them. Lazarev was given a place of honour. French and Russian officers came to embrace him, congratulate him, and shake him by the hand. Officers and common people crowded round just to have a look at Lazarev. There was a buzz of conversation in French and Russian, and much laughter round the tables in the square. 2 officers passed by near to Rostov, red-faced, merry and bright. "How's this for a banquet, old man? Everything's served up on silver," one was saying. "Seen Lazarev?" "Yes." "I gather the Preobrazhenskys are going to give them a dinner tomorrow." "Yes, but what about Lazarev? Lucky devil, pension for life, 1,200 francs. "How about this for a cap, boys?" yelled a Preobrazhensky soldier, putting on a French soldier's shaggy cap. "Great stuff, it suits you." "Have you heard the latest response?" said one guards officer to another. "The other day it was Napoleon, France, fortitude. Today it's Alexander, Russia, magnitude. Our emperor calls, Napoleon responds. Tomorrow our emperor's sending the St. George to the bravest man in the French guards. Got to do it. Same response needed." Boris had come in with his comrade Zelinsky to have a look at the banquet. On the way home he came across Rostov standing on the corner outside a house. "Rostov? Hello there. We missed each other," he said, and he had to ask what was wrong because Rostov looked a strange picture of gloom and despondency. "Nothing's wrong, nothing," answered Rostov. "You will drop in?" "Yes." Rostov stood there on the corner for quite some time, watching the celebrations from a distance. His anguished mind was seething with problems that couldn't be resolved. His soul was alive with fearful doubts. He remembered Denisov, with that new expression on his face, and the way he seemed to have given in, and the hospital with all those torn-off arms and legs, the filth and disease. He remembered the stench of dead flesh in the hospital so vividly that he had looked round wondering where the smell was coming from. And he also kept remembering Napoleon, with his little white hands, all smugness, and now being treated with affection and respect by the Emperor Alexander. What were all those torn-off legs and arms for? And why had those men been killed? Then he remembered Lazarev being rewarded, while Denisov got punishment instead of a pardon. He caught himself indulging in such strange ideas that they frightened him. Hunger and the appetizing smell of the Preobrazhensky dinner brought him to his senses. He had to eat before going away. He went to a hotel he had seen that morning. There he encountered such a crowd of people and officers in civilian clothing like him that he had difficulty in getting dinner. 2 officers of his own division joined him at his table. Naturally enough, the conversation turned to the peace. Like most of the army, Rostov's 2 officer comrades were dissatisfied with the peace concluded after the Battle of Friedland. They kept on saying that if they could have held out just a bit longer, Napoleon would have been done for. His troops were out of biscuits and ammunition. Nikolai ate in silence. Most of the time he spent drinking. He polished off 2 bottles of wine by himself, He was agonized by an inner turmoil beyond any resolution. He was scared of his own reflections, but he couldn't get away from them. All of a sudden, in response to one of the officers who had said it was humiliating to look at the French, Rostov started shouting with a degree of violence that was quite uncalled for and shocked all the officers. "How can you judge what would have been best?" he yelled with a rush of blood that reddened his face. "How can you judge of the actions of the Emperor? What right have we to do any judging? We can't understand the aims or the actions of the Emperor." "I never mentioned the Emperor," said the officer in self-justification, his only explanation of Rostov's outburst being that he was drunk. Rostov wasn't listening. "We're not officials in the diplomatic section. We're soldiers, that's what we are," he went on. "If they tell us to die, we die, and if we get punished, we must be in the wrong. Ours is not to judge. If His Majesty the Emperor feels like recognizing Bonaparte as an emperor and taking him on as an ally, that's the way it must be. If we started judging and criticizing at every end and turn, well, nothing will be sacred. Next thing we'll be saying there's no God, no nothing," Nikolai continued, banging on the table and yelling at them for no good reason, according to his companions, but, as he saw it, quite logically. "We've got to do our duty, kill the enemy and stop thinking, and that's your lot," he said. "And drink," put in one of the officers, not in an arguing mood. "Yes, drink," said Nikolai in full agreement. "Hey, you!" he roared. "Another bottle." Part 3. Chapter 1. In the year 1808, the Emperor Alexander visited Erfurt for another meeting with the Emperor Napoleon, and Petersburg high society had much to say about the splendor of this important meeting. By 1809, the rapport between the two world sovereigns, as Napoleon and Alexander came to be called, had become so close that when Napoleon declared war on Austria, a Russian corps crossed the frontier for joint action alongside their old enemy Bonaparte, against their old ally, the Austrian Emperor, so close indeed that high society began to talk of a possible marriage between Napoleon and one of Alexander's sisters. But aside from foreign policy, Russian society was much preoccupied at this time with internal changes taking place in all government departments. Meanwhile, life itself, the ordinary life of real people with their personal involvement in health and sickness, hard work and relaxation, their involvement in thought, science, poetry, music, love, friendship, enmity and passion, went on as usual, far removed from political considerations, such as being for or against Napoleon, and all questions of reform. Prince Andrei had been 2 years in the country without a single break. All the innovations introduced by Pierre on his estates, without any concrete results, because of his continual flitting from one enterprise to another, had been carried through by Prince Andrei privately and without any noticeable effort on his part. He possessed in the highest degree the one quality that Pierre totally lacked, the practical application to get things going with no fuss or struggle. On one of his estates, 300 serfs had been given the status of free farm labourers, one of the first examples of this in Russia, and on the others, forced labour had been replaced by the payment of rent. At Bogucharovo, he was paying for a trained midwife to look after the peasant women in childbirth, and a salaried priest was teaching the children of the peasants and house servants how to read and write. Prince Andrei spent half his time at Bald Hills with his father and his son, who was still being looked after by nurses. The other half he spent cloistered at Bogucharovo, as his father put it. For all the indifference to current events that he had shown to Pierre, he followed them closely, receiving a constant stream of books, and he was amazed to discover that when people came to see him or his father fresh from Petersburg, the very maelstrom of life, they were all miles behind him in their awareness of recent political developments at home and abroad, even though he had never left the countryside. When not engaged in the management of his estates or voracious reading over a wide area, Prince Andrei had used the time to do a searching study of our last 2 military debacles, and had also drafted a series of reforms in our service rules and regulations. In the spring of 1809, Prince Andrei set off to visit the Ryazan estates, which now belonged to his son, with him as trustee. Warmed by the spring sunshine, he drove along in his carriage, glancing at the first shoots of grass, the first leaves on the birch trees, and the first spring clouds looking fluffy and white as they floated through the bright blue sky. His mind was blank as he looked out on both sides, a picture of cheery unconcern. They went over the crossing where he and Pierre had had their conversation a year before. They drove through a muddy village, past threshing floors and green winter crops, down and over a bridge still packed with snow, back uphill along a clay road gouged into hollows by the rain, past strips of stubble and a few bushes turning green, and then at last they drove into a wood with birch trees on either side of the road. In the wood there was no wind, and it was almost hot. The birches stood there with no sign of movement, spangled with their sticky green leaves, while lilac-coloured flowers and the first shoots of new green grass pushed up and peeped out from under last year's leaves. A scattering of baby firs stood out as coarse evergreens among the birches, a nasty reminder of winter. The horses neighed as they entered the forest, visibly perspiring. Andrei's servant, Pyotr, said something to the coachman. He agreed, but his sympathy didn't seem to satisfy Pyotr, who turned on the box to face his master. "Nice day, sir," he said with a respectful smile. "You what?" "It's nice, isn't it, sir?" What is he talking about? Oh, he must mean the spring, thought Prince Andrei, glancing around. That's it. Everything's turning green as early as this. The birch trees, the wild cherries, even the alders are just on the turn. But not the oak. No sign there. Look, there's one. There, at the roadside, stood an oak tree. It must have been 10 times older than the birch trees that made up the wood, 10 times as thick, and twice the height of any of them. That tree was enormous. It would have taken 2 men to join hands round its girth, with branches broken off it ages ago, and its old cracked bark all scarred and broken. There it stood among the beaming birches, with its great gnarled hands and fingers sprawling out awkwardly and unevenly, a truculent, sneering monster. He alone refused to submit to the charms of spring. He would not countenance either springtime or sunshine. Springtime, love, and happiness, this tree seemed to be saying. Aren't you fed up with it all, this stupid, senseless sham? It never changes. The same old trick. There is no springtime, sunshine, or happiness. Just look at those dead fir trees sitting there, where they've been brought down, always the same, every one of them. And look at me, sticking out broken, peeling fingers wherever they care to grow, out of my back, out of my sides. That's how they've grown, and that's how I am, and I don't believe in any of your hopes and shams. Prince Andrei drove on through the forest, glancing back several times at the oak tree as if he was expecting it to do something. Flowers and grass grew underneath it, but it just stood there among them, an ugly, awkward thing, stock still and scowling. "He's right, that tree, 1,000 times right," mused the prince. "Other people, young people, they can keep that sham going, but he and I know what life is. Our lives are over and done with." The tree had stirred up a host of new ideas in the prince's soul, which held no hope, though their bitterness was sweet. On the journey there, he seemed to have reconsidered his entire life and come right back to his first conclusion, which was as reassuring as it was devoid of hope, that he needn't bother with anything new. All he had to do was live out his life without doing any harm, free from worry and any kind of desire. Chapter 2. As trustee of his son's Ryazan estates, Prince Andrei needed to have a meeting with the local marshal of the nobility. Count Ilya Rostov was the marshal in question, and in mid-May Prince Andrei went to see him. Spring was now at its hottest. The woodland was clothed in green, and everywhere was dusty, and so hot that if you drove past any water, you felt like going in for a swim. Prince Andrei was in a miserable mood as he drove up the avenue towards the Rostovs' house at Otradnoye, mentally running through the bits of business that he would want to raise with the marshal. Through the trees on the right, he heard happy female voices, and then he watched as a small crowd of young girls ran across his path. Out in front, dashing towards the coach, came a black-haired, black-eyed girl, quite remarkably slender in her yellow print dress, with a white handkerchief on her head, and stray locks of loose hair tumbling out of it. She was calling out, but once she saw a stranger, she ran back, laughing, without a glance in his direction. For some reason, Prince Andrei felt a sudden pang. It was such a lovely day, with sunshine and happiness on every hand, and here was this pretty slip of a girl who was oblivious to his existence and cared even less about it. And she was so pleased and happy with her own special life, a silly life, he had no doubt, but one that was merry and happy. What is she so glad about? What's in her mind? Not army regulations, not Ryazan peasants, and the rent they'll have to pay. What is in her mind, and why is she so happy? Prince Andrei couldn't help wondering. This year, 1809, Count Ilya Rostov was living at Otradnoye exactly as he had always done, which meant entertaining virtually the whole province with hunting parties, theatricals, dinners, and music. Always delighted to see a new guest, he gave Prince Andrei a warm welcome and almost forced him to stay the night. Prince Andrei was bored during the day, left to the ministrations of an elderly host and hostess, and some of the more notable guests amid the throng that filled the Count's house in honour of an impending name day. Several times Bolkonsky glanced across at Natasha, who never stopped laughing and enjoying herself with all the younger members of the company, and every time he wondered, what's in her mind? What is it that she's so glad about? That night, alone in a new place, he couldn't get to sleep. He read for a while, put out his candle, and then lit it again. It was hot in his bedroom, with the shutters closed on the inside. He felt angry with this stupid old man, his description of Count Rostov, who had detained him by claiming that the documents they needed were still in town, and he was annoyed with himself for having stayed. Prince Andrei got out of bed and went over to open the window. The moment he pulled the shutters back, moonlight poured into the room, as if it had been standing outside for ages, waiting for this opportunity. He opened the window. The night was cool, still, and bright. Just outside the window stood a row of pollarded trees, black on one side, gleaming with silver on the other. Beneath them there was a rambling kind of vegetation with lush, damp leaves and stems dappled with silver. Further away, beyond the silhouetted trees, some sort of sloping roof glistening with dew, and away to the right stood the rambling mass of a tall tree with brilliant white trunk and branches, and there above it was the moon, almost full in a clear, almost starless spring sky. Prince Andrei leant out with his elbows on the window ledge and fixed his gaze on that sky. His room was on the middle floor. There were people in the room above, and they too were still awake. He could hear girls talking. "Just once more," said a female voice overhead, and Prince Andrei had no difficulty in recognizing it. "Oh, when are you coming to bed?" came another voice. "I'm not. I can't sleep. It's no use. Come on. Last time." The two female voices sang a musical line, the finale of some duet. "Isn't it lovely? Anyway, it's time to go to sleep. Come on, that's it." "Oh, you go to sleep. I can't," responded the first voice, now coming from somewhere nearer to the window. She must have been leaning right out because he could hear her dress rustling and even the sound of her breathing. Silence had descended and everything froze in the stillness of the moonlight and the shadows. Prince Andrei hardly dared to move for fear of giving himself away. Not that he had intended any of this. "Sonia! Sonia!" came the first voice again. "How can you sleep? Come over here and look at this. It's gorgeous. Oh, it's just gorgeous. Sonia, wake up," she said, almost with tears in her voice. "This is the most gorgeous night there's ever been." Sonia made some grudging response. "Oh, please come and look at this moon. It's gorgeous. Come on, darling, sweetheart, please come here. There you are. Look at that." Hey, if you rock back on your heels like this, watch, and squeeze your knees together, hold them tight as you can, one big squeeze, and you could fly away, like this, look. Mind you don't fall out. He heard scuffling noises, followed by Sonia's voice. She was not pleased. Come on, it's past 1 o'clock. Oh, you are a spoilsport. Go on then, you go to bed. Silence again, but Prince Andrei knew she was still sitting there. Now and then he could still hear a soft rustling and the occasional sigh. Oh, God, what's it all about? She cried suddenly. Oh, well, I suppose I'd better go to bed. And the window banged as it closed. Oblivious to my existence, Prince Andrei had thought while he was listening to her talk, inexplicably half hoping and dreading that she might say something about him. It's her again. It almost seems planned, he thought. And he was surprised to feel his spirit overwhelmed by a sudden surge of ideas and hopes that belonged to youth, and clashed with his whole way of life, so much so that his state of mind was beyond all comprehension, and he went straight to bed and fell asleep. Chapter 3. Next morning, Prince Andrei set off home before the ladies were up, though not without taking leave of the Count. It was early June when, on his return journey, he drove once again into the birch wood, where the gnarled oak tree had made such a strangely indelible impression on him. The harness bells jingled in the woodland, with a more muffled sound than a month before, now that everything was densely filled out and shady. The scattering of baby firs, far from disrupting the overall beauty, blended their feathery green shoots sweetly with the general mood. All day it had been hot, with a storm brewing somewhere nearby, but only a few drops of rain from one small cloud had spattered the dusty road and the lush greenery. The left-hand side of the forest was in dark shade. The right-hand side glistened wet in the bright sunshine and rippled in the breeze. Everything was in full bloom, and the nightingales were singing with sharp notes that echoed far and near. That oak tree, it was somewhere near here in the forest. There was such an affinity between us, he thought. But where was it? As he wondered, he glanced across left and, unconsciously, without recognizing it, began to admire the very tree that he was looking for. The old oak was completely transformed, now spreading out a canopy of lush, dark foliage and stirring gently as it wallowed in the evening sunshine. No trace now of the gnarled fingers, the scars, the old sadness and misgivings. Succulent young leaves with no twigs had burst straight through the hard bark of 100 years. It was almost incredible that this old fellow should have grown them. Oh, yes, that's the one, thought the prince, spontaneously overwhelmed by one of those surges of delight and renewal that belonged to springtime. All the best times of his life came together sharply in his memory. The lofty sky at Austerlitz, the look of reproach on his dead wife's face, Pierre on the ferry, and that young girl who had been so enthralled by the night's beauty, the night itself and the moon. Suddenly he remembered it all. No, life isn't over at 31, was his instant, final, and irrevocable conclusion. It is not enough for me to know what is going on inside me. Everybody must know about it. Pierre, and that girl who wanted to fly up into the sky. They must all get to know me. My life must be lived for me, but also for other people. They mustn't live like that girl, separated from me. My life must be reflected in them, and they must live along with me, all of us together. Returning home from his travels, Prince Andrei decided he would go to Petersburg in the autumn, and he began dreaming up all sorts of reasons to justify the decision. A string of sensible, logical excuses for visiting the city, and even re-entering the service, was always at hand. Now, in fact, he could not begin to understand how he could ever have doubted the necessity of leading an active life, whereas a month before he would not have believed that the idea of ever leaving the country might occur to him. It now seemed absolutely clear that all his life experience would count for nothing if he failed to make practical use of it by starting to lead an active life again. He could not understand how such weak arguments could once have convinced him that he would be debasing himself if, after all he had learned about life, he were to carry on believing in the possibility of doing something useful and the possibility of happiness and of love. Reason now spoke otherwise. After his journey to Ryazan, Prince Andrei found country life tedious. His former interests had lost their appeal, and when he sat alone in his study, he would often get to his feet, go over to the mirror and stare at his own face for minutes on end. Then he would turn to the portrait of Lisa, looking out at him so sweetly and happily from her gilt frame with her Grecian hairstyle. Now, instead of saying those terrible words to her husband, she just looked at him with cheerful curiosity. Then he would clasp his hands behind his back and spend long minutes pacing up and down the room, frowning one moment and smiling the next, brooding on a series of strange ideas that lay beyond words, as secret as a hidden crime, ideas connected with Pierre, glory, the girl at the window, the oak tree, the beauty of women, love, all the things that had changed the course of his life. And at moments like this, if anyone came into his room, his manner would be particularly abrupt, harsh, decisive, logical to a fault. "Listen, my dear," Princess Maria might say, coming in at just such a time. "Little Nikolai can't go out for a walk today. It's too cold." "If it happened to be hot," Andrei's tart response would be on such occasions, "he would go out in his smock, but since it is cold, you must dress him in warm clothing designed for that purpose. That's what happens when it's cold, not staying indoors when the child needs some fresh air." He would pronounce all this with an exaggerated sense of logic, as if he needed to resolve his own inner illogicalities by secretly taking them out on someone else. It was at times like this that Princess Maria thought, how desiccated men's minds become with all that intellectual activity. Chapter 4. Prince Andrei arrived in Petersburg in August 1809. This was the time when the young Speransky was at the peak of his fame, and his reforms were being carried through with the utmost vigour. It was in August that the Tsar was thrown out of his carriage, injured his leg, and was laid up for 3 weeks at Peterhof, seeing Speransky and no one but Speransky every day. At that time, the two famous decrees were being drafted, abolishing court ranks and making entry to 2 civil service grades, collegiate assessor and state councillor, dependent on examinations, and everyone was worried about them. Beyond that, the country's entire constitution was under review, with plans for radical reform of all government systems, legal, administrative, and financial, from the state council down to the district tribunals. Alexander had come to the throne with his head full of sketchy liberalism, but now his dreams were taking shape and coming into practice. So far, his efforts to implement them had been assisted by Sartorsky, Novosiltsev, Kochubey, and Stroganov, a group of men that he jokingly referred to as his Public Welfare Committee. They had recently been replaced at a stroke by 2 men, Speransky on the civilian side, and Arakcheyev in charge of the military. Soon after his arrival, Prince Andrei, as a gentleman of the chamber, presented himself at court and at a levee. The Tsar met him on 2 occasions, but didn't favour him with a single word. Prince Andrei had long suspected that the Tsar had taken against him, and disliked the look of him and his whole personality. The Tsar's look of cold aloofness bore out Prince Andrei's worst suspicions. Courtiers explained the Tsar's cold shoulder by saying that His Majesty was displeased at Bolkonsky's absence from active service since 1805. "I know only too well that we have no control over our likes and dislikes," thought Prince Andrei, "so it's no use even thinking I might be able to hand over my note on army reform to the Tsar personally, but the thing will speak for itself." He sent word of his note to an old field marshal, a friend of his father's. The field marshal gave him an appointment, received him with affection, and promised to inform the Tsar. A few days later, Prince Andrei received notice to call on the war minister, Count Arakcheyev. At 9 o'clock in the morning on the appointed day, Prince Andrei entered Count Arakcheyev's reception room. Prince Andrei did not know Arakcheyev personally, never having met him, but everything he had heard had left him with little respect for this man. He is the war minister, someone trusted by the Tsar, and his personal qualities are his own business. He's been given the job of studying my note, so he must be the only person who can take it forward, thought Prince Andrei.